The Great Heroin Coup, Drugs, Intelligence and International Fascism. Henrik Kruger. Translated and update co-authored by Jerry Meldon, foreword by Peter Dale Scott. Trinidad, Oregon. Preface. As we go to press, the world is locked into a perpetual cycle of war. The insanity is matched only by the deadly impact on the disenfranchised and the unwillingness of the powerful to break the cycle, share the wealth and join forces to confront the looming threat of catastrophic climate change, not to mention seriously disrupt the lucrative traffic in heroin and other addictive narcotics. Notwithstanding the current relentless demonization of Russian President Vladimir Putin, and American President Barack Obama's rhetoric about the one indispensable nation in world affairs, which he happens to lead, the United States must bear major responsibility for the current predicament, having, in the 1980s, recruited, bankrolled and trained Islamic fundamentalist extremists to wage anti-Soviet jihad in Afghanistan. When the first edition of the Great Heroin Coup, the springboard for which was the career of legendary French gangster and intelligence agent, Christian Beauserge David, was published in 1980, it constitutes the foreword and parts I, II and III of this book. The handwriting was already on the wall. The war in Vietnam had ended, and the sacrifice, in vain, of 50,000 U.S. soldiers, plus the heroin addiction afflicting hundreds of thousands of those returning alive, left Americans with a very bad taste for foreign military intervention. GIs would be kept out of harm's way, at least for the time being. Unfortunately, world peace was not in America's cards. Democratic President Jimmy Carter had already ruffled feathers by making respect for human rights a condition for U.S. foreign aid, and by sharply reducing the ranks of the CIA's clandestine services. Worse still for his re-election chances, 52 Americans remained captive at the Tehran embassy, 1 year after being taken hostage. Carter's Republican opponent, Ronald Reagan, an erstwhile Hollywood actor, coasted to an easy victory on election day. Immediately targeting the Vietnam Syndrome, the military-industrial complex's term for American war weariness, Reagan declared it morning in America, while behind closed doors, the White House's propaganda mills began generating and spoon-feeding the press spurious reports of Moscow-sponsored terrorism. Nicaragua's revolutionary Sandinista government, and insurgencies threatening Washington-backed dictators in El Salvador and Guatemala, were all hoisted on the same petard as Soviet beachheads in Central America. And, just as it had during America's war in Vietnam, the CIA facilitated the commerce of drug traffickers linked to the agency's army of counter-revolutionary guerrillas, in this case the Nicaraguan Contras. Reagan's vice president, George H.W. Bush, the former CIA director and future president who nominally headed the administration's counter-narcotics task force, would disingenuously deny his role in these operations. Reagan's former campaign director, CIA Director William J. Casey, ordered agency experts to rewrite reports which contradicted White House exaggerations of the Soviet threat. More calamitously in the long run, Casey recruited the dictators of Saudi Arabia and Pakistan to co-sponsor, train, equip and oversee Islamic fundamentalist jihadists, including Osama bin Laden and the eventual nucleus of al-Qaeda, who were already fighting to oust the Soviets from Afghanistan. Par for the course, there was a coincidental explosion in Afghan opium and, therefore, heroin, production, of which a principal beneficiary was the CIA's and Pakistani intelligence's most favored Islamic fundamentalist warlord, Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. Nearly 3 decades, and repeated U.S. interventions in Afghanistan, later, the Obama administration has yet to make good on his promise to withdraw American troops, by 2014. As for Christian David, after serving out long prison sentences in the United States and France, he is reportedly alive and as charming as ever. Henrik Kruger and Jerry Meldon. December, 2015. Preface. Epigraph. Foreword. Part I. Beauserge. The Prisoner. The Dubious Alliance. The French Underworld. The French Intelligence Zoo. Assassin in Algiers. Nightmare of the Agents, The Ben Barka Affair. Beau Serge, scourge of the partisans. With the old man in Paraguay. The heroin trails. The pursuit of the Corsicans begins. Augusta Record. Roger de Loet. Michel Victor Mertz. Ange Simon Pierre. André Labbe. Marcel Buchan. The Laboratories. The capture of Beau Serge in Brazil. The liquidation. Part 2. The Great Heroin Coup. The Fateful Days, a chronology of the heroin coup. Heroin in Southeast Asia. The Cubans of Florida. The Friends of Richard Nixon. White House hanky-panky. One more cover-up. The Mexican Connection. Guns for Drugs. The Coup. Part 3. The Miami Conspiracy. My friend Patrice. The Miami Conspiracy. Postscript to the first edition. Part 4. New material. As times go by. Afghanistan. The heroin/terrorism connection. Dirty work to be done. Strange bedfellows. Contra connections. The Contra/drug connection and the assassination of DIA agent Enrique Camarena. Traveling terrorists. Off-the-books intelligence operations and outlaw banks. The secret team behind Iran-Contra. Dealing with Iran. The Nugan Bank. Stonewalling the Australians. The Friends of Frank Carlucci. More weapons for Iran. The Bank of Credit and Commerce International, BCCI. Another can of worms. Last words. Index. To heroin's victims in the United States and Europe. And to all veterans of the war in Vietnam. Especially those who returned strung out. And those who did not return at all. To victims of torture and repression in Latin America and elsewhere. And to those who owe the monkey on their back. And the scars on mind and body. To agents of the CIA and DIA. Forward. History of Christian David, an international narcotics trafficker used by the intelligence services of at least 3 nations, is fascinating in itself. It is even more important for what it tells us of a larger, less documented history, the secret collaboration of government intelligence services and parallel police throughout the world, and their use of criminals, particularly from drug networks, for political counter-subversion. Above all, it is an important book for Americans to read, since the shadow of the CIA can be seen behind Christian David's political intrigues in countries like France and Uruguay. America's role in Christian David's strange career has never before, to my knowledge, been revealed in this country. And Henrik Kruger is able to expand the story into larger perspectives on the CIA, Watergate, and current U.S. counterinsurgency tactics. The heavy censorship of David's story in the United States, or what may be called the media resistance to it, is perhaps the clearest symptom of America's involvement. For example, it was surely newsworthy that in June 1973 Le Monde, France's most respected newspaper, charged that the breakup of the Record French drug network in Latin America, which had included David's arrest and extradition to the United States, was the result of a close Mafia Police Narcotics Bureau collaboration in the U.S. The result of this collaboration, according to Le Monde, was to shatter Corsican influence in the worldwide narcotics traffic, and create a virtual monopoly for the U.S.-Italian Mafia connection, whose key figures were Santo Trafficante in America and Luciano Leggio in Europe. 1. Le Monde's charges, many details of which have since been corroborated, were passed over in silence by the U.S. press. This studied disinterest in the politics of narcotics, other than the propaganda, including flagrant lies, from official press releases, is a recurring, predictable phenomenon of our press, and it has visibly had a deleterious impact on U.S. politics. If the Washington Post and the New York Times, then supposed exposers of Watergate, had picked up on stories like the one in Le Monde, then the history of Watergate might have been altered. For the history of Nixon's involvement in Watergate is intertwined with that of his personal involvement in drug enforcement. Nixon's public declaration in June 1971 of his war on heroin promptly led to his assemblage of White House plumbers, Cubans, and even hit squads with the avowed purpose of combating the international narcotics traffic. Among those with a White House narcotics mission, or cover, were Crow, Liddy, Hunt, Caulfield, Sturgis, and Bernard Barker. 2. Many writers have since suggested that Nixon's war on heroin was part of his grand design to develop a new drug superagency, under direct White House control, into the strong investigative arm for domestic surveillance that President Nixon had long quested after. 3. Yet the establishment press failed to look critically at Nixon's war on heroin. Instead, it blandly reported Nixon's decision in June 1971 to provide $100 million in aid to end opium production in Turkey, a country which, according to CIA estimates, produced only 3 to 8% of the illicit opium available throughout the world. 4. At the time, perhaps 80% of the world's illicit opium was grown, much of it by CIA-supported tribesmen, in the Golden Triangle of Laos, Burma, and Thailand, while the Shah of Iran, who became one of Nixon's closest foreign allies, had just announced resumption of Iranian opium production of over 20,000 hectares, an area 50% greater than the total cultivation in Turkey. As the New Republic noted only 1 month later, Nixon's decision to shut down the supply of Turkish opium was likely to do no more than drive the industry further east. 5. Another, an even more cynical view of Nixon's action is to see it as a direct attack on the French Corsican networks, which relied almost exclusively on Turkey as their source of supply, and which, according to Le Monde, were being deliberately forced out of the international drug trade as the result of a close mafia-police narcotics bureau collaboration. Le Monde stated explicitly that it was the U.S. Sicilian mafia which closed down the sluice gates of Turkish opium production. Was Nixon personally playing a role, as Henrik Kruger suggests, in this semi-international drug war between rival networks? Such a possibility seems less remote when we recall the rivalry which had grown up in the 1960s between de Gaulle's intelligence services and the CIA, and the respective reliance of these services upon the rival Corsican and U.S. Italian crime syndicates. Le Monde had no difficulty in spelling out the American side of the intelligence mafia connection, even though the CIA activities of Santo Trafficante, the alleged heir to the Luciano network, were not known to it at the time. Instructed by his own experience of collaboration with the American intelligence services, Lucky Luciano used to recommend to his honorable correspondents scattered from Beirut to Tangier, via Ankara and Marseilles, to operate as he had done. It was in this way that drug dealers and couriers served as informants to the British MI5, to the American CIA, to the French STAS, to the West German Gehlen organization, even to the Italian SAFAR. 6. On the French side, Le Monde was predictably more reticent, but from other sources we learn that at least 2 members of the competing record network, Christian David and Michel Nicoli, were former members of the Gaullist Service d'Action Civique, SAC, the parallel police or Barbouzes who had been used to assassinate members of the right-wing organization de l'Armée Secrète, OAS, in revolt against de Gaulle's accommodation with Algeria. Through SAC, David and Nicoli had come into contact with STAS operations as well. 7. One of the major theses of Henrik Kruger's fascinating book is that the Great Heroin Coup, the remarkable shift from Marseilles, Corsican, to Southeast Asian and Mexican, mafia, heroin in the United States, was a deliberate move to reconstruct and redirect the heroin trade, rather than to eliminate it, and that Cuban exiles, Santo Trafficante, the CIA, and the Nixon White House were all involved. It was, needless to say, not a willful conspiracy of all the above. But we can assert with reasonable certainty that the CIA, Trafficante and other mafiosi, certain Southeast Asians, and some people in the White House must have been in the know. Kruger, p. 122. As Kruger tells the story, the motivations for the alleged heroin coup were primarily political, to break the power of the old Gaullist-SAC connection, which by 1970 was as distasteful to de Gaulle's pro-American successor Pompidou as it was to Nixon, and, on the American side, to replace it by an alternative power base. In Kruger's analysis, it was not so much a struggle between the French and American intelligence services, STIS and CIA, as it was a struggle between old and new leaderships. The coming to power of Pompidou in France, and of Nixon in America, had created unprecedented tensions and suspicions between these two presidents and their old-line intelligence services, hence Nixon's desire to use the war on heroin as a pretext for a new superagency under White House control. Hence also the successive agreements between Nixon, Pompidou, and their cabinet officers to crack down on the old Corsican connection. Once again, the U.S. press resistance to the subject matter of Kruger's book suggests that there is something to his thesis. At least 2 books published in America, both obviously based on U.S. government sources, discussed the arrest of David at length, without mentioning either that he had worked for SAC/STIS or that he had confessed to involvement in the 1965 assassination of the Moroccan leftist Mehdi Ben Barka, one of the major unsolved French intelligence assassination scandals of the 1960s. The first U.S. book to mention David's confession was Newsday's newspaper series The Heroin Trail. The Newsday team also told how they received a call from the U.S. Embassy in Paris, stating that earlier promises of French and American cooperation with our investigation would only be kept if we agreed to submit our manuscript to both governments in advance of publication for the correction of erroneous information. We refused. 8. Yet even the Heroin Trail, which deserved its Pulitzer Prize, states only that David confessed to participating in the plot to murder Mehdi Ben Barka, a Moroccan leftist lured to France under false pretenses by STIS. 9. Before Kruger's book, one had to go to books published in England or France to learn that it was not de Gaulle who wanted Ben Barka killed, quite the contrary, but some other government or governments and their intelligence services, and that a leading suspect in the case was the American CIA. As the Oxford historian Philip M. Williams wrote in 1969. Here one point is absolutely clear. The Gaullist government not only had no interest in Ben Barka's death, but had every interest in his survival. Ben Barka was a left-wing, anti-American, Third World nationalist leader with a lively admiration for General de Gaulle, and had been received at the Élysée some time before, a natural ally for Gaullist policy. Thus any official French connivance could have come only from some section of the state machine which was acting clean contrary to the wishes of the president. 10. Williams himself then suggests 2 possible hypotheses which are both compatible with each other and close to Kruger's own explanation. 1, much favored especially among left Gaullists, was collaboration with the CIA to eliminate the organizer of the Havana Tricontinental Congress, i.e. Ben Barka. Another was that STIS were obliging either Moroccan intelligence as such, or Oufkir the Moroccan intelligence chief, whom Williams describes elsewhere as too pro-American for the Gaullists in a personal vendetta against Ben Barka, in return for services rendered in the past. That there were some STIS officers who were violently opposed to Gaullist policy towards the United States, especially in intelligence matters, is clear from the now celebrated revelations of the former STIS agent Pierre Thérard de Visjoli, who was ousted from STIS because of his services for the CIA. 11. In other words, an Oxford Don a decade ago had already explored Kruger's hypothesis that disloyal elements in de Gaulle's cabinet and intelligence service, acting at the behest of the CIA, had Ben Barka killed. Yet Kruger's book goes much further and is, to my knowledge, the first serious study of the Ben Barka mystery to be published in this country. This alone would make it an important challenge to the current stereotype of the CIA as a bunch of exotic assassination bumblers, given to armchair fantasies about thallium foot powders, exploding conch shells, or contaminated cigars. Kruger's book is also the first in America, to my knowledge, to explore further what Newsday called reports that David, an adventurer recruited into the French Secret Service for terrorist activities, assassinated a number of African officials, and, in Latin America, infiltrated Uruguay's Tupamaro guerrillas and identified several for the police. 12. Once again, a well-documented French study. Dossier de Cum Drogue, has confirmed David's work for the French and Uruguayan Secret Service in penetrating and turning over the Tupamaros, for which he was equipped with a diplomatic passport. 13. But it is Kruger who supplies the details of the arms transactions by which David was able to penetrate to the very heart of the Tupamaro organization. And, once again, it is Kruger who points out that David's services against the Tupamaros were part of an effort coordinated by the notorious US CIA police advisor, Dan Mitrian, the same Mitrian who, according to New York Times reporter A.J. Languth, arranged for the Uruguayan police to obtain superior electric torture needles through the U.S. diplomatic pouch. 14. David's successful penetration of the Tupamaros, and, before that, of the Argentine FAL, Fuerzas Argentinas de Liberación, helps explain why so many U.S. and French intelligence agents have been helped, by official provision of an invaluable diplomatic passport, to become important in the lucrative international arms and drug traffic. The two traffics are frequently interrelated, as Le Monde pointed out, and can help pay for each other. 15. It was as a well-connected criminal smuggler that David was able to persuade the FAL and Tupamaro leadership that he could procure arms for them, and it was after providing small arms to the Tupamaros that David became their trainer and advisor in weapons matters and turned them in. As we shall see, this modus operandi will be encountered frequently in Kruger's book. When one considers that the bulk of the world's small arms traffic is dominated by the world intelligence milieu, and that the largest single wholesaler is, or was until recently, the CIA-linked multinational Interarmco, founded by former CIA agent Samuel Cummings. 16. One can see that it is difficult to rely on weapons as a major revolutionary asset without becoming dependent, at one's peril, upon one or another of the existing world powers. Meanwhile, on the side of the police repressive apparatus, it is difficult to remain in sustained contact with the enormously lucrative narcotics traffic, particularly in countries where bribery is an accepted part of the political culture, without becoming partly or wholly corrupted by it. Thus the New York Times has reported how in 1974 one major narcotics trafficker obtained a diplomatic passport from the secretary to the Bolivian president for a simple cocaine shipment, while charges against another in Ecuador were dismissed at the order of Ecuador's Minister of the Interior. 17. As we shall see, this latter phenomenon of an intelligence immunity has become a recurring feature of justice inside the United States, even in major cases ranging from narcotics to political murder. Again, it is part of Kruger's thesis that the CIA, even after it had decided to eliminate the record network of which David formed part, was unwilling to destroy the international drug connection which allowed its agents to gather intelligence about insurrectionary movements through the tactic of selling arms to them, and which at the same time financed the organization of counter-revolutionary death squads and parallel police such as the Argentine AAA, Alianza Anticomunista Argentina. Undoubtedly, in Latin America, the stories of drugs and of death squads, such as that which arranged for the assassination of Orlando Letelier in Washington, have been closely interwoven. As support for his argument that the traffic once dominated by record was simply redirected to Cuban exiles in touch with the CIA and with Santo Traffic Ante, Kruger points to the extraordinary story of Alberto Cecilia Falcon. Somehow Cecilia, a 29-year-old Cuban exile from Miami, was able to emerge as the ringleader of the so-called Mexican Connection, which promptly filled the vacuum created by the destruction of the record network in 1972. Lucien Sardi, a top record lieutenant, was shot and killed by authorities in Mexico on April 27, 1972, after being located there by U.S. agents. 18. The new Sicilia network, according to DIA chief Peter Bensinger, was operating by May 1972, and had revenues reliably established in the hundreds of millions of dollars by the time of Cecilia's own arrest in July 1975. 19. Once again, it is virtually impossible to find any extensive treatment in the U.S. press of the mysterious Alberto Cecilia Falcon, even though his arrest led to no less than 104 indictments, 73 of them in the United States. 20. From the noted German magazine Der Spiegel, however, one learns that Sicilia told the Mexican authorities who arrested him that he was a CIA agent, and had been trained at Fort Jackson, as had at least one of Nixon's Watergate Cubans, for possible guerrilla activity against Cuba. Allegedly he had also worked in Chile against the socialist government of Salvador Allende until he returned to the U.S. in early 1973. He also, according to Mexican police, spoke of a special deal with the CIA. The U.S. government had turned a blind eye to his heroin shipments, while his organization supplied CIA weapons to terrorist groups in Central America, thereby forcing the host governments to accept U.S. conditions for security assistance. 21. DIA Chief Bensinger was quite circumspect in his testimony about Alberto Cecilia Falcon, merely calling him a Cuban national and alluding to his possible revolutionary activity in Central and South America. From this it was easier to deduce that Cecilia was a Castro agent than the reverse. 22. In fact, Cecilia was a Cuban exile who had come to Mexico from Miami, where he had links to the Cuban exile community, and had personally negotiated for manufacturing rights to the celebrated 9mm Parabellum machine pistol, better known as the Ingram M10. 23. Parabellum was a Miami-based arms sales firm set up by soldier of fortune Gary Patrick Hemming, and headed by Cuban exile Anselmo Allegro IV, whose father had been close to Batista. 24. Parabellum in turn was sales representative for Hemming's friend Mitch Wer Bell III, a mysterious white Russian, OSS China veteran, small arms manufacturer, and occasional U.S. intelligence operative, with unexplained relations to the CIA, DIA, and a major drugs for arms deal for which he was indicted but acquitted. 25. The government's case failed after the chief government witness, arms and dope smuggler Kenneth Bernstein, was killed in the crash of his private plane. 26. As we shall see, another client interested in producing the Ingram M10 machine pistol in Latin America, under license from Wer Bell, was the international fugitive and Nixon campaign contributor, Robert Vesco. Like other European journalists, Kruger notes that the same 9mm automatic pistol, better known, after its inventor, as the Ingram M10, was found in February 1977 among the effects of the Italian neo-fascist, Luigi Concutelli, of Ordine Nuovo, who had used it in the July 1976 political murder of the Italian centrist judge Vittorio Acurso. 27. Its presence among Concutelli's effects was considered especially significant because the M10, manufactured by Wer Bell's former firm the Military Armaments Corporation, was supposed to be delivered only to intelligence services, such as Spain's DGS, and every sale of the M10 required a special permit from the Munitions Control Branch of the U.S. State Department. According to the Spanish Minister of the Interior, Concutelli's Ingram M10 had been modified in a clandestine arms factory in Madrid, discovered in a raid by Madrid police on February 22, 1977. 28. Arrested in connection with that raid were 6 Italian leaders of Ordine Nuovo and Mario Sanchez Covasa, the leader of a Spanish terrorist group, the Guerrillas of Christ the King, or GCR, which had just assassinated a number of left-wing Spanish activists on the eve of Spain's first general election after the death of Franco. According to a detailed study by the French journalist Frédéric Laurent, the 2 chief advisors to Sanchez Covasa, the Italian Stefano Del Che and the Frenchman Yves Guérin-Serac, escaped arrest with the others. In turn, all but one of the rest were released 3 months later. The reason for this leniency, according to Laurent, was that the GCR had served as a parallel police for the Spanish Intelligence Service, DGS, in its murderous repression of the Basque, ETA, separatist terrorist network. 29. Clearly the Sanchez Covasa episode had international overtones, and a number of newspapers, even including the New York Times, mentioned speculations that the GCR might be functioning in coordination with a newly created fascist international. Such notions gained credence when Spanish police discovered among the GCR's assets 3 gold ingots which had been stolen the preceding summer by a group of French rightists and OAS veterans in a spectacular $10 million robbery of the Société Générale de Nice. 30. The leader of this well-organized group was Albert Spigayri, veteran of an OAS assassination attempt against de Gaulle. When Spigayri was captured by the French police in October 1976, the British press service Reuters noted reports from police sources that Spigayri had links with an international organization with members in right-wing circles in Italy, Lebanon, Britain, and elsewhere. 31. Spigayri's international milieu acquired an even more intriguing dimension when it was revealed that in September 1976, after the robbery, Spigayri had flown to Miami and offered his services as a mercenary to the CIA, citing his role in the Nice robbery as among his qualifications. Contrary to what he had expected, the CIA chose to transmit this information to the FBI, who in turn notified the French police through Interpol. It was this contact with the CIA which thus led to Spigayri's arrest 1 month later. After 37 hours of non-cooperation, Spigayri suddenly admitted his role in the Nice robbery. According to Le Monde, this was part of a negotiated deal with the French police. Spigayri would plead guilty to the $10 million robbery, and thereby escape indictment on a still more serious charge of international arms trafficking. Spigayri gained acceptance of this proposal after citing the name of an important personage in the Ministry of the Interior, sometime participant in the cabinet of French Interior Minister Michel Poniatowski, who, for various reasons, was aware of the traffics in which he, i.e. Spigayri, was involved. 32. 5 months later, in March 1977, Spigayri escaped by jumping through the second-story window of the Nice Palais de Justice, landing on the roof of a waiting truck. Meanwhile, the French weekly, L'Express, revealed that Spigayri had been in contact in 1976 with a gang in Rome, the Marseilles clan, who in turn had been close to Concutelli, and had been indicted by the latter's victim, Judge Accorcio. 33. As Henrik Kruger points out, CIA-trained Cubans and their new patrons from the intelligence service and parallel police of the military police states of Chile and Argentina, were also directly in touch with the so-called fascist international milieu of Concutelli's Orden Nuevo, Sanchez Covas's GCR and Spigayri's connection. As he points out, Kruger P204, an Argentine, Jorge Cesarski, and a Cuban, Carlos Perez, were arrested in January 1977, in connection with one of the murders organized by Sanchez Covas's GCR. 34. Carlos Perez is of particular interest to U.S. readers, because he was the Madrid representative of the Movimiento Nacionalista Cubana, MNC, an ideologically fascist Cuban exile group, 2 of whose leaders, Ignacio and Guillermo Novo Sampol, have recently been convicted in connection with the assassination in Washington, in September 1976, of former Chilean Foreign Minister Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Moffett. As has now been confirmed in part by a U.S. court, the assassination of Letelier by MNC members and Chilean intelligence agent Michael Townley was one of a series of crimes in which Cuban exile terrorists and Chilean officials have collaborated since 1973. 35. Senior members of the Chilean Junta Intelligence Service, DINA, initiated the Letelier murder, while junta leader Augusto Pinochet himself, according to a U.S. government official, was personally responsible. 36. One of these shootings, that of former Chilean Christian Democratic leader Bernardo Leighton and his wife, who was left paralyzed for life, took place in Rome in October 1975. 0. A Cuban exile terrorist group allied to the MNC, took credit for the shooting in a well-informed communique. American sources have claimed that the attack was arranged through either Michael Townley or his wife Mariana Callejas, working for 2 Chileans who had collaborated earlier on the murder of Chilean General René Schneider. 37. European journalists have added that the terrorists in Rome were connected to a former mercenary group, once based in Lisbon, known by its cover name of Aginter Press, and more particularly to Aginter's Italian correspondent Stefano Delce. 38. Both Aginter Press and the Townleys had collaborated in the 1973 Chilean coup group Patria y Libertad, a group indirectly subsidized by the CIA, while Delce and his friend, the Italian fascist Prince Valerio Borghese, had visited the Chilean junta in 1974. 39. Delce has already come to our attention as the Italian attached as senior advisor to the GCR in Spain, along with Yves Garin-Sirac, the former leader of Aginter Press and, like most Aginter members, a veteran of the OAS. We should like to recall that Delce and Garin-Sirac escaped because of their relationship to the Spanish DGS arrest for the same murder in Madrid, which led to the temporary arrest of Cuban MNC representative Carlos Porres. In other words, the Leitlier killing, horrible in itself, was only one incident in a larger web of international conspiracy. The Latin American aspect of this larger story has already been told in the United States, the creation of an international Cuban exile terrorist network at the service of dictatorships such as Brazil and Nicaragua, under the Somozas, in exchange for payments in arms and future support in actions against Fidel Castro. Thus the Leitlier killing has been traced back to the creation of a Cuban exile umbrella organization, CORU, Coordinación de Organizaciones Revolucionarias Unidas, in the Banao Mountains of the Dominican Republic, in June 1976, under the leadership of Cuban exile terrorist Orlando Bosch, who had visited Chile in December 1974 with Guillermo Novo, and had spent a year there at junta expense. 40. Bosch himself spoke to New Times reporter Blake Fleetwood about these activities. While declining to talk about the Leitlier killing, which was then under investigation, he cheerfully admitted setting up the murder of 2 Cuban diplomats in Argentina, in conjunction with the Argentine right-wing terrorist AAA, to which Jorge Cesarski, arrested in Spain, belonged. 41. Government sources told Saul Landau of the Transnational Institute in Washington that the Banao meeting, attended by a U.S. government informant, broke down into workshops for the planning of specific crimes, including the murder of Leitlier and the October 1976 bombing of a Cuban airliner, in which 73 people were killed. 42. Bosch returned from the Banao meeting to Venezuela, at the invitation, he maintains, of the Venezuelan intelligence service DIZIP, who gave him a DIZIP identification card. 43. Given the nature, and the scope, of this network of government-assisted terror, of which the U.S. government was well informed, it is interesting to recall the initial charade which the U.S. intelligence agencies put on for the benefit of the U.S. press. On October 11, 1976, Newsweek magazine reported that the CIA has concluded that the Chilean secret police were not involved in the death of Orlando Leitlier. The CIA also reassured the U.S. Department of Justice of this fact. A Washington Star reporter, October 8, 1976, was told by FBI sources that Leitlier might just as well have been killed by leftist extremists to create a martyr. David Binder of the New York Times reported, October 12, 1976, that intelligence officials were pursuing the possibility that Mr. Leitlier had been assassinated by Chilean left-wing extremists as a means of disrupting U.S. relations with the military junta. 44. But the biggest flood of distortion and rumors came from former and retired FBI and CIA officials. Members of such groups as the Association of Former Intelligence Officers, headed at that time by David Phillips, incidentally, headed the CIA's Latin American Covert Action Department at the time of the September 11, 1973 coup in Chile, delivered documents from Letelier's briefcase to suggest, falsely, that Leitlier was, not only a Cuban agent, but, a Soviet agent as well. 45. After persistent pressure from Letelier's U.S. associates and friendly journalists, Letelier's principal assassin, Michael Townley, has received a 10-year sentence, currently living under terms of the U.S. Federal Witness Protection Program. For some reason the CIA was withholding relevant information from the Justice Department at the same time it publicly advocated its theory of Dina's innocence. Those who ordered Townley's crime have not even been indicted. On the contrary, a related case against another Cuban exile for receiving heavy-caliber arms, reportedly in part payment for the Letelier Moffat murders, was unsuccessful. Largely, it has been charged, because the CIA helped throw the case. 46. As I write these words, a congressional committee has just released a bill which responds in part to mounting pressures to unleash the CIA. Thus Kruger's book is urgent and timely. It lifts the veil on the global networks of these parafascist terrorists who can so frequently plot and murder with impunity, thanks to their relationships and services to the intelligence agencies of the so-called free world. In short, it tells a story which our own media have systematically failed to tell. I cannot promise that his account is flawless. He writes about intrigues where disinformation is rife and the truth about an event is frequently misunderstood even by its participants. But he has brought together a prodigious amount of information, supported by shrewd analysis, particularly with respect to the European scene which he knows best. As for the American scene, it may be difficult on first reading to accept his hypothesis of a huge Miami conspiracy, now reaching out with a vengeance to Latin America, Kruger p. 204. Other observers of the so-called fascist international phenomenon, to use the term first given respectability by L. Emond, have seen it as more polycentric, continuously divided by sectarianism, paranoia, and the ultimate inadequacy of National Socialism as an international ideology. 47. But, even if nationalist ideologues continue to clash, there is unquestionably increasing international unity among the professional terrorists. I prefer to call the latter parafascists rather than fascists because their primary concern is neither ideology nor a mass movement, but rather to function covertly in the service of, or parallel to, intelligence bureaucracies. Among parafascists there is a tendency toward international cohesion, even if this is fluid, and requires no one single capital or base. Where Kruger focuses on Miami, others have focused on Madrid, Costa Rica, or Washington. Kruger's invaluable contribution is to have spelled out the pervasive role of narcotics in supplying finances, organization, and sanctions to this parafascist network, from the Argentine AAA to the World Anti-Communist League, WACL, founded by KMT intelligence personnel on Taiwan. Before World War II, the KMT regime in China was perhaps the best example of political manipulation of the narcotics traffic, under the guise of an opium suppression campaign, to finance both a political and an intelligence apparatus, under General Tiley. 48. This practice spread after World War II to a number of other WACL member countries and groups. Today there is cause to fear that Nixon's superagency, the Drug Enforcement Administration, has, like other narcotics enforcement agencies before it, come to use corrupt personnel who are actually part of the traffic, as part of a covert war against revolution. This is easiest to argue in the case of corrupt police forces overseas, such as the DIA-supported Thai Border Patrol Police who, by a massacre of unarmed Thai students, contributed to the overthrow of Thai democracy in October 1976. 49. But, in addition, Harper's Washington editor Jim Hoogan has raised the possibility that a super-secret internal DIA intelligence group called Deacon 1, consisting of 30 former CIA officers, all of them Cuban exiles, was taken over by Cuban exile extremists who may have felt a greater loyalty to the politics of Orlando Bosch than to the goals of the DIA. 50. Hoogan and Kruger cite the example of Deacon 1 operative Carlos Hernandez Rumbot, a convicted narcotics trafficker who became second in command of the Costa Rican Narcotics Division and allegedly also joined a local death squad. Hoogan asks whether the plans for Bosch's CORU and the DIA Deacon 1 operation in Costa Rica may not together explain the convergence in Costa Rica in 1974-76 of Robert Vesco, Mitch W. Bell, Santo Traficante, and Orlando Bosch, all of whose activities impinge on the same areas, exile politics, smuggling, and the CIA. 51. In support of this disturbing question, one can note that Bosch was given no less than 3 passports by Costa Rica in August 1976, right after the Bonao CORU meeting, and also that 10 months later Bosch's daughter and son-in-law were both arrested on charges of smuggling cocaine. 52. The U.S. government's narcotics mafia connection goes back, as is well known, to World War II. Two controversial joint operations between OSS, Office of Strategic Services, and ONI, U.S. Naval Intelligence, established contacts, via Lucky Luciano, with the Sicilian Mafia. 53. And, via Thai, with the dope-dealing Green Gang of Tu Yuen Sheng in Shanghai. 54. Both connections were extended into the post-war period as the Luciano and KMT networks slowly resumed their pre-war contacts. In Washington, in 1947, State Department official Walter Dowling noted with concern the efforts of an ex-OSS officer to reactivate the wartime OSS mafia connection. Future CIA officer James Angleton, then in an interim agency, SU, appears to have shared Dowling's repugnance, but one of the principal ex-OSS agents concerned, Max Corvo, now enjoyed influential private backing as a consultant to Italian-American industries in Sicily. 55. The deportation of Lucky Luciano to Sicily in 1946 was followed by that of more than 60 other American mafiosi, some of whom, like Frank Coppola, became not only key figures in the post-war Luciano Trafficante narcotics connection, but also political bosses whose mafia muscle ensured the election of Christian Democrat MPs. 56. Coppola's name has been linked, together with that of Interior Minister Mario Solba, to a May Day 1947 massacre at Portella del Ginestra, in which 8 people were killed by machine gun fire, and 33 were wounded. In all 498 Sicilians, mostly left-wingers, were murdered in 1948 alone, a revealing footnote to former CIA operative Miles Copeland's benign assurance that had it not been for the mafia the communists would by now be in control of Italy. 57. Meanwhile, in the United States, KMT agents helped establish a powerful China lobby, and collaborated with friends in U.S. agencies to target, and in some cases drive from government, old foes of the former U.S. KMT-Thai alliance including those inside the OSS. A scholarly book in 1960 noted that the narcotics business has been a factor in some activities and permutations of the China lobby, thus challenging the official Narcotics Bureau myth that KMT dope in this country was communist Chinese. 58. The Luciano and KMT networks had been in contact for U.S. dope distribution in the 1930s. Although there is no evidence of substantial collaboration between them in the 1950s, there are symptoms of increasing convergence, partly through agents who dealt with both. There is the example of George White, an FBN official and former OSS agent who testified to the Kefauver Committee that he had been approached on behalf of Luciano in 1943 by an old China trafficker, August Del Grazio. 59. White worked closely with the CIA in the post-war years and, under FBN cover, ran one of their LSD experiments in Project MK/Ultra. 60. In 1948 White was back in Europe, intending to check up personally on Luciano and his narcotics associate Nick Gentile, another former U.S. gangster who, like Vito Genovese, had worked for the Allied military government in Sicily. 61. Soon afterwards mafia traffickers in the United States began to be arrested, but not men like Luciano, Gentile, or Coppola. By the time of White's visit to Marseilles, the CIA and AFL organizer Irving Brown were already subsidizing the use of Corsican and Italian gangsters to oust communist unions from the Marseilles port. Brown's CIA case officer, Paul Saquet, has confirmed that by the time CIA subsidies were terminated in 1953, Brown's chief contact with the Marseilles underworld, Pierre Ferry Pisani, no longer needed U.S. support, because of the profits his newly gained control of the port supplied from the heroin traffic. 62. Under the oversight of Ferry Pisani and the Guarini gang, Corsican traffickers worked with the Luciano network and in the 1950s were its chief source of refined heroin. This alone might help explain the apparent immunity of Luciano's network, to which Le Monde alluded, along with that of its Corsican suppliers, about which Le Monde was silent. Although White worked on the Luciano and Corsican cases, his FBN reputation had been made in 1937 by smashing a major distribution network headed by the pro-KMT Chinese Tong gang, in San Francisco, the Hip Sings. 63. But by 1951 the CIA was closely allied with KMT drug operations in Burma and Yunnan, through a Miami-based proprietary, C Supply Incorporated, organized by OSS veteran Paul Helliwell. 64. In 1959 the FBN and White again arrested a new generation of Hip Sing officials, but only after the ringleader, Chung Wing-fong, a former Hip Sing president and official of the San Francisco Chinese Anti-Communist League, a KMT front, had yielded his passport to the U.S. consul in Hong Kong and then traveled as ordered to Taiwan. 65. In this way Fong became no more than an unindicted conspirator and the KMT disappeared from view. White, meanwhile, turned around and told the U.S. press the heroin came from communist China, most of it from a vast poppy field near Chungking. 66. In China, if not in Italy, White's concern about dope seems to have centered on networks within U.S. borders, not on the international suppliers. In 1953-54 the CIA drew on old China hands with exposure to KMT traffic, Chenault, Willauer, William Pauly, Howard Hunt, to set up the overthrow of the Arbenz government in Guatemala, an operation which at least contemplated the use of Puerto Rican and Cuban gangsters. 67. As part of this operation, we see CIA officer Howard Hunt, a veteran with his friend Lucien Conian and Conian's friend W.E.R. Bell of OSS operations in China under Helliwell, helping in 1954 to set up what would eventually become the Latin American branch of the KMT-backed World Anti-Communist League. 4 years later the chairman of this group was the Guatemalan attorney of New Orleans mafia leader Carlos Marcelo. 68. Nevertheless, in the late 1950s it seemed unlikely that the heroin connection, outside of countries directly involved, like Laos, would either have a major impact on U.S. policy or become a significant alternative to it. With the decline of Cold War paranoia, events seemed to be moving towards normalization. All this changed with the 1960s, when the CIA reassembled for the Bay of Pigs the old Guatemala team, including Hunt, Willauer, and Pauly, who oversaw Cuban recruitment. With the failure of the Bay of Pigs, Cuba became to America what Algeria had been to France. The explosive political controversy meant that thousands of Cuban exiles, many of them with backgrounds in the Havana milieu, were trained by the U.S. as guerrillas and or terrorists, then left in political limbo. Many of them soon turned to smuggling to augment their finances, and in some cases supplant their original political objectives. At least one CIA project growing out of Operation 40, the control element in the Bay of Pigs invasion force, had to be terminated, when the drug activities of its members became too embarrassing. 69. In 1973, Newsday reported that at least 8% of the 1,500-man Bay of Pigs invasion force has subsequently been investigated or arrested for drug dealing. 70. By this time many Bay of Pigs veterans were working for either Vesco or Traffic Anti. 71. Both the lucrative drug traffic and its anti-communist politics began increasingly to get out of U.S. control. This was particularly true when, after the death of President Kennedy, the U.S. lent a hand to military coups in Brazil, the Dominican Republic, and Greece, nations which in turn became bases for further right-wing activities in other countries. America's lack of enthusiasm for the fascist clients it had helped to procreate, only had the effect of encouraging them to plot more energetically with each other, and to lobby lavishly for more right-wing policies in Washington. It was in this period that mercenary terrorism, illicit arms traffic, and drug traffic, consolidated into one increasingly global milieu. The long-delayed founding of the World Anti-Communist League in Taiwan in 1967 may be a less significant symptom of this trend than the Greek coup of the same year, after which the KYP, the Greek CIA, became an active fomenter of para-fascist terror tactics in the rest of Europe. 72. The official termination of the CIA Mongoose project against Cuba in the same year left a colossal disposal problem: what to do with the estimated 7,000 trained Cubans. Here America seems to have followed the example set by de Gaulle. Some of these Cuban exiles were absorbed into other CIA and Pentagon operations, some went to work as did David for intelligence services in Latin America, some were retained by the CIA to report on their former colleagues and even to eliminate the more troublesome of them. But each of these solutions ran the risk of giving more power to the very elements whom the CIA wished to disperse. This was the situation faced by Richard Nixon on his election. Several studies of Richard Nixon have focused on his contacts since 1946 with elements from organized crime, mostly through his early political advisor Murray Schoediner, and his close friend and business associate Bebe Rebozo. Kirkpatrick Sale has suggested that it is possible that Richard Nixon was one more of the large number of politicians in this country who have been bought or cajoled into the service of the ends of organized crime. 73. Yet this dark hypothesis is, I think, as oversimplified as its opposite. Like every one of his predecessors since at least World War II, Nixon, to become elected, had made accommodations to all of the prominent political forces in the coalition he represented, including the inevitable connection to organized crime. It may well be that in his early career these connections were more prominent than in the case of Lyndon Johnson, who started as FDR's protege, or John F. Kennedy, who was born wealthy, and could leave dirty business connections to his father. But it was also apparent, even before he was elected in 1968, that Nixon sought to pursue a foreign policy that would be independent of the early KMT, and other money which had first helped him to become a national political figure. Faced with the growing and closely related problems of right-wing terrorism and of the international narcotics traffic, Nixon's approach seems to have been that of a self-perceived political realist, to gain control of, redirect, and manipulate the problem forces, rather than to somehow make them magically disappear. It is unlikely that these objectives were unrelated to his foreign policy efforts to establish links to mainland China, for this policy challenged the powerful China lobby which had supported him in the past. It may be no coincidence that the proclamation of the war on drugs, Kissinger's secret trip to Peking, and the establishment in the White House of what the president called a non-legal team, the Plumbers, including Hunt and Konian, all took place within a month of each other in mid-1971. Thus in Miami Nixon appointed an energetic U.S. attorney, Robert Rust, who in June 1970 rounded up ex-CIA Cubans like Juan Restoy in Operation Eagle. This unusual zeal, according to Hank Messick, made Rust an exception to the South Florida Don T. Rock the Boat tradition. 74. But Nixon's appointments to the federal court in the Miami area, one of whom was close to Paul Helliwell and had served as director of a bank accused of laundering money for Meyer Lansky, were not so gung-ho, and eventually most of Rust's indictments in Operation Eagle were overturned in court. Meanwhile the non-legal team at the White House, thanks to Howard Hunt, began to recruit men like Frank Sturgis, whose FBI file linked him to possible organized crime activities, and Felipe de Diego, a colleague of Restoy in the CIA's Operation 40 project which had to be closed down because of its narcotics involvement. Nixon, following de Gaulle's example, seems to have taken steps to restore control by the White House over a milieu which the U.S. government itself had helped to create. Like the French, he seems to have turned to elements of the milieu to work against it, but he seems to have had worse luck in those whom he picked. In his memoirs Nixon tells how, less than 2 weeks after the Watergate break-in, Haldeman said that the whole thing was so ludicrous that Dean had not discounted the possibility that we were dealing with a double agent who purposely blew the operation. Otherwise it was just too hard to figure out. 75. 8 years of journalistic books on Watergate, most of which barely mention the narcotics responsibilities of the so-called plumbers, have not come up with any better explanation. Edward J. Epstein's book on Nixon's drug policies, which ipso facto is a book about Watergate, analyzes the shortcoming of the journalists. The White House timetable for consolidating its power over the investigative agencies of the government was rudely interrupted on June 17, 1972, when Washington, D.C., police arrested 5 men in the national headquarters of the Democratic Party in the Watergate apartment and office complex. With Nixon's impending re-election threatening the very independence of the power base of the investigative agencies, there were strong forces within the executive branch of the government which would not only refuse to help cover up the embarrassing connection but would actively work to disclose it. Richard Helms had been told that Nixon planned to replace him immediately after the election, and he feared, as he told me subsequently, that Nixon also planned to destroy his agency. The Battle of the Leaks, as Coulson called it, began to sink the Nixon administration. Consider, for example, the problem of Woodward and Bernstein, of the Washington Post. Woodward was receiving information from Robert Foster Bennett, of Robert R. Mullen and Company, that focused the blame for Watergate on Charles Colson. If he had assumed that Bennett was providing him with this information for anything more than a disinterested purpose, he would have had to ask whom Bennett worked for, what the true business of Mullen and Company was, and why Bennett wanted him to steer his investigation away from the CIA and toward Charles Colson. He then would have found that Mullen and Company was a CIA front organization and was aware that Bennett was giving information to Woodward, and that the CIA was trying to divert attention from itself, and succeeding, in the Washington Post, because a number of the conspirators involved in the Watergate burglary had also been involved in operations that the CIA had directly supported, such as the Plumbers. Moreover, the very fact that a CIA front group was providing information that was undermining the Nixon administration pointed to a conflict between Nixon and the CIA. Woodward and Bernstein, however, could not have reported these implications and thus could not have depicted the power struggle between the President and the CIA without revealing one of their prime sources. For the same reason, the reporters who received Nixon's tax returns from officials of the Internal Revenue Service could not have revealed this as evidence of a struggle between disgruntled members of the Treasury Department and the President without also revealing that they were no more than messengers for insurgents struggling against the President. By not revealing their sources, they received the Pulitzer Prize. 76. Epstein views Watergate as optimistically as Edmund Burke saw the Whig Revolution of 1688, as a restoration of decorum after tyrannous encroachment, a revolution not so much made as prevented. The revolt of the bureaucrats thus succeeded in blocking Nixon's plan to gain control over the investigative agencies of the government in his second term. 77. This optimism assumes that Nixon himself was the problem, not the monster DIA agency which outlasted him or the CIA Cubans it recruited. It is true that the Watergate exposures put an end to Hunt's little-known recruitment of a secret army of Cuban exiles no fewer than 120, according to CBS, answerable only to the White House, and equipped to assassinate foreign leaders. 78. But some of the old China hands with network connections began moving to the new DIA. As we have seen, Hunt secured a post for his old OSS Kunming friend Lucien Konian in what eventually became DIA, and Konian in turn recruited his own band of CIA Cubans in Deacon I, at least one of whom, according to CIA reports, has already taken part in a death squad operation. 79. Nor did Watergate have a good effect on narcotics enforcement. On the contrary, the Watergate disclosures were followed by a marked drop-off in high-level drug conspiracy arrests. Senate investigator Philip R. Manuel reported in 1975 that from 1917 through early 1973 federal narcotics enforcement had its period of greatest success, but failed to hold its gains thereafter. 80. The new DIA soon came under both Senate and Justice Department scrutiny for a series of irregularities, including what one Senate staff report called unprofessional conduct in failing to pursue a Vesco narcotics lead. 81. The terrorism connection which would survive Nixon's departure from office was not confined to Konian's Cuban squad in DIA. In 1975, when one Agenter press operative was overseeing the attempted murder of Bernardo and Anna Layton in Rome, another was consulting in Washington with right-wing Senator Strom Thurmond and with an official of President Ford's National Security Council. The second Agenter operative was former OAS member Jean Dennis Rangiard, and he sought, but failed to obtain U.S. support for a plan by which the Azores would secede from Portugal. Aginter's plan seen for the secession involved a deal whereby a U.S. firm, with links to a New York mafia family, would obtain rights for a casino, a bank, and, as one might have predicted, 2 diplomatic passports. 82. Although the Ford administration did not ultimately buy the illegal proposal, they were more worried by the Portuguese reaction. Neither did they discourage Reingiard's lobbying efforts among the Republican right wing. The next year U.S. agencies helped cover up the murder of Leitlier by Aginter's Cuban allies in CORU, in a plot of which they may have had foreknowledge. Whatever one may think of the Carter administration, it does not seem to have been as protective of Aginter, CORU, or their connections in the international arms and drug traffic. There are, however, 2 separate reasons why Henrik Kruger's exposé of the international parafascist connection is a timely one, and particularly important to U.S. readers. The first reason is that a number of recent revelations, which I have explored elsewhere, link those in the Aginter-CORU connection to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. At least 3 Cubans prominent in the Leitlier case have also been revealed, by the recent publications of the House Select Committee on Assassinations, to have been allied in a 1963 Cuban exile junta which, the committee reported, warranted a thorough investigation in the Kennedy assassination case. Lee Harvey Oswald's activities in New Orleans brought him into contact with an anti-Castro group financially backed by this junta, and to Americans with links to the future Aginter community and possibly the OAS. And on November 23, 1963, Jean-René Sueter, an OAS terrorist and future Aginter operative, was, according to recently declassified CIA reports, allegedly expelled from the United States at Fort Worth or Dallas 18 hours after the assassination. 83. More currently, there are press reports that Ronald Reagan, if elected President of the United States, would appoint Richard V. Allen to succeed Kissinger and Brzezinski as his special assistant for national security affairs. Richard Allen, who had been Nixon's first choice for the Plumbers Unit, is known to have represented Robert Vesco in Washington back in 1972, the year in which Vesco flew from a meeting with Lansky's representative Dino Cellini to Costa Rica, and initiated the contacts which later led to the proposed deal to manufacture Ingram M10s in Costa Rica, between Vesco and Parabellum, Allegro, and W.E.R. Bell. Allen is also said to have been one of the U.S. contacts of the Aginter Plan Ucene lobbyists who were proposing an economic free zone for the Azores, and the U.S. Mafia, much like that which Vesco, at Allen's suggestion, was proposing for Costa Rica. 84. Richard Allen, to be sure, is no Vesco or Reingiard, but a professional Cold Warrior who in 1975 helped organize the Committee on the Present Danger, a coalition against détente, uniting such veterans of the CIA military financial establishment as Paul Nitze, Gordon Gray, Gen. Maxwell D. Taylor, Arthur H. Dean, and Vesco's attorney Edward Bennett Williams. Nevertheless, unlike any previous national security advisor, but very much like some of the younger intellectual members of CPD, Allen comes out of the circle of ideological right-wing think tanks which have advocated rollback rather than containment, which have collaborated with the Chilean junta, and which have been in touch with their European opposite numbers who in turn have had contact with Aginter and or the OAS. Whether or not he has a future in the White House, Allen's past involvement with both the Vesco milieu and the Wall Street establishment should remind U.S. readers that there is much more to the former than Caribbean exoticism, and much more to the latter than Council on Foreign Relations meetings and the sedate journalism of the New York Times. As long as the CORU planners of Letelier's assassination remain protected and unindicted, we must accept that terrorism in this country still enjoys the intelligence immunity which it did in the 1960s in Italy and France. With the advantage of his European experience, Henrik Kruger has seen the full scope of this international parafascism, more clearly than any U.S. journalist I know of. If we in this country wish to do something about the problem he describes, we will do well to begin by studying this book. Peter Dale Scott. Berkeley, June 1980. Part I. Beau Serge. 1. The prisoner. It must have been prisoner 77,343's worst dream come true when, on October 1, 1979, he was transferred to Hell's Waiting Room, the federal penitentiary in Atlanta. In Atlanta's nightmare of a maximum security prison, Dominique Orsini, prisoner 77,343's friend and partner in the branch of the French mafia known as Gruppo Francis, had been murdered in an isolation cell on April 12, 1978. In the same prison 6 months earlier, their heroin customer, Vincent Papa, had been eliminated by contract killing. 1 And before that, Orsini's lawyer, Gino Gallina, had been shot down in New York. 2. Of 9 murders committed within Atlanta's walls over a 17-month period in 1977 to 78, at least 4 were contracts on mafia-connected narcotics dealers, of whom Orsini and Papa were among the elite. 3 Since then the killings have continued, despite federal investigation of the obsolete 78-year-old prison. 4. To the honorable men who drive up in black cars and flash their CIA, FBI, and DIA IDs, prisoner 77,343 remains the subject of intense interrogation, and that is another reason for his constant fear all these years. He knows prison walls won't stop his enemies or, for that matter, his friends. In his business there's little difference. Thus each time a guard sends in food he sniffs it, pokes at it, tastes it cautiously. That is how it's been for 7 years. Only now, in Atlanta, the odds are worse than ever. The prisoner who knows too much is Christian David, age 50, French, known among friends as Beau Serge, and by more recent acquaintances in Latin America and the US as Eduardo and Jean-Pierre. Among French connection notables he's a legend, a man whose mystique grows with each new tale of his exploits. 5. He's been a pimp, robber, hired assassin for French intelligence, hatchet man in Algiers torture chambers, arms trader, spy, narcotics trafficker and, true to form, lover of beautiful women. He's one of the few alive who knows the truth about the Ben Barka affair that shook France in 1965. 6. He knows details of the brutal power struggle within French intelligence agencies, of STIS collaboration with the Corsican Mafia, and of secret CIA operations in Latin America. Ample grounds for anyone's paranoia. But David is cunning and tough, and that is why he's still alive. He arrived in the US on November 17, 1972 from Brazil, where he'd been arrested as the head of the huge narcotics smuggling ring, the Brazilian Connection. International law actually gave extradition priority to France, where he'd been sentenced to death in absentia for murdering a police officer. But the Americans were not about to let the drug kingpin slip through their fingers. When fetched from his cell in Brazil, David was desperate. Unsure of his destination, fearing it was France and a guillotine, he smashed a light bulb and swallowed the fragments. Even so, as he later claimed, the Americans filled me with drugs and carried me off to a military plane which flew me to the USA 7. Following a short hospital stay, he was hauled to a Brooklyn courthouse where the judge set bail at $2.5 million. Fearing the amount was not beyond the means of David's connections, authorities rammed his case through the labyrinth of justice. Within 2 weeks of his arrival, federal judge Jacob Mishler sentenced Beau Serge to 20 years in prison for smuggling half a ton of heroin into the United States. During his trial, proof was obtained of David's activities on behalf of a very special branch of French intelligence known as Service d'Action Civique, SAC. His tricolored SAC ID placed on display, David explained, "I was taken from prison in 1961 to work for an organization called SAC. It was arranged by someone with connections in the highest political circles." 8. Of his confinement in Brazil, he had this to add: "I was tortured by the Brazilians for 30 days and fed nothing for 26 days. They stole all my money. Today I can't afford a lawyer, I haven't a cent." 9. According to Armand, his compatriot and prison mate for the trial, "When I saw David in the West Street jail, I could hardly recognize him, so terribly had the Brazilians mauled him." 10. This doesn't quite jibe with David's later writing a Parisian friend of his desire to be transferred back to Brazil. But the ways of Christian David are often inexplicable. And for some the thought of torture is more bearable than that of death. After his arrival in the U.S., David's attitude often shifted, depending on where he saw the greatest dangers. After his sentence was pronounced, he told FBI detectives, "If I had been extradited to France instead of abducted from Brazil, I would only have gotten 3 years. They would have forgotten about Golly Bird, the police lieutenant he'd murdered in Paris." But he later wrote the writer Daniel Guérin, "If you get me a guarantee I won't be extradited to France, I'll tell you the truth about the Ben Barka affair." The French government's 2 official attempts to have David extradited failed. And the French press has been surprisingly indifferent. 1 year after David was jailed in the U.S., at first in the Marion, Illinois pen, François reported he had shaved his beard, lost weight, complained of heart trouble, and sought admission to Springfield Military Hospital. On examination, however, the prison doctor found him in excellent health. Another year passed and the following item appeared: David acts deranged, darts about his cell, knocks his head against the wall, gesticulates weirdly, tears at his hair and screams he's being devoured by rats. 11. Then, in the summer of 1975, the beautiful Simone Delamere, his mistress in Brazil, came to Paris to plead David's cause with the press. In a letter to her dated January 29, 1975, he had written, "I'm doing all I can to avoid extradition to France. All I ask is to be treated like any other inmate. I'm locked in a windowless 2x2 meter cell, never see a ray of sunshine, have no idea of day or night. I hardly sleep anymore because of the evil atmosphere around me. I'm afraid they'll poison my food. The doctor examines me in 2 minutes. I speak no English and he knows no French. So he can't understand I have heart pains." 12. After a long silence it was finally reported that on December 6, 1979 Ms. Delamere had visited Beauserge in Atlanta. In a photo she had taken of their reunion, he no longer seemed particularly handsome. The loss of nearly all his hair had been compensated by a full beard. He reportedly wore strong glasses and was in bad health. A cancer specialist was said to visit him regularly. 13. Despite appearances, few believe that David is truly incapacitated. He will stop at nothing, the authorities suspect. After all, he escaped from prison earlier in his career by playing mad. But would it really be so strange if he were disturbed? Few can take the constant fear of a sudden death, fed by memories of a life such as his. Christian David fears both his friends from the Mafia and SAC and his enemies from the SDS and CIA. But some of them are equally afraid of him. Why? This book does not provide the ultimate answer, but it will lift a corner or two of the veil placed over his record. 2. The dubious alliance. The love affair of French intelligence and the underworld, the catalyst for Christian David's ascent in gangland, was a product of Franco-American ingenuity. In 1942 Thomas Dewey was the governor of New York. In an earlier role as district attorney he'd won fame battling organized crime. He'd put his most infamous victim, top mafioso Lucky Luciano, away in 1936 for white slavery. However, syndicate super-strategist Meyer Lansky had vowed to get his partner out of jail, and Dewey did an about-face when he found himself dependent on the mob as election time approached. Naval intelligence badly needed the assistance of Luciano, who held sway over New York's longshoremen. One word from the capo and they would rid the harbor of Axis powers agents and saboteurs who threatened the war effort. The Navy approached Dewey, who in turn arranged a meeting with Lansky and Moses Polikoff, Luciano's lawyer. They agreed that since only Lansky could prevail upon Luciano, he would visit his boss in prison. When Lansky proposed a deal guaranteeing him his freedom at war's end, Luciano agreed to cooperate. 1. Thus began Operation Underworld. Luciano ordered his men to obey Lansky, who became the liaison with naval intelligence. Moreover, Luciano's contacts ensured the Allies a soft landing for their invasion of Sicily. In early 1946 Luciano saw his reward. Dewey pardoned and deported him along with some of his lieutenants, but not before he met with agents of the CIA's forerunner, the Office of Strategic Services, OSS. When Luciano's ship embarked for Italy, the U.S. appeared to be taking leave of an honored guest. Besides Lansky, Frank Costello, and other mafia dons, a host of politicians bade him farewell, as longshoremen kept reporters at bay. Social unrest was then sweeping Europe, particularly France and Italy, where communists, respected for their anti-fascist resistance during the war, were fast gaining ground. The renowned Wild Bill Donovan, wartime head of the OSS, conceived the idea of using the mob to battle the Reds. Though enormously successful, the strategy also resulted, albeit inadvertently, in mafia inroads in intelligence and politics, both in Europe and the United States. In 1947 the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, was established, just at the peak of France's political crisis. The center of unrest was Marseilles, where U.S. intelligence agents were already on the job. J. Lovestone and Irving Brown, under cover of the International Ladies' Garment Workers Union, ILGUA, had infiltrated French trade unions and were handing out money left and right. 2. In November 1947, the CIA's first director, Admiral Hillenkoetter, sent a team of experienced anti-communist agents to Paris and Marseilles. It consisted of 3 OSS veterans and 3 representatives of the American Federation of Labor, AFL. They were told to do something, anything. 3. Pitched battles disrupted Paris the day the team arrived. The communists had called for a struggle against the Parti Américain and the Ramadier government had been toppled. When the agents hit Marseilles, the red flag waved over the Palace of Justice, and the leftists appeared in control of the city. The 6 agents wired home that the situation was desperate and that drastic measures were needed. Those measures required gangsters from the Italian and Corsican underworld, hordes of whom were sent into battle. Their methods were brutal, the fight short but bloody. Within weeks the hoods had the situation under control. The CIA had been able to mobilize them so rapidly thanks to an important local ally. In early 1947 General de Gaulle had formed a right-wing anti-communist front, the Rassemblement du Peuple Français, RPF, forerunner of the present-day Gaullist Party, UDR. It soon established a security corps known as the Service d'Ordre du RPF, SODU RPF. The corps made extensive use of Corsican gangsters against its political enemies. Dominique Pontchardieu, its commander, later glorified the escapades of his guerrillas in a series of novels. Other ringleaders included Roger Frey, Roger Barbarat, Alexander Sanguinetti, Paul Comite, and Jacques Faucart. 4. The Socialist Party also plunged in headlong against the Communists, and worked especially closely with the CIA. Its security corps, the Sceaux de la SFIO, also numbered Corsican hoods in its ranks. Among the criminals recruited in 1947 by the CIA and SODU RPF were the Guarini brothers, the Francisci clan, Joe Ranucci and Joe Attia, pillars of the underworld about whom we'll say more in the chapters that follow. Unfortunately for the 6-man CIA team, word of their underworld partnership arrived before them in Washington, where they were fired on the spot. 5. But that did not stop the CIA from maintaining contact with gangsters at home and abroad. On the contrary, the partnership expanded with time. 3. The French underworld. The French underworld is divided into 2 main groups, the Corsican Mafia and the independent, non-Corsican gangs. The latter are undisciplined and lack political influence. The Corsican Mafia, on the other hand, is as well organized as the Sicilian and probably wields even greater political clout. The story of the Corsican Mafia recalls that of the Sicilian. It was started by immigrants who left an island of hunger, underdevelopment, and desperation. At the turn of the century the Corsicans poured into France, particularly Marseilles. At first it was everyone for themselves. Then blood-bound clans emerged to control prostitution and the smuggling of alcohol and cigarettes. The take was initially divided equitably, but dissension soon broke out and the years since have been marked by a succession of bloody inter-family feuds. Narcotics, heroin above all, brought the Corsicans their wealth and power. Marseilles became the heroin stronghold, as local underworld chemists learned to turn out the drug with pure, chalk-white quality. Most of it was sold on the U.S. market, where Italian and Cuban wholesalers entered the scene. In 1971 the Corsican Mafia delivered 80% of the heroin on the U.S. market. They deposited their millions in Bahamian, Swiss, and Lebanese banks, reinvesting some of it later in legal enterprise. 1. Drug trader Richard Burden, a non-Corsican gangster, described his Corsican colleagues as follows: most of them began as or still were pimps. They generally regarded anyone who did not have a Marseilles accent, didn't drink pastis or swoon over bouillabaisse, as suspect. We in Paris, especially we young hoods who came of age in the 60s, in our own way felt just as superior. We dressed mod, they dressed hood, we spoke decent French, they spoke broken Midi, we knew how to order good food and wine, they reeked of garlic and pastis, we knew how to escort and talk to women, they considered them all as hookers. Our profession often brought us into contact. But it was a shaky marriage at best, too. Not all Corsicans fit Burden's description. Corsican capos live lives of fabulous luxury, with vast palaces outside Marseilles, and similar abodes in Paris and Corsica. They throw lavish parties teeming with politicians, or invite them for cruises aboard their yachts. The Guarini clan was the first to truly dominate the Corsican mafia. It centered around the brothers Antoine, Barthélemy, Mime, Lucien, François, Pascal, and Pierre Guarini, who had been shepherd boys on Corsica before coming to Marseilles in 1912. By the close of the 20s, after prolonged and bloody vendettas, the Guarinis and their allies had risen to the top. There they remained for over 30 years. Throughout their reign Antoine, the oldest, headed the clan, and the Corsican mafia as a whole. The Guarinis were among the first to systematically organize the smuggling of opium and morphine base from Turkey and other Middle Eastern countries. They also started the production and marketing of heroin. Heroin laboratories sprouted all over Marseilles, where there was ample room for other gangs to operate either independently or in collaboration with the Guarinis. The legendary Joe Cesare ensured the famous and coveted quality of Marseilles heroin. A self-taught chemist, he was a true master in the lab. No one in the world could teach him about the art of making heroin. He built and ran the great majority of Marseilles heroin labs until 1972. Wisely, the Guarini brothers cultivated allies among politicians. Because of Marseilles' traditional socialist allegiance, they supported Gaston Defferre, mayor of Marseilles since 1953 and, in 1969, the Socialist Party's presidential candidate. Beyond France's borders the Guarinis were in contact with the CIA, with whom they battled communists in 1947. Even master heroin chemist Cesare allegedly had CIA connections. 3. World War II brought a number of changes in the Marseilles underworld. The Carbone Spirito gang, number 2 in the hierarchy, was decimated during the post-war purge for its collaboration with the Gestapo. 4 Joe Orsini and Auguste Ricord, 2 of its lieutenants, fled respectively to Canada and South America, there to become important international narcotics figures. This allowed Joe Ranucci's gang to assume the number 2 spot. Ranucci, Lucky Luciano's French contact, was politically active for the right wing, so do RPF. 5 His lieutenants included Marcel Francisci and the brothers Dominique and Jean Venturi. Francisci was born in Corsica in 1919 and demonstrated great organizational talent from an early age. He spun a web of connections on his native island. He fought with the Free French forces in Italy during the war and won medals for valor. After the armistice he joined Ranucci's Marseilles gang and began smuggling cigarettes and silk stockings. He also made good narcotics contacts in the Arab lands. 6. Starting in 1947, Ranucci lent Francisci and other underlings to the SODU RPF as campaign guards and anti-communist strongmen. Seizing the opportunity, Francisci befriended members of the coterie surrounding Charles de Gaulle, future Secretary-General Sanguinetti, future Interior Minister Frey, future Police Chief Jean Bozzi, future Parliament Chairman Achilles Peretti, future Minister for African Affairs and Intelligence Chief Jacques Foccart, and future Chief Bodyguard for de Gaulle, Paul Committee, to name a few. 7 Francisci himself was to become a leader of the Gaullist party on Corsica and sit prominently on the island's administration, his residency in Paris notwithstanding. Ranucci's death in November 1958 spawned the Francisci Venturi clan. The nation-hopping Joe Orsini returned to join the organization in 1964, while Jean Venturi left for Canada to assume control of the U.S.-bound narcotics traffic. Though Francisci was in charge, he returned to Paris and left the dirty work in Marseilles to the others. That work consisted almost exclusively of the production and smuggling of heroin. In Paris, Francisci spent much of his time playing politics and investing his wealth in restaurants, casinos, and real estate. His influence in the Gaullist party grew with his bank account. To play it safe, the Francisci Venturi clan took out 2 political insurance policies. Dominique Venturi stuck with Marseilles socialist Mayor Defer, as had the Guyanese before him. 8 Though his men served in the Socialist Security Force, Venturi himself worked for the Gaullist SAC. At some point in the mid-60s, the Francisci Venturi clan decided to push the Guarini brothers out of the picture. 2 masked motorcyclists shot down Antoine Guarini on June 23, 1967. Weeks later, Marcel Francisci was shot at during a political meeting in Ajaccio, Corsica, but managed to reach cover. 4 Guarini lieutenants were killed in the next 3 months. On December 14, 1967, 2 men were blown to bits planting a bomb in Francisci's home near Paris. No one else was hurt. Francisci's comment, "I forgive them." On June 21, 1968, Francisci again escaped with his life, this time from a restaurant in Corsica, as 5 men sprayed machine gun bullets in his wake. Passers-by weren't as fortunate. 1 was killed, 5 others were wounded. The machine gunners were taken care of 4 months later in a Montmartre bar, by police-clad gangsters. Mime Guarini's efforts to avenge his brother's death ended with his 20-year murder sentence on January 16, 1970. With brother François' death in prison 1 year earlier, the Guyanese no longer stood in the way of the Francisci Venturi mob. U.S. narcotics police have long eyed Marcel Francisci, the man they refer to as Mr. Heroin. Whenever they try nailing him, however, they run into a roadblock. According to Francisci's supporters in French politics, he's a respected businessman, not a gangster. 9 At Fouquet, the flagship of his restaurant chain on Paris' Champs-Élysées, politicians and businessmen make important deals over dinner. Francisci's direct underworld contacts are people he can trust completely, his brothers Jean, François, and Roland, with whom he meets almost daily. Under President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, who is not a Gaullist, Francisci has become even more careful. Furthermore, since 1972 the police have closed down many of his heroin operations. But Francisci has the wherewithal to survive hard times. 10. Of the non-Corsican gangsters, the greatest was Joe Attia, France's most colorful criminal until his death in 1972. Though mentioned primarily because he was responsible for Christian David's recruitment as a barbooze, specialist in undercover political violence, spook, he was also the first gangster to become an international espionage agent. He was born on June 10, 1918. His mother was a worker in Rennes, his father a Tunisian passing through. He was raised in a convent until age 12, when he was sent to earn his keep on a farm. Out of the hard grind came the magnificent physique that would become his underworld trademark. But by age 16 he'd had it with farm life. He headed to Marseilles and joined a gang of youths. Within a year police caught him red-handed in a break-in. He was sent to North Africa with a penal battalion. There he learned to box and to kill, and became a close friend of Marseille's gangster Pierre Loutrel. Upon their release, Attia plunged back into the Marseille's underworld and Loutrel headed to Paris. During the war Attia worked with the French resistance force, the Maquis. His main contribution was to confine his thievery to Germans and their French collaborators. But he allegedly also helped hundreds of Jews to cross the border to Spain. In July 1942 the Gestapo arrested him and sentenced him, first to death, later to the concentration camp at Mauthausen. Within days of his arrival there, Attia glanced through his barracks window to discover an SS agent beating a defenseless prisoner. Infuriated, he sprang through the door and knocked the SS man down with a booming right. Had it not been for high-ranking German officers impressed with his valor, Attia would have been executed on the spot. Fear did not stop Joe Attia. From the German supply depot he stole food for fellow inmates and medicine for the ill among them. Indebted to Attia for their survival of Mauthausen were future Justice Minister Edmund Michelet and Mirage jet manufacturer Marcel Dassault. The hero of Mauthausen, Attia became the prisoners' spokesman. Following the war Charles de Gaulle himself appointed Joe Attia to the Legion of Honor. Still, a hero's glory buys no bread. Joe thought of entering the boxing ring, but the first manager he approached broke up at the sight of Attia's tattooed body. "We're looking for a boxer," he said, "not a roadmap." By chance Joe ran into his old friend from the penal battalion, Pierre Loutrel. In the meantime Loutrel had become one of Paris' leading crooks, Pierrot le Fou, the Crazy. During the war Loutrel and his right-hand man Georges Bouchezich had collaborated with the Gestapo. But Joe let bygones be bygones and joined the Auto Gang, which was then laying France to waste with a string of murders and bank robberies. On September 25, 1946 police finally caught up with the Auto Gang in the town of Champigny, southwest of Paris. 300 policemen were dispatched in armored cars to the hotel where the gang was holed up. There followed an exchange of fire in the classic Chicago tradition. Other than a few underlings, the only gangsters present were Attia and Bouchezich. Pierrot le Fou was dining at a nearby restaurant. When the sound of gunfire reached him, Loutrel sprang into his brand new armored Delahaye, not to flee, but to rescue his pals. At top speed he swung through the bullet shower at the hotel entrance and jammed on the brakes long enough for Attia to jump in. He then floored the gas pedal and disappeared. The gendarmes were left gaping. Bouchezich, by hiding in a water barrel and breathing through a hose, also managed to escape. When the police left the scene, he emerged. Their luck ran out a few months later. They assaulted and shot a jeweler. Carrying the take to the car, Pierrot le Fou stuffed his pistol under his belt. It fired, stopping him in his tracks. His partners buried him on an island in the Seine. 11 Attia took over, but some of the wildness had left him. He opened a chain of bordellos and nightclubs. He also began to push drugs, while maintaining relations with the Corsican mafia, especially the Guianas. In 1949 Attia was sent to prison for 4 years for concealing a body, that of Pierrot le Fou, and illegal possession of weapons. The prosecutor, charging Attia with murder, had asked for a life sentence. But Attia got off lightly thanks to the intervention of one Colonel Beaumont, alias Bertrand, of the SDIS, whose life Attia had saved during the war. Behind bars in Fresnes in 1952, Joe married the mother of his daughter, Nicole. 12. When released, Attia was tracked down by his friend Beaumont, who had become the head of an SDIS division. The colonel offered Joe a large fee to locate a Moroccan terrorist hideout in French North Africa. Attia agreed. He took a whirlwind course in secret agentry, and left that year on several missions, mostly in Africa. Sometimes he parachuted, other times he came by land. At times he worked for Beaumont, at others he was in the employ of Colonel Fourcaud, another top man in the SDIS. Always, however, the mobster roamed free under the wings of the intelligence establishment. In 1956 Atia was sent to Morocco to kill the Moroccan rebel leader Elal el-Fassi. 13 But he was arrested by Spanish authorities for blowing up the hotel in Spanish Morocco where Elal was holed up. 14 To ensure extradition to France he confessed to murdering 2 Frenchmen who had sold weapons to the Algerian revolutionaries of the FLN. The trial in France was a mockery of justice. Before long he was released. In 1957, while Joe was on an SDIS mission in Tunisia, a member of Defense Minister Chaban Delma's staff accidentally set eyes upon the SDIS gangster role, and demanded to be told why Atia was working for the agency. Colonel Fourcaud defended him as a marvelous personality, an admirable man and one of our best agents. After 1958 Atia worked primarily for the secret intelligence network of Jacques Foccart, the Minister of African Affairs. In 1959 Joe surfaced first in Katanga, then in Abidjan, the capital of the Ivory Coast, where he purchased a nightclub, The Refuge. It became the headquarters of Foccart's African spy ring. Several attempted assassinations of black political leaders were planned in its backrooms. Atia also established an espionage center in his Gavroche restaurant in Paris Montmartre Quarter. It became the haunt of gangsters and agents, and those who were both. 15. There are those who believe Atia also worked for the CIA in the same period. The Church Committee report on assassinations of foreign leaders reveals the agency's recruitment of a European gangster for the murder of Patrice Lumumba of the Congo. The hitman, codenamed QJ/Win, was described as a convicted criminal who could be dispatched on high-risk missions. Although Atia was probably not the killer in question, both QJ/Win and a second potential assassin, referred to as WI/Rogue, are likely to be found in a census of the French underworld. 16. Around 1960 Joe Atia met Christian David, who was then just a small-time hood. Together they worked as Barbouzas in Algeria and were involved in a long series of shady intelligence capers including the infamous kidnappings of Colonel Antoine Argoud and Mehdi Ben Barka. See chapters 5 and 6. After 1962 Atia was in and out of prison, but that was probably more for his own protection than anything else. He had all the freedom necessary to carry out his intelligence missions, though eventually he was officially banned from France. He then roamed through the Congo, Morocco, and the Ivory Coast, but returned to Paris when so inclined. Police knew of his presence but did nothing. On June 22, 1972 Joe Atia died of throat cancer. But before he did he settled a score with a rival gang led by Georges Seagard and Christian Jubin. Jubin had raped Nicole, the daughter of Joe the Terrible. Seagard and Jubin were handed over to the police. Within hours of his death there were break-ins at Joe's apartment and at his restaurant, Gavroche. Someone wanted to be satisfied that no compromising material would end up in the wrong hands. Was it the SDIS? 4. The French intelligence zoo. Trying to make sense out of French intelligence activities is like trying to find one's way out of a maze knowing there's no exit. All told, there are 4 intelligence services, and at various times they work together, independently and against one another in an atmosphere of scandal and intrigue. The 4 are, the Foreign Espionage Agency, Service de Documentation Extérieure et de Contre-Espionnage, SDIS, the Domestic Security Agency, Direction de la Surveillance du Territoire, DST, the Police Intelligence Force, Renseignements Généraux, RG, and the Gaullists Parapolice Force, Service d'Action Civique, SAC. Charles de Gaulle reigned over the golden age of French espionage. The president was enamored of cloaks and daggers and could not get enough security from the dangers left and right, including those responsible for his security. Though he determined overall policy, de Gaulle kept his own hands off intelligence activities, leaving the nuts and bolts to loyal followers. The rules had been written during World War II, when de Gaulle and his followers were located in London's Free French House. De Gaulle saw a double agent in every unannounced channel crosser and, not infrequently, had that individual executed without regard to the petty details of justice. After the war, anonymous corpses were exhumed from the cellar of the London abode. The SDIS emerged shortly after World War II. It consisted of 7 departments that handled intelligence analysis: Eastern and Western Europe, Africa, the Middle East, the Far East, and America. In addition, there is a special action group within the SDIS, the Service d'Action du SDIS. It's not to be confused with SAC, though it is sometimes difficult to distinguish between their operations. The SDIS employs some 2,000 men and has a yearly budget fixed at $25 million. Another $50 million can be tapped from a secret reserve. 1. Its headquarters are next to a large bathhouse in the Paris suburb of Les Tourelles. The French call it the swimming pool. In its 30 years of existence, the SDIS has had 6 chiefs. De Gaulle's first, General Grossin, lasted until 1962. General Paul Jacquier, his replacement, was dropped without so much as a handshake following the 1965 Ben Barka affair. The next chief, General Eugène Gibaud, didn't last much longer. He left in 1970 when Georges Pompidou became the president. Pompidou was convinced that SDIS figures had led a smear campaign to keep him out of Charles de Gaulle's shoes. He chose the aristocratic pro-U.S. Alexandre de Marin Ces to purge the intelligence agency. A dynasty of military officers has run the various SDIS departments. The names heard most often in connection with assassination, kidnapping, and other scandals are Colonel Rend Bertrand alias Beaumont, Colonel Nicolas Fourcaud, Colonel Marcel Leroy alias Leroy Finville, Colonel Paul Ferrer alias Fernier, and Colonel Marcel Mercier, who headed the neo-fascist Red Hand that was responsible for a string of political murders. 2. The SDIS story is one of continuous scandal. Murder plots, kidnappings, drug deals, and extensive collaboration with the underworld have been brought to light, but are only part of the story. France has never shown the tendency toward open government that has, for example, produced public hearings in the US on CIA and FBI crimes. What light has been shed in recent years is due mostly to Philippe Thiraud-de-Visjoli, a former SDIS agent in Cuba and Washington. His books, Lamia and Le Comite, raised a furor in France. It was he who tipped off the United States about the presence of Russian rocket bases in Cuba while stationed there as a French agent. He was fired in 1963. According to de Visjoli, under de Gaulle a murder committee existed consisting of the president's closest political allies and intelligence officers. It plotted extreme measures against nations or individuals who threatened de Gaulle or his policies. At one point, the hit list included as many as 30 names. They included Guinea's chief of state Sékou Touré and Tunisia's Habib Bourguiba, both of whom survived. Others did not, though their deaths have been recorded as accidents. SDIS agents working for the committee, according to de Visjoli, were responsible for the 1962 plane crash which took the life of Italian oil magnate Enrico Mattei. Mattei, then Italy's strong man, was on the verge of engineering an Italian takeover of French oil interests in Algeria. A French agent codenamed Laurent tinkered with Mattei's aircraft, which crashed en route from Catania to Rome. William McHale, a Time magazine reporter writing a series about Mattei, was among the other dead. Apparently a similar fate awaited the journalist Mauro de Moro who, while investigating the Mattei affair in 1970, disappeared without a trace. The committee also had tasks other than murder. When a newly designed Russian military jet broke down during a visit to France and was to be sent home overland, Marcel Leroy of the SDIS went into the moving business. He was hired to move the jet from the airport to the freight train the Soviets had rushed to Paris. As unsuspecting Russian guards sat in a car trailing the freight truck, the jet was placed in a second truck identical to the first, in which French agents scampered about with cameras. The 2 trucks were switched back when the Russians were delayed at an intersection. During a 1961 conference in Cannes, an SDIS agent broke into the hotel room of U.S. Assistant Secretary of State George Ball, and photographed all his documents while Ball snored peacefully. Similarly, an agent once rummaged through the baggage of the Moroccan ambassador to France. His eyes lit up when he opened the lock of an attaché case. Inside were nothing but pornographic photos and an ivory penis together with a user guide, in a package addressed to Madame Ufkar, the wife of the notorious Moroccan security chief, Mohammed Ufkar. In his first book, Lamia, de Visjoli also claimed that the de Gaulle regime for a long time chose to ignore the presence of Soviet spies on French soil, and perhaps even fed them information. De Gaulle, with nationalistic pride over France's development of an A-bomb, ignored John F. Kennedy's warnings about the Russian agents. He was tired of listening to Washington. With France about to become a great power again, the United States became its #1 rival. De Gaulle also had ideas of his own on how to win the Third World over to France. At one time France was the greatest colonial power in Africa. However, in 1961–62 de Gaulle gave autonomy to nearly all its African possessions. His policy of creating a French Commonwealth was clever in principle. But the man to whom de Gaulle entrusted his Third World plans was intelligence whiz Jacques Foccart, the Gaullist Grey Eminence. The policies carried out by Foccart bore little resemblance to de Gaulle's guidelines, and the newly created French community of nations soon fell apart at the seams. 5. Assassin in Algiers. Christian David was born in 1929 in the city of Bordeaux in the south of France. Like most youths destined to underworld stardom, he was wild and incorrigible, picked up for pickpocketing on more than one occasion. His Bordeaux chums recall him as ostentatious and hot-headed. By age 21 he had parlayed good looks and charm into a budding career as a pimp. Not long thereafter he purchased the Whiskey A Go-Go nightclub. 1 But the proceeds from the whores and the club were not enough. Greed was another of his traits. He had tasted the life of a playboy and his need for excitement bordered on the pathological. Beauserge began to mastermind bank heists. At age 26 he was arrested and sentenced to a stay at Besançon prison on a score of counts ranging from procuring to armed assault. 2 1 year later he escaped and was on the loose for several months. When recaptured he was jailed on Ile de Ré outside the city of La Rochelle. 3. He escaped once more in the fall of 1960. This time he remained longer in hiding with the help of his friends in the underworld. It was probably then that he impressed the gangster kingpin Joe Attia, who would greatly influence Beauserge's career. In February 1961 David was again taken prisoner and returned to Ile de Ré, where he was placed under close guard. Escape number 3 would demand all his cunning and a dash of theatrics. His behavior slowly altered. He uttered strange things, trembled uncontrollably, communicated with no one, and smashed his cell in fits of hysteria. The doctor became convinced of his derangement. In the summer of 1961 he was moved to the Cadillac Mental Hospital. Within months a nurse became his accomplice in escape. But all was in vain. A chase through the woods and Beauserge was soon back in his cage on Ile de Ré. All the while, however, and unknown to him, plans for David's future were being made just outside prison walls. Serious men were gathered in a house on Ile de Ré to discuss a list of names. The house belonged to France's ambassador to the Central African Republic, Colonel Roger Barbarat, a hero of World War II and Indochina, and chief of the Black Commandos in Algeria. 4 Most of the men were members of the inner circle of the ruling Gaullist party. Others were princes of the underworld. One of the latter was Joe Attia. And one of the names on the list was Christian David's. One day in October 1961 David was taken from his cell to government offices in La Rochelle, and seated in a comfortable chair opposite a man of influence and power. The man was Pierre Lemarchand, a high-ranking Gaullist betrothed to de Gaulle's adopted daughter. 5 When presented with Lemarchand's proposal, Christian David was dumbfounded. Freedom would be his if he agreed to join a terror corps assembled to put an end to the Algerian operations of the ultranationalist, anti-de Gaulle Secret Army Organization, OAS. The corps was a division of SAC, the semi-official security and intelligence unit of the Gaullist party. Beauserge joined SAC at once. Though admission normally required 2 sponsors, the rules were waived in times of crisis. During the May 1968 student insurrection one merely had to declare oneself anti-communist and look like a bruiser. In the de Gaulle era an almost religious aura surrounded SAC just as it did the towering president himself. The new recruit, David, was placed on a red carpet in the middle of a room with drawn, thick curtains. 2 or 3 SAC leaders, facing a wall, listened to the enlistee as he swore allegiance with his hand upon a cross of Lorraine and dagger. A leader would then declare, "You are now our follower in life and death." 6. Christian David, and hundreds of others plucked from prison for an Algerian rendezvous, were sent to a camp in Saitri. There they were run through a crash training course in weaponry, sabotage and hand-to-hand combat. It left little doubt that their métiers would be murder and torture. On December 1 the Barbouzzes landed in Algiers. Headquarters were set up in Villa A, 4 Andrea, at 8 Rue Fabre in the El Bayer district, and Villa B on the corner of Chemin Reynaud and Rue Faidherbe. 7 David was installed at Andrea. Its real name, Dares Sayada, means the house of bliss. The name fit. A pretty lane led to its main entrance and to a large garden stocked with orange trees. But the interior of this house of bliss would soon resound with the screams of those tortured in its cellar. OAS terrorist activities, led by Jean-Jacques Soussanay and Roger de Geldre, were at their peak. Bombs hurled at Algerian restaurants, buses, and public squares killed hundreds of innocent bystanders. An explosion in Paris Corony metro station killed 8 passengers and wounded 30. The order to the Barbouze Corps was clear: the OAS had to be halted at all costs. The ensuing struggle between the Barbouzzes and OAS terrorists was brutal in the extreme. Resembling more a bloody vendetta than the usual sort of war, it became a test of one's imagination for atrocity. When 7 Barbouze bodies were found hanging from lampposts less their ears and noses, no one doubted a more gruesome fate awaited the OAS. On December 22, 1961 the Barbouzzes exploded a bomb at the Grand Rocher restaurant, a known OAS haunt, killing 12. 8 days later a large OAS force attacked Villa B. The Barbouzzes were about to ring in the new year when bazooka blasts echoed all around them. 14 were killed and 2 were wounded. On January 27, 1962 the Barbouzzes captured several high-ranking OAS officers, among them Alexander Tislenkov, who had directed illegal radio broadcasts. The captives were taken to the basement of Villa A and tortured. Tislenkov later related his days of suffering at the hands of 3 men, a Vietnamese, a Frenchman who ran a karate school in Paris, and a third man who swaggeringly identified himself as the intellectual of the Barbouzzes. 4 years later, in Paris, Tislenkov would recognize the last-mentioned hatchet man as Christian David. In his book J'accuse les Marchands, which was banned and destroyed in France, Tislenkov described being tortured by thrashing, suffocation, and electrocution, and claimed that Pierre Lemarchand was present for part of it. 8 The latter, together with Dominique Pontchardieu, headed the Mouvement pour la Communique, an ad hoc Gaullist group under whose auspices the Barbouze Corps was formed. SAC agents ransacked the publishing house as Tislenkov's book was about to go to press. January 29, 1962, like any other day at Villa Andrea, was filled with cries of pain, profanity, and black humor. David and Lemarchand were away. Inside were a total of 29 Barbouzzes and prisoners. At 5 p.m. there was a violent explosion. The villa rose like a rocket as men and concrete were hurled dozens of yards through the air. The OAS had decimated Villa Andrea with 150 kilos of explosives. Miraculously, 10 men survived. 7 were Barbouzzes, among them Dominique Venturi, who later became one of France's leading drug merchants. 3 were prisoners, among them Tislenkov. All had been in the garden at the time. In reacting to such violence, Christian David showed no restraint. The death of a friend could drive him berserk. Former SAC agent Patrice Chirov, alias Dominique Calze, claims that David was responsible for the murder of 54 people in his 7 to 8 months in Algeria. He was a born killer, says Chirov. 9. When Beauserge returned shortly after the explosion, he saw red at the sight of the prisoners who had escaped the fate of his 19 comrades, whose remains were splattered everywhere. Demanding summary execution of the prisoners, he lunged at Tislenkov. Had it not been for officers who intervened, wrote Tislenkov, David would have killed him with his bare hands. The OAS success was short-lived. The Barbarossas, until then regarded in France as a shady outfit, were buried as heroes. Their leaders cried for revenge. But the Barbarossas needed no prodding. They gained more than their revenge. When the smoke cleared 5 months later on July 3, 1962, Algeria was independent, and the vendetta had claimed the lives of 110 Barbarossas, over 400 OAS terrorists, and a far greater number of bystanders. 6 years later a pile of bodies was found buried in the garden surrounding Villa Andrea's remains. Many had skulls riddled with high-caliber bullet holes. A new world had opened up to Christian David in Algeria. He established many contacts crucial to his later career. Among his fighting buddies had been Michel Nicoli, Ange Simon Pierre, André Labey, Michel Victor Mertz, Roger Deloette, Joe Attia, Jean Palis, Georges Bouchazich, François Marc-Antony, Dominique Venturi, Jean Och, Roger Desdown, Louis Nesmaz, Didier Baron, Paul Mondolini, and Marcel Francisci. All eventually rose to the top of the French underworld. All trafficked in narcotics, and nearly all remained in touch with French intelligence. Beauserge had quickly ascended to the ranks of the Barbus elite. He had become the friend of such notables as Lemarchand, Ponchardeur, and Barbarat. Overnight he was transformed from a voyou, punk, into a man to be respected. In the months following his return from Algiers, David lay low to avoid a vindictive OAS. He lodged incognito in Marseille's Saint Victor quarter, and soon had 2 prostitutes working for him. 10 However, David had performed so impressively in Algeria that he was urged to become a full-time agent of the SDIS. 11 He jumped at the chance and was given the complete training course at the Saint Cyr Mont d'Or Police Academy. 12 Upon graduation David went on a long series of missions in Africa, particularly in Morocco. It's also believed he was sent to Latin America twice between 1962 and 1965. He specialized in weapons deals and the elimination of independent dealers who encroached on SDIS territory. Mostly he took on missions for Jacques Fauquart's special forces. He also temporarily slid back over to SAC. In France he helped the Gaullists fix elections. Under questioning in the US in 1972 he admitted often stealing opposition ballots. 13 Between intelligence assignments David minded not only his own affairs, but also those of Joe Attia, who was officially in prison and, for a period, in exile in Africa. David ran 2 of Attia's houses of ill repute. In the evenings he could often be seen at Attia's Gavroche bar in the company of gangsters Georges Figan, Georges Bouchazich, and Julien Le. New York. 14 In those years Beauserge played strange games in the underworld, gaining a footing in the Guerini clan, and eventually becoming Boss Mime Guerini's confidant. 15 A Corsican gangster later told police of a curious summit on January 14, 1965 in Antoine Guerini's house in the La Galanzana district of Marseilles. Corsican leaders were contemplating the liquidation of former police superintendent Robert Blamant, who had carved his own successful niche in the underworld. All the criminal bosses of France were there, and some from Germany and France as well. Everyone awaited the arrival of the Guerini brothers. Suddenly the door opened and in walked a man with an 11.43 caliber in one hand. It was Beauserge. He ordered all of us to reach for the sky while he frisked us. When he was through Antoine and Mime Guerini came in. 16 At the meeting David allegedly angered the Guerinists by voting against Blamant's elimination. 17 Nonetheless 3 hit men shot Blamant down shortly afterward. One of the murderers, Pierre Colombani, was tortured and slain in Ajaccio, Corsica a few months later. Several Guerini clan members suspected that David had done him in. 18 From 1962 to 1966 David could be found everywhere. Joe Attia's band of thugs was then known primarily for their political dirty work. While Joe the Terrible was in protective confinement or exile, Bouchazich was in charge. but the latter was usually in Morocco tending his chain of brothels, and David often worked instead for the Young Lions-based Lisksa gang, centered around Felix Lisksa, Didier Baron, and Louis Nesmaz. 19 Together they pulled off one of the period's most audacious, well-executed heists, the 1964 armed robbery of the Colombo Jewelers in Milan, which netted them between $2 and $2.5 million. During a badly needed vacation in Biarritz on the Atlantic, David took time off to relieve an armored car from the briquette factory of $50,000.20. Shortly thereafter, Beauserge was a frequent guest at Leon Le Juif in Paris. 21 He also met with SAC leader Charlie Lascourts. If the police had wanted to arrest him, they could have. It is also likely that Christian David was with Attia's gang when they abducted OAS Colonel Antoine Argoud from West Germany to France on orders from Jacques Foccart. Defeat in Algiers had not spelled the end of the OAS, which continued sporadic terrorist actions while in exile. Its members bombed restaurants and movie theaters in France, and made numerous daring attempts on the life of President de Gaulle. Colonel Argoud, a highly intelligent and intriguing figure, headed the organization in exile. He was the brains behind its terrorist activities and assassination attempts. On February 14, 1963, de Gaulle's security forces uncovered a new conspiracy to murder the president. A sharpshooter was to fell the president from behind as he delivered a speech at a military academy. Infuriated, de Gaulle summoned the man responsible for security, Interior Minister Frey. The French president had had his fill of assassination attempts. Frey went to Foccart, who put his intelligence agents to work. On February 22, one of Fockart's men in Rome reported that Argoud was en route to Munich, where he would stay for the carnival. Foccart contacted the West German intelligence czar Reinhard Gehlen, a former general under Hitler, and requested his help in bringing Argoud to France. But Gehlen would have nothing to do with the plan, making its execution all the more difficult now that German intelligence was tipped off. Foccart still had his Barbus army to turn to, and chose Joe Attia's mob for the job. Joe the Terrible, then in exile in Africa, got the green light to return. On February 25, Argoud arrived in Munich from a Rome huddle with OAS leaders. Driving from the train station to the Eden Wolf Hotel, he could not have known that half a dozen disguised Barbouzes awaited him. Handed the key to room 434, Argoud was about to enter the elevator when he was accosted by two men in leather pants and Tyrolean hats. The receptionist later recalled assuming the men were friends of the colonel's and off to have some fun. After all, it was carnival time and the beer was flowing. Argoud himself suddenly felt as if both his arms were in a vice. Leaving the hotel, one of the men pressed a finger against the pressure point under his ear, causing Argoud to faint. The Barbouzes placed their arms around his shoulders, walked over to a Renault frigate, and drove off. The car headed out of Munich towards the Europa Bridge between Kehl and Strasbourg, France, racing down the third lane reserved for Allied forces in Germany. Its license plate revealed its attachment to the French army. The next day, Parisian police received a strange phone message about a blue truck parked at the entrance to Notre Dame Cathedral. Inside was a package the police were sure to find interesting. The man on duty was inclined to disregard the call, but sent two patrolmen to inspect the truck. It was parked as described. When the policemen broke open the door, they found a man lying bound and gagged, his face crimson from a bloody nose. "Mon Dieu!" cried one of the officers, "it's Colonel Argoud." The abduction became an international scandal. Diplomatic wheels rolled. The Bonn regime, supported by the United States, addressed a sharply worded note to the French demanding Argoud's return to Munich. Cynics who believed the CIA had taken part in attempts on de Gaulle's life, charged that the Americans had been in touch with Argoud. But the Paris regime refused to release the OAS colonel. He was imprisoned, but pardoned in 1968 after de Gaulle issued a general amnesty for former OAS members when forced to do so by French officers who had made it a condition for their support during the 1968 student-led strike. After his release, Argoud announced he had recognized Joe Attia as one of his kidnappers. It wasn't the first time Jacques Foccart had trodden on the feet of foreign governments and intelligence services, and it wasn't the last time gangsters would be his tools. 6. Nightmare of the Agents. The Ben Barka Affair. October 1965 kidnapping of the Moroccan exile leader Mehdi Ben Barka was the most controversial and daring affair involving Christian David. Of the 20th century's most consequential political melodramas, the Ben Barka case ranks with the murder of John F. Kennedy. It remains an unsolved puzzle, with unexploded fireworks that still haunt spooks on both sides of the Atlantic. There is a semi-official scenario, but it is full of holes. To make the story hold water, many of the involved have been killed, threatened, or ruined. In 1980, 15 years after Ben Barka's disappearance, that story remains as dubious and full of holes as ever. The current version goes something like this. The Moroccan King Hassan II, Interior Minister General Mohamed Oufkir, and his security chief, Colonel Ahmed Dailimi, conspired with members of the French government and its intelligence arm, the SDIS, to lure Ben Barka to Paris, where he would be turned over to Moroccan espionage agents. The abduction was executed as planned on October 29. Ben Barka was taken to a house in the Paris suburb, Fontenay-le-Vicomte. The following evening General Oufkir, Colonel Dailimi, and Moroccan intelligence agents arrived. Soon thereafter Ben Barka was tortured and killed by Oufkir himself, and buried by hired crooks. Implicated were the Moroccan government, certain leading French politicians, the French intelligence agency SDIS, and gangsters connected to it. No one else, according to the official version, was involved. De Gaulle believed, with good reason, that he had been hoodwinked by some of his own men who had been in cahoots with the CIA, which he blamed for the entire affair. Amazingly, though, the CIA came out smelling like a rose. The only ones to be disgraced in the ensuing trial were the Moroccans and French intelligence, their underworld allies having long since been compromised. Not coincidentally, the trial was punctuated by interruptions, postponements, the liquidation of 2 star witnesses, the disappearance of a number of the implicated, and the deaths of 3 French attorneys for the Ben Barka family. Oufkir and members of his security staff were sentenced in absentia to life in prison. Several Frenchmen, among them police and intelligence agents, received up to 8 years. SDIS chief Paul Jacquier was sacked. Prime Minister Georges Pompidou, Interior Minister Roger Frey, and de Gaulle's son-in-law, Member of Parliament Pierre Lemarchand, were all blasted by de Gaulle. To the stunned populace that was as far as the scandal went, and it was far enough. But what really happened? Why did so many struggle so desperately to keep the lid on? So far the succession of theories and rumors have all lacked credibility. However, in recent years additional aspects of the Ben Barka affair have come to light through scattered details in many books and articles. Alone, these facts seem insignificant. Together they form a lead that can be followed. I emphasize strongly that the following scenario is my own. My linking of the many facts is hypothetical. The following, therefore, is not necessarily the truth about the Ben Barka affair nor an exhaustive account of what occurred, because this is not a book about the Ben Barka affair. Rather, I try to show that we still haven't been told the truth, that the CIA was involved, and that the Ben Barka affair has to this day left some unfinished business in the netherworld of spooks. Furthermore, this will clarify one reason for Christian David's anxieties in jail. Mehdi Ben Barka was 44 years old when he disappeared. From an early age he had been a zealous champion of Moroccan independence and of a socialist future for his country. For a period in the late 40s he was the mathematics instructor of Hassan, son of Mohammed V, who became the present King Hassan II. In 1952, with Morocco still under French rule, Ben Barka was banished to the desert, and there he devoted much of his time to study. In 1956 Morocco gained its independence. 3 years later Ben Barka founded the Union Nationale de Forces Populaires, UNFP. In 1961 Hassan was crowned and appointed himself the Prime Minister. In the 1963 National Assembly election, Ban Barka's party, the UNFP, won 28 seats, while another reformist party, Istiqlal, gained 41. The two were expected to form a coalition, which was a threat to the king's ruling party, FDIC, which itself claimed 69 seats. In July 1963, 2 months after the election, Security Chief Öfker disclosed a plot against the king. A sworn devotee of feudal rule and a flaming anti-communist, Öfker cracked down hard against the conspirators. In March 1964, the court of Rabat sentenced 77 opposition politicians. 11 were condemned to death, though 8 had already fled. Among those sentenced to death in absentia was Ban Barka. According to a report of the International Commission of Jurists, which followed the trial, evidence for the plot was scanty at best. Whether or not the plot was Öfker's fabrication, its uncovering was a boon to his career. From 1964 on he was Morocco's interior minister and strong man, the man the CIA supported and worked with in Morocco. At the time, Ethiopia and Morocco were America's two most important African allies. They received the lion's share of U.S. economic and military aid, and Morocco's Kenitra Air Base was a focal point of CIA activity in Africa and the Middle East. The U.S. ambassador to Morocco in 1965, Henry J. Tosca, later became known for his service in Greece, where he supported the colonel's junta. The CIA station chief, Robert Wells, coordinated CIA assistance to the Moroccan security police in eradicating political opponents of the regime. The Americans took a keen interest in Ban Barka in 1965 when he set up a Geneva base for his Third World travels. Ban Barka had been elected chairman of the steering committee for the First Tricontinental Congress, to be held 3 to 10 January 1966 in Havana, Cuba. The conference was slated to be a Third World milestone, demonstrating solidarity and brotherhood in the battle against imperialism. It was a thorn in the side of the U.S. in more ways than one. The Americans hadn't given up hope of liberating Cuba. Moreover, Washington had good reason to fear that the budding Third World solidarity would lead to a strong, united front against the U.S. and American business interests abroad. In 1965, King Hassan began airing the possibility of pardoning Ban Barka and allowing him to return to participate in politics, under the king's conditions. Hassan went so far as to send an emissary to Geneva to negotiate with Ban Barka. It's impossible to know whether the king's gesture was sincere. Hassan might have been part of the plot from the very beginning. More likely, though, the king was hoping to entice Ban Barka back to Morocco of his own free will, but needed the help of the French. The hoodwinking grew out of discussions between Öfker and the CIA. Ambassador Tosca inquired at CIA Paris headquarters about the possibility of helping return Ban Barka to Morocco. 1. The CIA was primarily interested in preventing Ban Barka's attendance at the Tricontinental Congress, and in learning of preparations already underway. Moreover, the CIA wanted to keep Ban Barka out of Moroccan politics. All three goals could only be realized by liquidating him or taking him to Morocco and putting him under permanent house arrest. Öfker was most concerned with ensuring Ban Barka's permanent absence from Moroccan politics. His second priority was serving the CIA. The possibility cannot be overlooked that the CIA and Öfker had already made plans for Morocco's future, plans that led to Öfker's catastrophic coup attempt 7 years later. And what of the affair's scapegoats? How did France feel about Ban Barka's return to Morocco and his trip to the Tricontinental Congress? In my opinion, France was led by the nose by its own intelligence agents who were actually cooperating with the CIA. After all, the Ban Barka affair took place at the nadir of Franco-American relations. De Gaulle, intent on strengthening France's Third World relations to the detriment of the USA's, had just returned from Latin America, where he had expressed wholehearted support for Third World nationalism. De Gaulle was very much interested in the Tricontinental Congress, and even more so in Ban Barka's reconciliation with King Hassan and subsequent return to Moroccan politics. That would undermine the U.S. position in North Africa and weaken Öfker, whom de Gaulle despised for aiding OAS figures following the war in Algeria. It was not in France's official interest to have Ben Barka killed. But within de Gaulle's own party hierarchy were people who went their own way, at times working with the CIA. As usual, one can't help suspecting de Gaulle's grey eminence, Jacques Foccart, who was going his own way, at the time, in Latin America. However, Foccart had just seen his African policies backfire, and would likely hesitate before risking another major blunder. Moreover, until then Foccart had been secretly supplying Ben Barka with money and arms. 2. It must have been either King Hassan or his trusted Colonel de Limy who, in search of French assistance, presented a plan for collaboration to the likes of Interior Minister Roger Frey, Jacques Foccart, and Pierre Lemarchand. The plan, however, was hardly as elaborate as the one hatched by Oeufker and the CIA, with or without King Hassan's consent. The plan shown to de Gaulle's people probably was limited to bringing Ben Barka to Paris and holding him there on suspicion of narcotics smuggling, until he and the Moroccans had reached an agreement on Hassan's offer. 3. What's most important is that the plan involved the French and the Moroccans only. Judging from appearances, Hassan even asked Lemarchand at the start to negotiate with Ben Barka. Papers later found on a murdered key witness indicate that Lemarchand had jotted down the king's conditions for presentation to Ben Barka. The French agreed to lure Ben Barka to Paris, in the belief it would help both the king and the exiled leader. Foccart and Lemarchand also anticipated viewing plans for the Tricontinental Congress so that they could suitably adjust French policy. According to plan, both Moroccan and French espionage agents shadowed Ben Barka in Geneva. But Oeufker sought independent intelligence intended neither for Hassan nor for the French. Had he assigned the job to the CIA, it would have been too risky, since it would quickly have aroused French suspicions. He requested instead the aid of the Israeli intelligence agency, Mossad. 4. Though it might sound strange today, Israel and Morocco were on excellent terms in the 60s, so excellent that Moroccan espionage agents were trained in Israel. Oeufker, claiming his own men were not up to the assignment, requested the loan of Israeli agents from Mossad chief Meir Ummet. Ummet agreed and sent a team of agents to shadow Ben Barka in Geneva. A few days later they phoned in a report that French and Moroccan agents were stumbling over one another's feet. The Mossad chief called off his men and told Oeufker he didn't need 3 sets of agents to spy on one man. Oeufker entrusted his business in France to his agent Mohamed Miloud, codenamed Toki. The two spun a web of conspiracy involving exclusively Frenchmen who either were deceived by or were working with the CIA. Getting Ben Barka to Paris would be taken care of by de Gaulle's unsuspecting staff. For the practical details the French hired the gangster Georges Figan, an acquaintance of Lemarchand's who moved in many different circles. Quite casually they located the film director Georges Franju, who was then planning an anti-imperialist film and fancied having Ben Barka in a starring role. It was excellent bait, for if Ben Barka agreed to come to Paris to discuss the film, he would bring his file on the approaching Tricontinental Conference. The go-between was reportedly Philippe Berny, a friend of Figan's who knew Ben Barka personally. Ben Barka took the bait. Enthusiastic about the movie, he agreed to meet in Paris with Franju, Berny, and Figan on October 29, 1965 at the drugstore restaurant on Boulevard Saint-Germain-des-Prés. Prior to Ben Barka's arrival, however, Georges Figan caused trouble. Nervous, he asked to be remunerated for services rendered. In Joe Attia's bar, Le Gavroche, he confided to acquaintances that he'd soon be paid a small fortune. Among those acquaintances was Christian David. Oeufker decided he'd had it with Figan, who he most likely knew was working for Lemarchand. 5. Oeufker offered him a lucrative job in Morocco, but Figan declined, having been ordered to hang on. Around noon on October 29, Ben Barka was walking through Paris with his friend Aziz Mori, a Moroccan student. The two were on their way to meet with the filmmakers. A patrol car pulled up in front of the Brasserie Lip restaurant on Boulevard Saint-Germain-des-Prés. 2 men hopped out, flashed police badges, and asked Ben Barka to join them. There were already 3 men in the car, Orly Airport Chief Antoine Lopez, French Narcotics Lieutenant Louis Souchon, and the latter's assistant, Roger Voiteau. An agent for the SDIS, Lopez was close to Oeuvre, who had promised him the directorship of Royal Air Maroc if anything went wrong. Georges Pompidou had Lopez working closely as a special agent with America's Paris Narcotics Office, a beehive of CIA activity. 6. Souchon and Voiteau were similarly collaborating with U.S. narcs. Lopez, however, had apparently convinced them the action was sanctioned by Jacques Faucard. The abduction was initially camouflaged as a drug raid. Had anything misfired at the start, they could always have claimed, truthfully enough, that Ben Barka was a suspected trafficker. The car with Ben Barka and the 3 cops headed out of Paris, followed closely by another containing Georges Bouchazich, Julien Le New York, Pierre Dubail, and Jean Palis, all from Joe Attia's gang. Like Attia, Bouchazich had worked for the SDIS. However, his true loyalty was to General Oeuvre, under whose wing he ran nightclubs and brothels in Morocco. The 2 cars drove 20 kilometers out of Paris to Fontenay-le-Vicomte, where Ben Barka was led into a house owned by Bouchazich. Lopez, Souchon, and Voiteau drove away immediately, leaving behind the 4 gangsters and 2 Moroccan agents. Shortly thereafter Lopez phoned Commandant Finville of the SDIS, alias Marcel Leroy, and delivered the message, "Pedro to Thomas, the package has been delivered." At the time, Marcel Leroy, who was later fired and imprisoned for his complicity in the Ben Barka affair, was highly valued by the Americans. The CIA got him out of jail by blackmailing the SDIS and French politicos through Philippe Thiraud de Visjoli, the French spy who became friendly with the CIA after uncovering the Soviet rocket bases on Cuba. De Visjoli's Le Comite, which the French press speculated was ghostwritten by Leroy. 7. Discloses the previously mentioned French murder committee whose job under de Gaulle was to cut down the president's enemies. 8. In the book de Visjoli insists that Colonel Marcel Mercier, not Leroy, was the evil's man in the Ben Barka affair. In a curious chapter apparently added to Le Comite at the 11th hour, Leroy describes being summoned, shortly before the Ben Barka incident, to the Matignon building where Pompidou had his offices. There, to his surprise, he was ordered by a certain Monsieur Legros to collaborate with Antoine Lopez on a drug control measure, Ben Barka's abduction. Leroy claims to have refused unless the order came directly from his immediate supervisor, which it later did. The Legros whom Marcel Leroy met in the Matignon office may well have been Fernand Legros, the playboy, millionaire, art dealer, CIA agent, and member of Pompidou's entourage who later crossed paths with Christian David under unusual circumstances. Legros was a double agent. Appearing to work for both the SDIS and CIA, his loyalty rested with the Americans. A personal friend of Henry Kissinger's, Legros was the man the CIA assigned to snoop on UN Secretary-General Dag Hammarskjöld. Legros helped the CIA kidnap the African leader Moïse Tshombe. And in 1965 Legros was in personal contact with Ben Barka in Geneva, where Legros maintained a residence and a large art gallery. 9. When Leroy receives the Pedro to Thomas message, a big question mark arises. Was the package delivered to the appropriate place? Should Ben Barka have been taken to an altogether different location by agreement with the French? And did Lopez really tell Le Marchand that Ben Barka had been freed by passengers, Bouchazich's mugs, in another car and hidden from the police? Everything suggests something happened which the police could do nothing about. Telephone wires began humming and the Moroccans dashed into Paris, perhaps to appear as much overcome by panic and dismay as were the French. First came Toki, then, hours later, Security Chief Delimy. Finally, a day after the kidnapping, General Oeuvre himself arrived. From here on no one seems to agree on anything. There's absolutely no proof for the official version that put Oeuvre in Fontenay-le-Vicomte to murder Ben Barka that same evening. The only basis for that theory is a January 10, 1966 L'Express article in which Fagan recounts seeing Oeuvre torture and murder Ben Barka in the Paris suburb on the evening of October 30. However, the article's origin is a mystery. A copy of Figin's account was delivered to the editors of L'Express by gangster Joseph Zorita of the Felix Lisxa mob, whose members had strong ties to Pierre Lemarchand. 10 Figin's eyewitness account of Ufkar murdering Ben Barka was later disavowed by the magazine, but not before it gained acceptance. Moreover, there was no official disavowal by the French government. One thing is certain. Ufkar would not have murdered Ben Barka before the eyes of someone like Figin, whom he mistrusted and had tried to eliminate, whom he knew would run to Lemarchand. Had the unthinkable in fact occurred, had Figin accidentally seen Ufkar murder Ben Barka, then Figin would not have lived to tell about it. One more thing about Figin's article sounds implausible. It says he took a taxi to Bouchizich's house. In such a delicate matter, that would have sufficed to seal not only Figin's fate but the taxi driver's as well. I believe the article can be discounted. Alternatively, Toki, Delimi, and Ufkar might well have come to France to ensure Ben Barka's transfer to Morocco. Either Delimi or Ufkar were to have held the French in check as Ben Barka was taken away, and it would have to have been Delimi, since he was the one who later avoided prosecution. The French might have become suspicious, with Figin panicking and running to Lemarchand. The Lisxa gang, with Christian David, could then have entered the plot at this early stage. Lemarchand might have tried to prevent the abduction to Morocco by sending his Lisxa gang Barbouzas to Fontenay-le-Vicomte. That could easily have led to conflict. Ben Barka could have been killed during the struggle, or someone could have murdered him and made it appear an accident. Ben Barka could have been killed by Ufkar, a Moroccan security agent, the CIA, one of Bouchizich's hoods, or one of Lemarchand's Barbouzas. All were candidates, but the French, naturally, were most suspicious of Ufkar. Moreover, none of the following publicly aired hypotheses can be totally disregarded: that the French murdered him because he possessed information embarrassing to high-ranking individuals, perhaps regarding international narcotics trafficking, that Ben Barka committed suicide upon realizing he was bound for Morocco, or that he was murdered not in France, but in Morocco. Each contains a grain of plausibility. In an interview published on October 19, 1966 in the Lebanese daily El Hayat, Colonel Delimi maintained that Ben Barka was still alive when he and Ufkar left France, and was to have been flown to Morocco on the evening of November 3, 1965. He allegedly waited in vain that entire night at a tiny airport in the town of Missalai. 11 days passed before rumors of Ben Barka's disappearance began to leak out. He could have been kidnapped or murdered any time within those 11 days, and by any of the parties involved. Among them, however, Ufkar and the CIA had by far the strongest motives. It's my firm belief that the CIA was behind the whole affair, that Ufkar and possibly some of his men were CIA tools, and that the French, with stunning naivete, allowed themselves to be duped into the CIA's ingenious scheme, all of which, of course, could only happen because a number of French agents were working with the CIA. Whether Ufkar, a gangster, or a CIA agent killed Ben Barka is secondary. What's important is that the agency was behind it. In order to back up this claim, it's essential to focus on the period immediately following the murder. All the participants were busy covering their tracks. Only the CIA succeeded, because the agency had made exclusive use of Moroccans and Frenchmen. The French, on the other hand, appear to have been caught with their pants down. De Gaulle was fuming. "Somebody's taken me for a complete idiot," he raged, vowing to get to the bottom of the affair. He was convinced the CIA was involved, but could not touch them. All he could do was crack down on Frenchmen he suspected were CIA lackeys. Collaboration with the CIA went beyond certain French intelligence units to the highest government circles, the men closest to de Gaulle. That is precisely what the president suspected, and why he felt so powerless. If one believes Leroy when he says his orders to cooperate with Antoine Lopez on the Ben Barka affair came directly from a certain Monsieur Legros in a Matignon office, then one can't help but trace CIA tracks directly to Prime Minister Pompidou. The connection becomes crystal clear in light of the clash between de Gaulle and Pompidou that grew to implacable hate in de Gaulle's last years, and in light of Pompidou's later cooperation with the Americans, especially in the area of narcotics. Why, then, didn't Le Marchand step forward to tell his story and pull the French out of the fire? In the first place, until the affair leaked out, he was busy camouflaging his own role and trying to determine what really happened to Ben Barka. He knew very well that the French had been woven into the web, and probably feared it was worse than it seemed. Furthermore, Le Marchand's CIA counterparts had better cards to play. They knew all about Le Marchand's hiring Georges Fagan to entice Ben Barka to Paris, since the Moroccans had talked Le Marchand into doing so. If that information slipped out, Le Marchand, Faucard, and de Gaulle would all be up the creek without a paddle. There would be no way for them to retaliate. And that wasn't the only trump in the hand of the Americans. They could finger Lopez, Souchon, and Boiteau, all French cops, as Ben Barka's kidnappers. But the ace up the CIA sleeve was the uncertainty of de Gaulle's people about what really happened to Ben Barka. All the French could do was clam up and try to cut their losses. Gangster Fagan, a key to the mystery surrounding the actual Ben Barka kidnapping, remained a question mark in the ensuing drama. Though the Moroccans had promised him a fortune, Fagan never saw a cent. While fellow thugs Bouchazich, Le New York, Dubail, and Palis had their pockets full and enjoyed asylum in Morocco, Oeuvre refused to pay Fagan. This again underscores that either Fagan had given Oeuvre reason for suspicion, or that Oeuvre simply didn't bother paying a Le Marchand man who was not a sworn conspirator. Money had been Fagan's only motive. As to Le Marchand, he now had to think twice before passing out traceable funds. Fagan became increasingly embittered and finally decided to make the best of the situation. I suspect Fagan committed two major blunders. His first was to speak to reporters, not seriously, but enough to cause some confusion. The second was to put the squeeze on Le Marchand for money. Judging from appearances, Le Marchand responded by having his Lesques gang Barboazas soften up Fagan, who then decided it was time to become scarce. Though Fagan had given several acquaintances the impression he feared the Lesques gang, he went into hiding with Joseph Zurita and Louis Nesmaz, two thugs who claimed they'd broken with Lesques in anger. 10. That was mistake number 3, because Zurita and Nesmaz never did lose touch with the mob and Le Marchand. Meanwhile de Gaulle's crowd concluded, perhaps after gaining wind of certain rumors, that Ben Barka had been knocked off by Oeuvre. That suited them just fine. Moreover, someone, it seems, persuaded Fagan to dictate his account into a tape later transcribed for an article. The article might also have been edited prior to delivery, since it was submitted by gangster Zurita and not Fagan himself. On January 10, 1966, L'Express published the celebrated story which blamed Oeuvre for killing Ben Barka in front of Fagan. Though the thought of Fagan witnessing the murder was hard to swallow, the CIA could not rebuff him just then without coming out in the open. And Oeuvre's own denial landed on deaf ears. In a letter produced at a later trial, Newsweek's Paris correspondent, Edward Baer, claiming to have heard the Fagan tape, said there was no mention on it of the latter's witnessing Oeuvre murder Ben Barka. The tape itself proved useless, as something was later recorded over the conversation with Fagan. Baer was transferred to Newsweek's Hong Kong bureau shortly after the Ben Barka incident. 11. As to Fagan, he seems to have gone along with the article's fabrication. Immediately following its publication, his finances took a sharp turn for the better. He sported a new false passport and told friends he'd either travel abroad or move to a luxurious apartment. He was called in for interrogation but never got a chance to explain the article to the police. On January 17, 1966, he was found in his 12. Rue de Renault's apartment with a bullet in his head. Rue de Renault's had been swarming with police supposedly there to protect Fagan, and no one else was seen entering his apartment. The police listed his death as a suicide and swept the loose ends under the rug. In Fagan's suitcase they found King Hassan's conditions for the return of Ben Barka to Moroccan politics. They were on documents drawn up by Lee Marchand. 13. During the trial of the Ben Barka case, orders were issued for the arrest of General Oettger and Colonel Delemy, both of whom were safely in Morocco. Nonetheless, on October 18, 1966, Delemy came secretly to Paris and registered in a hotel, the Peter I of Serbia. This hotel was distinguished as the haunt of spooks, and the home of a mercenary recruiting office for Maïs Chambay's Congolese army. The office's directors, André Labey, Thierry Debonnet, Michel Leroy, and Lucien Swarm, were all close friends of CIA agent Fernand Legros. 14 The next day, October 19, Delemy reported to French police for interrogation. In October 1972, following 6 uneventful years, a bomb exploded in faraway Brazil. Mobster/spook Christian David, one of Lee Marchand's and Fockart's most trusted agents, confessed, allegedly under torture, "I saw to it Ben Barka's body disappeared. General Oettger paid me 14 million old francs for the job, and I, together with a certain Monsieur X, broke into the apartment on Rue de Renaud's minutes before Fagan committed suicide. The police didn't notice us because we went through building number 11 on the parallel Rue Théodule Ribot." 15. The confession of Beauserge is nothing short of fantastic. It reveals how intelligence agents operate, especially under duress. Those few lines contain a gross lie, an important message, and a warning. And I would even insist that the confession was composed in detail by the CIA. It's puzzling how the French and American press could have swallowed it whole. First there's the torture business. Newspapers on both sides of the Atlantic dwelt on David's mauled appearance upon arrival in the U.S., and on the agonies inflicted upon him in the torture chamber. I've learned enough about Brazilian torturers and police to know that these experts don't leave marks, and under no circumstances would they molest a prisoner bound for extradition to either France or the United States. 15. Another intriguing fact about David has never been mentioned. A few months after his extradition to the U.S., it was disclosed that the chief whipping boy for the Brazilian security force in Sao Paulo, Sergio Fleury, along with several of his men and their colleagues in the narcotics squad, had accepted bribes to protect David's drug ring. 16. Moreover, 3 of David's sack brethren were closely connected to Fleury. They served as advisors to, and more than once personally assisted the chief hatchet man in the torture of prisoners. 17. No, Christian David was not tortured in Brazil. His horrible appearance upon arrival in the U.S. stemmed, instead, from a desperate attempt that included slashing his wrist and swallowing glass at hospitalization and access to escape. 18. Something else, then, was in the air. Why would the Brazilians force a confession on a matter, like the Ben Barka affair, in which they had no interest? And why was the prisoner's statement immediately publicized when it had nothing to do with the charges leveled against him? The revelation that David was tortured certainly did not come from the Brazilians, who to this day deny that such things happen. It could only have come from one source, the CIA. That is the only way to explain reports of a hardened criminal and experienced spook opening up on an ever-explosive subject. Let us not forget that, in 1972, CIA agents were still sent out by the dozens to be interrogators and advisors in Brazilian police headquarters. 19. According to Le Monde reporter, James Sarrazin, CIA agents were in fact present at the interrogation of Christian David. 20. No such important information could have unintentionally slipped through their fingers into print. There remains another, even more important aspect that seems to have totally escaped notice. A very special agent of the CIA was then spending much of his time in Brazil. That agent was Fernand Legros, perhaps the same Legros whom Marcel Leroy eventually fingered as the man who gave the orders for the Ben Barka kidnapping. Although Christian David's confession was probably composed meticulously to suit the aims of the CIA, that does not mean it contains no truth. That would not have been very smart. One thing, however, was astounding: Oettger took the ultimate blame. That had happened often enough in the past, but never at the hands of his old bedfellows and protectors in the agency. Why? For that there's a simple explanation: Oettcher's death 2 months earlier, on August 16, 1972, in the wake of an unsuccessful coup d'état against King Hassan. 21. The CIA, which had engineered the attempt, had nothing more to lose in Morocco. It was now in the agency's interest to bury the Ben Barka affair with Oettcher. Furthermore, French President Pompidou had just cleaned house at the intelligence agency STAS, which was now coming to terms with the CIA. Having David implicate Oettcher was the CIA's way of extending its hand to the French. Beau Serge, moreover, had been working not for Oettcher, but for Le Marchand. All too little attention has been focused on the latter underworld connection. The gangsters who, it can be proven, were bought and paid for by Oettcher, and therefore perhaps by the CIA, all fled to Morocco. On the other hand, Lesca gang thugs, closely associated with Le Marchand, wound up in Latin America, where they regrouped around David and continued to work for SAC and the STAS. Oettcher's fate was shared by gangsters Bouchazich, Le New York, Dubail, and possibly Palis as well. All were executed in a Moroccan prison, on orders from Delimi, for complicity in the Oettcher/CIA coup attempt. The witnesses closest to Oettcher in the Ben Barka affair, and protected by him afterward, were thus put out of the picture. 22. International spook Luis González Mata, a close friend of General Oettcher's, claims the latter told him the CIA had planned to murder Ben Barka and had constantly plotted behind his, Oettcher's, back. Ben Barka was alive when I left him in Paris, insisted Oettcher. 23. Another striking aspect of David's confession is its undisguised warning to Monsieur X. If X doesn't play ball, he'll be exposed, and Monsieur X certainly knows that the CIA is aware of his identity. If he believes the business about the torture, he's also aware that torturers don't deal in unknowns like X and Y. If he doesn't believe it, then he must know that the CIA made a deal with Christian David for information, a deal that saved David from extradition to France and a possible date with the guillotine. The fact that Monsieur X is mentioned at all can only mean he played an important role in the affair and perhaps in French politics as well. The CIA, furthermore, followed up the warning with reports that Fagan's pistol was found in the possession of Christian David. 24. I won't hazard a guess as to Monsieur X's identity, only that he might well belong to the older wing of the Gaullist party that can't come to terms with rapprochement with the Americans. That is why he's told to watch his step. In the interim there has been a notable shift in CIA posture on the Ben Barka affair. In 1975 Daniel Guérin published Les Assassins de Ben Barka, also alleging CIA involvement. Time magazine promptly published a curious article purporting to prove that Ben Barka had been murdered by either Oettcher or Delimi. In fact, the article contained no new facts. What was new, though, was that the Americans were pointing the finger at Delimi, without justification, perhaps as a warning. This caused matters to take a grotesque twist. As Guérin later informed me, both Antoine Lopez and the widow of Bouchazich told him they would be willing to testify that Ben Barka had been kidnapped from Bouchazich's house by other gangsters, and that Oettcher and Delimi had never seen Ben Barka in Paris. Here we observe Delimi hard at work defending himself against U.S. allegations. Having become good friends with the CIA, the French were suddenly out of the picture. Now the CIA's formerly good friends and presently not such good friends in Morocco had their turn to be run through the treadmill. Back to square one, the Moroccans and the CIA. I believe Fagan was murdered because nobody could count on his silence, under interrogation, about the fabrication of the story against Oettcher. Too much was at stake. If it leaked out that the Pro-de-Gaulle faction had fabricated the story, it would have been hard to convince people of the same faction's innocence in the Ben Barka assassination. And I believe Christian David helped knock off Georges Fagan. Otherwise the CIA's warning to Monsieur X would be meaningless. And otherwise David would not have acted the way he did on February 2, 1966, 14 days after Fagan's suicide. On that day, the head of the police department's anti-gangster squad, Lieutenant Maurice Galibert, received a tip that a man implicated in the Ben Barka case could be found at the St. Clair restaurant. Galibert dashed off with officers Gauzier and Gibos. Upon arrival at the St. Clair, they spotted Christian David playing cards with Belkacem Mekara, the deputy prefect of the Interior Ministry Police. 25. When Galibert asked David to come downtown, Mekara protested. David flashed his SAC ID, but Galibert stood his ground. David shrugged his shoulders and fetched his coat from the check room. Suddenly he stuck his hand in his coat pocket, drew a pistol and shot all 3 policemen. Galibert died on the spot. The other 2 were badly wounded. And Beauserge got away. 7. Beauserge. Scourge of the partisans. The murder of Police Lieutenant Galibert caused a major sensation in France. Despite what seemed to be an all-out manhunt, the wily Christian David, aided by friends, eluded Galibert's colleagues in the anti-gangster squad. In the fetish club of Neuville-sur-Aisne, outside Lyons, Beauserge bided his time. A big-time bordello and haunt of the Guérini clan, the club was a frequent rendezvous of David's friends in SAC. Reportedly, Mime Guérini at first favored delivering his body to the police. But powerful forces must have intervened, as mafia bosses were persuaded to help Beauserge flee from France. 1. One day in March 1966 a car picked him up at the fetish club and drove him to a Guérini post on the outskirts of Marseilles. In early May David sent word to Simone Maudet, one of his Parisian mistresses, asking her to fly down to Marseilles with a bundle of money. 2. From Marseilles David's friend François Orsini drove her to a restaurant on the road from Caen to Nice. There she handed Beauserge the cash and bade him a fond farewell. 3. Later that month David was driven to Genoa, Italy, where he boarded a ship bound for Latin America. A new career in the shadows awaited him. Beauserge had with him from Marseilles a letter of introduction to the former French mafioso and Gestapo collaborator Auguste Record. The mobster was then organizing a major narcotics network that would smuggle heroin from Marseilles to the USA via Argentina and Paraguay. His reputation having preceded him in Latin America, David was welcomed into the Record organization with open arms and soon moved into its highest ranks. Also part of Beauserge's reception committee were agents of the SDIS and SAC. His arrival coincided with a powerful French diplomatic offensive in Latin America. With the US wading into a quagmire in Indochina and otherwise preoccupied with the Soviet Union, de Gaulle, and more so Jacques Foccart, sought to entrench themselves as deeply in Latin America as they had in Africa. De Gaulle planned to come on like the Great White Father, the Third World's only friend, but Foccart felt that wouldn't suffice. He moved several of his most trusted men from Africa to Latin America. Between 1965 and 1968, for example, we find the notorious Colonel Roger Barbarat as France's ambassador to Uruguay, and Dominique Ponchardier its man in Bolivia. 4. If anyone stands for cloaks and daggers it's these 2, whose names turn up in a string of France's most sensitive espionage scandals. Foccart's men moved where they saw the greatest openings, supporting right-wing forces in a region already in the grip of military dictatorship. Barbarat and Ponchardier offered to help these regimes break the back of left-wing insurgency. For that they needed men without scruples, men like Christian David. On arrival in Argentina, David met François Caillape, wanted in France for a pair of murders. Caillape, also known as Big Lips, had worked for the Guérini mob and was on excellent terms with politicians and right-wing militants in Argentina. 5. He was also a top member of the Record organization. The Record network was divided into 4 teams that operated independently out of separate headquarters. Record himself ran the main team from Asunción, Paraguay, and oversaw the entire operation. Caillape and Michel Nicoli led another team, Dominique Orsini and Louis Bonsigner a third, and André Condamine and Lucien Sardy a fourth. 6. Other important names in the organization were Claude-André Postou, Didier Baron, and Michel Bubble Sands. It was murder incorporated in French. Nearly all had been sentenced to death in France. Baron, besides belonging to the Félix Lesques gang, had teamed up on art swindles with the aforementioned CIA agent Fernand Legros and with Legros forger, Elmer de Horry. 7. Postu is similarly interesting. In December 1968, Enrico Passigli, a weapons smuggling friend of Christian David's, was murdered in Rome. 8. Almost simultaneously, Thierry de Bonnet, another close associate of Legros. 9. Died in a mysterious auto accident. Italian police suspected Postu in both killings, which were committed while he was on a trip back to Europe. The Record network operated freely south of the border because its members helped repressive regimes fight the left and smuggle arms, sometimes combining the two profitably. While he was helping intelligence groups infiltrate guerrilla movements, Christian David found new customers for his weapons. The major arms deals, though, were with militant fascist groups in Argentina and Chile. Through connections, Caiape secured David an Argentine passport in the name of Carlos Eduardo de Rosbergarad. Beauserge then went on secret missions for French intelligence. His first assignment to infiltrate Douglas Bravo's Venezuelan urban revolutionaries led nowhere. In early 1967, Bravo was expelled from the Venezuelan Communist Party and police smashed his organization. Once relocated in the hills, Bravo was wary of spies. Following the false start in Venezuela, Beauserge flew to Mexico and met with two African agents. They handed him a contract to eliminate African politicians. It's not clear whom he was to murder and whether or not he succeeded, but he was in Africa several months, and murder was a task he rarely muddled. 10. Upon returning to Latin America, he joined Record in Asunción before planting himself in Argentina. In late 1967, David, alias Eduardo de Rosbergarad, managed to infiltrate the Forcas Argentines de Liberación, FAL, one of the most active guerrilla groups in stormy Argentina from 1967 to 1971. Among other actions, it kidnapped Augusta Record's close friend and Paraguay's consul in Argentina, Waldemar Sanchez. Relying on his experience with the instruments of death, David soon became the FAL's arms instructor and ingratiated himself with its members. In the end, he made off with its files and a cash box containing $250,000. 11. While fleeing, he allegedly slew an FAL leader and a lookout. 12. He headed with his prize to Central America. Eventually, the ZDS made a deal for the papers with the Argentine government, which led to the arrest of several guerrillas and the death by torture of one. 13. Soon thereafter, David went to Uruguay, where the French ambassador was Roger Barbarat, the same Barbarat who 4 years later would be associated with the French Connection heroin affair that also involved Beauserge. 14. In May 1968, Barbarat and Dominique Ponchardier were unexpectedly rushed home to Paris to help quell French student unrest, forcing Fauchard to put his plans for Latin America on hold. 15. After 1968, Beauserge was more or less a freelance agent. While remaining in close touch with the Fauchard network, he also took on assignments for security police and political death squads in Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil, and thereby, inevitably, for the CIA. In Montevideo, he reconnected with his mistress Teresa, who just happened to be a member of the Tupamaros. Through her, Beauserge infiltrated Latin America's best organized band of guerrillas. Uruguay's President Pacheco Araújo had already begun a determined struggle against the revolutionaries. Assisting his police and armed forces was a squad of CIA agents expert at torture and anti-guerrilla warfare. Two of those agents, Dan A. Mitrian and Claude L. Fry, were captured by the revolutionaries. Mitrian was given the death penalty by a people's court, while Fry suffered a heart attack and was released. 16. Beauserge appears at first glance to have done more for President Araújo than the entire conventional CIA team. But on this job he probably collaborated with U.S. intelligence. Also assisting him was Jacques Fauchard's full-time man in Uruguay in Roger Barbarat's absence, Jean-Baptiste Listrani, who became David's go-between with the Uruguayan government. 17. David must have been quite an actor, since he even fooled the legendary Tupamaros leader Raul Sendic. After robbing a bank, the guerrillas handed Boserge $400,000 for the purchase of weapons. He then flew off, as if to complete the deal, to Faucart's personal fiefdom and beehive of the weapons trade, the African nation of Gabon. 18. While he was away, however, the guerrillas somehow learned, not of his escapades in Argentina, but of his role in the Banbarca affair. They decided to set a trap for him. But once back in Uruguay, Boserge smelled trouble and rushed to the security police, who soon arrested 150 guerrillas in the strongest blow they dealt the revolutionaries. It was a handsome feather in the cap of President Pacheco Araújo. For his troubles, David was reportedly given $200,000 in addition to the $400,000 of which he had relieved the partisans, plus a Uruguayan diplomatic passport in the name of Edouard Davrieux. 19. The passport made David the heir apparent of Augusta Record. With it he traveled freely to the US and Europe, controlling and expanding the international narcotics network. There's also a somewhat unbelievable story about David's departure from Uruguay. In the transit hall of Montevideo Airport, a stewardess reportedly brought him a package. Suspecting a bomb, Boserge had the stewardess open it herself. She screamed when she did. Inside was the head of Teresa, a goodbye gift from the Tupamaros. 20. President Pacheco Araújo's glee was short-lived. Within 2 years nearly all the guerrillas David had sent to prison would escape. In March 1971, 38 Tupamaros women fled through a tunnel from a Montevideo jail. The president fumed. As for the police, they were sure the men locked up in Punta Carretas had similar plans. Within weeks they felt vindicated. At a river sewage outlet they discovered a package containing frogman gear and a plan of the Montevideo sewer system. An escape by the Tupamaros had apparently been foiled. Jokingly, the warden told the press that the Tupamaros' map of the sewers was superior to the city's. Using it, the police had discovered electric drills and other tools meant for the escape. The authorities took no chances. They reinforced surveillance of Punta Carretas with tanks and police dogs, as President Araújo looked towards the approaching October election. If Sendic and his guerrillas slipped away, he'd be finished. At 4:10 a.m. on September 6, 1971, Billy Real, a prison neighbor, phoned the prison to announce that a group of inmates had just run through his house. "Yeah, tell us another one," was the answer. "Nobody runs off from our prison." But Real insisted and the watchman decided to check out the guard room. "Everything quiet," was the response. 21. The watchman told Real off for trying to make fools of the authorities. 1 hour later, though, his tune changed. An entire prison wing had been emptied of inmates, Raul Sendic included. 22. The police dashed off to Real's house. There they found 106 prison uniforms in a 6x3 feet heap. A 2-foot wide, 100-yard-long tunnel ran from the basement of Real's home, below the garden, the street, the prison walls and yard, to the building which had housed the fugitives. Their escape had taken 9 hours. According to Real, his house had been overrun by partisans who held his family hostage. Equipped with walkie-talkies, they were in radio contact with those still within prison walls. 23. They treated us well, said Real, but wouldn't even have a cup of coffee. As the prisoners gradually appeared, they had exchanged their uniforms for civvies. When all were present, they embarked peacefully in stolen buses. The authorities were helpless laughingstocks and, to top it all, Araújo lost the presidency to the equally incompetent Juan Maria Bordaberry. 24. By then Boserge was long gone. 8. With the old man. In Paraguay. Auguste Record and his gang of heroin merchants were riding high when they were joined by Christian David in the latter half of the 60s. Each year they transported hundreds of kilos to the huge U.S. market, and without the noticeable losses that narcotics traffickers must normally contend with. Its street value, depending on competition, lay somewhere between $1 and $2 billion annually. At the end of World War II, Record fled from France and a death sentence for collaboration with the Gestapo. He wandered for several years in search of an underworld niche. By the end of the second year, 3 of his companions in exile had been murdered. In 1947, Record arrived in Buenos Aires with the name Lucien d'Argels. Some say he had with him the millions he'd pocketed during the war, others say he had to start all over. What's certain is that he opened an exclusive restaurant in Argentina at the close of the 50s and soon had a chain of restaurants and motels throughout Argentina, Paraguay, and Bolivia, each with the name Paris Nice and an Eiffel Tower prominently out front. The motels evolved into a high-class brothel chain, and Record quietly began trafficking in narcotics. 1. At the start of the 60s, Record moved his headquarters from Buenos Aires to Asunción, Paraguay. There he could feel at home among the old Nazi luminaries, who had found safe haven under President Alfredo Stroessner. Record also regained contact with an old acquaintance then residing in neighboring Bolivia, former Gestapo chief Klaus Barbie, the killer of lions. 2. Record had much in common with Barbie, alias Klaus Altmann, inasmuch as the former had assisted the Gestapo at torture and the rounding up of French Jews. Since the disclosure of Barbie's whereabouts, French and German authorities alike have vainly sought his extradition for the murder of hundreds. In 1966, Old Man Record enlarged his already immense narcotics network upon discovering how easily he could smuggle heroin into the U.S. via Latin America. For some reason, the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, BNDD, largely overlooked the danger from the South until the 70s. It eventually grew wiser, estimating that 50 to 60% of the Marseilles produced heroin on the U.S. market entered via Latin America, which generally meant by way of Record and Company. The old man surrounded himself with hardcore thugs. By 1970 the mob's leaders were Record, sentenced to death in absentia for treason, torture and murder, Lucien Sardi, wanted for the murder of a Belgian policeman, Christian David, sentenced to death in absentia, André Condamine, wanted for the murder of a policeman, Jean Lunardi, wanted for murder, François Caillape, wanted for 2 murders, and French gangster and former SAC agent, Michel Nicoli. They also had a network of henchmen encompassing nearly every metropolis in Latin America. The money poured in, some of it to be reinvested in restaurants and nightclubs in Buenos Aires, Sao Paulo, and Caracas. But Record lost his grip on the reins. Before long David, Condamine, and Sardi took over, reducing the old man to a figurehead who drank foaming Münchnerbrau with Die Alte Kameraden in one of Asunción's many German bars. Marseille's heroin was transported to Paraguay from embarkation points in Barcelona, Lisbon, and Brussels. In charge of transportation were Condamine, as well as Caillape, who often traveled between his Buenos Aires base and Barcelona, where his suppliers were the Orsini brothers of the Corsican Mafia. The heroin was transported by air and by sea. Part of it went via Brazil, then either overland to Paraguay or directly to the USA. Some of it sailed up the Parana River to Asunción. The greater part of the heroin sent north arrived aboard small planes known as Mau-Maus, which generally refueled in Panama before flying on to either Florida or Mexico. There they were unloaded and shipment was continued overland. Paraguay had long been one of the great smuggling centers of the world. With 200 private landing strips scattered among the haciendas, it was impossible to monitor the enormous number of private flights. And no one seriously bothered to try, since numerous government officials pocketed shares of the take. According to Jack Anderson, Record's accomplices included some of Paraguay's highest-ranking officers, Pastor Coronel, the intelligence chief, General Andrés Rodriguez, leader of an elite 3,000-man force especially trained by the Americans, and General Vicente Quinones, the Air Force Chief of Staff, who was responsible for Asunción Airport and other landing fields. 3. Soldiers from an elite corps, according to Anderson, were stationed to guard the contraband stores for record and other big-time smugglers. Worse still, in the wake of Anderson's sensational revelations came rumors that Paraguayan Air Force officers had even flown Record's heroin to the United States in military aircraft. Unlike Record, David didn't simply rake in the money. He thrived on danger. According to U.S. narcs, in at least 3 instances Beauserge himself transported large quantities of heroin into the United States, using the pseudonym Jean-Pierre, by which he was known exclusively among friends in the Record mob. David also maintained the organization's good relations with police and spooks in Latin America. He took on assignments for Argentina's terrorist organization, the Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance, AAA, and probably did the same for Brazil's notorious Death Squad. Grupo Francis, as Record's network was known in Latin America, had found a prize in Christian David because of his connections to SAC and French intelligence. Through him there grew new branches in the narcotics network, including one centered about the Felix Lisk's gang and the Lion SAC chief Jean Auge, and another about Joe Attia's gang, SAC leader Eng Simon Pieri, and the Swiss banker André Hirsch. 4. 1. 9. The heroin trails. As the 1970s began, the French were the undisputed kingpins of the international narcotics traffic. Opium, the raw material, was extracted from the poppy harvest by the Turks, who either converted it themselves into morphine base, or sent it to refineries in Syria and Lebanon. Essentially all morphine base made from Turkish opium went to Marseille's heroin laboratories. Until around 1966 it went by sea. But Marseille's harbor was too easily patrolled, and so after 1966 roughly 70% of the morphine base went via Bulgaria and Yugoslavia to Munich. For the first half of this century, most Marseille's heroin was sent to Tangier, Morocco, the main embarkation point for drugs bound for the United States. Tangier eventually gave way to such European ports as Barcelona, Lisbon, and Antwerp. In addition, some of the heroin went by air. At the close of the 60s there began what at first resembled a routine adjustment in the narcotics traffic. As time would show, however, this one involved such a colossal upheaval, that it might better be described as a tremendous political coup, yet a coup that apparently went unnoticed. At its source lay shifts in international politics, and friction between the CIA and the French STAS. Later I will support this claim with a myriad of circumstantial evidence. The United States, during the first presidential administration of Richard Nixon, began cracking down on Turkish opium cultivation. While it slowed the delivery of morphine base to Marseilles, the Corsicans then, and now, had other sources to tap. They had long been connected closely with the Chinese mafia. The latter organized the production of enormous quantities of opium on the rugged hillsides of the Burma-Laos-Thailand junction known as the Golden Triangle. 1. The sale of harvested opium is in the hands of well-organized Chuchao Chinese from the region between Canton and Fukien in southeast China. Hundreds of thousands of these Chinese emigrated to Southeast Asia, where they have resisted assimilation and control by local authorities. The Golden Triangle accounted, until very recently, for some 2/3 of the world's illicit opium production, or 1,300 tons of opium annually, enough to produce 130 tons of heroin at a retail value on the U.S. market of between $50 and $120 billion. Conservative estimates place the yearly heroin consumption of U.S. addicts between 12 and 20 tons. The New York street price lies in the neighborhood of $300,000/kilo, 1 kilo equals 2.2 pounds, but many pushers dilute the heroin up to 3 or 4 times. The same kilo can then bring in close to $1 million. A major slice of the profits of organized crime in the U.S. derives from the wholesaling of illegal drugs. The trafficking of heroin, cocaine, morphine base, etc., along with marijuana, hash, LSD, and other hallucinogens, yields an annual turnover estimated as high as $75 billion. 2. That is an enormous sum, even in the context of the U.S. economy. A very large portion of the U.S. market can be covered by derivatives of Southeast Asian opium. However, as late as 1969 only Marseille's Frenchmen produced snow white heroin in quantities large enough to satisfy the American market. Obtaining absolutely pure white number 4 heroin is no easy matter. The chemist generally ends with slightly brownish No. 3. Heroin, or brown sugar. Though the Chinese mafia had ample opium, they could not produce number 4 heroin in sufficient quantities. Excluding them from direct entry onto the U.S. scene, it limited the Chinese to delivery of raw materials to Marseilles and sale of second-rate products elsewhere. In the golden era that culminated, at the start of 1970, with Christian David joining the record gang hierarchy, Marcel Francisci and Dominique Venturi led the Corsican Mafia, and Joe Cesare was the wizard of the Marseilles labs. They were but the visible portion of the iceberg. The other 99% was comprised of politicians and men of responsibility and influence in French intelligence. Mr. Heroin Francisci was the man with the international perspective, with direct connections to politicians and the capos of the Italian mafia. When international agreements were to be made, Francisci usually did the negotiating. Venturi and Joseph Orsini were in charge of effectively all drug import and export. There were 5 main heroin export routes to the USA, 2 by air and 3 by sea. The shipping lanes emanated from Barcelona, Lisbon, and Antwerp and either ended in Brazil/Paraguay, Haiti and the French West Indies, or went directly to the east coast of the United States. Heroin smuggled into the U.S. from the French Antilles and Haiti, like that from Paraguay, went via Florida or Mexico. The busiest air lanes were from Luxembourg and Madrid to either Montreal or Nassau. 3 Dominique Venturi's brother Jean received the shipments in Montreal, but was obliged to pass them on to the Cotroni family. Led by brothers Giuseppe, Vincent, and Frank, the latter clan transported the heroin to the USA, and distributed it to the big-time pushers in New York. Heroin leaving Haiti, the Antilles, Nassau, and the Paraguay-based record mob wound up in Florida, where Santo Traficante, Jr. and the Cuban Mafia controlled the drug business in an axis that became the U.S.'s most powerful narcotics organization. For years the Corsicans had tried setting up their own U.S. network, but were repeatedly foiled. It might have been easier for them to get around the Italians and Cubans by way of Mexico, had the Cotroni and Traficante organizations not also decided to enter the picture there. At a grand assembly of mobsters from Marseilles, Montreal, New York, and Miami, the rules were fixed for smuggling via Mexico. The site of the meeting was Acapulco, the time was early 1970. Representing the French were Jean Venturi, Jean-Baptiste Croce, and Paul Mondolini. Croce and Mondolini became the Corsicans' permanent men in Mexico. The tight control over the U.S. market wielded by the Cotronis of Montreal and Traficante of Tampa was a legacy of Meyer Lansky and Lucky Luciano's reorganization of the U.S. heroin market. Lansky built himself a fantastic empire headquartered in Havana, and literally governed Cuba over the head of the dictator Fulgencio Batista. Lansky became the world's uncrowned narcotics king. His decisions affected everyone, including the bigwigs in France and Italy. He invested in the Marseilles labs and had the Corsicans reorganize themselves more efficiently. When Castro drove him from Cuba, Lansky created a similar gambling paradise in Nassau. Nassau became a focal point in more ways than one. Besides the gambling take, the greater part of the incredible bonanza from U.S. narcotics deals, the Corsicans' share included, was laundered via Lansky's Miami National Bank to Nassau and onto numbered accounts in Switzerland and Lebanon. The Lansky fortune is estimated at $2 billion. Unable to re-enter the U.S. in 1970, Lansky took temporary refuge in Israel, which eventually refused him citizenship. It is difficult to say how much of his power he retains. His operation has apparently been taken over by former subordinates. In narcotics they are the Montreal Cotroni family and, above all, Santo Traficante, Jr. in Florida, the man to whom the Record/David mob consigned enormous quantities of heroin. 10. The pursuit of The Corsicans begins. When Charles de Gaulle retired and Georges Pompidou was elected President of France in 1969, improvement of Franco-American relations was high on Pompidou's agenda. In early 1970 he flew to Washington. There he met with President Nixon and, on several occasions, publicly cautioned against U.S. withdrawal from Europe. Upon returning to France he went straight to work eliminating the greatest obstacle to Franco-American partnership. He appointed Alexandre de Marin Ches head of the SDIS and told him to clean it up. De Marin Ches responded by firing 815 men throughout the intelligence agency. He then chose Colonel Paul Ferrer alias Fournier as his right-hand man, and the two began to reorganize. Pompidou himself despised several long-time espionage figures, primarily because of their role in a ruthless smear campaign waged against him prior to the 1969 election. In the course of the campaign, tampered photos were circulated showing Madame Pompidou in the company of film star Alain Delon's bodyguard, Stefan Markovic, who had been murdered in 1968, and in compromising positions with men and women alike. Names that turned up repeatedly throughout the scandal included Colonel Roger Barbarat and SDIS agents Captain Paul Santignac and Roger Deloette, three arch-gallists from Jacques Fauquard's inner circle. 1. Santignac had promoted the presidential candidacy of de Gaulle's son, Rear Admiral Philippe de Gaulle, who eventually refused the nomination. Barbarat, who had returned from Uruguay in 1968 to help smother the May student insurrection, directed the Bureau pour le Développement de la Production Agricole, BDPA, a front for Fauquard's secret financial transactions. 2. Pompidou had to watch his step while eliminating powerful enemies because most of them enjoyed the support of a large segment of the Gaullist party. Still, with U.S. help, he used the next couple of years to choke off the worst of the resistance. The SDIS was ordered to cooperate with the CIA, SAC was cut back severely, the brunt borne by its criminal contingent, and the Corsican mafia's power was systematically reduced. Fauquard himself was too formidable to take on frontally. His economic power, great influence, and dossiers on other politicians made him effectively untouchable. Nevertheless, he apparently compromised and went along with Pompidou on several counts. Pompidou struck at the gangsters and shoddier elements of the SDIS and SAC through their most vulnerable point, their wallets. One subject Pompidou had discussed with Nixon on his U.S. tour was the war on drugs. Nixon had described the dimensions of the problem and asked for Pompidou's assistance in stopping the heroin flow from Marseilles. Since it suited his plans perfectly, Pompidou had agreed. Reducing the Corsican mafia's profits would also limit its political influence. But a project of that magnitude could not be accomplished overnight. Preparations had to be made. Had Pompidou suspected what really lay in store internationally, he would certainly have had second thoughts. The outcome of that pact slowly began to emerge in 1970. In the 2 years that followed, it struck home with the force of an avalanche. Augusta record. On October 18, 1970, a Cessna four-seater landed at Miami International Airport. Registered in Argentina, the plane was one of hundreds of Paraguayan contrabandistas smuggling goods to and from 80 landing strips in Florida. U.S. Customs agents, tipped off that the plane would be worth inspecting, emerged from hiding as the pilot crawled from the cockpit. "No bandito," screamed the pilot, Cesar Bianchi. But he was just that, as the agents discovered 3 cases containing a total of 45 kilos of heroin in the tail of the plane. To save his skin, Bianchi agreed to cooperate. He continued on his normal route, but with agents now on his tail. First he met his Miami contact, Felix Becker. Then Bianchi, Becker, and a third man, Aaron Murovnik, flew to New York to meet Pierre Gaha of the Record Network, and finally the U.S. wholesalers. By October 27 the heroin deal was closed and Gaha was about to fly to Paraguay with the money. But before he could depart, agents moved in and caught 6 men in their net. The catch was better than anticipated. Bianchi shot off at the mouth like a machine gun as wide-eyed customs agents heard the story of Record's elaborate narcotics ring. In the ensuing 4-month stacks of proof were assembled against Record. Finally, in March 1971 the United States demanded his extradition. But a military plane dispatched to Asunción for the gangster kingpin returned without its prize. Paraguayan President Stroessner had decided that if Record were imprisoned it would be in Paraguay. El Viejo Record was then set up in a comfortable cell containing a spring mattress, radio, and TV, and was allowed visits any time, night or day. Waiters brought food from his own restaurant, and he continued managing his businesses in the quiet of prison. Stroessner only capitulated in the summer of 1972 when the United States threatened a sharp cutback in aid to Paraguay. On September 3, Record was extradited. The man who put the pressure on Stroessner had been Henry Kissinger. According to international spook Luis González Mata, himself a party to the affair, the pressure began in late 1968, a year in which one of Kissinger's friends also happened to be in Paraguay on a weapons deal. 3. The man was CIA agent/double agent Fernand Legros, a close acquaintance of several members of the Record gang. 4. Roger Deloet. The case of Roger French connection Deloet involved the greatest international fireworks and was recreated in print and on screen. On April 5, 1971 a U.S. Customs agent discovered 89 packets of heroin hidden in a Volkswagen van on board the Atlantic Cognac, a freighter docked in Port Elizabeth, New Jersey. They contained 45 kilos of the white gold. Deloet was arrested that same day when he came for the car. Under interrogation Deloet claimed to be working for French intelligence agency SDIS, and that his journey with the heroin had been ordered by Colonel Ferrer alias Fournier, de Marinc's right-hand man in the SDIS. Furthermore, he had been instructed to contact SDIS agent Donald McNabb, who was working at the French consulate in New York. 5. While that was sensational in itself, the scandal was far greater than press and public could know. What really inflamed the Americans was that they had agreed with French authorities to cooperate against narcotics trafficking, and a key link was the supposedly reorganized and cooperative SDIS. If Deloet's story were true, then the SDIS had not only broken its agreement, it had also pulled the rug from under Pompidou, and much of the Americans' preliminary work would have been wasted. French Defense Minister Michel Debré, under whose auspices the SDIS operated, officially denounced Deloet's claim as a fabrication. While he admitted that Deloet had earlier taken on occasional assignments, he was no longer attached to the SDIS. The Americans subjected Deloet to 2 lie detector tests, both of which he passed with honor. Prosecutor Herbert Stern's request to interrogate Fournier was then refused. As for the French, their 3-day investigation of Fournier absolved him of all suspicion. At this stage Deloet's past becomes of interest. He began working for French intelligence in 1946 at age 23. His first assignment was keeping tabs on a Greek election, under the supervision of Colonel Roger Barbarat. Although their paths appeared to split, the two stuck together. While Deloet remained with the SDIS, Barbarat shuttled about on various jobs according to the needs of de Gaulle and Foccart. They were reunited in Algeria, with Deloet an agent and Barbarat the leader of the Black Commandos. They again crossed paths in the Central African Republic, where Barbarat served as French ambassador from 1961 to 1965. When Barbarat became the head of the BDPA after the May 1968 riots, he immediately hired Deloet, who proceeded to marry his boss secretary. In the fall of 1968 Deloet and Barbarat went on a mysterious trip to Cuba, during which Deloet was approached by the SDIS and asked to become its agent on the island. He agreed and remained an SDIS agent for nearly 1 year, after which he and Barbarat journeyed once again to Africa. 6. In late 1969 Deloet suddenly contacted the SDIS's Colonel Fournier to demand back pay and request reinstatement. Both requests were filled. 7. Following Deloet's arrest in the United States and official refutation of his statement, Barbarat surprisingly told Radio Luxembourg that he believed the operation to have been led by Paris SDIS figures seeking to do away with both Deloet and his troublesome past. The Americans evidently believed Deloet and Barbarat more than they did Defense Minister Debra and Colonel Fournier. For a crime punishable by 20 years imprisonment, Deloet got off with 5. At the close of 1972 a new chapter was added to the Deloet saga. Claude-André Postou of Christian David's Latin American organization was arrested and began to sing for the CIA and U.S. narcotics agents. Postou claimed David had ordered him to New York at the beginning of April 1971. On April 4 he was supposed to meet Roger Deloet at the Park Sheraton Hotel to discuss Deloet's delivery of the 45 kilos of heroin to Postou, who would then pass them on to the wholesalers. 8. Postou said he met Deloet as planned and that the two agreed on a delivery the following evening. When Deloet, with good reason, did not appear, Postou got the jitters and returned to Latin America. 9. It's also possible that the above-mentioned forces were aware of the Nixon-Pompidou narcotics agreement and saw their own financial stakes in jeopardy. They might have sought to thwart its implementation by splitting the SDIS and its CIA colleagues. Finally, Fournier, who was old school SDIS, might also have been running drugs and, therefore, not been keen on carrying through the policies of his boss de Marin Ces. Michel Victor Mertz. On July 5, 1971 a Paris court sentenced 2 men to 5 years imprisonment for trafficking in narcotics. They were Michel Victor Mertz, 51, and Achilles Cecchini, 49. Considering that since 1960 they had smuggled some $3 billion, street value, worth of heroin into the USA, their sentences were mild to say the least. Moreover, their trial would never have taken place had French authorities not been under intense American pressure in the wake of Roger Deloet's exposé. Since 1961, in fact, U.S. authorities had known that Mertz and Cecchini were smuggling large quantities into the country. Several times the U.S. had asked the French to act, but to no avail. There were very special reasons for French resistance. Michel Victor Mertz was born in the Mosul region's French community. In 1941 he was drafted into the German army. 2 years later he deserted to join the French resistance. A man who cherished no great love for the Germans, Mertz soon became an underground legend as Commandante Baptiste. His squad became famous for its daring, Mertz himself killing 20 Gestapo agents, freeing 400 prisoners and escaping 4 times in all from the Axis powers. In 1945 General de Gaulle awarded him the Legion of Honor, which was soon joined by a Resistance Medal and War Cross. Mertz was a hero. After the war he entered French intelligence with the rank of captain and was stationed abroad. In 1960, while in the employ of the SDIS, Mertz began smuggling heroin from France to the US together with Achilles Cecchini, a Marseilles gangster tied to the Francisci Venturi clan. In 1961 the trade was interrupted when nearly all of France's top gangsters joined de Gaulle's forces in Algeria. Mertz was among them. The SDIS sent him on a spy mission to infiltrate the OAS in Algeria. His mission proved a great success, even though he was mistakenly arrested by his own side and placed in a detention camp for OAS ringleaders in July 1961. On July 14 SDIS chiefs were notified that Mertz had important information. He was brought before Jacques Foccart himself. He informed Foccart that the OAS was planning to blow up the president's car near Pont-sur-Seine, a bridge across which de Gaulle was driven each day. Mertz was returned to the camp to determine the exact time of assassination. At the last moment he succeeded. De Gaulle's car drove over Pont-sur-Seine as usual, but swerved into another lane, just as the bomb exploded in the lane normally taken. De Gaulle owed Mertz his life. Following the mission, with both the president and Foccart indebted to him, Mertz returned to the trafficking of narcotics. On January 12, 1962 he shipped an automobile to New York loaded with 100 kilos of pure heroin. The procedure he followed was a standard one. A sheet metal worker opened up the chassis, placed the heroin beyond the scrutiny of customs officials, and then re-welded the plates. The car was sent to the U.S. under a fictitious name and picked up by a man with a forged passport in that name. Over the next 8 or 9 years Mertz and Cecchini operated without interruption and bagged a huge fortune. Their bankroller, a man of high standing, remained anonymous. Through the years, Cecchini, like Mertz, had been of great service to the Gaullist Party, UDR, in the So-Do RPF as well as SAC, which explains the reluctance to prosecute them. Despite his 5-year sentence, Cecchini was deemed too ill for imprisonment and remained a free man. Mertz first began serving time in July 1972, but appears to have been secretly released shortly thereafter. 10. Eng Simon Pieri. On September 13, 1971, the 56-year-old Eng Simon Pieri was arrested at a private clinic in Ajaccio, Corsica, for smuggling large quantities of heroin into the U.S. between 1960 and 1970. His partner in crime was the Swiss banker André Hirsch. Simon Pieri had worked for both the SDIS and SAC. Like Christian David, he had been a barbouze in Algeria directly under Pierre Lemarchand. He became so close to Lemarchand that, as a local SAC leader, he managed the physical part of Lemarchand's 1963 parliamentary campaign. Because of his political connections, Simon Pieri was known in his birthplace Corsica, and among Marseille's gangsters, as the Untouchable. On August 31, 1967, the freighter Frederico C. docked in Miami. Customs agent John Roth spotted a hunchback on his way down the gangplank. Finding the hunch suspicious, Roth slapped it and jokingly asked if it was a burden. The man stiffened and sprang towards a taxi in which a sunglassed woman was waiting. But the cabbie refused to depart and Roth nabbed the couple. The man was the Swiss banker William Lambert and the woman was Josette Bauer, an escapee from a Swiss prison where she had been serving time for murdering her rich father. Customs agents discovered 12 kilos of heroin in Lambert's hunchback and the couple was slapped with 7-year sentences by a Miami court. Both claimed to be couriers for a Corsican known to them as Monsieur Small. They were to have taken the heroin to Boston and handed it to one Robert Maury of Switzerland. The trail led from Maury to the Swiss banker André Hirsch, but U.S. narcs lacked the evidence to nail him. After this episode, Hirsch and his partner Monsieur Small started the Panamanian Food and Chemical Company, which exported canned paella to the USA. Only some of the cans were filled with heroin. Hirsch was finally trapped in 1969 when U.S. Customs agents opened the wrong cans. He was brought before a Geneva court, but it wasn't until April 29, 1971 that he was sentenced to 6.5 years in prison. On that day his lawyer, the famous Raymond Nicolet, announced that Monsieur Small was the Corsican Eng Simon Pieri. The court in Geneva had been pestering French police to question Simon Pieri since 1970, but had been told Simon Pieri was in a clinic with a bad heart and could not take the questioning. When Nicolet's assertion hit French newsstands, Simon Pieri was quickly readmitted into the Granville clinic with severe heart pains. But Simon Pieri's number was up. After 4 months of haggling, on September 8, 1971, with full press coverage, French Interior Minister Raymond Marcellin ordered court-appointed doctors to examine the patient. 5 days later police put Simon Pieri under arrest. In July 1972 a French court sentenced him to 5 years imprisonment, a penalty, like those of Mertz and Cecchini, that bore no relation to the crime. Hirsch and Simon Pieri each got less time than their hapless couriers, Lambert and Bauer. Once again there was the scent of CIA agent Fernand Legros, an acquaintance of the Hirsch family, who was seen with Madame Hirsch in Geneva after her husband had been put away. 11. André Labbe. On Sunday, September 26, 1971, U.S. Customs agents arrested the Frenchman Richard Bourdin on his way out of the Abbey Victoria Hotel on 51st Street in New York City. His arrest grew out of the discovery of 82 kilos of heroin aboard the Italian liner Raffaello in New York Harbor. Though Bourdin was a small fish in the drug ring they were tracking, the customs agents had followed him for 5 days to several of his contacts. In fact, the arrest was a slip caused by fierce rivalry between agents of customs and the BNDD. For half a year the BNDD had been cooperating with French narcs in search of Britain's bankrollers and New York customers. Much to the narcs' chagrin, customs agents struck without warning their rivals. However, luck was with customs. Weeks later Britain, seeking a reduced sentence, fingered a French all-star drug ring that included gangsters Laurent Fiaconi, Joe Signoli, Jean-Claude Kella, Alexander Sales, Jean Dumayrain, Felix Rosso, Jean Demester, Raymond Moulin, Patrick Lawrence, Jackie Martin, François Scapula, and André Andrini, plus U.S. mafiosi including Louis Cirillo, Lorenzo Di Aloisio, Frank Rappa, and Giuseppe Cecco Mazzo. 12. Their sentences ranged from 5 to 25 years, while Britain got away with 3 and served only 1.5. Today he's living in the USA with a new name and a new face, but still fearful of underworld revenge. On October 5, 1971, one André Labadie visited the Paris BNDD office, said he was working for the SDIS, and offered to help bring 100 kilos of heroin into the United States. He would then make another trip with the same quantity and lead the BNDD to the wholesalers. As the BNDD well knew, Labadie was a ringleader of the gang on which Britain had stooled. After telling him to return the next day, they phoned the French narcotics police. On October 6, French police arrested Labadie and 3 other heroin traffickers, and found 106 kilos of heroin in Labadie's Volkswagen. Why did Labadie show up at the U.S. narcotics office, and what did he really propose? There has been no lack of answers. Some say Labadie was employed on the same side as Deloitte, by forces seeking either to discredit the NewsDIS leadership or to destroy the transatlantic drug crusade. Others believe the contrary, that Labadie was a CIA's DIS double agent made into a scapegoat when Britain sang. André Labadie had been another of Pierre Lemarchand's Barbouzzes in Algeria. Not known for his fighting, he was sent to spy behind OAS terrorist lines. In late 1961 Jacques Foccart sent him to Kinshasa, in the Congo, the Ivory Coast and Gabon. Back in France he immediately joined SAC as a fundraiser. For reasons unknown Labadie began going his own route in the mid-60s. With his close friends, CIA agent Fernand Legros and Thierry Debonnet, he had his fling in the international art trade. He got involved with a Belgian insurance company that collapsed with $6 million in debts, and, like Legros, he also produced several movies. Labadie and Debonnet ran the Parisian hotel at which the Moroccan Colonel Delimi stayed in the aftermath of the Ben Barka affair. It was also the hotel that doubled as a mercenary recruiting station for the Katangese army of Maïs Chambé, whom the Labadie/Legros/Debonnet threesome helped abduct to Algeria. And in his Geneva apartment, Labadie once hid the Algerian revolutionary, Belkacem Krim, who was later murdered. 13. In 1968 Labadie went to Haiti, where he made a small fortune from a factory. He was often visited there by Legros, and the two became personal friends of the Haitian dictator François Papa-Doc Duvalier. Labadie ingratiated himself with Duvalier's daughter Marie-Denise, leading some to suspect he was her lover. In Haiti he served as an CIA double agent. He stayed in close touch with U.S. gangsters Joe Bonanno and Max Interator, and one of his Geneva contacts was the Lansky Syndicate's financial brain, John Pullman. 14. Marcel Boucan. Late in the evening of February 29, 1972 the 60-ton shrimp boat Caprice de Temps sailed out of the cozy harbor of Villefranche on France's Mediterranean coast. The ship was registered in Guadeloupe. Its skipper was the 58-year-old former parachutist Marcel Boucan, a Hemingway type in more ways than one. Boucan was a charming old soldier. Since the war he had smuggled alcohol and cigarettes from Tangier to France, and weapons the other way, first on board l'Oiseau des Isles and later the Caprice de Temps. To strangers he was just another shrimp fisherman. In fact, until 1957 he was the chairman of the Cagney's Fishermen's Union, and was also an extraordinarily well-read and clever man whose cabin featured the works of Kafka, Balzac, Camus, and Kant. He was married to a woman from Guadeloupe and in his later years he often sailed through the French West Indies. As he was steaming out of Villefranche on February 28, 1972, the customs cruiser Sirocco was leaving Nice. Hours later, customs agents hailed down the Caprice de Temps. Buchan ordered full steam ahead, but changed his mind when the Sirocco fired a salvo. Aboard the shrimp boat, the agents found 425 kilos of heroin, the largest single shipment ever confiscated. The size of the load suggested desperation among smugglers following the 1971 roundup of several narcotics rings. The heroin had been destined for Santo Traficante, Jr.'s Florida-based Cuban mob. 15. Buchan was slapped with a 15-year sentence on January 5, 1973. His courtroom arrogance and noble coolness irked judges so much, that his appeal brought 3 more years. Such severity was unheard of in France. A dozen Marseille's gangsters were also locked up in the aftermath. They were all from the same circle of crooks that had participated in the Lavie affair, which made it likely that the men upstairs, who needless to say went untouched, were also from the same political faction. The laboratories. In August 1971, John Cusack, the head of the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, BNDD, declared in Paris that 8 Marseille's heroin laboratories, financed by influential backers, were operating with complete immunity from prosecution. In return for his frankness, Cusack became persona non grata in France and was recalled to the USA. But his words sank in. Pressure was put on French authorities by the Americans, who wondered what good it did to round up narcotics rings when the heroin production itself went on unabated. On January 27, 1972, French police stormed a heroin lab in Marseille's Mont-Olivet quarter. The laboratory, which produced 40 kilos of good quality heroin each week, was run by Marius and Marie-Antoinette Pasteur. Marius got 15 years on September 29, 1972, while Marie-Antoinette got 5. On March 16, 1972, the police made an impressive arrest that broke the heart of many a politician, bankroller, and cop. The catch was heroin's grand old man, Joe Cesare, reputedly the best heroin chemist in the world. Born in Bastia, Corsica in 1915, Cesare was first a sailor, then a grocer, bartender, and farmer. In the early 50s he apprenticed himself to his half-brother Dominique Albertini, the manager of several Marseille's heroin labs. In 1962, Cesare purchased a luxurious Aubagne estate, La Roseraie, that included an enormous mansion, a park, a swimming pool and a tennis court. No one could figure out where the old sailor had gotten his money. Cesare would leave his estate for long stretches of time. In 1964, narcotics police shadowed him for several months, and converged on Clos Saint-Antoine, an abandoned estate where he had set up 2 heroin labs and put 4 assistants to work. Police stormed the estate, arresting Cesare and his staff. They also made an interesting discovery in one of the back rooms, the nephew of Marcel Francisi. 16. Months earlier, the boy's father, on an unannounced trip back to Corsica, had discovered his wife with a lover, whom he proceeded to shoot through the throat before returning to France with his son Jean-François. As head of the family, Marcel Francisi looked after his nephew. He placed him under the wings of a Cesare laboratory worker and his wife. This is the same Francisi who denies any involvement with heroin. Cesare was sentenced to 7 years in prison, but was released a lot sooner. As soon as he was out, he returned to the synthesis of his favorite organic compound, and consulted for several laboratories besides his own. His 1971 production was estimated at 20 kilos of heroin daily, which means large lots were shipped to the United States. Cesare most probably produced the huge cargoes that, according to narcotics police, reached Miami via Marcel Buchan and the Caprice de Temps. In March 1972, as Cesare was setting up a lab in the Suzanne building in Aubagne, police traced him through an assistant and arrested him. Their prisoner was a haunch-head, sickly old figure, ruined by years of acid gas inhalation. Cesare was only 58. On March 22 he hanged himself in his Baumettes prison cell, overcome, no doubt, by the specter of a long sentence. He knew he'd never come out alive. Cesare left behind letters making it clear he had planned to settle down in Latin America and experiment with cocaine, most likely in partnership with Christian David, whose ring survived as one of the larger remnants of the once great French narcotics empire. Cesare's death was a hard blow to Marseille's heroin industry. No one could fill his shoes. 17. French and American police alike tried in vain to duplicate his process for producing pure heroin. On July 15, 1972, French narcs closed out a series of raids leading to the closing of 3 labs, all belonging to the Long brothers. A few days later, President Nixon telegrammed congratulations to Pompidou for the great strides he had made. Marseille's has never been the same. 11. The capture of Beauserge in Brazil. Auguste records March 1971 imprisonment in Paraguay taught Christian David and Lucien Sardi that it was time to move on. Their choice of location was Brazil, in particular Ilha Bela, an island off the coast north of Santos, conveniently only 2 hours from São Paulo and 5 from Rio de Janeiro. It also provided a small harbor and landing strip. The two holed up in the Bordalão, a small hotel run by Haydn Arantes and Claudio Rodrigues, friends of Sardi's Brazilian mistress, Helena Ferreira. Beauserge was by then the undisputed boss of the Brazilian connection. Its other leaders were Sardi, Michel Nicoli, André Condamine, François Canazzi, Jean Lunardi, François Caiapé, Robert Bourdolas, and François Fan Orsini. Most had known David through SAC. Some had been with Record in Paraguay. Newcomers Orsini and Canazzi were wanted in France for attempted murder. Not all the capos lived on Ilha Bela. Some were strategically placed elsewhere, Caiapé in Buenos Aires, Pastu in São Paulo, Sanz in Barcelona. Loosely connected to the permanent core was a long string of collaborators. The organization was solid. Heroin flowed steadily from Marseilles to Ilha Bela and on to Miami or New York. But Beauserge ran into a major obstacle, the Italian mafia. Tommaso Busetta, one of the Sicilian's most notorious thugs, was ordered to Brazil in 1970 to prepare a takeover of the narcotics traffic, a logical step in a larger plan to be described later. Busetta was wanted in Italy for murdering 12 people, including 7 policemen, in the Siscali massacre in Sicily. 1. He's also alleged to have been responsible for the disappearance of reporter Mauro de Moro, who had stuck his nose into the murder of the Italian oil magnate Enrico Mattei. 2. Within a year of his arrival in São Paulo, Busetta had his legitimate cover, 250 taxis, a chain of snack bars, and an aluminum plant. It was all a front, and when Record was put away, Busetta decided the hour had arrived to move in on the multimillion-dollar dope business. However, he hadn't reckoned with Beauserge. Following an extended struggle that ended with David still on top, Busetta was forced to play ball like anyone else, and brought with him into the organization his son Benedetto, Paolo Lilio Giganti, and Guglielmo Casalini. Life, though, was not all hard work for David and company. They also found time for nightlife in Rio and São Paulo, through lavish parties, and mixed with film stars, singers, and other international celebrities. And still there was time for politics. David and others took part in the Argentine anti-communist alliances, AAA, massacres in Argentina, and remained on good footing with the Brazilian death squad. At the same time, SAC agents from David's coterie lent their expertise to the torture chamber of Sergio Fleury, head of São Paulo's infamous death squad. 3. However, like all other good things, David's came to an end. For Beauserge and his Brazilian connection, 1972 was a fateful year in more ways than one. It began with the arrest in January of Sardi and his girlfriend Helena on suspicion of passing counterfeit money. That proved to be only a police calling card, as the couple was soon back on the streets. The late 1971 plugging of French drug smuggling routes had made things difficult for their U.S. buyers. Aware that Franco-American forces were bent on crushing the entire French network, New York and Miami mafia dons treaded cautiously. Moreover, the arrest of several dealers left the Brazilian connection short of customers in early 1972. In February, shortly before Carnival in Rio, David, Sardi, Busita and Nicoli spent 3 days with Carlo Zippo, a mafia emissary from New York. 4. At the meeting, which transpired at Rio's plush Copacabana Palace Hotel, the mobsters developed a new network and buyer system. Sardi, jittery after his arrest, would move to Mexico City, the new transit point. In March Sardi went to Mexico City, where he was joined by his wife Liliane in an attractive residential district apartment. Sardi had no notion that the police had been trailing him ever since his entry into Mexico. Somebody had tipped them off. The Guatemalan authorities were after him for an armed attack on a bank. He was also wanted by the Bolivian police, and Interpol had issued descriptions of him everywhere. In the evening of April 17, Sardi and Liliane left their hideout to go to the movies. Before they got to their car, they were surrounded by police. Sardi was unarmed, but the police shot and killed him, and arrested Liliane. 5. The next day the Mexican Minister of Justice declared that the international drug trafficker had been killed in a confrontation with the police. A couple of months later, French newspapers added that Christian David had been in Mexico City at the time of Sardi's death, but that he had escaped and made it all the way back to Brazil. 6. On May 7, 1972, Brazilian police found the body of a young woman washed ashore on an Ilha Bela beach. It was Haida Rantes, owner of the Bordalão, the David gang hideout. Examination revealed the cause of death as strangulation. Another body appeared in the same place the next day. This time it was Haide's boyfriend and partner, Claudio Rodriguez, who'd had his head busted in. The double murder suspect was naturally Bo Serge, who was believed to have knocked off the hotel owners for disclosing the Mexican locale. Sardi's mistress Helena Ferreira was jailed for her own safety while Brazilian police, egged on strongly by U.S. narcotics agents, hunted after the David gang. Besides entertaining the police with stories of the gang's escapades, Ms. Ferreira also claimed they met frequently with the French millionaire/playboy/art dealer Fernand Legros. Whether because of corruption in Brazilian police ranks or an agreement involving the CIA and BNDD, David's gang remained at large for the time being, notwithstanding the police manhunt. If he was to be extradited, they would have to catch him in the act. David, in the meantime, was ensconced in a Rio villa where he'd set up his mistress Simone Delamere. In early October 1972 the CIA and BNDD were finally ready to strike when, in Rio de Janeiro harbor, they discovered 60 kilos of heroin about to be shipped by the gang to Miami aboard the freighter Mormac Altair. Police picked up Michel Nicoli in Sao Paulo, and nabbed most of the other members within days. On October 17, a large police force was dispatched to Simone Delamere's house, where David's presence was no longer a secret. But Bo Serge was tipped off and managed to slip away one more time. On October 21, 2 alert policemen noticed an obviously nervous young woman shopping in Salvador, in the Brazilian state of Bahia. They followed her to a third-class hotel in the seedier side of town. She looked too well dressed and sophisticated to stay at such a dive, so the 2 officers brought her in. At headquarters they soon determined she was David's girlfriend Simone. Shortly thereafter Bo Serge was packing up when 6 policemen smashed through the door to his room. He lunged for a pistol, but was grabbed before he could fire a shot. What followed was a tussle the officers won't forget. He was a master of karate, one of them later reported. He threw us around like balls. If there had only been 4 of us, I don't see how we could have handled him. Handcuffs and foot chains were needed to restrain Bo Serge. Nor did he relent as he lay on the floor, battered and exhausted, but rather tried bribing the Brazilian officers to release him. He offered each $100,000 plus tickets anywhere for their entire families. Leaving the hotel room, he managed, handcuffs and all, to grab a drinking glass, smash it and cut deeply into his wrist. His goal was a hospital where opportunities for escape were numerous. But his hospital stay was too short. Guards kept close watch as he was sewn up in an emergency room before being thrown into a cell. By the next day he was in a prison in Sao Paulo. In Beauserge's valise police found one 9mm Browning, one silenced Beretta, one short-barreled Smith & Wesson revolver, 3 cartridges of a crippling poison, 90 bullet cartridges of various caliber. 7. And a Uruguayan diplomatic passport in the name of Edouard Davrier, with a photo of Christian David. The arrest was greeted with mixed reactions in France. Worry, anger, and anxiety were aroused in certain circles, joy in others. At least one person was delighted, Police Lieutenant Bellarmine Noel, who looked forward to finally settling the score with the murderer of his predecessor Golly Bird, or so he thought. Just how great an effort the French made to have David extradited remains in doubt. Certainly some wanted him back to stand trial. Others preferred that he never again have the opportunity to talk. There were representatives of each persuasion in the highest political echelons. Since international law placed France in the driver's seat, its efforts at extradition must have been meek at best. Many were dumbfounded when Brazil extradited Christian David to the USA without first notifying the French government. Before extradition to the USA, however, David shocked the world by admitting his complicity in the Ben Barka affair. He also cut the artery in his wrist a second time, and on the day before his transfer to the USA, he got hold of a light bulb, crushed it, and swallowed the fragments. However, he received no medical treatment before arriving in the United States. According to his own later testimony, he was unaware of his destination when U.S. narcs came for him. Presuming it was France, he resisted violently. The Americans, he claimed, pumped him so full of drugs he didn't know what was happening. During the trial that began within days of his arrival in Brooklyn, newspapers reported he had been a victim of torture. David himself said, "I was tortured by Brazilian police for 30 days and fed nothing for 26. They stole all my money. Today I can't afford a lawyer, I haven't a cent." David and Michel Nicoli, who, with Claude-André Pastou, had been extradited to the US before David, each claimed they had been hung head down over a steam-puffing pipe as the Brazilians administered electric shocks to their genitals. While David looked awful in court from his self-inflicted wounds, not a trace of the alleged torture could be seen on Nicoli. The story of torture certainly doesn't fit David's later desire to return to prison in Brazil. On December 1 the court handed down its sentences. Auguste Record, extradited from Paraguay 2 months earlier, had gotten 27 years. David and Nicoli now got 20. Pastou, who gave the Americans important information on the Deloitte affair, got 7. Other Frenchmen in David's gang were extradited back to France, where they were wanted for murder and other capital crimes. The only one to avoid arrest was André Condamine, who went underground only to be murdered. François Caillape avoided extradition until 1976, when he was sentenced in New York to 20 years. Tommaso Busetta and the gang's 3 other Italians were nabbed on November 5, 1972, nearly 2 weeks after David, and were shipped off to Italy. Fernand Legros, the mystery man in this and earlier intrigues, was apparently placed under protective confinement in Rio shortly after David's sentencing in the United States. Officially he was arrested in connection with art frauds. 8. Each day, though, he was brought lavish meals including lobster, champagne, cognac, and fat Havana cigars. The big French underworld shakedown began just as Legros was imprisoned. If Legros had aided the CIA in the David affair, he must have been high on the list of those to be taken care of on the other side of the Atlantic. In 1974 SAC agents kidnapped Legros in Brazil, flew him back to France and locked him up. 9. Somebody was interested in the part he had played in certain affairs. However, Legros' friend Henry Kissinger, then Secretary of State, came to his aid. Kissinger demanded his release, protesting sharply the kidnapping of a U.S. citizen. 10. Legros still fears for his life. As recently as the spring of 1976, a nervous Legros, surrounded by bodyguards, said he had been threatened by Christian David's Barbu's colleagues and had demanded police protection. 12. The liquidation. With Christian David behind bars in Illinois' Marion prison, only one important French narcotics ring remained active, and that was run by the Francis Venturi mob. Their network consisted of such pillars of the Marseilles underworld as Paul Mondolini, Jean-Baptiste Croce, Albert Bistany and, until mid-1972, Etienne Mosca. Intelligent, experienced gangsters who left nothing to chance, they were considered untouchable. Mondolini, the most highly respected of all, is considered Marcel Francisci's crown prince. On July 7, 1972, Mosca was arrested in Lyons, stunning the entire French underworld. Were the untouchables really to be hit? But when there was no follow-up, all sighed in relief. Lightning struck 6 months later on January 19, 1973. French narcs shadowed Croce and Bistany to the Gondolier bar in Marseille's Old Harbour quarter. Both were arrested on the way out of the bar, police having blocked the main road. Disbelief gave way to suspicion when Bistany was released shortly thereafter. Had he talked? Croce's arrest proved to be the trigger for a desperate, ruthless gangland war that measured up to Prohibition Chicago. In the first half of 1973, 30 French mobsters were murdered primarily in Paris, Marseilles, and Lyons. 1. On March 31, Bistany was at Marseille's Tanagra restaurant with 2 of his strong men. The door opened and in walked 3 men, pistols drawn. Seconds later, Bistany, his thugs and the restaurateur were goners. The killings were common knowledge by the time police arrived. Among the many sensational shootouts of early 1973, several were connected to Christian David. Police fished a drifting trunk from the Seine on July 28, 1973. Inside was the corpse of a man with bullets in his heart and neck. It was André Condamine, the David Gang's Minister of Transportation and its only member to avoid arrest. Police investigation established he had been dead since February. Perhaps Condamine had had something to do with the arrest of Jean-Baptiste Croce. It was no secret that Condamine had sought to reconstruct a Latin American narcotics network and had settled on Mexico, Croce's territory. Among David's other friends who were knocked off in those hectic months, the first to go was Roger Dedown. A former member of both Felix Lesquez's gang and the international gun-running mob David had joined upon arrival in Latin America. Dedown was shot down in the Paris suburb of Neuilly on March 13, 1973. Dedown's best friend, and a close one of Beauseurge's as well, was Louis Nesmaz. He had sheltered Georges Fagan during the Ben Barca affair and later helped the Orsini brothers smuggle heroin via Barcelona to David in Brazil. Nesmaz avenged Dedown's death by shooting Joel Arfoiolu and Raymond Elbaz in Paris Clemence Bistro on April 7, 1973. Next it was Nesmaz's own turn to taste lead. On May 19, as he and 2 of his men dined at the Gentilly restaurant in Paris, 2 men entered and shot the 3 of them. Yet another was killed on June 15, 1973. Jean Auge, the Lyons area SAC chief and crime syndicate boss who had been in touch with Record in Paraguay and on good terms with David, Nesmaz, and Dedown, was found after a slow and painful death with 8 bullets in his stomach. 2. While the gangsters were cutting each other down, the police were not exactly on vacation. On April 10, 1973, the Marseilles and Paris forces teamed up on a major drive that sent 30 mobsters behind bars. The gang war subsided by mid-1973, but has never completely ended. With heroin no longer a viable commodity, there are more pockets than can be filled by other underworld operations, and so the murders continue at regular intervals. The 1975 toll included gangland boss William Zamour, who was given a royal burial and escorted to his grave by anything able to walk, creep, or crawl in the Parisian underworld. Several big names resorted to untraditional means of survival. François Caillape, the David Gang heavy stationed in Argentina, was arrested in Córdoba. He was imprisoned in 1972, just as the rest of the gang was being nabbed in Brazil. But Caillape had excellent connections in right-wing Peronist circles. A former OAS Commando Delta member in Algeria, he had remained in touch with other OAS figures assembled in the Paladin Group, a fascist terrorist combine founded in Spain by the Nazi war criminal Colonel Otto Skorzeny. 3. It was among the organizations to which Juan Perón's Grey Eminence, José López Rega, allied himself when he formed the dreaded terrorist group, the Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance, AAA. When the Peronist Héctor Campero became president of Argentina in May 1973, Caillape was released and immediately recruited into the AAA. When Perón himself returned a month later from 18 years of exile in Spain, an enormous crowd gathered at Ezeiza Airport on June 20 to greet him. Among them was a large contingent of Montoneros and other leftists. Security police were well aware of their presence. Police and AAA terrorists led by Colonel Jorge Osund attacked the demonstrators with machine guns and hand grenades. Some 100 were killed and 300 were badly wounded. The AAA's prisoners were dragged to the airport parking lot and tortured. Two of the more zealous hatchet men were Caillape and former OAS Colonel Jean Guards. 4. On August 6, Caillape's wife visited the Argentine prison commissioner on her husband's behalf, to request that he be placed in protective confinement. 5. Caillape had gotten the jitters after the discovery of his friend Condamine in the Seine. Besides, he was in constant danger of abduction by the Americans, who had long been demanding his extradition. The prison commissioner contacted the highest political authorities, and Buenos Aires Villa Devote prison soon opened its doors. There Caillape led the same charmed life as Augusto Record in Paraguay, and Fernand Legros in Brazil. His cell was outfitted with elegant furniture, TV, and a radio, and first-class food was brought in from town. Naturally he was paroled whenever López Rega or Isabel Perón threw a party, and the threat of extradition ended when the new Argentine regime, on orders from Perón, said a final no to the United States. Instead, cooperation between the two countries took a different form. In May 1974, the U.S. ambassador in Buenos Aires, Robert C. Hill, and López Rega, with whom he had worked closely for years, publicly signed an agreement to wage common war against the drug traffickers. At the signatory ceremony, López Rega declared that the drug war would automatically be an anti-guerrilla campaign as well, under the rationale that the Montoneros were the real traffickers. Pursuant to the agreement, the U.S. sent to Argentina a large number of narcotics agents trained at the CIA's special school in Georgetown. 6. 1 year later, a report of Argentina military intelligence revealed a giant narcotics network responsible for smuggling cocaine to the U.S. market. Its leaders were none other than López Rega, his son-in-law Raúl Lastiri, Senator Juan Carlos Cornejo, Robert Romero, managing editor of Argentina's largest provincial newspaper, El Tribuno, and Colonels Osund and Raúl Lacabón, both of whom fled to safety in Paraguay. 7. When a military coup deposed Isabel Perón, who had assumed the presidency on the death of her husband, power was seized by General Jorge Videla, who professed a strict, albeit selective, morality. He refused to harbor a hardened criminal like Caillape in spite of the many leftists he had disposed of. In late April 1976, Videla extradited Caillape to the USA to share the fates of Record, David, Nicoli, and Pastu. 8. Simultaneously with the 1972-73 attrition in French underworld ranks, President Georges Pompidou took the opportunity to purge SAC of its undesirables. Though it seemed as if SAC was being eliminated altogether, such was not the case. No angel himself, Pompidou would call on the Corps at election time and whenever else he saw fit. But Pompidou did eliminate those elements opposed to him personally, who had continued to make trouble for the new regime. Some 7,000 men were weeded out, many of them criminals who had enjoyed SAC protection and now became easy marks for the police. Many of the Barbouzas booted from SAC fled to Spain to join the Paladin group, where they learned to work side by side with their former arch-enemies, the OAS terrorists. Not all SAC agents were as fortunate. Charles Lascourts, a charter member of SAC and its chief for southeastern France, was among the many hunted down by the police. Along with his SAC activities, he had also headed a large smuggling and swindling mob comprised exclusively of SAC agents, as had his colleague Jean Auge in Lyons. Police tracked Lascourts to a Paris apartment in early 1972 and sent 2 officers to fetch him. Just how he did it is not known, but Lascourts managed to lure them to a cellar and lock the door behind him. He then fled to Spain, taking the SAC archives with him. But Spanish police arrested him on January 23, 1972 and put him in Carabanchel prison. They extradited him to France 2 months later, but not before the Spanish intelligence agency DGS had photocopied the archives. Lascourts was sentenced in France to 3 years in prison along with 8 of his SAC cohorts. Between mid-1971 and mid-1973 the French espionage and underworld suffered staggering losses. A succession of untouchables bit the dust, most prominent among them Joseph Orsini, Joe Cesare, Joe Attia, Georges Bouchazich, Julien Le New York, Pierre Dubail, André Condamine, Lucien Sardy, Albert Bistany, Jean Auge, Louis Nesmaz, and Roger Daydown. Between 40 and 50 gangsters perished in the French heroin war during that interim, only 2 of them of natural causes. In addition, a horde of French heroin smugglers, the entire elite included, was put behind bars. The big names were Auguste Record, Christian David, Michel Nicoli, Roger Deloette, André Labbe. 9. Jean-Baptiste Croce, Joe Signoli, Ange Simon Pieri, Jean-Claude Kella, Jean Orsini, Roch Orsini, Martin Orsini, Laurent Fiacconi, Etienne Mosca, Marcel Boucan, and Richard Bourdin. A glance at French arrest figures reveals the magnitude of the slaughter of the French heroin mafia. 25 traffickers were arrested in 1969-70. In 1971 alone the number was 26 and in 1972 it shot up to 108. With the exception of a lone behind-the-scenes bankroller, all were active, professional smugglers. An even greater number of French traffickers were arrested in 1972 in the US and elsewhere. More than half the gangsters killed or imprisoned during those 2 fateful years were connected to intelligence agencies STAS and or SAC. Whether or not the 2 organizations had directly profited from heroin trafficking and actually managed and financed part of it remains a subject of speculation. Nearly all French narcotics syndicates then in existence were smashed beyond recognition. Those that tried comebacks did not succeed very well. Dead or imprisoned smugglers could be replaced with time. More serious was the shortage of heroin labs in the aftermath of the Great Raids. The good chemists, like the smugglers, were either deceased or behind bars. 10. Moreover, French narcotics police placed an iron collar around Marseilles. Their force increased by more than 1,000% between 1970 and 1973, and the French port became a stalking ground of US narcs. 11. Equally disastrous, Turkey halted its illicit opium production by an agreement with the US which ensured the Turks compensation. In 1973, of course, there were stocks of morphine base to be found in Turkey, Lebanon, and Marseilles. However, the frequent seizure of heroin shipments had thinned them out badly. In 1970 Marseilles supplied roughly 80% of the heroin on the US market. 15% came from Mexico and only 5% from Southeast Asia. By 1973 the French share had fallen below 50%, and in 1975 it was estimated at less than 15%. From the law enforcement standpoint, the French heroin mafia was effectively crushed, and the U.S. Narcotics Intelligence Agency, the Drug Enforcement Administration, DIA, considered moving its European headquarters from Paris to Amsterdam. 12. The French underworld and its more respectable bankrollers were deprived of an annual income of some $150 million for a quantity of heroin which when cut in the US could bring a street price of $20 billion. But did the supply of heroin to the international market really fall by an amount equal to the French share? Did it fall at all? Wasn't it true that pure heroin could only be produced in Marseilles and that the world's drug habit would be largely relieved if only one could smash the French and Turkish suppliers? Isn't that what Nixon told Pompidou? Yes, but how often did Nixon tell the truth? 1. Part 2. The Great Heroin Coup. 13. The Fateful Days. A chronology of the heroin coup. We have turned the corner on heroin, declared a proud Richard Nixon after the massacre of the Corsican Mafia. But shutting off the pipeline of heroin from Marseilles did not produce the shortage he predicted. Except for a brief period in 1973, the supply increased tremendously. By 1975 the heroin glut far surpassed even that of the Corsican heyday of the late 60s. According to a 1977 report of the House Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse, heroin addiction had doubled in 4 years. 1 year later New York's Special Narcotics Prosecutor, Sterling Johnson, Jr. stated, "There is more dope on the streets now than at any time since the late 60s and early 70s, when we had an epidemic going. We've got another epidemic, and more critical." 1. When the heroin flow from Marseilles was shut off in 1972-73, 2 new sources of supply immediately filled the vacuum. Southeast Asia, Laos, Burma, and Thailand suddenly produced vast amounts of white number 4 heroin, the type that supposedly could only be produced by Marseilles chemists. The high-quality heroin went primarily to the 40% of all U.S. heroin addicts who were living in New York, and who were accustomed to Marseilles heroin. The other new source was Mexico. But its product, the less pure brown sugar, served mainly to regulate the market and to generate new customers. The remarkable switch from Turkey Marseilles U.S.A to Southeast Asia Mexico U.S.A shifted billions of dollars and the power that comes with it. Such a market revolution could not have happened without astute planning and direction, which demanded political savvy and political cooperation. The plans for this tremendous heroin coup were on somebody's drawing board before Nixon and Georges Pompidou met in early 1970. They were made long before Attorney General John Mitchell and French Justice Minister Raymond Marcellin met in Paris on February 26, 1971, when they signed the anti-narcotics agreement that led to the eradication of the Corsican drug mafia. Most probably they were in place by 1968. The occurrence of such a conspiratorial heroin coup is, of course, a hypothesis. In the following chapters I will trace the logic and the likelihood of its having transpired. Involved in one way or another in the planning, the execution, or both, were President Nixon and part of the White House staff, Meyer Lansky's corporate gangster syndicate, in particular its Cuban exile wing run by Florida Capo Santo Trafficante, Jr., the Cuba/China lobby, ultra-reactionary forces in Southeast Asia, primarily the Kuomintang Chinese on Taiwan and in the Golden Triangle, and intelligence and law enforcement factions of the CIA and BNDD/DIA. It was, needless to say, not a willful conspiracy of all the above. But we can assert with reasonable certainty that the CIA, Trafficante, and other mafiosi, certain Southeast Asians, and some people in the White House must have been in the know. The plan took 3 years to execute. Though the major maneuvers began in 1970, one could detect the opening skirmishes soon after Nixon's election victory in 1968. Henry Kissinger put pressure on Paraguay to extradite Augusta Record, the main Corsican supplier of narcotics to the U.S. market. 2. Paraguay's President Alfredo Stroessner at first chose to ignore that pressure. 3. In 1968 the Mafia's premier heroin importer, Santo Trafficante, Jr., traveled to Southeast Asia to check out possibilities for a new supply network involving Chinese opium merchants. 4. When he made the trip, the Corsican Mafia was supplying Trafficante with all the number 4 heroin he could sell. Nixon and Pompidou met in January 1970 to restore close Franco-American partnership. It was a crucial step in the destruction of the French narcotics apparatus that controlled 80% of the heroin trade. At the start of July 1970, White House staffer Egil Crow proposed Operation Heroin, a major action against the narcotics smugglers. His idea was approved. U.S. Mafia capos held a summit July 4 to 16 at the Hotel Sol in Palermo, Sicily. There they decided to pour money into Southeast Asia and transform it into the main source of heroin. 5. On July 23, 1970, Richard Nixon approved the Houston Plan to establish an espionage group that would supersede existing intelligence and enforcement agencies. The supergroup was to be steered from the White House, thus giving the president effective control over all intelligence including domestic spying on U.S. citizens. The plan fell through, mostly due to the opposition of J. Edgar Hoover. However, the White House continued to develop the plan under cover of its fast-growing, media-hyped narcotics campaign. In August 1970, the Corsicans, apparently informed of the outcome of the Palermo meeting weeks earlier, called their Southeast Asian connections to an emergency meeting at Saigon's Continental Hotel. Thereafter 2 loads of morphine base would be sent to Marseilles each month. 6. However, the shipments were continually sabotaged, and rarely arrived at their destination. Another major development in 1970 was the implementation of Nixon's Vietnamization program, through which the controls in Vietnam were returned to the CIA. The program pumped a fortune into South Vietnam, much of it pocketed by officials. Investigations of endemic corruption among non-coms and senior U.S. Army personnel led to a Hong Kong office run by a lieutenant of drug czar traffic Ante. 7. Pure No. 4 heroin appeared in Saigon in 1970, creating an epidemic of addiction among GIs. All previously available heroin had been of the coarse form that could only be smoked. The new heroin wave was hushed up. There were 2 other significant developments in 1970, 1, to end persistent rivalry among customs, the Internal Revenue Service, IRS, and the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, BNDD. Nixon named the BNDD the sole U.S. representative on drug matters, and, 2, the Mafia dispatched the notorious Tommaso Busetta to Brazil to prepare a takeover of narcotics smuggling upon Augusta Record's extradition to the U.S. On February 26, 1971, France and the United States signed the definitive agreement for a combined assault on heroin. Within days, Record was sentenced in absentia. On April 6, Roger DeLoette was picked up in New York. As detailed in Chapter 10, after that the Corsican network collapsed quickly. On May 27, 1971, Congressmen Morgan Murphy and Robert Steele issued their report, The World Heroin Problem. Among their sensational findings was that some 15% of the GIs in Vietnam were addicted to heroin. The causes were easy to identify. Most obvious was the sudden appearance of enormous quantities of No. 4 heroin. 14-year-old girls sold 90% pure heroin for peanuts. Pushers stuffed it into soldiers' pockets free of charge. Add to that the crackdown that effectively eliminated marijuana and hash from the barracks. On the day the Murphy-Steele report was issued, Nixon, John Ehrlichman, and Crow agreed to secretly budget $100 million for a covert BNDD kidnapping and assassination program. Before that, the White House had asked BNDD Director John Ingersoll to draft a plan for clandestine law enforcement that would include assassination of major traffickers. 8 days later, Nixon set up a special narcotics action and intelligence group right in the White House. In the same period, the Special Investigation Unit, the infamous Plumbers, set up shop in room 16 of the Executive Office building. The 2 groups overlapped, and several of their members were associates of Mafia kingpin traffic Ante. On June 17, 1971, Nixon, on television, declared war on narcotics. If we cannot destroy the drug menace in America, then it will destroy us. I am not prepared to accept this alternative. On June 30, 1971, the United States and Turkey signed an agreement that would halt Turkish opium cultivation. In return, the U.S. handed the Turkish government $30 million. On July 1, 1971, Nixon advisor Charles Colson recruited former CIA agent Howard Hunt as a White House consultant. 9. Hunt and Gordon Liddy would work out of Room 16 on narcotics intelligence, one of Hunt's specialties. On July 25, 1971, the Asian People's Anti-Communist League, APOCL, and World Anti-Communist League, WACL, met in Manila. The two international lobbies for the nationalist Chinese, prime bankrollers of international opium and heroin smuggling, angrily attacked Nixon for his approaching trip to Peking. 10. In August 1971, the BNDD announced the location in Southeast Asia of 29 drug refineries, 15 of them allegedly producing heroin. Among the largest was one in Vientiane, Laos, which was camouflaged as a Pepsi-Cola plant. Nixon, representing Pepsi's interests in 1965, had promoted its construction. Though the plant never capped a bottle, it continued to be subsidized by USAID. 11. In October 1971, top BNDD analyst John Warner told an interviewer that the continued flooding of the U.S. heroin market, despite the shutdown of French supply routes, indicated that more than the previously assumed 5% of U.S. heroin was originating in Southeast Asia. On November 1, 1971, BNDD agents arrested a diplomat attached to the Philippine embassy in Laos, and a Chinese journalist from Thailand, attempting to smuggle 40 kilos of heroin into the USA. That same year, BNDD agents at JFK Airport arrested the son of Panama's ambassador to Taiwan with 50 kilos of heroin. Finally, and most dramatically, Parisian police nabbed the Laotian Prince Chau Sopsizana attempting to smuggle in 60 kilos. Sopsizana, the head Laotian delegate to the APOCL, was about to become Laos' emissary in Paris. 12. The focus nevertheless remained on the French narcotics traffickers. Nixon could also produce results in the newly arisen Southeast Asian danger zone, but those amounted to the smashing of the remnants of the Corsican Mafia and their Southeast Asian supply network. Through it all, the U.S. supported Marshal Nguyen Cao and other South Vietnamese politicians known to be making immense profits from the heroin traffic. When U.S. reporters exposed KY's narcotics airlift, the CIA station and U.S. Embassy in Saigon issued blanket denials. 13. In late 1971, BNDD Director Ingersoll issued the following statement: "The CIA has for some time been this bureau's strongest partner in identifying foreign sources and routes of illegal trade in narcotics. Liaison between our two agencies is close and constant in matters of mutual interest. Much of the progress we are now making in identifying overseas narcotics traffic can, in fact, be attributed to CIA cooperation." 14. The catch was that BNDD progress and CIA cooperation went only as far as the French Mafia. CIA cooperation on Southeast Asia was another matter. The agency hindered BNDD agents and kept the press in the dark, while itself smuggling large quantities of opium via Air America. 15. A notable discrepancy arose in 1972 between CIA and BNDD estimates of the heroin traffic. CIA reports had 25% of the heroin coming from Mexico, the rest from Marseilles. The BNDD estimated that Southeast Asia already supplied 30% of the heroin on the U.S. market. 16. In January 1972, Nixon created, again by decree, the Office for Drug Abuse Law Enforcement, ODAL, to flush out pushers in 38 cities. Simultaneously, New York's police narcotics squad was reorganized following revelations of blatant corruption. ODAL ceased to exist on July 1, 1973, when it, the BNDD and the Narcotics Intelligence branches of the Justice Department and Customs Bureau were merged to become the Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, which now operates in the U.S. and worldwide. On July 17, 1972, James McCord, Frank Sturgis, Bernard Barker, Eugenio Rolando Martinez, and Virgilio Gonzalez, led by Hunt and Liddy, broke into the Democrats' Watergate offices in Washington. Of these 7 men, 4 were from Miami, 4 were active or former agents of the CIA, 4 had been involved in the Bay of Pigs invasion, and 3 were closely linked to the Cuban narcotics mafia. The same day Nixon telegrammed Pompidou his congratulations. 2 days earlier, France had closed out a series of raids against the Marseille's heroin labs. The Great Heroin Coup was well on its way to completion. On August 9, 1972, Nixon made William C. Sullivan the director of the Office of National Narcotics Intelligence, ONI, which would coordinate domestic drug intelligence. Sullivan had been the president's choice to head the Houston Plan's aborted superintelligence agency. 17. With Egil Crow executive director of the Cabinet Committee on International Narcotics Control, covering foreign narcotics intelligence. 18. Complete control over narcotics management was in the president's hands. In August 1972, U.S. troops were withdrawn from South Vietnam. The country was turned over to the CIA and a narcotics trafficking South Vietnamese government. In late August, in the midst of Nixon's re-election campaign, the BNDD announced the first noticeable heroin shortage on the streets of America. Nixon's battle with the French Mafia had borne fruit. Soon he would rid the USA entirely of the White Death. However, someone had forgotten to mention that returning GIs had helped triple the US addict population from the 1969 figure of 250,000. In reality, then, the total heroin supply was appreciably greater than that prevailing prior to Nixon's campaign against the French. Americans, however, would re-elect Nixon, who cited apparent gains in foreign affairs and the struggle against the drug plague. On August 12, 1972, New York crime families decided at a Staten Island summit to resume the drug traffic they had supposedly abandoned in the 50s. 19. Citing social responsibility, they decried the Cuban and black mafia's sale of heroin in the suburbs to children of decent people, and vowed that the drugs would thereafter remain in the ghetto. But the importance of the families had waned. Others, especially Traficante's Cuban organization, had become too strong. The heroin coup was complete by 1973. The French were out, and new labs, routes, and buyer networks were in place, with Southeast Asia the main supplier. That year the U.S. heroin supply did fall noticeably, largely because part of the plan was about to fall through. South Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia were slipping out of U.S. hands, forcing traffickers and bankrollers to regroup in safer surroundings, above all in Thailand. 20. A final item of interest in 1973 was the appearance before a Senate committee of the international speculator and smuggler Frank Peroff, who had served as an undercover agent for the DIA against the Cotrenay brothers of Montreal. He testified that the renegade international businessman, Robert Vesco, a major supporter of Richard Nixon, and his associate Norman LeBlanc, were bankrollers of international heroin trafficking. 21. 14. Heroin in Southeast Asia. Tihi place was Kunming in the South China province of Yunnan. The time was the end of World War II. Amid the chaos of war, opium and gold became the primary media of exchange, and cult-like bonds were forged among a small staff of Americans and high-ranking Chinese. Yunnan was a center of Chinese opium cultivation, and Kunming was the hotbed of military operations, among them Claire Chennault's 14th Air Force and Detachment 202 of the Office of Strategic Services, OSS. Among Detachment 202's notorious collection of special agents, one in particular, E. Howard Hunt, has needed no introduction since the Watergate break-in. In Kunming, the spy novelist who later became a comrade of Cuban exiles and China lobbyists befriended an equally intriguing character, the French foreign legionnaire turned OSS agent, Captain Lucien Conein. 1. Although not part of Detachment 202 proper, Conein frequented Kunming while awaiting parachuting over Indochina. 2. Indochina remained Conein's base of operation after World War II, when, like Hunt, he slid over from the OSS to its successor, the CIA. He then operated throughout South and North Vietnam, Cambodia, and Burma, and became the top U.S. expert on the area, as well as on the opium-smuggling Corsican mafia. He was Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge's middleman in the 1963 plot to overthrow South Vietnam's President Ngo Dinh Diem, who was assassinated along with his brother Ngo Dinh Nhu, the Corsican's partner in the drug traffic. A decade later, Conian and Hunt, working for the Nixon White House plumbers, would attempt to make it appear that the plot had been ordered by JFK. Both Conian and William Colby, mastermind of the CIA's Phoenix assassination program, were recalled to the U.S. at the start of the 70s. After Mao Zedong's rise to power in China, OSS veterans formed a number of firms that would be linked both to the CIA and to its reactionary client regimes in the Far East. With financial assistance from his friends in Asia, OSS China Hand C.V. Starr gained control of several U.S. insurance companies. As brought to light during the McClellan hearings, Jimmy Hoffa awarded one of them, U.S. Life, and a smaller company, Union Casualty, whose agents Paul and Alan Dorfman were among Hoffa's links to the underworld. 3. A Teamsters union contract despite a lower bid from a larger, more reputable insurance firm. 4. Starr's attorney was the powerful Washington-based Tommy the Cork Corcoran. Corcoran's law partner, William Youngman, was a director of U.S. Life. Corcoran's other clients included the United Fruit Company, Chiang Kai-shek's influential brother-in-law TV. Soong, and the mysterious airline, Civil Air Transport, CAT, of which 60% was owned by the Taiwan regime and 40% by the CIA. 5. On behalf of United Fruit, Corcoran triggered a CIA plot, in which Howard Hunt was the agency's chief political action officer, to overthrow Guatemala's President Jacobo Arbenz in 1954. 6. OSS China Hand Willis Bird settled in Bangkok, Thailand to head an office of Sea Supply Incorporated, a CIA proprietary headquartered in Miami, which furnished weapons to opium-smuggling nationalist Chinese, KMT, troops in Burma. 1 William Bird, representing CAT in Bangkok, coordinated CAT airdrops to KMT troops and ran an engineering firm that constructed short airstrips used for the collection of Laotian opium. 7. Sea Supply also provided arms and aid to Pheo Sriyananda, the head of Thailand's 45,000-man paramilitary police force and reputedly one of the most corrupt men in the history of that corruption-ridden nation. For years his troops protected KMT opium smugglers and directed the drug trade from Thailand. 8. When President John F. Kennedy in 1962 attempted a crackdown on the most hawkish CIA elements in Indochina, he sought the prosecution of Willis Bird, who had been charged with the bribery of an aide official in Vientiane. But Bird never returned to the U.S. to stand trial. Upon returning to Miami, the OSS Chief of Special Intelligence and Head of Detachment 202 in Kunming, Colonel Paul Helliwell, was a busy man. In Miami offices of the American Bankers Insurance Co. he functioned simultaneously as the Thai consul, and the counsel for Sea Supply as well as for insurance companies run by his former subordinate C.V. Starr. 9. American Bankers Insurance was itself a most unusual firm. One of its directors, James L. King, was also a director of the Miami National Bank through which the Lansky Syndicate reportedly passed millions en route to Geneva's Swiss Exchange and Investment Bank. One of the Swiss bank's directors, Lou Polar, also sat on the board of King's Miami National Bank. 10. Moreover, in the 50s and 60s, Thai and nationalist Chinese capital was invested in Florida's explosive development, much of it by way of the General Development Corporation controlled by associates of Meyer Lansky. 11. It's important to note the dubious alliance of Southeast Asian power groups with those concerned with Florida and Cuba. This early mutuality of business interests is the key to all that follows, and Miami is the nerve center to which we will continually return. The alliance was comprised of the China Lobby, OSS China Hands, Cuban exiles, the Lansky Syndicate, and CIA hawks pushing for all-out involvement in Indochina and against Castro's Cuba. It coalesced between 1961 and 1963, and its members had three things in common: a right-wing political outlook, an interest in Asian opium, and a thirst for political might. The last factor led to another common denominator in which the alliance invested heavily: Richard M. Nixon. Some people effectively overlap the entire spectrum of the alliance. Among them are Howard Hunt and Tommy Corcoran, the man behind United Fruit's dirty work. United Fruit was a client of the Miami-based Double Check Corp., a CIA front that supplied planes for the Bay of Pigs invasion. 12. Corcoran was the Washington escort of General Chennault's widow Anna Chen Chennault, erstwhile head of the China lobby, the key to Southeast Asian opium. 13. Another key figure in the China lobby was weapons dealer/financier William Pauly, the American co-founder of Chennault's Flying Tigers. 14. Pauly's name was the password to intrigue: OSS China, Tommy Corcoran. 15. CIA cover firms. 16. And arms shipments to KMT Chinese on Taiwan in defiance of a State Department refusal of authorization. 17. All were either directly or indirectly connected to Pauly. He also rubbed elbows with the U.S. heroin mafia when, in 1963, he, Santo Traficante, Jr. and Cuban exiles took part in one of the countless boat raids on Cuba. 18. The China lobby's Southeast Asian connection naturally went via the Taiwan regime, which controlled the opium-growing Chinese in the Golden Triangle and, with the CIA, owned the opium-running Cat Airlines. As Ross Y. Cohn wrote in 1964, there is considerable evidence that a number of nationalist Chinese officials are engaged in the illegal smuggling of narcotics into the United States with the full knowledge and connivance of the nationalist Chinese government. The evidence indicates that several prominent Americans have participated in and profited from these transactions. It indicates further that the narcotics business has been an important factor in the activities and permutations of the China lobby. 19. British writer Frank Robertson went one step further in 1977. Taiwan is a major link in the Far East narcotics route, and a heroin producer. Much of the acetic anhydride, the chemical necessary for the transformation of morphine into heroin smuggled into Hong Kong and Thailand, comes from this island, a dictatorship under the iron rule of the late Chiang Kai-shek's son, Chiang Ching-kuo. 20. When the Communists routed Chiang Kai-shek's forces in 1949, some 10,000 KMT troops fled to Southeast Asia and settled in a remote part of Burma. Heavily armed, they soon assumed control of the area and intermarried with the local population. Under General Li Mi they continued to infiltrate China proper, but each time they were repulsed. While awaiting Jiang's signal for a final, two-front onslaught, Burma's KMT army needed a source of income. Many had grown opium in Yunnan, and so the poppies, which flourished on the hillsides, became the force's cash crop. Around 1950 the CIA became interested in the KMT troops. With General Douglas MacArthur pushing to arm them for an attack on Red China, the agency secretly flew them weapons in Cat airplanes. But when the KMT instead used the weapons against the Burmese army, Burma protested before the UN, where it was decided that 2,000 KMT troops would be flown by Cat to Taiwan by 1954. Those who eventually made the trip, however, were only farmers and mountain people in KMT uniforms, and the weapons they took out were obsolete. 21. Nonetheless, with help from the Red Chinese Army, Burma drove most of the KMT forces into Thailand and Laos, though many later returned. The Kuomintang and their kin now number over 50,000. Though only a fraction are soldiers, the KMT still controls hundreds of thousands of Chinese occupying the region, especially in Thailand. The junction of Burma, Thailand, and Laos, the Golden Triangle, is the site of the bulk of the world's opium production and thereby the source of enormous fortunes for the French and later the Americans. The French held effective control over the Southeast Asian opium traffic until 1965. Between 1946 and 1955 the Mixed Airborne Commando Group, MACG, and the French Air Force managed the shipment of opium from Burma to Laos. A guerrilla corps comprised mostly of Laotian Miao tribesmen and led by Colonel Roger Trinquire, MACG remained unusually independent despite its direct connections to the SDS and XIM, Second Bureau. To finance their secret Indochina operations, these organizations turned to the smuggling of gold and opium, with MACG in charge of the latter. Large quantities of opium were shipped to French Saigon headquarters and passed on to the Corsican Mafia, who in turn smuggled the drug to Marseilles. When the French withdrew from Indochina in 1955 after their defeat by the Viet Minh, and after the CIA pushed aside the SDS, MACG leaders communicating through CIA agent Lucien Conein offered the Americans their entire guerrilla force. Against Conein's advice they refused. 22. History would cast doubt on the wisdom of that decision. In 1955 CIA agent General Edward Lansdale began a war to liquidate the Corsican supply network. While Lansdale was cracking down on the French infrastructure, his employer the CIA was running proprietaries, like C Supply and CAT, that worked hand in hand with the opium-smuggling nationalist Chinese of the Golden Triangle, and with the corrupt Thai border police. 23. The Lansdale/Corsican vendetta lasted several years, during which many attempts were made on Lansdale's life. Oddly enough, his principal informant on Corsican drug routes and connections was the former French foreign legionnaire, Lucien Conein, then of the CIA. Conein knew just about every opium field, smuggler, trail, airstrip, and Corsican in Southeast Asia. He spent his free time with the Corsicans, who considered him one of their own. Apparently they never realized it was he who was turning them in. 24. When Lansdale returned from Vietnam in the late 50s, the Corsicans recouped some of their losses, chartering aging aircraft to establish Air Opium, which functioned until around 1965. That year, the Corsicans' nemesis Lansdale returned to Vietnam as an advisor to Ambassador Lodge. There was also an upheaval in the narcotics traffic, and perhaps the two were connected. CIA-backed South Vietnamese and Laotian generals began taking over the opium traffic, and as they did so, increasing amounts of morphine and low-quality heroin began showing up on the Saigon market. The first heroin refineries sprang up in Laos under the control of General Juan Radicon. President KY in Saigon was initially in charge of smuggling from the Laotian refineries to the South Vietnamese, and Lansdale's office, it is to be remembered, was working closely with KY. Lansdale himself was one of KY's hardiest supporters, and Conein went along with whatever Lansdale said. 25. One result of the smuggling takeover by the generals was the end of the Corsicans' Air Opium. The KMT Chinese and Mio tribesmen who cultivated raw opium either transported it themselves to the refineries or had it flown there by the CIA via CAT and its successor, Air America, another agency proprietary. Though the Corsicans still sent drugs to Marseilles, the price was becoming prohibitive, since they were forced to buy opium and morphine in Saigon and Vientiane rather than pick up the opium for peanuts in the mountains. In 1967 a three-sided opium war broke out in Laos between a Burmese Shan state warlord, KMT Chinese, and General Radicon's Laotian army. Radicon emerged victorious, capturing the opium shipment with the help of U.S. supplied aircraft. The KMT, for its part, managed to reassert its dominance over the warlord. The smuggling picture was becoming simplified, with Southeast Asian opium divided among fewer hands, and most of the Corsicans out of the way. General Lansdale returned to the U.S. in 1967, leaving Conein in Vietnam. The next year Conein greeted a new boss, William Colby. Since 1962 Colby had run the agency's special division for covert operations in Southeast Asia, where his responsibilities included the secret CIA war in Laos with its 30,000-man Mio army. He shared that responsibility with the U.S. ambassador in Laos, William H. Sullivan, who would later preside over the Tehran embassy during the fall of the Shah. Many of the agents who ran the CIA's war in Laos had earlier trained Cuban exiles for the Bay of Pigs invasion, and afterward had taken part in the agency's continued secret operations against Cuba. 26. Since exiles were furnished by the traffic anti-mob. 27. Intelligence agents had intermingled with representatives of America's #1 narcotics organization. The same agents would now become involved with the extensive opium smuggling from Miao tribesmen camps to Vientiane. 28. In 1967, Colby devised a plan of terror for the pacification of Vietnam. Operation Phoenix organized the torture and murder of any Vietnamese suspected of the slightest association with Viet Cong. Just as Lansdale was traveling home, Colby was sent to South Vietnam to put his brainchild to work. According to Colby's own testimony before a Senate committee, 20,857 Viet Cong were murdered in Phoenix's first 2 years. The figure of the South Vietnamese government for the same period was over 40,000. 29. It was during Colby's tour in Vietnam that the heroin turned out by General Juan Radicone's labs appeared in quantity, and with unusually high quality. The Great Heroin Wave brought on a GI addiction epidemic in 1970. Congressional reports indicated that some 22% of all U.S. soldiers sampled the drugs and 15% became hooked. 30. Former Air Marshal, then Vice President, Nguyen Caoky, now alive and well in the United States, and his underlings still controlled most of the traffic. President Nguyen Van Thieu and his faction, comprised mostly of Army and Navy officers, were also in it up to their necks. According to NBC Saigon correspondent, Thieu's closest advisor, General Dang Van Quang, was the man most responsible for the monkey on the U.S. Army's back. But the U.S. Saigon Embassy, where Colby was second in command, found no substance to the accusations. KY's record notwithstanding, KY had been removed from U.S. Operation Haylift, which flew commando units into Laos, for loading his aircraft with opium on the return trips. In the face of skyrocketing GI heroin abuse, the Army Criminal Investigation Division, CID, looked into General Ngiozu's complicity in the heroin traffic and filed a lengthy report at the U.S. Embassy. 31. The embassy ignored the report and chose not to forward it to Washington. 32. The BNDD also investigated the roots of the heroin epidemic, but was impeded in its work by the CIA and U.S. Embassy. In 1971, however, a string of heroin labs were uncovered in Thailand, and a number were closed down. In 1971, furthermore, Colby and Konian were recalled to the United States. Colby became the Deputy Director of Operations, the man in charge of the CIA's covert operations. More remarkable, though, was Konian's homecoming after 24 years of periodic service to the CIA in Indochina, raising the question of why the U.S.'s foremost expert on Indochina had been brought back to Washington just as the crucial phase of Vietnamization was about to begin. 33. Ironically, Corsican friends still around for Konian's departure presented him with a farewell gold medallion bearing the seal of the Corsican Union. At the war's cataclysmic end, the CIA admitted that certain elements in the organization had been involved in opium smuggling and that the illegal activities of U.S. allies had been overlooked to retain their loyalties. In reality, the agency had been forced to confess because of its inability to refute the tales of returning GIs, among them that of Green Beret Paul Withers, a recipient of 9 Purple Hearts, the Distinguished Service Cross and Silver and Bronze Stars. After completing basic training at Fort Dix in the fall of 1965, Withers was sent to Nha Trang, South Vietnam. Although he was ostensibly stationed there, he was placed on loan to the CIA in January 1966 and sent to Pak Seng, Laos. Before going there, he and his companions were stripped of their uniforms and all American credentials. They were issued Czechoslovakian guns and Korean uniforms. Paul even signed blank sheets of paper at the bottom, and the CIA later typed out letters and sent them to his parents and wife. All this was done to hide the fact that there were American troops operating in Laos. The mission in Laos was to make friends with the Miao people and organize and train them to fight the Pathet Lao. One of the main tasks was to buy up the entire local crop of opium. About twice a week an Air America plane would arrive with supplies and kilo bags of opium which were loaded on the plane. Each bag was marked with the symbol of the tribe. 34. The CIA, reportedly, did not support any form of smuggling after 1968. Del Rosario, a former CIA operative, had something to say about that. In 1971 I was an operations assistant for Continental Air Service, which flew for the CIA in Laos. The company's transport planes shipped large quantities of rice. However, when the freight invoice was marked diverse I knew it was opium. As a rule an office telephone with a special number would ring and a voice would say "the customer here." That was the code designation for the CIA agents who had hired us. "Keep an eye on the planes from Ban Hao Sai. We're sending some goods and someone's going to take care of it. Nobody's allowed to touch anything, and nothing can be unloaded," was a typical message. These shipments were always top priority. Sometimes the opium was unloaded in Vientiane and stored in Air America depots. At other times it went on to Bangkok or Saigon. 35. Even while the CIA trafficked in opium, President Nixon ranted on TV against drug abuse and lauded the crackdown against French smuggling networks. 1. 15. The Cubans of Florida. Meyer Lansky, the syndicate's financial wizard and its chairman from around 1947, began building his Cuban empire in the early 40s. When free elections chased his close friend and dictator Fulgencio Batista from office in 1944, Lansky also left the island, entrusting his empire to the Trafficante family headed by Santo, Sr. Lansky and Batista settled in Hollywood, Florida, just north of Miami. Before long, Lansky was running an illegal casino empire on the coast, and in 1947 he eliminated Bugsy Siegel and moved into Las Vegas. All the while Lansky expanded the narcotics trade founded by Lucky Luciano. The older mafia dons deemed the trade taboo, so Lansky's wing of the syndicate cornered the market, with Trafficante's eldest son, Santo, Jr., overseeing the heroin traffic. 1. When Florida's illegal casinos were shut down in 1950, Lansky promoted Batista's return to power in Cuba. The drive bore fruit in 1952. With Trafficante, Sr.'s death in 1954, Santo, Jr. became Lansky's right-hand man and manager of his Cuban interests. Until then, he had managed the San Souci Casino, a base for running Havana's tourist trade and keeping tabs on heroin shipments from Marseilles to New York via Florida and Cuba. 2. Trafficante, Jr. has proven more talented than his father. Extraordinarily intelligent and energetic, he has handled the most acute crises with detached calm. Luciano characterized him as a guy who always managed to hug the background, but he is rough and reliable. In fact, he's one of the few guys in the whole country that Meyer Lansky would never tangle with. 3. In no time, Trafficante, Jr. ingratiated himself with dictator Batista, while remaining loyal to Lansky, who appointed him manager of his own Florida interests in addition to those in Cuba. Lansky needed to spend increasing amounts of time in New York, between travels to Las Vegas, Rome, Marseilles, Beirut, and Geneva. Many envied Lansky's ever-increasing power and wealth, among them Murder Incorporated chairman of the board Albert Anastasia. In 1957 the latter tried enlisting Trafficante's aid in removing Lansky from the Havana scene. It was one of Anastasia's last moves. Trafficante arranged a friendly meeting in New York's Sheraton Hotel. An hour after Trafficante had checked out, Anastasia was murdered in the hotel's barber shop, shaving cream still on his face. 4. According to Peter Dale Scott, certain U.S. business interests collaborated with the narcotics-linked American mafia in Cuba, as they did with similar networks in China and later in Vietnam, for the mafia supplied the necessary local intelligence, cash, and muscle against the threat of communist takeover. 5. As Scott wrote those words in 1973, Cuban Americans recruited by the CIA were suspected by federal and city authorities to be involved in everything from narcotics to extortion rackets and bombings. 6. The Church Committee and other Senate and law enforcement reports would confirm these allegations. Again we observe the Cuba/Southeast Asia/CIA triangle, and it's no secret who managed the Cuban side. Their trafficante, Jr. hired the fast-learning natives, while dictator Batista's men made the empire safe for organized crime, often appearing more loyal to trafficante than to Batista himself. In return the Cubans learned the business. With Fidel Castro's January 1, 1959 ouster of Batista, Lansky and trafficante were in trouble. Though they were expelled from their Cuban kingdom, nearly a year elapsed before the syndicate departed and the casinos were closed. Along with trafficante and Lansky, 500,000 Cubans left the island in the years following Castro's takeover. Some 100,000 settled in the New York City area, especially Manhattan's Washington Heights and New Jersey's Hudson County. Another 100,000 headed to Spain, others to Latin America, and 250,000 made their new home in Florida, the site of Traficante's new headquarters. Out of the Traficante-trained corps of Cuban officers, security staffers, and politicians, a Cuban mafia emerged under the mobsters' control. It specialized in narcotics, first Latin American cocaine, then Marseille's heroin. With his Cubans, trafficante also grabbed control of La Bolita, the numbers game that took Florida by storm and became a syndicate gold mine. 7. Besides the Cubans, who comprised the main wing of his organization, trafficante also worked closely with the non-Italian Harlan Blackburn mob, a break with mafia tradition. 8. But the core of the trafficante family remained Italian, and the Italians also dealt in drugs. In 1960 his man Benedetto Benny the Cringe Indiviglio negotiated the opening of a narcotics route with Jacques I. Americain, the representative of Corsican boss Joseph Orsini. 9. Benedetto and his brothers Romano, Arnold, Charles, and Frederick eventually ran Trafficante's Montreal-bound smuggling network, and were later joined by the notorious New York wholesaler Louis Cirillo. 10. Trafficante settled in Tampa, but continued to run some of his activities from Jimmy Hoffa's Teamster Local 320 in Miami. Trafficante and David Yaras of Sam Giancana's Chicago mob were instrumental in founding Local 320, which, according to the McClellan hearings, was a front for syndicate narcotics activities. 11. After losing his Havana paradise, far-sighted Meyer Lansky used straw men to buy up much of Grand Bahama Island and erected a new gambling center around the city of Nassau. But though Lansky and trafficante each survived in style, neither they nor the Cuban exiles relinquished hope of a return to Cuba. Moreover, they were not alone in dreaming of overthrowing Castro. The CIA in particular let its imagination run wild to this end. Its covert operations expert, General Edward Lansdale, seriously planned to send a submarine to the shore outside Havana, where it would create an inferno of light. At the same time, Cuba-based agents would warn the religious natives of the second coming of Christ and the Savior's distaste for Fidel Castro. However, elimination by illumination was shelved in favor of less fantastic suggestions for Castro's assassination. The latter brought together the CIA, Cuban exiles, and the syndicate in the person of Santo Trafficante. In 1960 the CIA asked its contract agent Robert Maheu to contact the mobster John Rosselli. Rosselli introduced Maheu to Trafficante and Sam Giancana, the Chicago capo, and the strange bedfellows arranged an attempt on the life of Castro. 12. The agency had previously stationed an agent on Cuba who was to flash the green light when assassination opportunities arose. He was Frank Angelo Fiorini, a one-time smuggler of weapons to Castro's Revolutionary Army, to whom Castro had entrusted the liquidation of the gambling casinos. 13. Through the latter assignment Fiorini had made the acquaintance of Trafficante. In February 1961 Maheu, Trafficante, and Rosselli met at Miami's Fontainebleau Hotel. There Maheu gave the hoods untraceable poison capsules for delivery to a Cuban exile connected with the Trafficante mob. 14. Their Cubans were to smuggle them to the island and poison Castro, but the attempt failed. Trafficante engineered more attempts, including one in September 1962. 15. And his organization also provided Cubans for the Bay of Pigs invasion. 16. Never before had there existed a more remarkable, fanatical group of conspirators than that assembled to create, finance, and train the Bay of Pigs invasion force. The top CIA figures were Lansdale protégé Napoleon Valeriano, the mysterious Frank Bender, and E. Howard Hunt, who was himself involved in at least one of the attempts on Fidel Castro's life. They were supported by a small army of CIA operatives from 4 of its Miami cover firms. 17. Runner-up to Hunt for the most intriguing CIA conspirator award is Bender, a German refugee whose true identity remains a matter of speculation. Some contend that he had been an agent of the West German Gehlen espionage network under the name Drecher, others contend it was Droller. 18. The former security chief for Dominican Republic dictator Rafael Trujillo claims that Bender was in fact one Fritz Swend, a Gehlen collaborator and leader of ex-Nazis in Peru. Prior to the Bay of Pigs invasion, Swend was allegedly the CIA's man in the Dominican Republic as Don Frederico. There he purportedly planned the invasion along with mobster Frank Costello and ex-Cuban dictator Batista. 19. The invasion's moral and financial supporters included many leading China lobbyists. Most important was the multimillionaire behind Claire Chennault's Flying Tigers, William Pauly. 20. Pauly had been involved in the CIA's 1954 overthrow of Guatemala's democratically elected Arbenz regime. Like Lansky and Traficante, Pauly had had a big stake in Cuba. Prior to Castro's takeover, he had owned the Havana bus system and sugar refineries. He met with President Eisenhower several times in 1959 to persuade the president to assist Cuban exiles in overthrowing Castro. Pauly then helped the CIA recruit anti-Castro Cubans. 21. The key Cuban exile conspirators in the Bay of Pigs operation and the ensuing attacks on Cuba and Castro included Manuel Artime, Orlando Bosch, Felipe de Diego, and Rolando Martinez, the first a close friend of Howard Hunt's, the last 2 future Watergate burglars. The name of Bosch was to become synonymous with terrorism. Distinguishing the non-criminal element among the Bay of Pigs anti-Castro Cubans is no easy matter, since so many emerged from Traficante's Cuban mafia. According to agents of the BNDD, nearly 10% of the 1,500-man force had been or eventually were arrested for narcotics violations. 22. Its recruiters included syndicate gangsters like Richard Kane, the former Chicago policeman who became a lieutenant for Sam Giancana. The Dominican Republic, a focal point in the invasion scheme, also became a transit point for Traficante's narcotics traffic. Furthermore, the CIA, according to agents of the BNDD, helped organize the drug route by providing IDs and speedboats to former Batista officers in the Dominican Republic in charge of narcotics shipments to Florida. 23. It is of paramount importance to note the close CIA cooperation with Traficante's Cuban mafia, whose overriding source of income was the smuggling of drugs. One of Traficante's personal CIA contacts for the Bay of Pigs was Frank Furina, Castro's liquidator of mob casinos, who now preferred the name Frank Sturgis. 24. In late 1960, Sturgis ran the Miami-based International Anti-Communist Brigade, IACB, said to be financed by the syndicate. According to Richard Whatley, a brigade member hired for the invasion, Traficante. 25. Would order Sturgis to move his men and he'd do it. Our ultimate conclusion was that Traficante was our backer. He was our money man. 26. Another detail from Sturgis' past is especially interesting in light of Frank Bender's alleged ties to the Gehlen organization. For a period in the early 50s, Sturgis was involved in espionage activities in Berlin, serving as a courier between various nations' intelligence agencies, and was thereby inevitably in contact with the Gehlen network. 27. The Bay of Pigs invasion was, of course, a fiasco. But that hardly stopped the CIA, the syndicate, or their Cuban exile troops. Wheels were soon turning on new assassination attempts under CIA agent William Harvey, who again collaborated with the underworld. Within months, the Miami CIA station JM/Wave was again in full swing. It sponsored a series of hit-and-run attacks on strategic Cuban targets that spanned 3 years and involved greater manpower and expenditures than the Bay of Pigs invasion itself. To head the JM/Wave station, the CIA chose one of its up-and-coming agents, the 34-year-old Theodore Shackley, who came direct from Berlin. His closest Cuban exile associates were Joaquin Sanguinis and Rolando, Watergate burglary, Martinez. 28. Some 300 agents and 4,000 to 6,000 Cuban exile operatives took part in the actions of JM/Wave. As later revealed, one of its last operations was closed down because one of its aircraft was caught smuggling narcotics into the United States. 2. 29. Shackley is another contender for the most intriguing CIA conspirator award. After years of collaboration with trafficking organization Cubans, he and part of his Miami staff were transferred to Laos. 30. Where he joined Lucien Conian. 31. There they helped organize the CIA's secret Mio tribesman army, the second such army drummed up by Shackley that was up to its ears in the drug traffic. Vientiane, where Shackley was the station chief, became the new center of the heroin trade. Later he ran the station in Saigon, where the traffic flowed under the profiteering administration of Premier Nguyen Caoky. When the agency prepared its coup against the Chilean President Salvador Allende, Shackley was its chief of covert operations in the Western Hemisphere. When William Colby became the director of the CIA in 1973, Shackley took over his job as chief of covert operations in the Far East. Eventually he was booted out of the agency as part of the shakeup ordered by its current director Stansfield Turner. 32. In the JM/Wave period a great expansion in China lobby trafficante Cuban exile CIA connections occurred. William Pauly financed a mysterious summer 1963 boat raid against Cuba in his own yacht, the Flying Tiger II. Besides Pauly himself, the crew included mafioso John Martino, who had operated roulette wheels in one of Traficante's Havana casinos, CIA agents codenamed Rip, Mike, and Ken, the ubiquitous Rolando Martinez, and a dozen other Cuban exiles led by Eddie Bayo and Eduardo Perez, many of whom eventually disappeared mysteriously. 33. Lauren Hall, another former trafficante casino employee, claimed that both his boss and Sam Giancana had helped plan the raid. 34. CIA Booth Luce, a queenpin of the China lobby, testified during Senate hearings on the CIA that she had financed an exile gunboat raid on Cuba after JFK had ordered the agency to halt such raids. I will not wander deeply into the quagmire of circumstances surrounding the murder of President John F. Kennedy. However, it is worth repeating a few lines from the final report of the House Select Committee on Assassinations. The committee's extensive investigation led to the conclusion that the most likely family bosses of organized crime to have participated in such a unilateral assassination plan were Carlos Marcelo and Santo Traficante. 35. Of the many connections between Traficante and Dallas, the most important are his association with Jack Ruby, who visited him in a Havana prison in 1959, his statement to Cuban exile financier José Alemán that Kennedy is going to be hit, and his close association with fellow mafia capo Carlos Marcelo. The Cuban exiles, drug racketeers, and the CIA had no shortage of anti-Kennedy motives, which were all the more intensified as the three forces gradually welded together. The anti-Cuba actions continued well into 1965, at which time a crucial 3-year turnabout for the Lansky Syndicate began. Its money had been invested in the unsuccessful attempts at toppling Castro and in its new casino complex in Nassau, which was threatened by local anti-gambling forces. So when Southeast Asia began emerging as a new heroin export center, Lansky sent his financial expert John Pullman to check out the opportunities for investment. Close on his heels went Frank Fursai, the son of a trafficante lieutenant. 36. From 1968 on, Traficantes Cubans were in effective control of the traffic in heroin and cocaine throughout the United States. 37. The Florida Capo's only gangland partner of significance was the Cotronai family in Montreal. Trafficante carried out his business in a cool and collected manner. Never out of line with the national syndicate, he enjoyed relative anonymity while other, less prominent gangsters wrote their names in history with blood. His organization was so airtight that when narcotics investigators finally realized how big a fish he was, they had to admit he was untouchable. The BNDD tried nabbing him in its 1969-70 Operation Eagle, then the most extensive action ever directed against a single narcotics network. The Bureau arrested over 120 traffickers, wholesalers, and pushers, but made no real dent. Within days, well-trained Cubans moved into the vacated slots. 38. To the BNDD's surprise, a very large number of those arrested in Operation Eagle were CIA-trained veterans of the Bay of Pigs and Operation 39. Among them were Juan Cesar Restoy, a former Cuban senator under Batista, Alan Eric Rudmarero, a pilot, and Mario Escandar. 39. Their fates were most unusual. Escandar and Restoy, alleged leaders of the narcotics network, were arrested in June 1970 but fled from Miami City Jail in August. Escandar turned himself in, but was released soon afterward when it was established that Attorney General John Mitchell had neglected to sign the authorization for the wiretap that incriminated Escandar. He returned to narcotics and was arrested in 1978 for kidnapping, a crime punishable by life, but for which he got only 6 months. 40. As this book went to press, the FBI was investigating Escandar's relationship with the Dade County, Miami, police force. Escandar died of an apparent heart attack in a federal prison in 1986. Juan Restoy, on the other hand, turned to blackmail. He threatened to expose a close friend of President Nixon's as a narcotics trafficker, if not given his freedom and $350,000. 40. Restoy was shot and killed by narcotics agents, as was Rudmarero. In late 1970, in the wake of Operation Eagle, Bay of Pigs veteran Guillermo Hernandez Cartaya set up the World Finance Corporation, WFC, a large company alleged to be a conduit for Trafficante investments and for the income from his narcotics activities. 41. Duny Perez Alamo, a CIA-trained explosives expert involved with several Cuban exile terrorist groups, was a building manager for the WFC. Juan Romanoc, a close Trafficante associate, was a WFC bank director. 42. As Hank Messick put it, Escandar, of course, was a friend of Hernandez Cartaya, who was a friend of Dick Fincher, who was a friend of Bebe Rebozo, who was a friend of Richard Nixon, who once told John Dean he could get $1 million in cash. 43. In 1968, Trafficante himself went on an extended business trip to the Far East, beginning in Hong Kong, where he had located his emissary Frank Fursai. 44. After a slow 1965-66 start, Fursai had made great headway. Through his own Moratum Limited, he had cornered the market on Saigon's night spots catering to GIs. 45. He even ran officer and soldier mess halls, and he had set up a chain of heroin labs in Hong Kong to serve the GI market. From Hong Kong, Trafficante journeyed to Saigon, registering at the Continental Palace Hotel owned by the Corsican Franchini family. His last stop was in Singapore, where he contacted a branch of the splintered Chinese mafia. Several doors had to be opened to gain access to the opium treasure. The first led to the CIA-controlled Taiwan regime, the second to the Golden Triangle's KMT Chinese and Laotian Miao tribesmen. The latter door had already been opened by the CIA. Still another led to the Triads, Chinese gangster organizations, in Hong Kong. Trafficante opened that door with the help of Fursai, who gave him access to Southeast Asia's overseas Chinese. There was no way around the nationalist Chinese suppliers and middlemen. The world had long been told that the narcotics came from Red China, but the facts belied that propaganda claim. 46. Trafficante liked what he saw in his Southeast Asian tour. With enough trained chemists, his mob could be supplied with heroin at a fraction of what it was then paying out to the Corsicans. But first the smuggling networks had to be worked out and the Corsicans had to be eliminated. So Santo Trafficante began his war against the Corsicans. 47. His major foe, Augusto Record in Paraguay, wasn't about to roll over and die. Record got hold of his own Hong Kong connection, Ng Ho. 48. Also known as Limpy Ho, a major nationalist Chinese heroin smuggler well connected to the Taiwan regime. 49. After Record's emissaries had traveled twice in 1970 to Japan, where they met with Mr. Ho. 50. Heroin shipments began going to Paraguay via, among other transit points, Chile. 51. When in 1972 Record was extradited to the U.S., Limpy Ho tried establishing his own smuggling route to the U.S. via Vancouver. But that failed when two of his lieutenants, Sammy Cho and Chang Yu-ching, were arrested in the U.S. with 50 pounds of pure heroin. By early 1970, Southeast Asian-produced heroin was ready to be tested on GI guinea pigs. Meyer Lansky, facing charges of business illegalities, turned over control to Trafficante and fled to Israel. On July 4 Lansky Narcotics Associates reportedly made their investment plans for Southeast Asia at a 12-day meeting with representatives of several mafia families at the Hotel Sol in Palermo, Sicily. 52. Weeks later the Corsican Mafia contemplated counter-moves in a meeting at Philippe Francini's suite in Saigon's Continental Palace Hotel. Turkish opium production was already waning and could no longer be relied upon. Unrest in the Middle East was destabilizing the production of morphine base. The Corsicans had to do something to regain control over their longtime Southeast Asian domain, a task made all but impossible by the U.S. presence. But the Corsicans still had large stocks of morphine, their Marseilles labs, and a smoothly functioning smuggling network. Trafficante and company could agree that if the Corsicans were to be neutralized, it had to be done totally and effectively. That was a job for President Nixon and his White House staff, the BNDD/White House Death Squad, and the Central Intelligence Agency. 16. The Friends of Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon's connections to the syndicate and its stooges are a matter of record. The only question is when they began. Some say it was 1946, when Nixon ran for Congress in California and Murray Schodener, a top syndicate defense attorney, ran his campaign with support from the gangster Mickey Cohen. 1. Others place the Nixon underworld wedding as early as 1943, when Nixon was working in the Office of Price Administration, at a desk responsible for controlling the market in rubber goods. There he allegedly met his future pals George the Senator from Cuba Smothers and the Cuban-American Bebe Rebozo, who later struck it rich in real estate. The two were then small-time, Smothers a lawyer for a syndicate front smuggling auto tires from Cuba, Rebozo the owner of a gas station that sold the tires. 2. The Florida clique was a happy family. Nixon liked to take fishing jaunts with the likes of Rebozo, Meyer Lansky's associate Tatum Chubby Wofford. 3. And Richard Danner, who would later manage the Sands Casino in Las Vegas for Howard Hughes. 4. He also got to know people even closer to the syndicate, who had extensive interests in Cuba. In 1952, one short month after the dictator Batista's comeback, Nixon and Danner joined throngs of tourists who unloaded their savings at one of the syndicate's Cuban casinos. 5. Nixon would return frequently. He, Rebozo, and Smothers allegedly invested in the island during the 50s. 6. And in 1955, as Vice President of the United States, Nixon would pin an award on Batista, with whom he was photographed in the dictator's palace. Nixon also helped plan the Bay of Pigs invasion in 1959. Chairing the 54/12ths Group, a National Security Council subcommittee in charge of covert actions, the Vice President pushed for the plan's approval before his 1960 presidential race against John F. Kennedy. 7. According to Howard Hunt, Nixon was the invasion's secret action officer in the White House. 8. President Eisenhower, who would later plead ignorance of the plan's extent, assumed it was limited to support for anti-Castro guerrillas in the mountains. 9. When JFK took over the Oval Office, he was presented with a fait accompli. If Eisenhower was really left out in the cold on the plan's magnitude, then William Pauley must have been among Nixon's co-conspirators. As mentioned earlier, Pauley talked Eisenhower into arming the anti-communist Cubans. 10. Pauley was and would remain one of Nixon's most ardent supporters. 11. When the invasion proved a bust, Nixon's voice was among the loudest, accusing Kennedy of undermining it by refusing reinforcements. In the years that followed, he continued to cultivate support among the Cuban exiles and other right-wing constituencies. Cubans for Nixon and Asians for Nixon touted him as a man who would not forsake the cause of anti-communism. The Nixon of near-hysterical anti-communism would win additional allies in the syndicate and in powerful business circles tied in with the military and espionage. Fortunately for Nixon, forces behind the above lobbies were also influential in organized labor, especially the Teamsters Union. Teamster boss Jimmy Hoffa became a pawn of the Lansky Syndicate, which borrowed millions from the union's pension fund. However, Hoffa's obsequiousness towards the mob was dampened by Attorney General Robert Kennedy's aggressive investigation of Teamster policies. In 1967, prior to Nixon's decisive electoral campaign, Hoffa landed in jail with a 13-year sentence for misuse of union funds. The new Teamster strongmen, Frank Fitzsimmons and Anthony Tony Pro Provenzano, were friends of Nixon and in the hands of the syndicate. 12. When Nixon pardoned Hoffa just prior to Christmas 1971, Hoffa had to promise to stay out of organized labor. In the 60s, Nixon grew even closer to his friends in Miami, who by then had made millions in land speculation. Dade County north of Miami became known as Lansky Valley, as a string of seemingly legitimate real estate firms handled the Lansky mob's enormous holdings. Among the more prominent firms were 13. 1. The Cape Florida Development Co., run by Donald Berg and Nixon's pal Rebozo. The two worked closely with Al Polizzi, the former head of the syndicate's Mayfield Road gang in Cleveland, then in charge of the syndicate's Florida contractors. An investigation into the placement of stolen securities at Rebozo's bank was nipped in the bud. 2. The Mary Carter Paint Co., which in 1967 became Resorts International, that now runs the world's most profitable casino in Atlantic City, New Jersey, and was purportedly the brainchild of Mr. Lansky. Resorts Paradise Island Casino in the Bahamas was managed by Ed Cellini, a longtime Lansky casino operator. 3. The General Development Corp., run by two Lansky strawmen, Wallace Groves and Lou Chesler. Its board of directors included Lansky broker Max Orovitz and the gangster trigger Mike Coppola. Groves bought up half of Grand Bahama Island for the syndicate and contracted with Nixon's law client, National Bulk Carriers, to construct a harbor there. 4. The Major Realty Co., whose controlling shareholders were Senator Smothers and Lansky's men Orovitz and Ben Sieg-Elbaum. Through his friends, Nixon acquired land on Key Biscayne and Fisher's Island, off the Florida coast. In return, he readily made himself available for personal appearances. When Mary Carter in 1967 opened the Nassau Bay Club Casino on Grand Bahama Island, Nixon was the guest of honor. 1 year later he was there when Resorts International opened its casino on Paradise Island. Nixon also expressed his friendship in other ways. Hoffa was not the only one who did not have to pay his full debt to society. Neither did Leonard Burston, Carl Covens, or Morris Schenker, all syndicate associates, the last two solid Nixon campaign supporters. 14. Robert Morgenthau, the federal attorney for the Southern District of New York, became interested in some of Nixon's friends in 1968. He proved Max Orovitz guilty of willful violation of stock registration laws, and was investigating syndicate money transfers to Switzerland. The latter threatened to lead to an indictment of Nixon's friend John M. King of Investors Overseas Service, IOS. 15. Morgenthau, however, was removed from office. Glancing at major contributors to Nixon's 1968 and 1972 campaign chests, one finds the names of Miami strawmen Lou Chesler and Richard Peastal, Resorts President James Crosby and John M. King, the Texas billionaire Howard Hughes, master swindler Robert Vesco, and the California millionaire C. Arnold Smith, a close associate of the gangster John Alessio and later convicted of misuse of bank funds. The list of Nixon's major personal and political supporters starts with Rebozo, Smothers, Dewey, Hoffa, and Frank Fitzsimmons, all with their syndicate associations, and goes on to include William Pauley and the China lobby's Madame Anna Chen Chennault. Nearly all of Nixon's major supporters in Florida were involved in one way or another in the Bay of Pigs operation. The same can be said of the top syndicate figures, 4 of whom escorted the invasion force in a yacht for part of the voyage, while Traficante's lieutenants in Miami and the Dominican Republic stood ready to seize the casinos. Moreover, one cannot overlook Nixon's particular connection to H multimillionaire Vesco, who until recently was in exile in Costa Rica, where he allegedly financed the smuggling of narcotics. 16. Vesco provided covert financial aid to Nixon's re-election campaign, and was closely associated with Nixon's brother Edward and nephew Donald, Jr. Richard Nixon himself is alleged to have met secretly with Vesco in Salzburg, Austria. 17. The White House, finally, came to Vesco's aid in a case brought against him by the Securities and Exchange Commission. 18. Just as an investigation of his narcotics activities was similarly choked off. 19. 17. White House hanky-panky. Never had Richard Nixon's White House staff been so preoccupied with narcotics matters as in the summer of 1971. They were obsessed with 2 projects, a new White House intelligence and enforcement unit as envisioned by the Houston Plan, and a comprehensive narcotics control apparatus, similarly under direct presidential control. The 2 days' fixes converged in a conspiratorial and political criminal network of hitherto unimagined dimensions. That summer the White House set up the Special Action Office for Drug Abuse Prevention alongside the Special Investigation Unit, otherwise known as the Plumbers. Several of the Plumbers also worked on narcotics affairs. The group's key figures included Egil Crow, chief plumber, who followed John Ehrlichman, for whose law firm he had worked part-time, to the White House in 1968 within months of his graduation from the University of Washington Law School. He was named Deputy Assistant to the President for Law Enforcement, and within 3 years found himself in charge both of Nixon's narcotics and law enforcement campaign, and of the Plumbers Squad. His single-minded ambition surfaced in a declaration to the noted psychiatrist and narcotics expert, Dr. Daniel S. Friedman, when the latter refused to support one of Crow's programs. Well, don't worry. Anyone who opposes us will destroy. As a matter of fact, anyone who doesn't support us, well, destroy. 1. Crow would wind up in jail for the break-in at the office of Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatrist, Dr. Lewis Fielding. Walter Minnick, temporary plumber, a young graduate of Harvard Business School and former agent of the CIA, who joined Crow's narcotics staff in spring 1971 and later helped draft the reorganization plan that created the DEA. John Caulfield, plumber, a former agent of the New York City Police Department's Bureau of Special Services, BOSS, which specialized in narcotics and monitoring the activities of terrorist organizations. In the 1960 presidential campaign he had been assigned to protect candidate Nixon in New York City. That and his close relationship with Nixon's personal secretary, Rosemary Woods, of 18.5-minute tape gap fame, gained him a foot in the door of the White House. 2. Miles Ambrose, the former Customs Commissioner, who was named head of the narcotics campaign's domestic strike force. He would later leave government service in disgrace. G. Gordon Liddy, plumber, a former FBI agent whose narcotics intelligence job at the Treasury Department had been terminated, only weeks prior to his recruitment by the White House, for his outspoken lobbying against gun control legislation. Eventually, he would get 6 to 20 for his role in the break-in at the Watergate complex and 1 to 3 for the job at Fielding's office. Howard Hunt, plumber, a former CIA agent closely connected to the agency, trained Cuban exiles, many of whom had emerged from Santo Traficante's Cuban narcotics mafia. Hunt was employed as a special advisor on narcotics problems in Southeast Asia. In November 1973, Judge John Sirica would sentence him to 2.5 to 8 years, reduced from an initial 35, for the Watergate break-in. Lucien Conian, a CIA agent, Ed Lansdale's right-hand man in Vietnam, and an expert on Southeast Asian narcotics centers and the Corsican Mafia. He was brought into the White House by his old buddy Hunt. David Young, a young lawyer who put up a sign outside his office, "Mr. Young, plumber," when apprised that he would be plugging leaks and that the trade had run in his family. He came to Crow's staff from Henry Kissinger's National Security Council. It was a strange mix of novices and experienced agents with the most intriguing pasts. Hunt and Liddy were located in room 16 of the Executive Office Building, headquarters for the Plumbers Group's secret narcotics missions and other, crooked operations on behalf of the Committee to Re-elect the President, CREEP. The Plumbers' first assignment was the break-in at the office of Daniel Ellsberg, psychiatrist. 3. For the break-in dirty work, Hunt enlisted Bernard Barker, Eugenio Rolando Martinez and Felipe de Diego, 3 of his Cuban friends who had been involved in the Bay of Pigs invasion. Martinez and de Diego also took part in the CIA's follow-up Operation 40, and the ubiquitous Martinez was in on Traficante masterminded boat raids on Cuba. 4. By the summer of 1971, the White House death squad was well on its way. Hunt sought out Barker in Miami for what Hunt called a new national security organization above the CIA and FBI. Barker would assemble a force of 120 CIA-trained exiles for Operation Diamond, which, under cover of narcotics enforcement, would kidnap or assassinate political enemies. Barker signed up. 5. In the fall of 1971, Hunt asked another of his Cuban friends, Bay of Pigs veteran Manuel Artime, to set up hit teams for the liquidation of narcotics dealers. As later revealed, Artime's primary target was to have been the Panamanian strongman, General Omar Torrijos. 6. Crow and his staff, meanwhile, tightened their grip on narcotics control. After the BNDD takeover of Customs International Jurisdiction, Crow pushed Bureau Chief John Ingersoll for results to feed Congress and the press. In September 1971, Crow was named to direct the newly formed Cabinet Committee on International Narcotics Control. In collaboration with the State Department, BNDD, CIA, and Henry Kissinger's office, the committee coordinated the international struggle against narcotics. State Department Narcotics Advisor Nelson Gross, chosen to supervise the joint actions, was later sentenced to 2 years for attempted bribery and income tax evasion. 7. Egil Crow was less than satisfied with existing narcotics efforts, especially those of the CIA, whose intelligence reports, according to Ingersoll, were decisive for the work of the BNDD. Crow wanted the White House instead to handle the BNDD's intelligence work. Nixon's staff would then decide which drug traffickers to pursue. Crow's dissatisfaction was expressed to Hunt, who immediately proposed an Office of National Narcotics Intelligence, ONI, where all narcotics intelligence reports would be analyzed and follow-up actions decided. 8. Hunt told Crow he could enlist for the office experienced CIA figures, starting with Lucien Conian at its head. 9. Nixon, however, chose William C. Sullivan instead. One second to J. Edgar Hoover in the FBI, Sullivan had managed Division 5, which investigated espionage, sabotage, and subversion. 10. He also directed Operation COINTELPRO, the Bureau's vendetta against dissident political and cultural groups, such as the Black Panthers, and had been Nixon's choice to direct the Houston Plan's elaborate surveillance of U.S. citizens. 11. Hunt, nevertheless, found a niche for his friend. Conian was assigned to the BNDD as a strategic intelligence officer, and came to control overseas narcotics intelligence, originally the domain of ANI. 12. While Sullivan concentrated on domestic affairs. 13. The White House now controlled narcotics intelligence at home and abroad. But that still wasn't enough. Nixon's staff also sought to control enforcement itself, and that required effective strike forces. In January 1972 the White House set up the Office for Drug Abuse Law Enforcement, ODAL, according to a plan conceived by Gordon Liddy. It became the domestic strike force under Miles Ambrose, whose government career ended with news of his pleasure trip to the ranch of a Texan indicted for narcotics and gun running. 14. ODAL soon became notorious for its record of illegal raids, no-knock entries into private homes, and beatings of innocent people. 15. Some called it the American Gestapo. Overseas, as well, the White House was dissatisfied with the BNDD's enforcement powers. Dr. J. Thomas Unger later, a member of the National Commission on Marijuana and Drug Abuse, noted in a record of his conversations with BNDD officials, there was some talk about establishing hit squads, assassination teams, as they are said to have in a South American country. It was stated that with 150 key assassinations, the entire heroin refining operation can be thrown into chaos. Officials say it is known exactly who is involved in these operations but can't prove it. Hunt, Liddy and others in room 16. Did not confine themselves to narcotics campaigns and political assassinations. On behalf of CREEP they raised campaign funds from more or less shady sources and sabotaged the campaigns of George Wallace, Hubert Humphrey, Edmund Muskie, and George McGovern. Hunt's CIA colleagues are among those who suspect he spiked Muskie's lemonade with an LSD-like substance prior to the candidate's famous tearful speech. 16. Besides Hunt's Cubans, the familiar Frank Sturgis, who had earlier taken orders from Santo Traficante, took on narcotics work and special assignments for CREEP. 17. According to a 1972 FBI report, sources in Miami had claimed Sturgis was then associated with organized crime activities. He later told an interviewer that he had aided Hunt in a 1971 investigation of the drug traffic reaching the U.S. from Paraguay via Panama. 18. He was in on several actions connected with the investigation, which focused exclusively on Augusta Records Grupo Francis. 19. Sturgis was everywhere in the hectic spring of 1972. In May he was among the men who assaulted Daniel Ellsberg on the steps of the Capitol. Later that month he and Cubans including Bernard Barker arranged a Miami demonstration in support of Nixon's decision to mine Haiphong Harbor. Sturgis himself was at the wheel of the truck leading the procession. He helped recruit agitators to disrupt the Democratic National Convention, and in the June 17 Watergate break-in Sturgis joined CIA/traffic anti-Cubans and White House narcotics conspirators. 20. As the noted Berkeley researcher Peter Dale Scott put it in 1973, in my opinion it is no coincidence that the key figures in Watergate, Liddy, Hunt, Sturgis, Crow, Caulfield had been drawn from the conspiratorial world of government narcotics enforcement, a shady realm in which operations of organized crime, counter-revolution, and government intelligence have traditionally overlapped. 21. In July 1973 Nixon's narcotics forces were essentially consolidated according to Reorganization Plan No. 2 worked out by former CIA agent Walter Minnick and Egil Crow. The Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, was formed out of the BNDD, ODAL, ANI, and Customs Intelligence. 4,000 operatives, including 50 CIA agents, many of them Cubans from the ODAL hardcore, 500 customs agents and most of the BNDD staff made the DEA a powerful new agency. Ingersoll of the BNDD, Ambrose of ODAL and Sullivan of ANI all resigned as John R. Bartels became the DEA's first director. His was no small task. Earlier rivalries persisted. The strange brew of agents with widely varying backgrounds and assignments made the DEA difficult if not impossible to steer. U.S. narcotics enforcement has a history of corruption, scandal, and exposure of agent collaboration with the criminals it has been assigned to police. Still, no bureau has been as plagued by scandal as the DIA has in 7 years of existence. The exposés and charges run the gamut from trafficking in drugs, teamwork with the mob and protection of major traffickers, to thievery, gun running, torture, and assassination of drug traffickers. 22. When Lucien Konian became the head of the D's Special Operations Branch, he allegedly carried out an assassination program after setting up the D's Special Operations Group, DESIG, under cover of the Br. Fox Company and housed on Connecticut Avenue in Washington. 23. DESIG's 12 members, the Dirty Dozen, were hard-nosed and experienced Latino CIA agents transferred over to the drug agency for the occasion. Prior to DESIG, Konian had set up another DIA intelligence operation, Deacon I, employing Cuban exile veterans of CIA training camps, who were supervised by 30 other Cubans, all formerly of the CIA's clandestine services. 24. In response to the claim that DESIG was a hit team, Konian told journalist George Kreil, "That is a big lie. That is bull. However, a DIA official had told Kreil, "When you get down to it, Konian was organizing an assassination program." He was frustrated by the big-time operators who were just too insulated to get to. DIA officials also told Kreil that meetings were held to decide whom to target and what method of assassination to employ. Konian then assigned the task to 3 of the former CIA operatives assigned to the Connecticut Avenue safe house. 25. DESIG shared its Washington office with an old friend and colleague of Hunt and Konian's from OSS China, the weapons-dealing soldier of fortune and specialist in assassination, Mitch W.E.R. Bell III. 26. W.E.R. Bell told Kreil he had been a business partner of Konian's as late as 1974, and that he and Konian had worked together on providing the DIA with assassination devices. 27. Among W.E.R. Bell's other associates were Frank Sturgis, Cuban exile leaders, and Robert Vesco, who, like W.E.R. Bell himself, has been charged with bankrolling narcotics smuggling. 28. Carlos Hernandez Rumbaud, the bodyguard of Vesco's close friend and business partner, former Costa Rican President Pepe Figueres, is a former Konian agent who fled the country to avoid imprisonment on a drug conviction. 29. He has reportedly re-entered the U.S. twice with a U.S. diplomatic passport. 30. Assassination, it can be argued, became a modus operandi under Richard Nixon. The CIA carried out assassination and extermination campaigns in Vietnam, Guatemala, Argentina, and Brazil. 31. Aided in Latin America by the local death squads. The White House appears to have sponsored a secret assassination program under cover of drug enforcement. It was continued by the DIA, which seemingly overlapped with the CIA in political rather than drug enforcement. Until 1974, the training of torturers and members of Latin American death squads came under the auspices of the CIA and USAID's Office of Public Safety. Some 100,000 Brazilian policemen, for example, were trained and 523 of them were chosen for courses in the USA. 32. They were trained at the International Police Academy in Georgetown, Washington, D.C., and at a secret CIA center in the same city on R Street, under cover of International Police Services Incorporated. When school was out, the prize pupils returned home to work, besides CIA advisors, as functionaries or torturers in such effective repression apparatuses as Sao Paulo's Operação Bandeirantes. 33. Many would moonlight with the death squads. After Tupamaros guerrillas kidnapped and killed U.S. police advisor Dan Mitrian in Uruguay, Washington's schools for foreign police came into the limelight and Congress cut off their funding. 34. Nonetheless, the training program and direct assistance and supervision continued. A 1976 investigation authorized by Senator James Aburesk revealed that the U.S. torture academies had not in fact been completely closed down. According to Jack Anderson, Aburesk found such a school had been in operation since 1974 in Los Fresnos, Texas, at the site of a former bomb school. Another journalist, William Hoffman, later confirmed the existence of a school for torture in Los Fresnos, which had since moved to Georgia, where it was known as the Law Enforcement Training Center. 35. Interestingly, Conean's friend W.E.R. Bell runs his own large training center in Georgia, The Farm. It's used for, among other things, the training of law enforcement officers. 36. Much of the old police support apparatus was simply transferred to AID's International Narcotics Control Program, Inc., which really spelled DIA. In 1974 the DIA had some 400 agents in Latin America, or roughly the number of advisors recalled from the OPS program. Inc.'s budget for technical equipment abroad, meanwhile, jumped from $2.2 million in 1973 to $12.5 million in 1974. The politics of the new drug effort were exposed when, in 1974, the man behind Argentina's death squad, the Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance, Social Minister López Rega, appeared on TV with U.S. Ambassador Robert C. Hill to publicize the two nations' anti-narcotics collaboration with the words, "Guerrillas are the main users of drugs in Argentina. Therefore, the anti-drug campaign will automatically be an anti-guerrilla campaign as well." 37. It's striking how close the various extermination and repression campaigns have been to the narcotics traffic. The Mio army deployed by the CIA in Laos smuggled large quantities of opium. López Rega and his Argentine AAA henchmen were eventually exposed as keys to a cocaine ring. 38. One of the chief AAA hatchet men, François Caillape, was a lieutenant in the Record/David heroin network. 39. Paraguay's most ruthless high-ranking officers were exposed as heroin profiteers. Christian David took part in extermination campaigns in Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay. Operaco Bandeirantes chief, Sergio Fleury, and several of his colleagues pocketed large protection payoffs. 40. Fleury's number 2 man in the Sao Paulo death squad, Ademar Augusto de Oliveira, alias Finanho, fled to Paraguay after he was charged with murder. There, under the name Irineu Bruno da Silva, he worked for the Record gang. 41. When David's successor, the Brazilian narcotics dealer Milton Conc Alves Thiago, alias Cabico, the Brain, was arrested in 1975, it was learned that he had been paying off the entire Rio de Janeiro death squad, which included 4 narcotics police lieutenants. 42. And finally, as we go to press, we learn that the dictator, Pinochet, assumed control of Chile's cocaine trade, then turned it over to his secret police, DINA, which shared the profits with its Cuban exile henchmen. 43. The political violence set in motion by the White House narcotics offices ran smoothly. But what of actual drug enforcement? From its inception it focused on dismantling the French narcotics network. When that was done, America would be free of the heroin plague, or so said Nixon and his staff. Reports of increasing amounts of heroin from Southeast Asia and Mexico were obscured by the great public relations campaign on the struggle against the Corsicans. The Turkey/Marseille/U.S. heroin pipeline was indeed shut down, and the French Corsican mafia was almost totally decimated. But major new suppliers in Southeast Asia and South America were left untouched, despite warnings and reports, and despite the many CIA experts on the Latin American drug scene. Not only were most major heroin suppliers in the two regions left alone, they were protected. And they were aided by the arrest of small-time competitors. At home the story was nearly the same. Odale and Dia nabbed only minor distributors and sidewalk pushers. 18. One more cover-up. In early 1973 the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare estimated the number of U.S. heroin addicts at 600,000. By the end of that year, Dr. Robert Ejebjig, director of the Alcohol, Drug Abuse, and Health Administration, placed the number at 300,000. And in June 1974 DIA International Operations Chief John T. Cusack, testifying before the House Committee on International Narcotics Control, said that the addict population was down to 200,000. 1. This giant cover-up hid the fact that Nixon's heroin war was no more than window dressing. On October 7, 1974, 6 weeks after Nixon's resignation, the head of the White House Special Action Office on Drug Abuse Prevention, Dr. Robert DuPont, was pressured to release a secret report that the number of addicts had in fact risen, reaching even into formerly untouched middle-class suburbs. 2. On April 27, 1976, President Gerald Ford said in a message to Congress, "By mid-1973 many were convinced that we had turned the corner on the drug problem. Unfortunately, while we had won an important victory, we had not won the war on drugs." By 1975 it was clear that drug use was increasing, that the gains of prior years were being lost, that in human terms narcotics had become a national tragedy. Today, drug abuse constitutes a clear and present danger to the health and the future of our nation. In February 1977, the House Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse and Control reported that the addict population totaled some 800,000. And in 1978, New York City's special narcotics prosecutor, Sterling Johnson, spoke of a heroin epidemic worse than that of the late 60s and early 70s. 3. But the cover-up hadn't stopped in 1974. From 1975 until the end of 1978, the DEA consistently maintained that between 80 and 90% of the heroin consumed in the U.S. was Mexican. However, the claim doesn't stand up against the following facts. 1. 80% of the world's heroin, exactly the figure exported from Marseilles until 1972, was, at least until late 1976, produced from opium harvested in the Golden Triangle and distributed via Bangkok, Singapore, and Hong Kong. 4. 2. The number of arrests of couriers en route from Southeast Asia increased steadily after 1973. 5. 3. Reports from New York and other big cities testified to the arrival of large shipments of white heroin from Southeast Asia. 4. The market's supply of heroin did not dwindle despite aerial destruction of an estimated 60% of Mexico's poppy fields in early 1976. 6. 5. An effective tidal wave of Golden Triangle heroin began flooding Europe in 1973, while many couriers en route to the US and Canada were nabbed by European police. 6. The DEA was aware of Santo Traficante's dealings in Southeast Asia, as well as the later Mafia Summit in Palermo, where large sums of money were set aside for investment in the Golden Triangle. 7. It was easy to verify the narcotics flow from Mexico, since the border was subject to close surveillance, but to conclude that most of the heroin on the U.S. market originated in Mexico was a stretch of logic. Even the DEA had to admit the tenuousness of its claims. On February 24, 1976, the DEA's John Cusack admitted that his agency's estimate that only 8% of U.S. heroin came from Southeast Asia was surprising, considering the region's prolific opium production. He added, "We are also concerned about our detection during 1975 of substantial quantities of white number 4 heroin moving directly from Bangkok to the United States. In December, for example, 46 kilograms of heroin were seized in Bangkok, concealed in the household effects shipment of a returning U.S. serviceman." Follow-up investigation in the development of an extensive conspiracy prosecution has identified 12 additional shipments entering the United States since 1974. 12 such shipments meant 552 kilos, or more than the entire 470 kilos confiscated in the U.S. in 1975 and from only one of many Southeast Asian smuggling networks. Cusack went even further. It appears almost certain that the bulk of the white heroin found during 1975 in the inner-city areas of our eastern cities has been Asian number 4 smuggled from Bangkok. 7. Why then did the DEA continue to overstate Mexico's role and minimize Southeast Asia, even after the publication, in 1972, of Alfred McCoy's The Politics of Heroin in Southeast Asia? Perhaps to justify the great expenditure in support of right-wing military and police forces in Latin America. The later boom in Colombian cocaine would also provide justification. Southeast Asia was downplayed so as not to jeopardize relations with America's loyal, if corrupt, allies, most of all Thailand, Taiwan, and the latter's overseas agents. They were allowed to profit from opium and heroin in relative peace. Another reason, the DIA could not expose the Southeast Asia connection without compromising the CIA. A secret 1977 House Government Operations Subcommittee report accused the CIA of helping an Asian opium ring smuggle drugs into the United States and then lying about it to Congress. Puttaporn Krumkruan, a Thai national, was arrested in 1973 for smuggling 59 pounds of pure opium into the U.S. via JFK Airport. Citing national security interests, the agency had the case squelched, and Krumkruan was sent back home. However, the House subcommittee eventually established that he was a CIA operative in Thailand. 8. In fact, he was on the payroll of a CIA proprietary using the Agency for International Development, AID, as a cover for training the corrupt Thai border police. 9. Furthermore, Krumkruan told a DIA investigator that he had been an officer in the KMT army and guarded opium mule caravans. His CIA contact was the U.S. consul in Chiang Mai, Thailand. 10. In its report, the House committee stated, it was ironic that the CIA should be given the responsibility of narcotics intelligence, particularly since they are supporting the prime movers. 11. In March 1977 the DIA began to speak of major maneuvers in the international Asian narcotics market for a share of the U.S. drug scene and of a coalition between the U.S. Mafia, the Corsicans, and the Chu-Chao Chinese Triad. 12. The coalition had, in reality, existed at least since 1970 and perhaps as early as Traficante's 1968 journey to the east, and it had functioned effectively, shipping large amounts of heroin to the U.S., since 1972 to 73. The difference was that the Corsican arm of the coalition, their own umbrella organization having been smashed, was now essentially reduced to some 100 men working with the US Mafia and the Chinese, most of them as chemists in Thailand's mobile heroin labs. 13. Who has controlled the Golden Triangle opium traffic and heroin production since the establishment of the Mafia Chinese coalition, besides the CIA? That is. The answer is the Kuomintang, KMT, Chinese and overseas Chu-Chao syndicate men such as Chang Chifu, Lo Hsi Ngan, Tsai Chian Cheng and older, more familiar figures like General Li Mi. 14. Still head of what's left of the KMT forces, General Li resides in luxury outside Chiang Mai and received official visits there from the United States as recently as late 1976. 15. In 1976–77 a minor war was about to erupt over the control of the region's opium traffic and mobile refineries. Potential combatants were Chu Chifu's United Shan Army, of rebels against the Burmese regime, and KMT forces under General Li. However, the opposing leaders were brought together by a senior Thai officer and an agreement was reached on the marketing of drugs and supply of arms to fight communist forces in Burma's Shan states. 16. Again we see the connection between narcotics and anti-communist paramilitary operations, albeit Chu Chifu later pulled out of the agreement, was arrested in Thailand, and eventually extradited to Burma. The D's Golden Triangle Unit, SNO, made many whole and half-hearted attempts to eradicate the narcotics plague. All failed. Production has been great, the world's heroin market having multiplied in the 70s. SNO won't say outright that the CIA is undermining them, nor that politics underlies their constant failures. A SNO agent, nevertheless, came close to doing so in this 1976 statement to Alfred McCoy. If they were selling shares in Golden Triangle Heroin Incorporated in 5, 10, and 20-year bonds, I would put my money on a 20-year bond. The only thing that would end the whole Golden Triangle business would be a communist takeover in Thailand. If that happened, I'd sell my stock. 17. Southeast Asia was initially the sole supplier to the rapidly growing European market. Until 1972 heroin abuse was essentially an American problem. But since the heroin shift from Marseilles to Southeast Asia, the European habit has rapidly worsened. In 1972 10 kilos of golden triangle brown sugar were confiscated in Europe. By 1975 the figure was up to 227 kilos. The country hardest hit has been West Germany, where the large U.S. troop concentration serves as a magnet for heroin, where it is estimated that some 60 to 80,000 Germans use hard drugs, and where there were over 500 hard drug-related deaths in 1979. In the summer of 1977, we might note, the administration of Jimmy Carter rejected a proposal by a consortium of rebel army leaders in northern Burma that the U.S. spend $36 million over a 6-year period to purchase and destroy the Southeast Asia opium crop. 18. Among the official explanations was the alleged policy of the United States to deal only with recognized local governments, a policy which in its time had found a number of exceptions, like the overseas Kuomintang Chinese. 19. The Mexican connection. The exaggeration of Mexico's and the downplaying of Southeast Asia's roles as suppliers of heroin to the United States does not mean that Mexico was unimportant. But the DEA and the U.S. press compound the distortion by constantly asserting that the production and smuggling of heroin in Mexico is strictly a Mexican business. No U.S. mafia is supposedly involved, other than customers on the other side of the border. Heroin shipments are allegedly controlled by 7 large Mexican families, the Herreras, the Maciases, the Romeros, the Favelas, the Cecilia Falcons, the Valenzuelas, and the Aviles Quinteros. 1. Let's take a look at one of them. Alberto Cecilia Falcon, leader of the Cecilia Falcons, is not a Mexican at all. He was born in Matanzas, Cuba. He and his family left the island immediately after Castro's takeover to become part of Miami's Cuban exile milieu. After the Bay of Pigs invasion he was trained by the CIA at Fort Jackson for Operation 40. 2. From there his trail is faint for several years. However, according to Mexican police, he was in Chile helping the CIA to undermine the government of Salvador Allende. In mid-1973 he turned up in Mexico, where in record time he established a gigantic heroin and marijuana ring. According to DEA Director Peter Bensinger, in 1975 the ring numbered more than 1,600, including film stars and international businessmen. Cecilia Falcon himself resided in villas in Tijuana and San Diego. Heroin was transported to San Diego from a warehouse in Culiacan, marijuana from a processing plant in Mexicali to a U.S. distribution center in Coronado Cayes. In late 1973 one of Cecilia Falcon's truckers was stopped on his way back to Mexico. The truck was loaded with arms bound for Nicaragua. According to a later report of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, one illegal weapons dealer in Brownsville, Texas alone supplied Cecilia Falcon with 12 million rounds of ammunition in 1974. The guns for drugs traffic proceeded unhindered until early 1975, when the government of then-President Luis Echeverría discovered that Cecilia Falcon's weapons shipments went to groups in Mexico. External forces are attempting to destabilize our country, said Echeverría in a 1975 speech, in obvious reference to his neighbor to the north. Then the Mexicans began an intense surveillance of Cecilia Falcon, who, they learned, often met and conversed by telephone with a mystery man in Cuernavaca, some 90 kilometers south of Mexico City. When a lemonade bottle bearing the man's fingerprints was sent to the FBI, the Bureau informed Mexican authorities that the man was Sam Giancana, the Chicago Mafia capo, heroin trafficker, and CIA collaborator. The Mexicans agreed to a French extradition request for Giancana, but when his Paris-bound plane stopped over in Houston, Giancana was whisked away by U.S. agents. Soon thereafter he was found murdered in his Chicago mansion. Mexican Interior Ministry officials claimed the CIA had done all it could to prevent the mobster's extradition. On July 2, 1975 Cecilia Falcon was arrested. Under rough interrogation he claimed to be an agent of the CIA, and that his drug ring had been set up on orders from and with the support of the agency. Part of his profits were to go towards the purchase of weapons and ammunition for distribution throughout Central America for the destabilization of undesirable governments. If true, U.S. heroin addicts were again footing the bill for clandestine paramilitary operations and anti-communist terror campaigns. And Cecilia Falcon and his syndicate associates were not short of funds. In his possession, police found 2 Swiss bank books to the tune of $260 million. Still, the strange testimony of Alberto Cecilia Falcon did not end with his confession. His family's heroin and arms shipments continued, and, on April 26, 1976, he and 3 of his lieutenants escaped from Lecumberri prison through an electrically lit, 100-yard-long tunnel dug from outside. They were recaptured 3 days later, at which time Cecilia Falcon, fearing for his life at the hands of the CIA, requested transfer to another prison and additional security. 3. Echevarria and Cecilia Falcon each were right about the destabilization program. FBI documents released later disclosed that between 1970 and 1976 the FBI served as a secret link between the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City and the U.S. Border Patrol in California and Texas, in order to help destabilize the government of President Echevarria. J. Edgar Hoover had believed that Echevarria had surrounded himself with old communists and Communist Party sympathizers. 4. A memo from Hoover to the U.S. legal attaché praises the detonation of strategic and effective bombs in Mexico City and the wave of night machine gunnings to divide subversive leaders. 5. Besides Echevarria's progressive attitude, another reason for U.S. hostility towards his government was the Mexican president's refusal to approve World Bank and International Monetary Fund plans for the exploitation of Mexico's newly discovered oil reserves. The first order of business of his successor José López Portillo in 1976 was approval of the same plans. And the newspaper El Sol de Mexico wrote shortly after the latter's inauguration that year, "The new government is not interested in publicity regarding the Cecilia Falcon case. It will quietly extradite him to the U.S. as soon as the new extradition agreement between the 2 countries comes into effect." In the Cecilia Falcon case, the DIA and CIA struggled bitterly against one another. It was symptomatic of a split within the DIA's own ranks, a split rooted in the effective control of its narcotics intelligence division by transplanted agents of the CIA. Since the DIA's emergence, many of its agents have resigned in disgust with its modus operandi. Long-standing conflicts between the CIA and BNDD and between the BNDD and Customs did not evaporate when all the narcotics agents were pooled in the DIA. Moreover, the CIA seems still to be guided by political interests incompatible with drug enforcement. A 1975 Narcotics Control Action Plan for Mexico, drafted by the DIA, CIA, and State Department, opened the way for new appropriations for fighting narcotics in Mexico through Inc. 30 helicopters as well as other aircraft and computer terminals were brought in, and extensive training programs were initiated. The notorious Operation Condor began in January 1976 with an army of DIA-trained Mexican narcotics agents and their U.S. supervisors, mobilized to fight the drug traffic in the countryside. Reports of the operation reveal that U.S. taxpayers' money has in fact been used for political extermination, that DIA helicopters are used by private landowners to attack peasant revolutionaries with rockets, small arms fire, and napalm. 6. That large groups of farmers and independent narcotics dealers have been murdered or tortured while the major narcotics families have been protected. 7. House Subcommittee investigators went to Mexico in 1975 to determine how organized internal corruption and pay offerings within the DIA had made possible the monopoly of Mexican heroin by a few powerful crime families. According to writer Ron Rosenbaum, some critics of DIA go even further than the subcommittee investigators and charge the protection of heroin profiteers is not caused by internal corruption but is, in fact, the true function of the agency under the present narcotics laws. 8. DIA-supervised killing and torture had not stopped as of 1978, when the Mexican Bar Association documented 18 forms of torture applied by Mexican narcotics agents. Prisoners and Mexican agents alike affirmed that DIA agents not only knew of the torture, but at times were also present at the interrogations. 9. 20. Guns for Drugs. In August 1976, Lucy and Conan's chum Mitch Wer Bell III, whose BR Fox company had shared a Washington office with Conan's DIA Special Operations Group, was brought before a Miami federal court on charges of conspiracy to smuggle 50,000 pounds of marijuana a month from Colombia to the United States. He and several co-conspirators had allegedly hatched the plot in the summer of 1975, just when Alberto Cecilia Falcon was arrested in Mexico. Multi-ton marijuana loads were to have been flown from Colombia to an isolated ranch in the Florida Everglades near the cowtown of Okeechobee. 1. The star prosecution witness was one of Wer Bell's close associates, the convicted cocaine and marijuana smuggler Kenneth Gordon Bernstein. However, weeks before his scheduled court appearance, he died in the mysterious crash of his P-51 Mustang at an air show. Most of the vital tape recordings and films of meetings between Bernstein, Wer Bell, and other defendants were no longer producible in court. Wer Bell's defense was that his role in the plot had been as an undercover agent for Conan. Both Conan and Egil Crow were to have been witnesses on his behalf. But Crow testified that he didn't know Wer Bell had worked for the D's Special Operations Branch, and Conan wasn't called at all. Another defense witness was the soldier of fortune Gary Hemming, whose private army of Cuban exiles and Americans, the International Penetration Force, appears, from Hemming's description of its missions, to have played an active role in Operation 40. During the trial, Hemming would stay late into the night in Wer Bell's hotel room. 2. Wer Bell was found innocent and released, just like the Thai opium smuggler/CIA agent Putaporn Krumkruen before him in 1973. He went home to Georgia to pursue his weapons business and law enforcement training camp. According to writer Hank Messick, in 1978 he was involved in far-right politics with the likes of Major General John K. Singlaub, who had been relieved of his command in Korea after outspoken criticism of President Carter, and members of the American Security Council. 3. The key U.S. link to the far-right's international umbrella organization, the World Anti-Communist League, WACL. As reported recently in the New York Times, the beneficiaries of his anti-terrorist training have included members of the far-right, anti-Semitic U.S. Labor Party. 4. Wer Bell owns 8 companies, most of them dealing in firearms used by law enforcement and intelligence units. One of the firms, studies in the operational negation of insurgents and counter-subversion, Cyanix, specializes in the production of M10 and M11 silenced machine pistols. The latter two weapons, designed by Gordon Ingram and Wer Bell, are about the ultimate weapons for terror and extermination. Their sales agent was Wer Bell's Military Armament Corporation. 5. Together with the anti-Castro Cuban arms dealers Anselmo Allegro and the mercenary Gary Hemming, Wer Bell founded the Parabellum Corporation in 1971 in Miami. 6. Parabellum was licensed to sell arms in Latin America. It was also the firm from which Watergate burglar Frank Sturgis planned to obtain weapons for Cuban exiles who were going to, but eventually did not, disrupt the 1972 Miami Conventions. 7. In 1974 Wer Bell, according to a motion filed by his own lawyer when Wer Bell, his son, and his company Defense Services Incorporated were charged with illicit weapons sales, was involved in a conspiracy among the CIA, Robert Vesco, and various corporations to finance clandestine guerrilla activities in Latin America. 8. Vesco wanted to purchase Wer Bell's stock of 2,000 silenced M10 machine pistols. When Wer Bell failed to secure an export license, he devised a plan to smuggle the weapons to Vesco. The two later negotiated the construction of a factory in Costa Rica which would be licensed to fabricate the pistols. 9. Intriguingly, in that same period someone was negotiating with a U.S. firm for rights to fabricate, in Mexico, fully automatic weapons for clandestine guerrilla actions in Latin America. That someone was Mexico's Cuban exile heroin czar, Alberto Cecilia Falcon. 10. and among the weapons he was inspecting was the Ingram M10, 9mm Parabellum. 11. Although the M10 and M11 could be acquired legally only with the special permission of U.S. officials, large numbers of silenced M10s turned up in the hands of European fascist terrorists in 1976–77. When Pierluigi Concutelli, a leader of the Italian terrorist group Ordine Nuovo, was arrested in Rome in February 1977, police found in his apartment the silenced M10 which he had used to murder the Rome magistrate Vittorio Accorcio. 12. Accorcio had been shot down on the streets of Rome in July 1976 after announcing he would expose the close collaboration between fascist terror groups and the mafia. 13. However, it was among Spanish terrorists in particular that W.E.R. Bell's machine pistols appeared in quantity. 14. Most notably, a sizable consignment of M10s, sent to Spain under license from U.S. authorities, had been purchased by Spanish intelligence agency DGS. 15. Which has allegedly coordinated the actions of fascist terrorists. 16. The fugitive iOS billionaire Vesco employed a large contingent of Cuban exiles in his Costa Rica sanctuary. 17. Moreover, his weapons negotiations coincided with the efforts of the fanatic anti-Castro Cuban leader Orlando Bosch to assemble Cuban exile groups into an army of terror, CORU, that would later carry out assassinations and other dirty work for several Latin American regimes. During Bosch's 1974–75 drive, a wave of murder struck Miami's Cuban exile haven. Most victims had been opposed to Bosch. With the obstacles to his plan removed, CORU was established in June 1976. 18. While Vesco and W.E.R. Bell were hatching their weapons deal, Bosch's base of operation just happened to be Vesco's Kingdom of Costa Rica, and Mafia heroin boss Santo Traficante, Jr. was also reportedly there between January 1974 and the summer of 1975. Journalist Jim Hoogan speculates in his book Spooks that the three might have joined forces in a CIA conspiracy to escalate anti-communist terror in Latin America. 19. In 1973 some of the details began to surface in a series of scandals linking these individuals. DIA undercover agent Frank Peroff charged Vesco with financing extensive heroin smuggling. For his initiative, Peroff was fired summarily and his life was threatened. Before the Senate Investigations Subcommittee could probe deeply, the case was squelched through the intervention of the White House. The Oval Office had already helped Vesco, a friend of the Nixon family, in his run-in with the Securities and Exchange Commission, which had sought his prosecution for the trail of swindles he had left in the world of international finance. Midway through the subcommittee investigation of the heroin charges, the DIA announced the disappearance of its Vesco file. 20. 1 year later, as the subcommittee investigated W.E.R. Bell's weapons deal with Vesco, it learned that Vesco had once employed government narcotics agents. In 1972, 2 bugging specialists from the BNDD flew from Los Angeles to New Jersey to sweep Vesco's home and office of surveillance devices. According to the subcommittee, the sweeping tour had been arranged by an admitted friend of Vesco's who was also involved in supplying the fugitive with 2,000 machine guns and helping him establish a factory for the weapons in Costa Rica. 21. Guess who? That was not the last heard of Robert Vesco in connection with drugs. In the summer of 1977, police uncovered the smuggling of large quantities of heroin and cocaine to Rhode Island. In one of the involved ships they discovered a ledger in which it was written, to Vesco /6 million/ he picked up W Shrimper, Lansky, /Courier beat up. 22. Several things point to Vesco involvement in the long-standing partnership of the CIA, the Lansky/Traficante syndicate and the Cuban exiles, in a drugs for guns for terror deal to step up armed suppression and anti-communism in Latin America. Journalist Hoogan ventures that the conspirators might have used such go-betweens and couriers as the beautiful Patricia Richardson Martinson. According to her ex-husband, the former Army intelligence agent William Spector, Ms. Martinson had very close relationships with almost everyone of importance in the drug business: Yusef Baidas, the Lebanese founder and managing director of Intrabank, known as one of the major financiers of the heroin traffic, Paul-Louis Weiler, a French financier similarly alleged to be behind the narcotics trade, Eduardo Baruti, a big-time heroin and gun smuggler suspected of having arranged Bida's mysterious death in Switzerland, Christian Beauserge David, Conrad Bouchard, a top heroin trafficker heavily involved in Frank Paroff's Vesco heroin allegations, and Marcel Boucan, the skipper of the Caprice du Temps, which was seized in 1972 with 425 kilos of pure heroin. 23. Yet another likely intermediary among the apparent conspirators is the CIA contract agent/arms dealer/art dealer Fernand Legros. In 1971 the CIA helped get Vesco released from Saint-Antoine prison in Geneva, where he had been arrested in the Bernard Kornfeld/Investors Overseas Service case. Legros was in that same prison and spoke with Vesco. In January 1973 the two were reunited in Nassau. 24. Legros was seen in the company of Bidas in Geneva and Rio de Janeiro. His closest friend was the convicted heroin trafficker André Labadie, a close associate of Haiti's Duvalier dynasty. In Geneva Legros also met frequently with Evelyn Hirsch, the wife of the imprisoned bankroller André Hirsch, whose South American heroin contact had been Christian David. Just as the U.S. put the screws on the Paraguayan government for the extradition of Auguste Record, Legros was in Paraguay to close out a weapons deal with President Stroessner. Later, when Legros was placed in protective confinement in Brazil, newspapers speculated on his involvement in the David mob's narcotics deals. Recent years' investigations into the CIA/organized crime connection have resulted in an epidemic of sudden deaths. In the CIA/DIA/Vesco/syndicate scheme alone one can mention Kenny Bernstein, W.E.R. Bell associate Colonel Robert F. Bayard, who was shot down in an Atlanta parking lot in July 1975, another W.E.R. Bell associate and co-defendant in his marijuana case, John Nardi, who was shot in Cleveland. 25. And Vesco's security chief Bobby Hall, who was shot to death in his Los Angeles home in July 1976. After the Senate Investigations Subcommittee's attempted probe into the Vesco heroin case was sabotaged from the highest quarters, Committee Chairman Henry Jackson asked, "Did the U.S. government wish to keep Vesco out of this country for some reason? Did he have some special information which he could supply to explain, in part, the national nightmare we have just lived through?" One Senate investigator offered an answer: "More than any single person, Vesco has information which, if he talked, would make Watergate look like a picnic." 26. 1. 21. The coup. His chapter contains my personal interpretation of the Great Heroin Coup. Errors are possible on any or all points, inasmuch as the clandestine operations treated in this book transpire in a closed world infested with lies and cover ups. There will always be loose ends. The coup itself, which transferred control over the heroin gold mine from one part of the world to another, I regard as a fact of life. Similarly do I regard the involvement of elements of the White House staff. Just how high up it went the reader can decide for him or herself. Of the many heretofore mentioned details in the coup's planning and execution, I find the following essential. 1. Prior to the coup, Lansky syndicate narcotics boss Santo Traficante, Jr. had made the necessary arrangements in Southeast Asia and Mexico, and had started a war with the Corsican Mafia. 2. Traficante's old partner, the CIA, had long since assumed control over Southeast Asia opium smuggling, following Ed Lansdale and Lucy Anconian's defeat of the local branch of the Corsican underworld. 3. In 1971, when the coup's execution was seriously underway, Cuban exiles, a group with which Traficante enjoyed a unique rapport, appeared in the White House's mysterious narcotics operation. They were tied especially to Conian and E. Howard Hunt. 4. Through a succession of bureaucratic reorganizations the White House assumed control over narcotics intelligence and enforcement. 5. U.S. narcotics officials waged an all-out war against the Corsicans' Turkey/Marseille/U.S.A network, while warnings of a serious heroin threat from Southeast Asia were all but dismissed. 6. When the Corsican Mafia was neutralized, the narcotics enforcement apparatus was suddenly reorganized as the DEA, and shortly thereafter heroin began flowing into the United States from Southeast Asia and Mexico. 7. The CIA infiltrated DEA, grabbed control of Latin America's political repression apparatus, was accused of protecting major narcotics dealers, and was exposed as an accomplice to gun running financed with the profits from the narcotics traffic. 8. The White House protected Robert Vesco, who appears to be a central figure in the scheme of heroin smuggling and gun running. In these 8 points we find the will, the power, and the motives, not for the once proclaimed victory over the traffickers, but for the dramatic transfer of underworld power that suddenly became a reality in 1973. The syndicate was in on it. The White House, the CIA, and special lobby groups were in on it, too, at least indirectly. But we still need ask who in particular and why. We will rely on logic and guesswork, only to identify individual accomplices and their particular contributions and motives. Let us first consider the Lansky Syndicate, represented by Santo Trafficante and his Cuban narcotics mafia. In addition to motives he might have shared with the CIA, Trafficante had many other reasons to take part in the heroin coup. First, it meant cheaper heroin deliveries and therefore greater profits. Second, he wanted the Corsicans out because, behind his and the rest of the syndicate's backs, they had begun setting up their own U.S. distribution network. Finally, Trafficante's drug mob did not want to see a repeat of BNDD Operation Eagle, U.S. Drug Enforcement's last effective raid against his network. What were the possibilities for Trafficante's playing an active role in the coup's execution, apart from preparation of the Southeast Asia, and Mexico-based networks? Without help from the CIA and powerful lobbies, his chances were slim. With their assistance he could infiltrate the narcotics nerve center, the White House. Here we might discuss just who in fact helped him. If it is true that Trafficante fought the Corsicans so bitterly from 1971 on, how can it be that Marcel Buchan and his shrimp boat were seized in February 1972 with 425 kilos of pure heroin, en route to Trafficante in Florida? There is only one explanation, which Buchan himself offered in court, that Buchan was set up by his American client. How else can the unprecedented seizure by French customs following a tip from the CIA be explained? If it was a plot to exhaust the stocks of the remaining French heroin rings, and thereby cause panic among the Corsicans, then it worked. How guilty was Richard Nixon, who presided over the heroin coup? Personally, I believe that, under strong pressure, he was a more or less willing tool, rather than the force behind it all. Pointing to Nixon's guilt are his close association with the Cuba lobby, with people connected to Lansky and Trafficante, and with Robert Vesco. In addition, his dirty tricks department relied heavily on Cuban exiles. The Cubans would never have supported him with dangerous criminal acts, demonstrations, donations, and votes, if he had really been out to eliminate their most profitable business. Nixon would have been ruining the Cuban mafia, and to an extent the syndicate as well, and thereby his friends in Florida. He would have been digging his own grave. Thus Nixon tackled the drug problem as he did every political problem, he followed the path of least resistance. And that meant ignoring his criminal allies in Florida and Southeast Asia while he hounded the Corsicans, who had no constituency, to death. That Nixon might have been involved in the heroin coup for his own personal gain is lent credence by the following quote from Dan Moldia's respected book, The Hoffa Wars, Charter Books, 1978. A former Nixon aide, not privy to the Hague investigation, says that one of his associates in the White House mentioned to him sometime during the impeachment summer, that someone high up, maybe White House Chief of Staff, General Alexander Haig, was interested in Nixon's possible organized crime involvements. That conversation involved a massive payoff from those in Army Service Club scandals in Vietnam during 1969 or 1970. The aide says that the service club ripoffs involved the mafia and millions of dollars, and that the main focus of the interest by someone high up in the White House was on whether the top mafia guy who ran all these things in Southeast Asia had made payoffs to Nixon. The crime figure, he says, was the one who was apparently known as the so-called mastermind or architect of the Southeast Asian drug trade, who was very powerful and very well known as a mob leader. According to government narcotics experts, the central figure in the Indochina Golden Triangle narcotics traffic was Santos Traficante. In my opinion, the central manipulator in the whole narcotics scheme was the CIA, or rather a faction within it. It is erroneous to treat the agency as a monolith. Various lobby groups have their own agents in the company, generating internal power struggles that reflect political polarizations external to the CIA. There are, doubtless, CIA factions wholeheartedly in favor of ending America's policeman and oppressor roles, and in favor of social democratic rather than right-wing regimes. Equally certain is the fact that one should take the agency's new, outwardly benign face with a grain of salt. Within the agency there remain powerful groups promoting continued support of old friends in Latin America and Southeast Asia. The China/Cuba lobby has traditionally been one of the most influential within the CIA, and there is little reason to believe that the situation has seriously changed. Finally, the agency has lain low of late, as the Carter administration has lobbied for a relaxation of constraints placed upon it by Congress in the wake of the 70s exposés of CIA horror stories. In addition to, or rather behind, the CIA's new official policy there is also an unofficial one. It manifests itself in such matters as the manipulation of the DIA to perform what previously had been CIA dirty work, and in the toleration, if not encouragement of a large, apparently independent army of Cuban exile terrorists, available for action in Latin America at the request of the presiding dictators. The evidence suggests that the forces behind the unofficial policy were able to place many of their loyal CIA agents in the DIA, and in such private intelligence agency covers as Lndertl and Wackenhut, where they continue their tasks while letting the agency wash its hands. 1. Intelligence is still gathered by the CIA, but some of the dirtiest operations are now performed by former agents. We cannot, of course, discount the possibility that the unofficial policy is in fact executed by former agents who had either been purged from the agency, or left in protest against its more moderate line. However, that implies that a renegade CIA faction now runs an independent secret service, aided by lobby interests, i.e., not Intertel, but an even more powerful third force. 2. If that is so, I can come up with only one lobby group with the relevant motives as well as the power to back them, the World Anti-Communist League, WACL. WACL can mobilize CIA agents closely associated with the China/Cuba/Chile lobby, especially the large contingent of former agents of the Gehlen/Vlasov organization, the intelligence agency run by Hitler's master spy Reinhard Gehlen, which became the BND, the West German equivalent of the CIA. 3. E. Howard Hunt was clearly the China/Cuba/Latin America lobby's man. That he is also tied to WACL is suggested by the fact that William F. Buckley, Hunt's close friend for 20 years and the godfather of his children, 4. was one of WACL's top U.S. supporters. 5. Also connected to the same lobby groups are Lucy Anconian and the State Department's former intelligence chief, Ray S. Klein, who continues to be a frequent guest at the Taiwan WACL stronghold. 6. Hunt and Anconian were the vital forces behind the White House's Great Heroin coup. Hunt secured the Cuban exiles their necessary footing, and he got his friends Bernard Barker and Manuel Artime to set up hit teams to kidnap and murder Latin American narcotics traffickers. According to Frank Sturgis, those traffickers included members of Augusta Record and Christian David's Grupo Francis. Hunt persuaded Egil Crow to bring CIA agents into the White House narcotics apparatus. He told Crow that he knew key CIA officers who could be temporarily detached from the agency and employed by the new liaison group. 7. It was Hunt who recommended Lucy Anconian to head the group. Finally, it was intelligence reports from the CIA and Konian's group which made White House narcotics actions focus almost exclusively on the Corsicans. Konian's close friend Mitch Werbel III told journalist Jim Hoogan he found it difficult to believe that a lifelong spy of Konian's stature could ever really leave the CIA. Accustomed to the use of other government agencies as CIA covers, Werbel quite naturally held open the possibility that Konian's DIA job was no more than an exercise in sheep-dipping the backgrounds and identities of the Dirty Dozen, all of whom were CIA veterans. 8. The desire to help its old friends in Southeast Asia and Latin America was not the CIA's only motive for promoting the heroin coup. The Gaullists in France, including their loyal adherents in intelligence agencies DIS, and their dirty tricksters in SAC were, in the de Gaulle era, the CIA's arch-enemies as well as rivals for control of the world heroin trade. One can well imagine the CIA joining forces with Georges Pompidou and other pro-US forces in France, in crushing the old Gaullist intelligence network. In 1973, with the Corsicans finally pushed out of the picture, the White House reorganized the narcotics effort to form the DIA. Almost immediately, heroin began flowing to the U.S. from new sources of supply. Journalist Ron Rosenbaum cites the following statement by a U.S. Customs official: BNDD and Customs are finally getting somewhere, they break up the French connection, they're getting big conspiracy cases. Suddenly the White House step in and there's this big shake-up, and by the time people get back to work the Mexican connection is set up, protected and doing big business. What's that say to you? 9. He might have added that the Southeast Asian connection was also protected and doing big business. The emergence of the DIA was the next to last phase of the heroin coup. Hunt and Konian CIA agents moved into DIA intelligence and operations, Konian locating 12 Latino CIA agents in his Special Operations Group alone. The Dirty Dozen was officially created to combat Cuban and Latin American narcotics smugglers, allegedly following the assassination approach conceived in the darkest corners of the White House. It must have been a gag. Konian's forces were apparently directed, for the most part, against small-time independents who had competed with the big-time traffickers in on the heroin coup. The biggest Cuban network, Santo Traficantes, went untouched. Miami's 1974-75 murder wave in Little Havana might even have been connected to the activities of Konian's Cubans. The victims had opposed Orlando Bosch's drive for solidarity in terrorism, a drive which, as suggested by writer Hoogan, 10. might well have enjoyed the support of Trafficante and Robert Vesco. Of the latter two, certainly the first and quite possibly the second as well were central figures in the heroin coup. That brings us to the last, the political phase of the heroin coup, which began with the DIA's 1974 takeover of the CIA's Latin American torture and repression apparatus, and ended with the 1976 creation of CORU, Bosch's terrorist mercenary army. Ended is, however, the incorrect word, since the brutalities financed by the heroin coup continue. The DIA, or that part of it penetrated by the CIA, protects the major narcotics dealers. The latter, in turn, support, financially and through gun running, anti-communist paramilitary groups which work hand in hand with Latin American police and military forces, whose death squads and torturers are supervised by agents of the DIA. The infiltration of the DIA, and the variety of political assignments for its agents, have caused such violent splits within the Bureau that one can speak of two wings which fight one another. One wing carries out guns for drugs and protection programs, the other tries desperately to combat the drug traffic carried out or protected by the first. Among the expressions of this bitter internal strife, apparently, are the Cecilia Falcon and Werbel cases, and the dismissal of DIA Director Bartels for suspected corruption. Recently, the use of drug profits to finance right-wing terrorism has been placed in a new perspective by revelations of Cuban exile teamwork with European and Latin American fascists, and the economic support of WACL for the same anti-communist groups. 11. And that brings us to the final link in the chain of drugs, intelligence, and fascism. Part 3. The Miami Conspiracy. 22. My friend Patrice. In the spring of 1976 I went to France to see people who might tell me something about Christian David, the Ben Barka affair, or the great heroin coup, which still had not fully crystallized for me. Among those I met with, 3 people filled in holes, and at least one opened up exciting new perspectives. The first was Patrice Chirov, the author of Dossier B, Cum Barbouzas, whose disclosures of SAC activities had caused a sensation. A former SAC and later narcotics agent, Chirov appeared to have come over to the socialist camp, as he was now employed as a journalist for the left-wing French newspaper, Libération. Just the man to see. We met for the first time on Monday, April 26. Highly cooperative, Chirov told me he knew a good deal about Christian David. Chirov himself had been in Venezuela when Beauserge sought to infiltrate Douglas Bravo's guerrilla band. He also said that gun running had been as important a part of David's Latin American operations as drug trafficking. Furthermore, he knew of proof that David had murdered Georges Fagan in connection with the Ben Barka affair. David had retained the murder weapon, a .32 caliber Ruby automatic, which was found in his arsenal when he was arrested in Brazil. It was now in the custody of the Americans, explained Chirov, who added, David is a psychopath, a born killer who goes berserk at the sight of blood. Though he has a certain amount of charm, he should be in an asylum. Before parting we agreed to meet again that Wednesday. In the meantime he would try to get hold of documents and other additional information. When I mentioned my trying to run down Daniel Guérin, Chirov amicably suggested that we together see the highly esteemed journalist and author of a string of political philosophical works. 1 He, too, had been wanting to meet Guérin, and would contact him for the two of us. That evening I met Claude, who was a fugitive in France. 2 A former military officer and OAS terrorist, he had been part of Commando Delta in Algeria and witnessed the demolition of Barbou's headquarters at Villa Andrea. He had also taken part in a plot to murder Charles de Gaulle and been sentenced to death after his arrest in 1962. Several years afterward, he was pardoned and released after de Gaulle's general amnesty for the OAS. When we spoke, Claude was commuting between Switzerland and Spain, where, like other OAS figures, he was an agent of the neo-fascist Paladin group as well as the Spanish intelligence agency, Dirección General de Seguridad, DGS, both run by the Nazi war hero/criminal Colonel Otto Skorzeny until his death in 1975. During our conversation, overheard by my able assistant on matters French, Niels Levinson, Paris correspondent of the Danish daily, Jyllands-Posten, Claude made no secret of having been one of Chirov's sources for Dossier B. Claude had been a DGS agent in 1972 when, as described earlier, SAC leader Charles Lascortes fled to Spain and was captured by Spanish intelligence. 3 Lascortes had with him SAC archives, which DGS agents photographed before extraditing him to France. At the moment, said Claude, I am working for people quite seriously on the rise again in French politics. Though he would not go any further, he must have been referring to an emergent, powerful coalition centered around former OAS leaders, who are farther to the right than their longtime arch-enemies, the Gaullists. This very rivalry could explain recent years' leakage of material embarrassing to SAC, as well as a chain of incidents which have rocked France. Claude's description of Christian David clashed with Chirov's, that he murdered 54 people in Algeria is an exaggeration. David was neither better nor worse than the other Barbouzas. He could appear to be no more dangerous than a common criminal, but that is how he has fooled people through the years. He is cool, calculating, and intelligent, has no politics and always puts money first. But he was also true to his gangster friends, who revered him. Claude knew more about Beauserge than he was willing to let on, as we discovered after a few more drinks. He then told us he would soon be off on a mission having much to do with Christian David. Claude's benefactor was interested in knowing just who was regularly sending David funds, and so he was going to America to find out. On Wednesday morning, Patrice Chirov phoned me to say that Guérin was out of town, but that he himself would be interested in meeting with me at 1:30 p.m. in a restaurant on Isle St. Louis. I was there at the appointed time, but waited in vain for 2 hours. As I was on my way out, the manager called me to the phone. It was Chirov, apologizing. He was at an important meeting with one of his contacts, and included in the topics of discussion were my investigation and the possibility of obtaining confidential material. We would meet the next evening at the drugstore restaurant. That night I phoned Daniel Garin despite Chirov's claim that he was away. Garin was indeed at home. He had gone nowhere at all, and was already mad at Chirov for not appearing at a meeting they had arranged for that same afternoon. In fact, the meeting was to have coincided with the one Chirov had set up with me. The next morning I went to see Garin. When I arrived he was visibly upset. Following our conversation the previous evening, he had met his U.S. Embassy contact, who informed him that Chirov had spent that entire afternoon in the office of DIA Chief Paul Knight. That was the contact with whom Chirov had discussed my investigation. Garin also said that his friend had told him not to believe the garbage about David's having the Fagan murder weapon on him when he was captured, and its presently being in the custody of the Americans. In the following hours Garin supplied me with much additional information and allowed me to read a letter he had received from David in prison. That evening I was at the drugstore as agreed, and this time Chirov appeared. He was a changed man. The helpfulness had gone and it was his turn to pump me. I did not let on that I knew of his whereabouts the previous day. The meeting was short. He said that I would receive the material he had promised if at 5:30 p.m. the next day, Friday, I came to a restaurant in the Place de la République. Chirov was not there the next day, and when I phoned his newspaper and publisher on Monday, I was told he had left on Friday for an extended weekend planned days in advance. In fact, Chirov did not show up at all that week, nor the following one, and his employers were no less irate than I. Not until weeks after my return to Denmark was the true Chirov revealed. It was then that the Italian magazine El Europeo and the French El Express ran exposés of his escapades. 4 The left-wing writer had been a leading force in European neo-fascism and neo-Nazism. Only as a leftist was he known as Chirov. His true name was Dominique Calze. By age 15 he belonged to the Nazi movement, Jeune Nation. In 1961 he and the British Nazi leader Cohn Jordan chartered an international Nazi movement. In 1962 he began publishing the newspaper Le Viking Provençal, a mouthpiece for Jean-Claude Monnet's National Socialist Party. He joined SAC briefly in 1968 but otherwise operated with figures from the OAS. Calze/Chirov was also known as Ivan Dieter Calze and Dieter von Freudenreich. In 1971 he was in Greece, thriving under the colonels as Dr. Siegfried Schuenberg, a narcotics agent for the Americans and special agent for the head of Greek security forces, Colonel Georgis Ioannidis. There he coordinated joint actions of the CIA, Ioannidis police, and European neo-fascists, under cover of the World Service Press Bureau, a branch of the right-wing terrorist network that included Aginter Press in Lisbon. Like Aginter, World Service had stations in many countries, the main, according to Chirov, in Miami. 5. This was the man who, on an afternoon in April 1976, was in the DIA Paris office discussing my interest in Christian David. 6. 23. The Miami Conspiracy. Early in 1980 Alan Pringle, head of the DIA's Miami office, told an Associated Press reporter that Miami banks constitute the Wall Street of the drug dealers. To the reader of this book that should come as no surprise. Nor should Patrice Chirov's claim to me that Miami was the main station of the fascist front organization, World Service. Yet the significance of Miami in the netherworld of international fascism remains one of America's better-kept secrets. In June 1976 Hervé de Vathere, the financial director for Mirage jet manufacturer Marcel Dassault, spent a week in Miami together with soldier of fortune Jean K. of Spain's neo-fascist Paladin Group. 1. While there they had several meetings with Cuban exiles. Upon their return to France, the two disappeared with over $1.5 million in aircraft corporation funds. It was then reported that the money went to support Christian Phalangists fighting in Lebanon, but some French observers believe it financed two great French bank robberies. On the weekend of 17 to 18 July 1976, 20 men set out on an expedition through the sewers of Nice to the Société Générale Bank. There they stole upwards of $10 million. When the robbery's mastermind, Albert Spighieri, was arrested that October, he fingered La Catena, cover name for a coalition of Spanish and Italian fascists, the Paladin group in particular. Most of the take went to finance their operations. A second sewer heist was executed in August 1976, this time at the Société Générale Paris branch on Isle Saint-Louis. The amount was $5 million. Immediately after the Nice heist, Spighieri traveled to the US and contacted the CIA. According to a confidential source, he had also been in Miami shortly before the heist. The French Le Point and L'Aurore reported that the agency was compelled to pass on its information about Spighieri to French authorities. In early 1977, Spanish police arrested Jorge Cesarski of Argentina's fascist terror organization, the AAA, and Carlos Perez, a Miami-based Cuban exile, in connection with a string of murders of young Spanish leftists. According to the Spanish daily El País, Perez and a large number of other Cuban exiles were in Spain as part of a newly created fascist international. 2. In 1976, OAS and Agenter press terrorist Jean-Denis Reingiard was in the United States seeking the support of such right-wing leaders as Senator Strom Thurmond of South Carolina for an OAS coup in the Azores in the wake of Portugal's left-wing military revolution. The coup, if successful, would bring a rightist government and U.S. control over the militarily strategic Atlantic archipelago. According to an FBI investigation of Reingiard, on November 19, 1969, the Bureau had sent Portuguese police a questionnaire on his connection to an OAS front, Agenter Press. The questions concerned a prior Reingiard trip to Miami, during which he had a run-in with the law. When asked about Reingiard's troubles, the State Department's Portugal desk officer in 1975, William Kelly, said, "I would prefer not to address the question of the French connection." 3. What are European fascists doing in Miami before and after major operations? Why are Miami-based Cuban exiles executing contracts on young Spaniards? Why was the main station of the CIA-supported fascist Front World Service in Miami? Why did bank robber Spighieri contact the CIA in the United States? Miami is the center of a huge conspiratorial milieu whose personnel win through the Bay of Pigs, attempts on Castro's life, the JFK murder and the Great Heroin coup, and which is now reaching out with a vengeance to Latin America and Europe. To trace the roots of this milieu we must refer to the immediate aftermath of World War II, when the CIA began its close cooperation with Adolf Hitler's espionage chief, Reinhard Gehlen, and the Soviet general, Andrei Vilasov, of Russia's secret anti-communist spy network. Vilasov's organization was absorbed into Gehlen's, which evolved into a European subsidiary of the CIA. US and German agents mingled in Berlin and West Germany, paving the way for inroads into US intelligence by former Nazis, SS agents, and Russian czarists. Headquarters of the CIA/Gehlen/Vilasov combine, staffed in the mid-50s by 4,000 full-time agents, were in Pulich, near Munich. 4. There Gehlen sang to the tune of more than one piper, having remained in touch with the old Nazi hierarchy relocated in Latin America, whose coordinator, Otto Skorzeny, was in Spain. Skorzeny had infiltrated the Spanish intelligence agency DGS, and effectively controlled it single-handedly. With the onset of the Cold War, Gehlen's agents were recruited by the CIA for assignments in the United States, Latin America, and Africa. One agent, reportedly, was Frank Bender, allegedly alias Fritz Swent, a key figure in the Bay of Pigs invasion. 5. U.S. historian Carl Oglesby sees the origin of much of the CIA's later sinister record in the alliances it forged almost immediately upon its birth, with the Gelen/Vlasov organization and, through Operation Underworld, with the Lansky crime syndicate. Everything after this, the Gelen alliance, on top of Operation Underworld, was probably just a consequence of this merger. How can a naive, trusting, democratic republic give its secrets to crime and its innermost ear to the spirit of Central European fascism and expect not to see its constitution polluted, its traditions abused, and its consciousness of the surrounding world manipulated ultimately out of all realistic shape? 6. Well put. Moreover, it is ironical that Europe's contribution to US fascism is now returning home and threatening the continent in a conspiracy supported by US economic and clandestine forces. The forces Oglesby speaks of were united during and after the Bay of Pigs affair, and their bedfellows were big businessmen with their own private interests. The merger was toasted in Miami. The Bay of Pigs invasion itself was not the most important phase in the development. That was CIA Station JM/Wave and its Operation 40, the agency's secret war on Cuba from the summer of 1961 until the end of 1965, 4 years during which a truly conspiratorial powerhouse was forged in Miami. Station JM/Wave was unique in the annals of the CIA, as attested to by then Deputy Director of Intelligence Ray S. Klein. It was a real anomaly. It was run as if it were in a foreign country, yet most of our agents were in the state of Florida. People just overlooked the fact that it was a domestic operation. 7. With the start of its secret war, the new station became the agency's largest and the command post for its anti-Castro operations worldwide. Its annual budget of $50 to $100 million financed the activities of 300 permanent employees, most of them case officers who controlled an additional several thousand Cuban exile operatives. Each major CIA station had at least one case officer assigned to Cuban operations who ultimately reported to Miami. In Europe, all Cuban matters were routed through the Frankfurt station, which in turn reported to JM/Wave. JM/Wave covered anything and everything Cuban, wherever in the world it might be. Cuban representatives were shadowed in Japan, and a Cuban exile-led commando unit was sent to Helsinki to sabotage the 1962 International Socialist Youth Conference. 8. As JM/Wave was closing down in 1967, the agency sent another team of saboteurs to France to contaminate a shipment of lubricant bound for Cuba with a bacterial substance developed under its mind control project, MK Ultra. When poured in oil, it would ruin motors and other machines. 9. I mention these scattered incidents only to elucidate the situation around the October 1965 murder of the exiled Moroccan opposition leader Mehdi Ben Barka in Paris. Ben Barka must have been JM/Wave's number 2 target after Fidel Castro between the fall of 1963 and the end of 1965. Castro in 1963 had asked Ben Barka to arrange the first Tricontinental Congress, which was to be held in Cuba in January 1966. The conference, aimed at Third World solidarity against U.S. imperialism and support for Castro and Cuba, would signal a major setback for JM/Wave and the CIA's plans for Latin America, where all the agency's major operations in the 1962-66 JM/Wave era were focused. In 1963 the agency masterminded a revolution in Honduras, another in the Dominican Republic, and a third in Guatemala. In 1964 it assisted in General Branco's military coup in Brazil. In 1965 the Special Forces joined U.S. Marines in suppressing civil war in the Dominican Republic, and in 1966 the CIA aided and abetted Colonel Ongania's military coup in Argentina. Cuba was an especially hot number in 1965. Led by JM/Wave personnel, the CIA had planned a new invasion of the island to follow one of its attempts to assassinate Castro. The planners included Howard Hunt and James McCord. 10. Unlike the Bay of Pigs invasion, this time the agency was offering leadership in addition to training and financing. However, one byproduct of the 1965 intervention in the Dominican Republic was the aborting of the plan to invade Cuba. The CIA, Station JM/Wave in particular, must have been anxious to know Ben Barka's plans for the Tricontinental Congress, and to sabotage them if possible. And time was running out after Ben Barka's September 1965 visit with Castro. Thus the key to solving the Ben Barka murder case appears to lie with three men: JM/Wave Chief Theodore Shackley, Morocco Station Chief Robert Wells, and the head of the CIA station in Frankfurt. 11. CIA contract agent Fernand Legros is also known to have associated with Ben Barka in Geneva, the same Legros who frequented Miami, the Bahamas, and other spots in the Caribbean. 12. When JM/Wave was dismantled, Shackley and his staff left Miami for Laos, leaving behind a highly trained army of 6,000 fanatically anti-communist Cubans allied to organized crime and powerful elements of the U.S. far right. In 1966, following the Tricontinental Congress which proceeded without Ben Barka, a counter-front, the World Anti-Communist League, WACL, was chartered in Seoul, South Korea by hardline reactionaries from the world over. That same year a Jinter Press, sponsored by WACL and the intelligence agencies of the United States, France, and Portugal, was created in Lisbon as a cover for OAS terrorists and other European fascists. Led by the Frenchman Yves Guérin-Serac, its aim was the subversion, through espionage, sabotage, and murder, of all that the Tricontinental Congress had stood for. 13. In that same period Cuban exile activist organizations sprouted all over Miami's Little Havana. They spawned, in turn, terrorist subgroups like Alpha 66 and Omega 7, whose more notorious leaders, Guillermo and Ignacio Novo, Orlando Bosch, and Nazario Surgeon, had all been trained by the CIA. Between 1965 and 1971 they staged sporadic acts of sabotage and assassinations, with Guillermo Novo repeatedly arrested only to be released each time. Cubans, terrorists among them, were also being paid by Santo Traficante and the syndicate to help spin their intricate U.S. narcotics web. And they also found the time for dirty tricks on behalf of Richard Nixon and his White House staff. However, incidents like Operation Eagle of 1970, when the BNDD rounded up Cuban exile drug traffickers and found many to have been trained by the CIA, had made the Cubans an increasing embarrassment to the agency. As the 70s began, the CIA's Cubans had become an angry, confused, and divided lot, who felt betrayed by their former employer. Still, they experienced a comeback midway through 1971, when the powers that be, creep in the fore, again sought their services. And in 1973, with the military in power in Chile, they found a new employer in the ruthless Chilean secret police, DINA. Other dictators south of the border have since followed suit. In 1974-75 a reign of terror struck Miami's Cuban community as opponents of Orlando Bosch were liquidated. 14. The campaign continued well into 1976, during which Miami was rocked by over 700 bombings. 15. And that year there was a notable upsurge in Cuban exile activity beyond the territorial U.S. On April 6 two Cuban fishing boats were attacked and destroyed, and one fisherman was killed. On April 22, a bomb exploded at Cuba's Lisbon embassy, killing 2 and seriously wounding several others. In June 1976 in the Dominican Republic town of Bonao, the Cuban Action Movement, Cuban National Liberation Front, Brigade 2506, F-14 and the Cuban Nationalist Movement merged as Bosch's Coordination of United Revolutionary Organizations, CORU. 16. On July 5 the bomb exploded at the office of Cuba's UN delegation. On July 9 another went off at Kingston Airport in Jamaica, in baggage about to be loaded onto a Havana-bound Cuban flight. The next day there was an explosion at the Bridgetown, Barbados office of British West Indian Airways, which also represented Cubanida Aviation. On July 17 bombs went off in the Cuban airline office and embassy in Bogotá, Colombia. On July 23 a Cuban technician was killed in Mérida, Mexico trying to stop the abduction of the Cuban attaché. On August 9 terrorists kidnapped 2 diplomats assigned to the Cuban embassy in Buenos Aires. On August 18 the bomb exploded at the Cubanita Aviation Office in Panama. On September 21 Chile's former Secretary of State, Orlando Letelier, and his co-worker Ronnie Carpin Moffett were killed in Washington when a bomb decimated their car. On October 6 yet another explosion gutted a Cuban airliner off Barbados, killing 73. On November 7 one exploded at the Cubanita Aviation Office in Madrid. Finally, on November 9 kidnappers seized an Argentine employee of the Buenos Aires Cuban embassy. Orlando Bosch's army of anti-Castro Cuban terrorists was responsible for all these acts. When the Cuban airliner went down, Bosch himself was arrested in Venezuela. But the extremists had not waited until 1976 to take part in international terrorist operations. In 1975 100 anti-Castro Cubans joined European fascists in the Army for the Liberation of Portugal, ELP. From neighboring Spain, the ELP, whose core comprised Agintpress OAS veterans, attempted to overthrow Portugal's progressive military regime. 17. The 1975 attempt in Rome on the life of Chilean Christian Democratic Party leader Bernardo Leighton was a joint action of DINA, the youth wing of the Italian Fascist Party, MSI, and anti-Castro Cubans. 18. The 1976 murder of Letelier and Moffett, a DINA/core job, was planned in Miami. 4 of the 5 Cubans involved in it were CIA veterans of the Bay of Pigs invasion. 19. The Leighton attempt and Letelier murder were each coordinated by the American/Chilean DINA agent, Michael Townley. The common denominator in CORU, as well as Internacional Fascista, a combine of anti-communist extremist organizations chartered at an October 1976 meeting in Rome attended by CORU representatives. 20. Appears to have been the CIA, or at least a faction thereof. CORU's headquarters are in Miami. Originally, it was sustained by tight collaboration with the CIA and the Chilean junta secret police. According to the Cuban former CIA agent Manuel D. Armas, the CIA coordinated DINA's acts with CORU's, and supplied the latter with funds, advisors, and explosives. The head of DINA's Miami-based force was reportedly Eduardo Sepulveda, the Chilean attaché in Miami and a top dog in DINA. 21. Internacional Fascista is the outgrowth of many years of planning in Madrid by the late Nazi, Otto Skorzeny, who in the 50s had worked for the CIA. On its rolls are former SS agents, OAS terrorists, hatchet men for Portugal's dreaded secret police, PIDE, terrorists from Spain's Fuerza Nueva, Argentine and Italian fascists, Cuban exiles, French gangsters from SAC, and former CIA agents hardened by terror campaigns in Operation 40, Guatemala, Brazil, and Argentina. Besides CORU, Internacional Fascistas militants have at various times numbered the Army for the Liberation of Portugal, ELP, and its Agintpress contingent under Yves Sirac, the Italian Ordine Nuovo led by Salvatore Francia and Pierluigi Concutelli, Spain's Guerrillas of Christ the King, Asociación Anticomunista Ibérica and Alianza Anticomunista Apostolica, AAA, which is not to be confused with the Argentine AAA that is also represented in Internacional Fascista, and the Paladin Group. SS Colonel Skorzeny was the kingpin of the Paladin mercenary group until his death in 1975. 22. Dr. Gerhard Hartmut von Schubert, formerly of Joseph Goebbels' propaganda ministry, was its operating manager. 23. Headquartered in Albufera, Spain. 24. Its actual nerve centers were Skorzeny's export-import offices and cover firm MC located at a Madrid address shared with a front for the Spanish intelligence agency SCOE under Colonel Eduardo Blanco. 25. And also an office of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. 26. The cozy relationship of Spanish right-wing terrorists with U.S. and Spanish intelligence is further underlined by the SCOE's purchase in the mid-70s of W.E.R. Bell's silenced M10 machine pistols, prior to which the ideal terrorist weapon had been unavailable in Europe. 27. Shortly thereafter, the M10 turned up in the hands of Spanish and Italian terrorists. 28. A melange of former OAS and SAC figures, and West German rightist activists and mercenaries, Paladin joined terrorist actions in Europe, Africa, Latin America, and even Southeast Asia. Along with Italian fascists, Paladin is responsible for the December 17, 1973 bombing of Rome's Fiumicino airport, which claimed 32 lives. 29. On behalf of the Spanish government, Paladin kidnapped and murdered leaders of the Basque ETA and in 1974-76 engineered some 50 bombings in Basque country. Paladin's bankrollers included Scorzani's weapons empire and Libyan head of state Muammar Gaddafi. 30. The Scorzani-controlled World Armco, with main offices in Paris, was registered in the name of Paladin manager von Schubert. 31. Upon the death of Scorzani in 1975, von Schubert moved to Argentina, but returned 6 months later to reorganize. In the spring of 1976 he raised eyebrows with a want ad in the International Herald Tribune for a pilot, navigator, captain, 3 demolitions experts, 2 camouflage experts, 2 specialists in Vietnamese, and 2 in Chinese. Applicants were directed to a Paladin office in Spain. Internacional Fascista was a crucial first step toward fulfilling the dream not only of Scorzani, but also of his close friends in Madrid exile, José López Rega, Juan Perón's Grey Eminence, and Prince Justo Valerio Borghese, the Italian fascist money man who had been rescued from execution at the hands of the World War II Italian resistance by future CIA counterintelligence whiz James J. Angleton. 32. They, and other Nazi and fascist powers throughout Europe and Latin America, envisioned a new world order built on a fascist iron circle linking Buenos Aires, Santiago, Lima, La Paz, Brasilia, and Montevideo. In 1973 their goal seemed near. Chile's President Allende had been overthrown. Perón had regained the Argentine presidency after 17 years of exile. Hugo Banzer was still in control in Bolivia, as was Alfredo Stroessner in Paraguay, and other right-wing military regimes ruled Brazil and Uruguay. When he returned to Argentina, Perón brought with him López Rega as an advisor. The latter would wield great influence over both the aging president and his wife Isabel, and import hatchet men from Spain to help the Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance, AAA, slaughter the Argentine left. In 1976, however, fascist plans suffered a setback. Isabel Perón, who had succeeded her late husband, was ousted from office and López Rega was chased out of Argentina. 33. Argentina's contingent of international terrorists then followed López Rega back to Spain, and were joined there by several of their Argentine colleagues, among them Commissioner Morales and Colonel Navarra. 34. Portugal's revolution, and the liberation of Mozambique and Angola that followed, further complicated the fascist game plan. However, Third World terrorist actions continued. In 1976 a 7-man fascist commando group dispatched from Spain was arrested in Algeria following an act of sabotage. Its leader identified himself as Aurelio Bertin. In truth he was J.S. Sablinski, a native Philadelphian also known as J. Salby. 35. Another member of the unit disclosed that he had contacted it in Madrid through one Gil Maxwell, an American working for a real estate agency run by the former U.S. Air Force Colonel August Woltz. 36. Salby was a ringleader of Aginter Press, and later the ELP. 37. Together with Garin Sirac and other Eurofascists, he had worked for the CIA in Guatemala from 1968 to 1971 in the unprecedented terror campaign which followed the August 1968 assassination of U.S. Ambassador Gordon Main. 38. The campaign, allegedly set in motion by Main's successor Nathaniel Davis, was modeled after Vietnam's Phoenix program. It afforded an early glimpse at the teamwork of European fascists with Miami-based, CIA-trained Cuban exiles. According to Amnesty International, some 30,000 people were either killed or disappeared in Guatemala in the decade beginning in 1962, the worst of it coming in 1970 to 71. 39. A later released FBI document revealed that Salby and former OAS terrorist Rangy Ard, mentioned at the start of this chapter, had been in Miami in 1969, on leave from participating in mass murder in Guatemala. 40. Correspondence in 1971 from Aginter press leader Siractu Sablinski is addressed to J. Salby, Seaboard Holding Corp., 1451 NE Bayshore, Miami. 41. Rangy Ard again shuttled between Miami and Guatemala in late 1973. 42. As to Ambassador Davis, he moved on to bigger things in Chile. 43. A terrorist contingent which would train commandos for the Chilean Fascist Party, Patria y Libertad, whose co-leader was reportedly Davis' next-door neighbor, followed soon on his heels from Guatemala. After a coup d'état replaced Salvador Allende with Augusto Pinochet's military junta, some terrorists moved on to Argentina, while others, Salby among them, rejoined Aginter press in Portugal. As fascist terror then struck Europe, Davis became the U.S. ambassador in Bern, Switzerland. By coincidence, DINA's chief of foreign operations, Pedro Ewing, set up an office in the same city. The southern European left, most vocally the Italians, then protested repeatedly against the presence of Davis, who was regarded as a coordinator of the terror. Eventually he was relegated to the happy hunting ground of the Foreign Service, the Naval War College in Newport, Rhode Island. In 1976–77 Internacional Fascista made its presence felt often in Europe. West Germany's fascist and neo-Nazi groups doubled. After Spain and Italy, though, it was in France that the fascists were most industrious, with the old standbys from SAC assuming a new role. When 7,000 SAC agents were fired in 1972–73, many joined fascist groups in Spain, Paladin in particular. Paladin's OAS contingent let bygones be bygones. 44. What has made sleuth work difficult is Internacional Fascista's attempts to camouflage itself as an arm of the left. When General Joaquín Zenteno Anaya, Bolivia's ambassador to France, was shot down in Paris in May 1976, a caller to the police claimed the Che Guevara Brigade had murdered him to avenge the 1967 capture of Guevara in Bolivia. An eyewitness, moreover, claimed to have recognized the assailant as the infamous left-wing terrorist Carlos. However, 1 month later the Nouvel Observateur reported that the assassination had been planned at Madrid's Consulate Hotel by Bolivian intelligence agent Saavedra and 3 terrorists from the Paladin group. Furthermore, inspection of Zenteno Anaya's politics revealed his opposition to Bolivian President Banzer, and allegiance to ex-President Torres, whose murder in Argentina followed shortly after Zenteno's. Then it was the turn of former Chilean Foreign Minister Orlando Letelier to be murdered by Chilean and Cuban terrorists in Washington, soon after which the establishment U.S. press, citing CIA and FBI sources, pointed the finger at the Chilean left. In connection with these assassinations it's appropriate here to quote, in its entirety, a recent report entitled Latin America, Murder Incorporated, a still classified staff report on questionable foreign intelligence operations in the United States, prepared for the Senate Foreign Relations Subcommittee on International Operations, shed some new light on cooperation in security matters between Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Paraguay, and Uruguay. According to the Senate report, which has been leaked to the press in the United States, the joint operation is known as Condor. The Senate report mentioned a Phase 3 of Operation Condor, which involved the formation of special teams to carry out sanctions, including the assassination of the enemies of its constituent governments. The best-known killing of this type was the bomb attack on Orlando Letelier in September 1976 in Washington. Condor's role in this emerged during the testimony of the FBI agent, Bob Schurer, who investigated the case and gave evidence at the trial of Michael Townley. He testified to the use of Condor as the channel by which the Chilean DINA chief, General Manuel Contreras, tried to get U.S. visas for 2 of the agents involved. An impressive list of murders may now be laid at the door of Operation Condor. These include the killings of General Carlos Prats of Chile and Juan José Torres of Bolivia in Argentina, the Uruguayan politicians Héctor Gutiérrez Ruiz and Zelmer Michelini, also in Argentina, Bolivia's General Joaquín Zentino Anaya and Uruguay's Colonel Ramón Trabal in Paris, and the attempted assassination of the Chilean senator, Bernardo Leighton. The Senate report disclosed that Condor had considered establishing its own operational base in Miami in 1974, but that this was headed off by a CIA protest through regular intelligence channels. In this case, the CIA informed the Chilean DINA of United States displeasure and no Miami station was opened. According to the Senate report, the FBI concluded early in its investigation of the Littleyer assassination that the murder might have been carried out as a third phase of Operation Condor. Presumably third phase will now go into the lexicon of euphemisms alongside the CIA's to terminate with extreme prejudice. The fact that the operation was well known to the United States at least 5 years ago makes nonsense of its shock surprise at the time of Letelier's death. 45. The advent of democracy in Spain was fought bitterly by Internacional Fascista. At least 70 lives fell victim to the struggle within the first half of 1977. On January 24, fascists armed with machine pistols stormed a midtown Madrid attorney's office and opened fire on 12 lawyers who had defended leftists. 6 of the lawyers were killed, the rest were seriously wounded. Over the next 3 days right-wing terrorists murdered 4 others, 2 of them students, which led to the arrest of Carlos Porres, the Cuban exile associated with the Argentine AAA. On February 22, 1977, Madrid police discovered a factory where Italian Ordine Nuovo fascists had manufactured handguns. The building had been rented from an order of nuns by Otto Scorzani's friend, Mariano Sanchez Cavazza. 46. Following up their discovery, the police investigated a bank box in the name of Italian fascist kingpin Elio Masagranda. In it they found a small fortune and 3 gold bars traceable to the $10 million bank robbery masterminded by OAS alumnus Albert Spaghieri. 47. This led to the roundup of most of Spain's Italian fascist elite, Stefano Del Che, Marco Pazzan, Ilidor Pomar, Clemente Graziani, Salvatore Francia, Flavio Camp, Mario Rosa, Enzo Salziola, plus Masagranda and his wife Sandra Craici. 48. Spanish authorities, however, were pressured by the Italians' local protectors, and the terrorists were soon released. Many of them headed to Argentina and eventually returned to Europe. 49. Masagranda and one Gaetano Orlando went to Paraguay, where they were arrested in December 1977 and released within days on orders from dictator Stroessner. There they remained. 50. In August 1977, the Spanish AAA stole jewels worth $20 million from the cathedral at Oviedo. The police recovered most of the jewels when several terrorists were stopped at the Portuguese border. That same month, Internacional Fascistas Italian, Spanish, Argentine, and Cuban exile terrorist contingents were represented at a Taiwan Assembly of the World Anti-Communist League. 51. In April 1978, the parties behind Internacional Fascista formed an umbrella organization, Eurodroid, Euroright, as a response to Eurocommunism. 52. Charter members included Giorgio Almirante's Italian Fascist Party, MSI, Spain's Fuerza Nueva led by Blas Pina, France's Forces Nouvelles, PFN, led by Jean-Louis Tixier Vanincourt, Belgium's Front National and Greece's Rassemblement General. 53. In May, Almirante and others represented Eurodroit at the WACL Assembly in Washington. 54. On June 27, 1978, Eurodroit met in Paris. 55. And on July 18 its leaders met in Madrid with Latin American observers including Ricardo Curuchet of Argentina. 56. Its representative at the April 1979 WACL Assembly in Paraguay was Fuerza Nueva's Pina. 57. Finally, in 1979, several Eurodroit members were elected to the first European Parliament. The springboard of this chapter was what I deem the Miami conspiracy. Inevitably I am drawn to suspect that international fascist operations are, to some degree, directed from Miami. World Service, the cover organization Patrice Chirov told me was based in Miami, was of the same ilk as Agenter Press, whose agents Rangiard and Salby were in and out of Miami. Miami Cubans joined Agenter Press terrorists in Guatemala. The nice bank robber Albert Spaghieri was allegedly in Miami before his heist, and was definitely in touch with the CIA in the US after it. 10 months later, money and gold stolen from the bank were in the safe deposit box of an Italian terrorist leader in Spain. Mirage director Devather and Paladin agent K flew to Miami before their theft of Mirage millions, and met there with Cuban exiles. 58. 100 Florida-based Cubans joined the Agenter Press Elp army in Spain, where they became involved in acts of terrorism. Michael Townley and other DINA agents were in Miami to plan the murder of Orlando Letelier, and Townley also engineered an attempt on Bernardo Leighton's life in Rome. The old JM/Wave operation is born again. Only it is no longer confined to Cuba and the Third World, but now encompasses a bitter struggle against a new enemy, Eurocommunism. The hometown of CIA fronts like the Sea Supply Corporation, Double Check Corporation, Zenith Technical Enterprises, Gibraltar Steamship Corporation, and Vanguard Service Corporation, and the site of ominous Fontainebleau Hotel meetings between Santo Trafficante, Sam Giancana, John Rosselli, Robert Maheu, William Harvey, and Meyer Lansky, remains the birthplace of conspiracy. And to close the circle, let us not forget that gangsters and former espionage agents among Internacional Fascista and CORU's minions were knee-deep in the heroin trade, that still floating in the quagmire are extraordinary, international agents E. Howard Hunt and Fernand Legros. 59. And that several Spaghieri gang bank robbers had been the close associates of both François Caillape and Christian Beauserge David, whom this book was, at one time, to have been all about. 60. Postscript. To the first edition. The more things change, say the French, the more they remain the same. And who knows better than the French, for whom scandal at government's highest levels is as common as the new moon. The current talk of Paris is the cover-up in the investigation of the Christmas 1976 murder of Prince Jean de Broglie, former French cabinet member and co-founder of his brother-in-law President Giscard d'Estaing's Republican Party. When he left the government in 1967, de Broglie plunged into the shadowy side of export-import, choosing as his associates traffickers in arms, counterfeit dollars, and drugs. Following a 5-day investigation, then Interior Minister Michel Poniatowski fingered 2 members of the neo-fascist OAS underground, who were later released for lack of evidence. Poniatowski's lame attempt to minimize the president's embarrassment is now being compared to the Ben Barka affair cover-up of a decade earlier. 1. Which is not to imply that the sensation of déjà vu is a monopoly of the French. One needn't be an apologist for Russia's involvement in Afghanistan to see history repeat itself in CIA support for the side financing its operations with opium. By the time the agency admitted supplying arms to Afghanistani insurgent groups. 2. It had long been known that the same groups supported themselves via the drug traffic. As reported a year earlier, feudal landlords whose buildings are threatened with confiscation by the Tariqi government are bringing the produce from their poppy crops into Pakistan, and use the proceeds to buy rifles, explosives, and other weapons. Pakistani arms merchants report that their new customers come in daily and business is booming. 3. Guns for drugs, the same scenario as in Laos, Burma, and Latin America. In a New York Times portrait, Afghanistani rebel leader Said Ahmed Gailani was described as an aristocrat tied to former King Zahir Shah and the owner of a Peugeot dealership in Kabul. His ancestral holdings confiscated, he was now underwritten by Saudis. 4. Gailani's followers, reports Counter-Spy magazine, are for the most part Pathan tribesmen, traditional harvesters of opium. 5. Not long after the major dislocations began, Tribal areas of Pakistan and Afghanistan were replacing Southeast Asia's Golden Triangle as the major source of heroin in Western Europe, and beginning to ship heroin to the United States. 6. This was reported prior to the Russian invasion, by DIA Director Peter Bensinger. He added that the Afghanistani police were vigorously combating the narcotics traffic. Afghanistan's 1979 opium harvest was 20 times Mexico's. 7. Thanks to their Russian advisors and the decrease in corruption, most of Europe's heroin was arriving in West Germany by way of Turkish migrant workers. The Turkish Fascist Party and its stormtroopers, the Grey Wolves, were said to be organizing the traffic and using their profits to purchase arms. 8. As in Afghanistan, Iran's problems, too, have been a shot in the arm for the drug trade. That this is not taken lightly by the Ayatollahs was shown by the recent firing squad execution in Tehran of 20 drug traffickers. 9. Americans, meanwhile, have been learning about a quarter-century of CIA teamwork with its Gestapo-like creation, the Shah's secret police Savak, which had long been operating against progressive forces in Afghanistan. Among the more notable developments was one evoked by the April 1980 trial in Wilmington, Delaware of Savak agent Sharak Bakshar, cousin of Iran's last prime minister under the Shah and son of Savak's founder, on charges of selling heroin to federal agents. 1 week before the trial was to open, former CIA agent Donald D. Neeslia, who met Bakshar while working for Savak, threatened to reveal the names of 7,500 CIA agents, hostages in Iran included, unless the charges against Bakshar were dropped. Although D. Neeslia's initial threat proved idle, when Bakshar was found guilty and sentenced to 15 years in prison, D. Neeslia gave a list of names to the Wilmington News Journal, which chose not to print them. The same newspaper reported, however, that Bakshar and his 2 co-defendants were among a group of Iranian intelligence operatives who resorted to the smuggling of heroin to finance a counter-revolution in Iran. Moreover, according to D. Neeslia, Savak's heroin traffic into the U.S. had long been tolerated by U.S. authorities, who also ignored the fact that as the Shah's downfall approached, Iranians brought in large amounts of heroin via the diplomatic pouch. A member of the State Department Iranian task force confirmed that the Iranian aristocracy cashed the local currency into heroin as they escaped the revolution. Furthermore, DIA sources acknowledged that until shortly before the Shah's departure, all Savak drug arrests were automatically dropped. 10. In August 1979, 2 Cuban exiles and the Turkish-American owner of a Manhattan restaurant were arrested selling 4 pounds of Middle Eastern heroin to an undercover agent, prompting the Times' Nicholas Gage to speculate that Latino drug dealers were in business with Turkish suppliers. 11. 5 months later, DIA Regional Director John Fallon reported that 48% of all heroin confiscated in New York could be traced to the Middle East and Asia. 12. In late February, Attorney General Benjamin C. Villetti targeted Baltimore, Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Washington for stepped-up enforcement to halt the flood of high-grade heroin from Iran, Afghanistan and Pakistan. 13. Where the DIA reported a combined 1979 harvest of 1,600 tons, 10 times the figure for the Golden Triangle and 100 times the tally for Mexico. 14. As noted earlier, drug trade realignments of this magnitude are generally paralleled by realignments in the underworld. The July 12, 1979 gangland slaying in Brooklyn of Carmine Galante might have been connected to the fight for control of the East Coast heroin trade. Galante was the reported boss of the New York Bonanno crime family which, according to a 1978 NY Police Department report, controls the large majority of the heroin shipped through Canada into the United States. 15. On March 21, 1980, a day after appearing before the New Jersey State Commission on Investigation, Angelo Bruno, reputed capo of the Philadelphia Southern New Jersey crime organization, was shot to death in front of his home. Speculations as to why included mafia squabbling over $500 million worth of service industry growth since legal gambling came to Atlantic City, and control over the New Jersey numbers racket, which Bruno reportedly refused to share with such interested parties as the late Galanti and the New York crime family of the late Carlo Gambino. Philadelphia police, however, felt Bruno's killing might have been related to his reported aversion to dealing in narcotics. 16. Coincidentally, 3 days before the Bruno murder, 2 of Gambino's cousins had been arrested in their Cherry Hill, New Jersey restaurant on charges of conspiring to smuggle $10 million worth of heroin into New York. Rosario and Giuseppe Gambino, who federal law enforcement officials say ran 200 southern New Jersey pizza joints employing illegal aliens, had allegedly masterminded the smuggling of 90 pounds of heroin from Afghanistan, Iran, and Pakistan by way of Milan, Italy. What makes their case all the more intriguing is the Gambino's connection to the powerful Milan-based financier Michel Cindana. 17. Cindana was convicted in New York in late March on counts ranging from bank fraud to perjury after looting $45 million from the Franklin National Bank, America's 20th largest, which he controlled and brought to ruin. In June, a New York judge sentenced him to 25 years imprisonment, a record for white-collar crime. He is similarly accused of looting $225 million from his banks in Milan. On 2 August 1979, 3 weeks after the assassination in Milan of the lawyer chosen to liquidate Cindana's bankrupt Banca Privata Italiana, and 1 month before the scheduled opening of his New York trial, Cindana disappeared, supposedly kidnapped by left-wing Italian extremists, as he later reported, only to reappear 2.5 months later on 42nd Street and 10th Avenue with a bullet wound in his thigh and with documents, miraculously gathered during his abduction in Europe, which he claimed would exonerate him. That was not all. On January 24, 1980, it was announced that 3 high-standing clerics from the Vatican, whose immense financial holdings had once been in Cindana's hands, were going to be his character witnesses, an offer the Vatican would later retract. Cindana's fortune suffered another setback, however, when Italian and U.S. agents established that he had arranged his own disappearing act, booking, for example, his own European flights, and that his accomplices had included the Gambino brothers. The Gambinos, it seems, had a long record in the import, export and protection of criminals and other illegal aliens, among them the family of Sicilian mafia chieftain Tommaso Busita. 18. Who, recall, was dispatched to South America to take over the Record network, but wound up joining Christian David's heroin connection. As to Cindana, his co-defendant in the U.S., Carlo Bordoni, reportedly told the Italian magazine Panorama that Michel Cindana was, and still is, one of the mafia's bankers, the route through which organized crime money passes across the Atlantic. 19. Back in 1967, Interpol had asked the Italian police if they could verify that he and others were involved in the illicit movement of depressant, stimulant, and hallucinogenic drugs between Italy, the United States and possibly other European countries. The response was negative. 20. Cindana's connections to the presidential administration of Richard Nixon are more firmly established. Cindana's Italian banks were investment partners with the Continental Illinois Bank headed by David Kennedy, Nixon's first Treasury Secretary and a director of Fasco International, Cindana's Luxembourg-based holding company. Cindana's interests were represented in the United States by Mudge, Rose, Guthrie, and Alexander, the law firm of Nixon's Attorney General John Mitchell. In Italy, Cindana orchestrated the efforts of the neo-fascist deputy Luigi Turchi to garner Italian support for Nixon's election campaign. 21. Cindana even offered $1 million, on condition of anonymity, to Creep Treasurer Maurice Stans. The offer was refused. While Cindana was out Vescoing Robert Vesco himself, the CIA was exploiting Cindana's far-right political sympathies and connections in Italy. According to the House of Representatives Pike report on CIA activities, Cindana was a key channel for the millions distributed by the agency to centrist and right-wing Italian political parties, affiliated organizations, and candidates. Part of the payoff helped finance an abortive fascist coup in December 1970. Another portion was allocated to the fascist strategy of tension, in which Italian intelligence officers and neo-fascists conspired to shift Italian voters rightward through bombings that were attributed to leftists, including the 1969 explosion at Milan's Piazza Fontana, which claimed 17 lives. 22. A key figure in the 1969 bombing and the 1970 coup attempt was the Italian Stefano Delce. As we go to press, we find confirmation of his role in the 1975 attempted assassination of Bernardo Leighton in Rome, in John Dinga's and Saul Landau's penetrating book Assassination on Embassy Row, Pantheon 1980. Delce had been contacted for the hit by Michael Townley of the Chilean DINA and Virgilio Paz of the Miami and Union City, N.J-based Cuban nationalist movement. While it's not certain just who is controlling the U.S. end of the heroin bonanza from Southwest Asia, Santo Traficante's the sentimental favorite, there is no disputing the fact that the United States, its heroin capital New York City in particular, is again experiencing a major heroin wave. The New York State Division of Substance Abuse Services reports that, compared with 1978, drug-related deaths increased in 1979 by 77% and hospital emergency room admissions for heroin by 46%. 23. The 1980 outlook is even gloomier. In the first quarter of 1979 the DEA rarely found heroin purities in excess of 20%. 1 year later the laboratories were reporting purities between 20 and 90%. An addict from Manhattan's Lower East Side reports, "It's all over the neighborhood. You can get it on the street corners, even in the candy stores. And it's superior to the earlier stuff." The head of New York's Phoenix House, a drug treatment center, says, "There is no question that we are going to have another heroin crisis." 24. In Boston the story is the same. "It's getting worse all the time," says a detective in the police department's Drug Control Unit, DCU, which handled twice as many cases from December 1979 to mid-April 1980 as it had in the same period 1 year before. When asked how many heroin addicts there were in Boston, a city of under 1 million inhabitants, DCU head LT David Walsh replied, "If your figure was 3,500 it would be a conservative estimate." 25. What has been the federal government's response? While enforcement officials like Attorney General Civiletti promise intensified efforts to control the heroin deluge, the re-election-minded Carter administration has added $15 billion to the military budget while proposing cuts of $40 million in the $160 million National Drug Abuse Treatment Program. The White House Strategy Council on Drug Abuse, appointed by President Carter in November 1977, has not convened, despite the urgings of its members, in 7.5 months. In the words of two of those members, "Our requests for information that by law we are entitled to receive have been met in some instances by delays of years, at other times with only superficial responses. The Council has working groups and subcommittees about which we are given only the sketchiest information. Since November 1977, we have never received classified information, although we cannot understand how we can serve any supervisory function without it. For example, we worry about the growing of opium poppies in Afghanistan and Pakistan by rebel tribesmen who apparently are the chief adversaries of the Soviet troops in Afghanistan. Are we erring in befriending these tribes as we did in Laos when Air America, chartered by the Central Intelligence Agency, helped transport crude opium from certain tribal areas?" 26. Part 4. New material. 24. As times go by, why does the multibillion-dollar international drug trade endure despite the trillion-dollar, decades-long war on drugs? One, the obvious reason is the persistence of demand. The more hidden reasons are the symbiotic relationships that tie intelligence agencies to drug trafficking syndicates, the critical role that banks play by laundering drug revenues and facilitating off-the-books intelligence operations. The Reagan White House, 1981 to 1989, turned to these sectors of the secret state when it re-escalated the Cold War. 2 The available evidence also points to a pre-1980 election plot by the Reagan campaign team to delay the release of 52 Americans hostages held in Tehran. 3 Reagan inherited other simmering minefields from Jimmy Carter. 4 In his determination to scuttle détente with the Soviets, Reagan plunged headfirst into nearly all. Arguably his most catastrophic decision was to double up on his predecessor's policy of meddling in Southwest Asia. Carter's national security advisor, the die-hard Cold Warrior, Zbigniew Brzezinski, had told the president in early 1979 that by secretly arming Islamic fundamentalist insurgents in Soviet-dominated Afghanistan, he could lure the Russians into a quagmire. Carter went along with the idea, and in late 1979 the Russians bit the bait and invaded Afghanistan. 2 years later, the newly installed Reagan team jumped at the ready-made opportunity to roll back communism. Teaming up with the Saudis and other anti-democratic allies with deep pockets, the White House began funneling billions via the CIA and Pakistan's corrupt military intelligence agency, the ISI, to Islamic warriors in Afghanistan. A decade and some 20,000 casualties later, the Russians ignominiously withdrew. 5 The jihadists, in the meantime, incubated Al-Qaeda. Afghanistan, the heroin/terrorism connection. 12 minutes after taking off from New York's JFK Airport on July 17, 1996, TWA Flight 800 to Rome exploded and crashed into the Atlantic Ocean, killing all 230 aboard. Terrorism experts hit the airwaves, which was understandable in light of recent history. On February 26, 1993, a bomb explosion at Lower Manhattan's World Trade Center killed 6 and injured over 1,000. 2 years later, the bomb maker, Ramzi Yousef, was arrested in Pakistan. On April 19, 1995, the Alfred E. Murrah building in Oklahoma City was bombed, killing 168. On November 13, 1995, a bomb explosion in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia killed 5 Americans. On May 29, 1996, the trial of Ramzi Yousef, the demolition expert in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, and the nephew of the future 9/11 mastermind, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, opened in New York City. It was in session when Flight 800 went down. On June 26, 1996, a truck bomb equivalent to some 5,000 pounds of TNT gutted the Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia, where U.S. military officers were housed. 19 U.S. Air Force personnel were killed. Each of these explosions was a confirmed act of terrorism. Yet contrary to speculation that the downing of TWA Flight 800 was yet another such act, the FBI's 16-month investigation ruled that out. After its own 4-year investigation, the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, concluded that it had been an accidental explosion in a fuel tank. Shortly before the Flight 800 tragedy, on the day after the Khobar Towers bombing, an Islamic extremist terrorist, Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, was sworn in, for the second time, as Afghanistan's Prime Minister. 6 Heroin overdose and terror bombing victims turned over in their graves. But terrorism authorities apparently did not notice. Maybe it was because in the 1981-89 Reagan era, Hekmatyar had been the CIA's Afghan guerrilla collaborator of choice. 7 The Hekmatyar story, in fact, is a textbook case of a covert CIA operation providing cover for major drug traffickers and spawning ground for terrorists. The CIA/Hekmatyar marriage of convenience had its roots in President Jimmy Carter's response to the December 1979 Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, and even before that, the February 1979 overthrow of the Shah in next-door Iran and murder that same month of the U.S. ambassador to Afghanistan. The response recommended by Carter's national security advisor, Brzezinski, was to secretly provide military assistance to anti-Soviet Islamic extremists in Afghanistan, which, Brzezinski claimed, would lure the Russians into a Vietnam-like quagmire. Carter bought into the idea and, on July 3, 1979, signed the initial authorization for covert U.S. support to the Afghan Mujahedin, Holy Warriors. Point 8. The Mujahedin were already waging holy war on a Soviet-backed Kabul government which they regarded as the embodiment of atheistic modernism. And their patrons in neighboring Pakistan's Inter-Service Intelligence Directorate, ISI, had already introduced the CIA's Islamabad station chief to their Islamic extremist protege, guerrilla leader Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. Hekmatyar's path to northwest Pakistan would not qualify him as a freedom fighter in the conventional sense, though that was how the Reagan White House would soon refer to him. In the 1960s, Hekmatyar founded the Kabul branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. In the 1970s he reportedly instructed his followers to throw vials of acid in the faces of female students who refused to wear burqas. King Mohammad Zahir Shah imprisoned Hekmatyar in 1972 for his role in the murder of a left-wing student. But the king was overthrown by his cousin, the Prime Minister, and Hekmatyar fled across the border into Pakistan. There he joined an Islamic fundamentalist group with adherents in the Pakistani armed forces, and was recruited as a Pakistani intelligence asset, which turned out to be a lucrative and empowering career move, thanks to the Reagan White House. Point 9. When it decided in 1981 to ramp up U.S. involvement in Afghanistan, the recently elected Reagan team made a deal which gave the Pakistanis $3 billion in military assistance to manage the secret war in Afghanistan, over and above the $2 billion which the Pakistanis were given to dole out to the Afghan guerrillas. The aid bonanza tilted the Islamabad balance of power in favor of the corrupt Pakistani Inter-Service Intelligence Directorate. The ISI's power brokers knew exactly with whom they were dealing when they earmarked half the Mujahedin's $2 billion for Hekmatyar, and another $1 billion flowed into his coffers from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Libya. Point 10. The war against Soviet invaders would claim the lives of nearly 1 million Afghan villagers. As it heated up, the Reagan White House hailed Hekmatyar as a freedom fighter. CIA and State Department officials who knew better told Tim Weiner of the Philadelphia Inquirer that Hekmatyar was scary, vicious, a fascist, and definitely dictatorship material. A Boston-based businessman working for the Free Afghanistan Alliance later reported that the outer rooms in Mujahedin press offices featured anti-Soviet posters and the inner rooms depicted Uncle Sam as the Great Satan. Point 11. After stumbling for 10 years through mountainous terrain no friendlier than the jungles of Vietnam, Soviet forces withdrew from Afghanistan in February 1989, with little to show for it other than drug addiction, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and alienation from their compatriots, similar to America's Vietnam experience 2 decades earlier. Moscow's last puppet regime collapsed in 1992, leaving a vacuum to be filled by internecine warfare among Islamic guerrilla factions. With the Soviets out of the picture, the George H.W. Bush administration ended U.S. support for Hekmatyar, and the Washington Post finally decided it was okay to document Hekmatyar's history of knee-deep involvement in heroin trafficking. Point 12. After falling sharply in the mid-70s, the U.S. heroin addict population doubled in the early 80s, with half the heroin arriving from Afghanistan and Pakistan, some of it originating in Hekmatyar's poppy fields. The holy war against Soviet infidels had attracted Islamic extremists from far and wide to Afghanistan, where the CIA and ISI provided them with modern weapons and taught them how to use them. In 1990, Sheikh Omar Abdel Rahman, aka the Blind Sheikh, fled from Egypt, where he had been charged with ordering the assassination of President Anwar Sadat, to Peshawar, Pakistan, where he sought out Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, his longtime disciple. Hekmatyar reportedly referred the sheikh to his friends in the CIA and ISI. A high-ranking Egyptian official would later claim that the sheikh helped the CIA deliver guns, money, and manpower to Mujahedin bases in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Point 13. Those same bases attracted alienated youth from across the Muslim world. Soon after meeting with Hekmatyar in Peshawar, the blind sheikh relocated to Brooklyn, New York and opened mosques both there and in New Jersey. Federal prosecutors would later charge him with preaching the assassination of Americans. Point 14. In October 1995, They convicted him of conspiracy to levy a war of urban terrorism against the United States, including the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. He is serving a life sentence at a federal prison in Butner, North Carolina. In May 1996, 1 month before Hekmatyar became prime minister for the second time, Osama bin Laden was expelled from Sudan and relocated in Afghanistan. Soon thereafter, bin Laden issued a fatwa calling for attacks on Western military targets on the Arabian Peninsula. It was just around the time of the Khobar Towers bombing in Saudi Arabia. That September, the Taliban conquered Kabul and gained control of the rest of Afghanistan. Gulbuddin Hekmatyar fled to Iran. Osama bin Laden became the Taliban's guest. Shortly before allegedly ordering the 9/11 attacks 5 years later, bin Laden issued a videotaped call for the release of the blind sheikh. In the wake of 9/11, President George W. Bush ordered U.S. soldiers to invade Afghanistan, where a special forces team tracked bin Laden down. But when Bush bizarrely redirected U.S. forces into Iraq, bin Laden crossed the border into Pakistan. A decade later, the imprisoned Omar Abdul Rahman Brigade took responsibility for the September 11, 2012 assault on the U.S. consulate in Benghazi, Libya, which claimed the lives of U.S. Ambassador Christopher Stevens and 3 other Americans. 15. Dirty work to be done. Not all of Jimmy Carter's advisors had shared Zbigniew Brzezinski's incendiary approach to diplomacy. Secretary of State Cyrus Vance, for one, counseled a conciliatory approach to Moscow on nuclear arms. But when Carter negotiated strategic weapons reductions with the Soviets, he ruffled the feathers of cold warriors in the national security establishment 16, just as his CIA director, Stansfield Turner, did when he downsized the agency's clandestine operations division, and Carter did again when he criticized human rights violations by Latin America's predominantly right-wing military dictatorships. 17. But the policy of ideologically blind human rights promotion would not survive Carter's re-election bid. That was the message two retired American generals delivered when they visited one of the world's leading human rights violators, Guatemala, in the lead-up to the 1980 election. Gen. Daniel Graham had served as Deputy Director of the CIA and Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, and was the co-chairman of the Coalition for Peace Through Strength, a group of retired military officers that lobbied for increased Pentagon spending. He visited Guatemala as a member of Reagan's Defense Advisory Committee. His traveling companion, Maj. Gen. John K. Singlaub, had been the CIA station chief in South Korea during the Korean War, and the chief of staff of UN forces in South Korea, until he openly criticized Carter's plans for troop reductions and was stripped of his command. It did not bode well for the locals that the general's host, John Trotter, the manager of the local Coca-Cola bottling franchise, was implicated in death squad executions of Guatemalan workers and labor leaders. 18. Nor was it a harbinger of good times when Graham and Singlaub reassured Guatemalan officials, Mr. Reagan recognizes that a good deal of dirty work has to be done. 19. Clearly not shy about speaking his mind, Singlaub also declared in a taped interview that he was terribly impressed with how the regime of Gen. Romeo Lucas Garcia was desperately trying to promote human rights, and bemoaned the fact that as the Guatemalan government loses support from the United States, it gives people the impression that there's something wrong with the government. 20. A 2006 Guardian obituary for Gen. Lucas Garcia provided a more candid portrait of his presidency. In the long list of Guatemalan military villains, General Romeo Lucas Garcia was outdone only by Efren Rios Montt, who replaced him as the country's dictator after a coup in March 1982. Elected president in 1978 in a typically fraudulent poll, Lucas was allegedly responsible for an average of 200 murders and disappearances a month during the 4 years he held power. He obliterated the urban political opposition with a policy of selective assassination, which included the murder of 2 prominent Social Democrats. Trade unionists met the same fate. 27 leaders of the National Workers' Confederation, CNT, were kidnapped not far from the presidential palace in June 1980. They were never seen again. Lucas also sought to wipe out the rural base of the country's leftist guerrilla organizations by slaughtering the mainly indigenous Mayan peasantry, a policy Rios enthusiastically maintained and extended. Between January 1980 and Lucas' overthrow 2 years later, human rights groups listed no fewer than 344 massacres. Few were reported internationally. The gruesome war against civilians was largely ignored by the outside world, while neighboring El Salvador and Nicaragua grabbed the headlines largely because of heavy United States involvement in their internal conflicts. But the apparently deliberate burning down in 1980 of the Spanish embassy in Guatemala City with diplomats and protesters inside was an exception. A quarter century later, this atrocity would help persuade a Spanish court to issue an arrest warrant for the ex-dictator, who by that stage was terminally ill and living in Puerto La Cruz, Venezuela, 21. On his return to the U.S., Maj. Gen. Singlaub opined that Guatemala's death squads had been misunderstood. 22. That they were about to be better appreciated became clear when the guest list for Reagan's inauguration included Guatemala's former vice president, Mario Sandoval Alarcón, the godfather of Central America's death squads. 23. One might have expected it to be challenging, even for a former Hollywood actor like Reagan, to sell Americans on abandoning Carter's human rights policy and resuming support for flagrant human rights violators like Guatemala's Lucas Garcia. Indeed, because the Reaganites were well aware of the challenge, they decided early on to go the extra mile to manipulate American public opinion. Veteran journalist Robert Perry has identified the Reagan White House's perception management program as the precursor to George W. Bush's and Barack Obama's use of domestic propaganda to sell Washington's endless wars. To understand how the American people find themselves trapped in today's Orwellian dystopia of endless warfare against an ever-shifting collection of evil enemies, you have to think back to the Vietnam War and the shock to the ruling elite caused by an unprecedented popular uprising against the war. While on the surface official Washington pretended that the mass protests didn't change policy, a panicky reality existed behind the scenes, a recognition that a major investment in domestic propaganda would be needed to ensure that future imperial adventures would have the public's eager support or at least its confused acquiescence. The commitment to what the insiders called perception management began in earnest with the Reagan administration in the 1980s, but it would come to be the accepted practice of all subsequent administrations, including the present one of President Barack Obama. In that sense, propaganda in pursuit of foreign policy goals would trump the democratic ideal of an informed electorate. The point would be not to honestly inform the American people about events around the world but to manage their perceptions by ramping up fear in some cases and diffusing outrage in others, depending on the U.S. government's needs. Thus you have the current hysteria over Russia's supposed aggression in Ukraine when the crisis was actually provoked by the West, including by U.S. neocons who helped create today's humanitarian crisis in eastern Ukraine that they now cynically blame on Russian President Vladimir Putin. In the 1980s, the Reagan administration was determined to kick the Vietnam syndrome, the revulsion that many Americans felt for warfare after all those years in the blood-soaked jungles of Vietnam and all the lies that clumsily justified the war. 24. After Reagan's January 1981 inauguration, his and CIA Director William Casey's immediate priorities were to reverse the left-wing Sandinista revolution in Nicaragua and ramp up support for Islamic fundamentalist militants battling the Soviets in Afghanistan. The Sandinista guerrillas had recently ousted the corrupt dictator and longtime U.S. ally, Gen. Anastasio Somoza Debayle. 25 The White House viewed Sandinista Nicaragua as nothing less than a Soviet beachhead in America's backyard. But the bitter aftertaste of Vietnam and the well-publicized brutality of ongoing counterinsurgency operations in El Salvador and Guatemala made armed intervention against the Sandinistas a hard sell. 26. When the New York Times published a lengthy exposé of the Salvadoran regime's massacre of 800 men, women, and children, the White House responded by attacking the credibility of the reporter, Raymond Bonner. The Times clicked its heels and reassigned him. Realizing the impracticality of going after one journalist at a time, the White House resolved to fight fire with fire by systematically deploying perception management. The expertise was already in-house at the CIA. In 1982, CIA Director William Casey transferred 30-year veteran propaganda and disinformation expert, Walter Raymond, Jr., to the National Security Council. Soon thereafter, Reagan signed National Security Directive 77, titled Management of Public Diplomacy Relative to National Security. Perry learned from congressional documents that an elaborate system of interagency committees was formed and charged with the task of working closely with private groups and individuals involved in fundraising, lobbying campaigns and propagandistic activities aimed at influencing public opinion and government action. This resulted in the creation of the Office of Public Diplomacy, OPD, for Latin America and the Caribbean, headed by Otto Reich, a right-wing Cuban exile from Miami. 27. The OPD began planting news items in friendly newspapers reporting that the Sandinistas were engaged in narcotics trafficking, and composing perception-managing presidential speeches characterizing Sandinista-led Nicaragua as a totalitarian jungle. The CIA managed Contras, who were terrorizing the Nicaraguan countryside, as the moral equivalent of the Founding Fathers, and Islamic fundamentalist terrorists fighting the Soviets as Afghan freedom fighters. However, following early 1984 press reports that the CIA had mined Managua Harbor, Congress prohibited future U.S. funding for the Contras. Unfazed, the White House doubled up on solicitations of Contra financing from Saudi Arabia and other right-wing allies, and from well-heeled ultra-conservatives like Rupert Murdoch, the Australian media magnate, and Richard Mellon Scaife, heir to the Mellon banking and oil fortune. 28. At the same time, CIA Director Casey gave the green light to off-the-books intelligence operations to sell arms to Iran and use the proceeds to fund the Contras. Shoddier still were deals made with Colombian and Mexican drug traffickers who traded support for the Contras for get-out-of-jail-free cards. Determined to prevent a reprise of Fidel Castro's 1961 Cuban Revolution elsewhere in Latin America, the Kennedy administration in 1962 dispatched CIA and Army Special Forces personnel to Colombia. The Americans schooled Colombia's police and armed forces in unconventional warfare strategies, including the formation of paramilitary self-defense units, autodefenses, and hunter-killer teams. Over time, the Pentagon expanded its cooperation with Colombian military, intelligence, and enforcement personnel to include joint campaigns against narcotics trafficking. Perception management, by way of exaggerated claims of guerrilla drug trafficking, blurred the distinction between counterinsurgency and counter-narcotics. Compounding the fog, the Colombian army in the 1980s forged anti-guerrilla alliances with both the paramilitary auto-defenses and drug kingpins who, after a wave of guerrilla kidnappings of rich landowners and traffickers, trained a nationwide network of assassins, muerta secuestradores, death to kidnappers, or MAS. That the CIA had approved of the Army/drug cartel alliance was obvious from the Freedom of Cali cartel kingpin and MAS president, Santiago Ocampo, to travel into and out of the United States. 29. Another indicator was the fact that Israeli instructors working for both Ocampo and MAS in Colombia also worked for the Guatemalan army and CIA-backed Contras in Honduras. 30. Strange bedfellows. In the chaotic immediate aftermath of the August 18, 1989 assassination of the popular Colombian presidential candidate Luis Carlos Galán, one of the hitmen dropped his weapon. It was an Israeli-made Galil assault rifle, serial number 7-17211058, the first hint that there were strange bedfellows in the guns for drugs business. Why Galán was killed was obvious. He had declared war on the Medellin cocaine cartel and vowed that, if elected, he would extradite drug traffickers to the United States. He was also a thorn in the side of the far right, which included paramilitary death squads linked to the drug cartels. Months before Galán was gunned down, a secret Medellin training camp was discovered where the training was in assassination and the lead instructors were Lt. Col. Yair Klein, RET, and 5 other Israeli military experts. Assisted by British mercenaries, they schooled 30 killers at a time, handpicked by Medellin cartel bosses Pablo Escobar and Jose Gonzalo Rodriguez Gacha, the man in charge of the training camp. Among the camp's guest instructors, and its likely mastermind, was the Mossad's master of disaster and Zionist James Bond, Michael Harari. 31. The training camp had been operating for 5 months and its graduates had already drawn blood, when presidential candidate Luis Carlos Galán was assassinated. Colombia's police and armed forces could locate neither the training camp nor Rodriguez Gacha, until December 15, 1989, when they tracked his son, Freddy Rodriguez Celades, to his father's hiding place and gunned down both of them. In their hideout, they discovered hundreds of Galil rifles, Uzi submachine guns, and ammunition, all of it Israeli-made. 32. They also discovered a videotape that Freddy, one of the camp's first graduates, had made, which traced how the Israelis transformed his classmates into smooth-running killing machines. 33. The weapon serial numbers were the tip-off to another shady Israeli operation. On March 28, 1989, the Danish ship, LSTH, sailed from Haifa laden with containers full of Israeli weapons. The LSTH had an interesting history. It had helped trigger the Iran-Contra scandal when it was one of several Danish vessels contracted by Col. Oliver North of the Reagan/Bush National Security Council, to ship American-made weapons to Iran. 34. The LSTH was now on another illicit voyage, bound for the Caribbean with Danish skipper Capt. Hilmar Jorgensen at the helm and an Israeli escort. 35. One of the containers on its deck was designated for the fictitious Quartermaster General of the Defense Force of the Caribbean island of Antigua. The others were to be delivered to the Colombian Army. On April 24, the LSTH docked at St. John's, Antigua, and unloaded the contents of the quartermaster's container: 400 Galil rifles, 100 Uzi submachine guns, 200,000 rounds of ammunition and explosives. 36. An impressive arsenal for a 90-man defense force. It weighed anchor and sailed for Santa Marta, Colombia. 7 hours later, the MV Seapoint arrived at the same dock to retrieve the weapons-filled container, which was the property of the Medellin cartel. Once the container was loaded onto it, the MV Seapoint weighed anchor and set sail for a deserted Colombian beach. There, Rodriguez Gacha's men unloaded the falsely marked container, then filled it with 2.5 tons of cocaine. No sooner had the first 30 hitmen completed Yair Klein's course of instruction, than a tidal wave of assassinations shook Colombia. Jeffrey Robertson, the Australian barrister appointed royal investigator of the Antigua affair, established that Rodriguez Gacha's well-traveled Israeli container had contained the weapon used in each of the following shootings. July 4, 1989, Dr. Antonio Roland Betancourt, governor of Antioquia, and 5 members of his family, murdered in Medellin. July 28, 1989, Judge Maria Helena Diaz Perez, murdered in Medellin. August 16, 1989, Police Colonel Valdemar Franklin Quintero, murdered in Medellin. August 18, 1989, Presidential candidate Luis Carlos Galán, murdered in Socha. September 2, 1989, attack on the newspaper El Espectador, 60 injured in Bogotá. September 11, 1989, former Medellin mayor Dr. Pablo Pérez González, murdered in Medellin. October 16, 1989, attack on the newspaper Vanguardia Liberal, 2 dead, 7 injured in Bucaramanga. October 17, 1989, Magistrate Dr. José Héctor Jiménez Rodríguez, murdered in Medellin. November 1, 1989, Magistrate Mariela Espinosa Arango, murdered in Medellin. December 6, 1989, assault on Bogotá's security forces building, 70 killed, several hundred wounded. 37. On November 27, 1989, a Colombian airliner, Avianca Flight 203, exploded en route from Bogotá to Cali, killing all 107 aboard including 2 U.S. citizens. Colombia's counter-narcotics czar, Gen. Miguel Maza Marquez, established that the men who planted the bomb had been trained by Lt. Col. Klein and his men. 38. Colombia demanded an explanation, but Israel insisted that the weapons had been sold and shipped to Antigua. Antigua denied Israel's allegation and asked the British Governor-General to appoint a royal commission of investigation. A royal commission led by Louis Blom Cooper uncovered a plot to ship Israeli arms via Antigua to Colombia's Medellin cartel. Behind the plot had been Yair Klein, his mercenary organization, Spearhead Limited, his compatriots, Maurice Sarfati, owner of an Antigua melon farm, and international banker and wheeler dealer, Bruce Rappaport, Miami-based retired Israeli general, Mossad agent and arms dealer, Pinchas Shakar, and, possibly, Veer Bird, Jr., son of Antigua's prime minister. According to former Israeli intelligence operative Ari Ben-Menashe, the Mossad in 1980 sent Klein's partner, Mossad agent Mike Harari, to Mexico City to lead its operations in Central America. Ben-Menashe claimed that Harari dealt with the Medellin cartel in behalf of the CIA, with the approval of CIA Deputy Director Robert Gates. Though the Mossad officially assigned Harari to Israel's Mexico City embassy, he soon relocated to Panama, where he became the second most powerful man after Gen. Manuel Noriega, and collaborated on arms deals with Gen. Ariel Sharon and the Israeli Military Industries Guatemala representative, Pasach Ben-Or. Ex-Mossad agent Ben-Menashe claims to have learned from Harari that, by 1981, he and Sharon were running what was more of a CIA than an Israeli operation in Central America, and the two of them were stuffing their pockets with the windfall from cocaine-financed arms deals. 39. The CIA was apparently using the Israelis to do its dirty work, including death squad operations in Nicaragua, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. And there was a lot of dirty work to be done. According to Professor Ian Amond of Georgetown University, the breadth and depth of Israeli military assistance to Central American regimes is striking. Galil assault rifles and Uzi submachine guns to murder Guatemalan villagers, Israeli-made napalm to drop on El Salvadoran peasants, torture workshops for interrogators in Honduras, Nicaragua, and Guatemala, computer technology to compile subversive death lists, training in Israel for the crème de la crème 40. The Harari network transported through Panama troves of arms destined for the Contras, and cocaine destined for American users. The White House winked at it all as long as Noriega and Harari bankrolled the Contras. 41. In testimony before a U.S. Senate subcommittee chaired by Sen. John Kerry, Panamanian intelligence officer and advisor to Gen. Noriega, Jose Blandon, linked the Harari network, which was ostensibly set up to supply arms, to Central American airstrips used by drug traffickers. Pilots working for Noriega flew mixed cargoes of guns and drugs to Contra bases in Costa Rica, where they dropped off the guns before flying the drugs to the U.S. 42. Blandon and a second Panamanian official also testified that the head of the CIA's Latin America division, Dwayne Claridge, and Vice President Bush's National Security Advisor, Donald Gregg, helped Harari arrange access to airfields and support for the Contras. Gregg later disavowed involvement with the Harari network. However, the Panamanians' allegations were confirmed by the arms dealer, Richard Brennicke, who said that Israeli arms dealer, Pasach Ben-Or, a member of Harari's network, had introduced him, Brennicke, to Gregg, and that the Medellin cartel supplied Harari's network with cocaine. 43. One of Harari's duties as Noriega's security advisor was to train his bodyguards and Special Anti-Terror Unit, K7. According to former Mossad agent Viktor Ostrovsky, in the mid-1970s, Manuel Contreras, the head of Chile's secret police, DINA, requested Mossad assistance to create an elite force that could eliminate our enemies, wherever they are. 44. Ostrovsky said the Mossad referred Contreras to Harari, because of his experience with such matters. Although Harari had retired in the wake of the Lilyhammer scandal, see footnote 31, page 251, he offered to help Contreras set up a hit team. Over the next 6 months, Harari, drawing on his experience tracking down and killing Black September terrorists, trained Contreras' charges as Operation Condor hitmen and torturers, and was paid from a Dina slush fund. 45. In December 1989 the U.S. invaded Panama and arrested Noriega, and the Colombia government clamped down on the Medellin cartel. The two actions were probably coordinated. With the war in Nicaragua and unrest elsewhere in Central America both winding down, Washington no longer needed such tainted helping hands, at least for the time being. Harari found his way back to Israel, where he continued to serve the Mossad. In 2007, it awarded him its highest decoration for an unspecified important contribution to a unique operational activity, which might have referred to Israeli attempts to sabotage Iran's nuclear program. Harari died in September 2014. Lt. Col. Klein fled Colombia with the help of Miami-based Israeli, Arik Afek. Shortly after Klein flew the coup, Afek's body was discovered in the trunk of a car in a Miami International Airport garage. 46. Ever since, Colombia has been seeking Klein's extradition from Israel, so far without success. He insists his academy's trainees had been nothing more sinister than peasants learning how to defend themselves against left-wing Colombian guerrillas. Israel, for its part, contends that Harari was not working for the Mossad in Panama and was never involved in drug trafficking. When he passed away, Israeli Defense Minister, Moshe Ya'alon said, most of his deeds are unknown and will never be known. 47. Officially or not, Harari always worked for the Mossad. *****. Seemingly oblivious to the consequences of its counterinsurgency training, Washington in 1991 ordered yet another team of U.S. military and CIA advisors to Colombia, this time to help the Colombians reorganize their military intelligence capabilities, ostensibly to boost their effectiveness in the drug war. As should have been predictable, the reorganization spawned a network of intelligence operatives who murdered civilians suspected of supporting left-wing guerrillas, intelligence lingo for union leaders, human rights workers and reporters. According to retired Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, officer, Col. James Roach, a member of the advisory team, the CIA had taken the lead role in the reorganization and financed the murderous Colombian network of intelligence operatives. 48. In his 2000 book, Rogue States, Noam Chomsky notes that Colombia, which in the preceding decade had been by far the leading recipient of U.S. military aid in Latin America, had compiled by far the worst human rights record. Citing a recent UN study, he added that Colombian security forces were intimately linked with death squads and paramilitary forces, and either participated in their massacres directly or, by failing to take action, enabled paramilitary groups to achieve their exterminating objectives. 49. In February 1999, the Clinton administration certified Mexico and Colombia as fully cooperative in fighting illegal drugs, and entitled to receive U.S. economic assistance, notwithstanding the fact that much of the hard drugs then inundating the United States were arriving from those two countries. 50. With the usual perception managing hype, the Clinton administration that same year announced a 2-year $1.6 billion emergency aid package, later dubbed Plan Colombia, which would make Colombia the world's leading recipient of U.S. military and police assistance. The aid would finance Colombian military operations against the drug cartels and left-wing guerrillas trafficking in narcotics to sustain their insurgency. It was hailed in Washington as a major thrust of the drug war. What Plan Colombia would accomplish did not include slowing the flood of drugs to the U.S. But, as Lori Freeman and Coletta Youngers of the Washington Office on Latin America, WALA, noted in June 2003, it did give the U.S. Southern Command something to do. 51. Even before the Pentagon pushed aside the State Department as the lead U.S. agency in post-war Iraq, Southern Command had already become the uncontested force behind U.S. foreign policy much closer to home. With a budget well over $100 million, and more staff assigned to Latin American issues than the Departments of State, Commerce, Treasury, and Agriculture combined. The Pentagon has been imposing its own Latin American agenda on U.S. and regional policy makers. By exaggerating the threat of regional terrorism, Southcom is encouraging Latin American armed forces to take on greater roles in the internal affairs of their own countries. Southcom Commander General James Hill has been sounding the alarm about potential terrorist threats in the hemisphere. Narco-terrorist groups are involved in kidnappings in Panama, Venezuela, Ecuador, and Paraguay. They smuggle weapons and drugs in Brazil, Suriname, Guyana, Mexico, and Peru, are making inroads in Bolivia, and use the same routes and infrastructure for drugs, arms, illegal aliens, and other illicit activities. His alarmist assessment is more of an effort to keep Southcom relevant than any accurate picture of a region which, truth be told, is at the bottom of the U.S. anti-terrorist agenda. The greatest threat to hemispheric peace and security is the region's persistent poverty and inequality. Did Plan Colombia achieve its goal? A decade after it was launched, Amnesty International reported that torture, massacres, disappearances and killings of non-combatants are widespread in Colombia, and collusion between the armed forces and paramilitary groups continues, after 10 years and over $8 billion of U.S. assistance. U.S. policy has failed to reduce availability or use of cocaine in the U.S., and Colombia's human rights record remains deeply troubling. Another decade later, in September 2012, Venezuelan police nabbed Colombian drug lord Daniel El Loco Barrera, who was wanted for smuggling nearly 1,000 tons of cocaine into the U.S. and Europe. When Colombian President Juan Manuel Santos proudly announced the arrest on TV, he called Barrera the last of the great capos. Santos' hubris prompted investigative journalist Tom Burghard to ask, but what of the capo who enjoyed high office, is wined and dined by U.S. corporations and conservative think tanks, owns vast tracts of land, is a visiting scholar at a prominent American university, Georgetown, and now sits on the board of directors of Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation. Not to mention that this distinguished gentleman is a recipient of the U.S. Presidential Medal of Freedom. 52. Burghard was referring to Santos' predecessor, the twice-elected conservative president, Álvaro Uribe Vélez. In contrast with his positive image in the mainstream U.S. and British media, human rights organizations claim that while Uribe was in office from 2002 to 2010, President George W. Bush's #1 regional ally, Bushito, Mini Bush, was responsible for the disappearance of thousands of Colombians. In that same vein, leftist opposition politician Claro López Obregón in 2005 provided Colombia's Supreme Court with evidence linking narcotics trafficking organizations to the country's armed forces, intelligence service, right-wing death squads and members of Congress, some of whom figured prominently in Uribe's governing coalition. The Supreme Court fell upon a second trove of evidence the following year, when authorities seized a laptop computer belonging to Rodrigo Tovar Pupo. Tovar, alias Jorge Forte, was the leader of a gang known as the Northern Bloc, which was affiliated with the right-wing paramilitary organization, Autodefensas Unidas de Colombia, United Self-Defense Forces of Colombia, AUC, and was implicated in 550 homicides. Tovar turned out to have been a close political associate of Jorge Noguera, the inaugural head of the Colombian equivalent of the CIA, Departamento Administrativo de Seguridad, Administrative Department of Security, or DOS. The U.S. Embassy rated Noguera pro-U.S. and an honest technocrat and recommended that Interpol enlist him for its Latin American branch. Investigative reporter Daniel Hopsicker asked in 2008, did Álvaro Uribe okay the loading of 3.6 tons of cocaine at an airport he controlled in Rio Negro, Colombia onto a former CIA Gulfstream, N987SA, jet from St. Petersburg, Florida that crashed in the Yucatan in 2007? And why did two successive U.S. administrations lavish billions of dollars to stop drug trafficking on a president of Colombia who was himself involved in the drug trade? 53. The crash of the CIA Gulfstream ultimately resulted in a deferred prosecution agreement between the U.S. government and Wachovia Bank, which was assessed a wrist slap fine of $160 million for laundering $378 billion for Mexico's Sinaloa cartel. No Wachovia executive went to prison. After Uribe left office in 2010, his name and those of several of his close relatives turned up in Colombian Supreme Court investigations into political corruption, narcotics trafficking and mass murder. Colombia reports later disclosed that the files on Uribe's relatives had inexplicably vanished from court records. 54. The following year, Washington Post journalists Karen DeYoung and Claudia Duca reported new revelations regarding Uribe's presidency which implicated U.S. aid and, potentially, American officials in flagrant abuses of power and criminal acts committed by the Colombian government in the name of combating terrorism and narcotics trafficking. 55. Citing law enforcement documents and interviews with Colombian prosecutors and intelligence officials, DeYoung and Duca disclosed that financial assistance, equipment and training which Washington over the preceding decade had provided to elite units of Colombian Intelligence Agency, DAS, for purposes of busting cocaine trafficking networks, had been diverted to spying operations and smear campaigns against Colombian Supreme Court justices, Uribe's political opponents and civil society groups. 6 former senior DAS officials had already pleaded guilty, a dozen more were on trial and Uribe himself was under investigations by a special legislative commission. Prosecutors told the 2 reporters that the Uribe administration had sought to neutralize the Supreme Court after investigators began uncovering links between drug trafficking paramilitary groups and Uribe's congressional allies. Imprisoned former DAS chief analyst Gustavo Sierra admitted that Uribe had made the court the intelligence agency's primary target. They hardly ever gave orders against narco-trafficking or guerrillas, Sierra said. In September 2011, Colombia's Supreme Court sentenced Jorge Noguera, the man about whom the U.S. Embassy had spoken so highly to Interpol, to 25 years in prison for conspiracy to commit murder and other crimes committed while he ran DAS and allowed it to be infiltrated by the paramilitary Autodefensa, AUC. No less damning were the Post's revelations about U.S. officials. Implicated Colombian officials disclosed that they had regularly briefed embassy liaison officers on their intelligence operations. The man who ran DAS's informant network and its penetration of the Supreme Court said he had undergone CIA training and added, "We were organized through the American embassy." The startling allegations were confirmed, and then some, in the rise and fall of false positive killings in Colombia, the role of U.S. military assistance, 2000 to 2010, a May 2014 report of the Fellowship of Reconciliation and the Colombia Europe U.S. Human Rights Observatory, which was cited by lawyer and journalist Daniel Kovalik. 56. The report correlated human rights abuses by members of the Colombian Armed Forces with the training they had undergone at the U.S. Army's Western Hemisphere Institute for Security Cooperation, WINSEC, at Fort Benning, Georgia, the former School of the Americas. The report disclosed that 12 out of the 25 Colombian WINSEC instructors and trainees for whom information was available had either been charged with a serious crime or commanded units whose members had reportedly committed multiple extrajudicial killings. Furthermore, officers with the largest number of civilian killings committed under their command, received significantly more U.S. training, on average, than other officers. And if that were not damning enough, Kovalik also quoted recent congressional testimony of Gen. John Kelly, head of the U.S. Southern Command, revealing the Pentagon's use of Colombia's armed forces to train their Central American counterparts when human rights constraints barred U.S. military personnel from doing so. As disclosed by the Washington Office on Latin America, WALA, and cited by Kovalik, Gen. Kelly stated with refreshing candor, "The beauty of having a Colombia, they're such good partners, particularly in the military realm, they're such good partners with us. When we ask them to go somewhere else and train the Mexicans, the Hondurans, the Guatemalan, the Panamanians, they will do it almost without asking. And they'll do it on their own. They're so appreciative of what we did for them. And what we did for them was, really, to encourage them for 20 years, and they've done such a magnificent job." But that's why it's important for them to go, because I'm, at least on the military side, restricted from working with some of these countries because of limitations that are really based on past sins. And I'll let it go at that. The Obama administration frequently points to Colombia as proof that American expertise and assistance can transform a state on the verge of failing into a thriving democracy. The Obama team must have been dreaming, or comparing Colombia with Honduras and Mexico. Contra connections. On March 17, 1981, 2 months after his presidential administration took office, Ronald Reagan hosted Gen. Roberto Viola, who was about to be sworn in as president of Argentina. Reagan promised Viola that he would lift an embargo that Jimmy Carter had imposed on U.S. arms sales to Buenos Aires because of the ruthless extermination campaign waged by Argentina's military junta, encompassing torture, murder and disappearance, in the name of liquidating internal subversion. Argentina's dirty war began in 1976 and claimed an estimated 30,000 lives before the junta was ousted in 1983 in the wake of its humiliating defeat by Britain in a short-lived war for control of the Falkland Islands. When Gen. Viola visited the White House, Argentine intelligence units and the CIA were already whipping the Nicaraguan Contras into shape in Honduras, which had the geographic misfortune of bordering Guatemala, El Salvador, and Nicaragua, the Reagan administration's hotspots for drawing the line against leftist gains in the region. As historian J. Patrice McSherry noted, some of the Argentine officers were key Condor figures. Operation Condor was extended to Central America. 57. Honduras was about to trade in its traditional Banana Republic moniker for Pentagon Republic, a drug-stained one at that. 58. Prior to the Argentines' arrival, Honduras had enjoyed relative peace, isolated from the violence across its borders. Soon, however, Honduras police and armed forces, under the leadership of Gustavo Alvarez Martinez, would begin their own murderous campaign against a tiny coterie of domestic guerrillas and suspected sympathizers. After Reagan and Bush took office, Alvarez took control of Grupo de los 14, a goon squad specializing in the torture and disappearance of state enemies. Investigative reporters Scott and John Lee Anderson later characterized Alvarez as follows: he did not invent Honduran paramilitary squads, but he was the man who streamlined them, integrated them into the armed forces and allowed them to conduct a dirty war. 59. A vitriolic, anti-communist graduate of Argentina's Colegio Militar in 1961, Alvarez kept in touch with his former instructors, most notably Jorge Rafael Videla, who would head the Argentine junta during the Dirty War's bloodiest period. Alvarez also received advanced training at Fort Benning, Georgia, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and Fort Gulick in the Canal Zone, where he attended the School of the Americas, also known as the School of the Assassins. Ambitious, ruthless, right-wing, and sleazy, Alvarez was the man the CIA was looking for. Early in 1982, Honduran President Roberto Suazo Cordova promoted him to general. Before the year was over, Gen. Alvarez had decimated Honduras' tiny guerrilla movement and was promoted to commander-in-chief of the armed forces, which bred resentment in more senior officers. And as Hondurans grew fed up with their country's exploitation by Washington as the Contras' launching pad, the resentment among Alvarez's enemies grew. The boil burst in March 1984 when the Honduran Air Force commander, Gen. Walter López Reyes, spearheaded an internal military coup that drove Alvarez into exile in the U.S. In deference to Gen. López, the CIA's Tegucigalpa station chief, Donald Winters, who had named Alvarez the godfather of his adopted daughter, was reassigned elsewhere. Meanwhile, the Nicaraguan Contras were becoming a headache for the White House. The well-publicized CIA mining of Managua Harbor and a CIA training manual sanctioning the assassination of civilians were undermining support for Reagan's Central American proxy wars. Anticipating a congressional cutoff of Contra funding, the White House convened a National Security Planning Group meeting in June 1984, which was marked by a heated debate about whether seeking third-party support for the Contras would expose President Reagan to impeachment. Vice President George H.W. Bush insisted that soliciting such aid would be lawful unless Washington promised something in return. Reagan nonetheless approved, and Bush went along with additional aid to Honduras as an implicit quid pro quo for continued Honduran assistance to the Contras. 12 days after the meeting, Reagan released millions of dollars in economic aid to Honduras. The Reagan administration also went the extra mile to protect Honduran friends who ran afoul of the law. On November 1, 1984, the FBI arrested 8 men in Miami and charged them with plotting to overthrow the Honduran government and assassinate President Suazo. The alleged goal of the scheme, which was financed by $40 million in cocaine revenues, was to reinstate Gen. Alvarez as chairman of Honduras Joint Chiefs of Staff. When the Honduran government requested Alvarez's extradition, Washington declined, and Alvarez reportedly spent his time relaxing at the Miami home of one of the richest men in Honduras, Gerard Lachinian. Also known as the Ambassador of Death, Lachinian was sentenced to 30 years in prison for financing the plot to assassinate President Suazo and reinstall Gen. Alvarez. Adding to the foul odor was Washington's treatment of Gen. Alvarez's crony, Gen. José Buesorosa, an avid supporter of the Contras. Buesorosa had been Army Chief of Staff until Alvarez's March 1984 ouster, following which Buesorosa was demoted to military attaché in Santiago, Chile. Buesorosa turned himself into federal authorities in Miami for his role in the assassination/coup plot, and pled guilty in June 1984 to 2 federal counts of traveling in furtherance of a conspiracy to plan an assassination. He was sentenced to 5 years in a minimum security prison. The lightness of his sentence must have been related to the appeals to the State and Justice Departments submitted in his behalf by the White House and Lt. Col. Oliver North, CIA Director Casey's NSC appointee who would become the White House's lightning rod in the Iran-Contra scandal. The White House's appeal for leniency read in part as follows. General Buesorosa has always been a valuable ally to the United States. As Chief of Staff of Honduras Armed Forces, he immeasurably furthered U.S. national interests in Central America. He is primarily responsible for the initial success of the American military in Honduras. For this service he was awarded the Legion of Merit by the President of the United States, the highest award that can be presented to a foreign military officer. 60 Reagan bestowed the same honor on Gen. Alvarez. The presiding judge in the Buesorosa case apparently decided that the additional information trumped the Justice Department's characterization of the assassination conspiracy as the most significant case of narco-terrorism yet discovered. The Iran-Contra scandal triggered by the downing of a Contra resupply plane over Nicaragua in October 1986, long after Congress legally banned such missions, threatened to open an enormous can of worms, including financing of the Contras by cocaine traffickers. But, thanks to the efforts of its Republican contingent, the Joint Congressional Committee of Inquiry soft-pedaled its investigation and undermined its effectiveness by awarding immunity from prosecution to implicated parties in return for evasive testimony. On Christmas Eve, 1992, with his family name and son's political futures on the line, President George H.W. Bush pardoned 6 key Iran-Contra defendants, including former Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger, who was expected to seek immunity in return for testimony that would incriminate Bush. Bush's Democratic successor, Bill Clinton, completed the cover-up by shutting down the investigation of the indefatigable Iran-Contra special prosecutor, retired Judge Lawrence E. Walsh. Judge Walsh's investigation touched on, but did not pursue, the Contra/cocaine facet of Iran-Contra, of which the Buesorosa/Lachinian assassination plot was the tip of a drug-filled iceberg. So let's delve further into the Honduran connection. The Contra/drug connection and the assassination of DEA agent Enrique Camarena. According to a 1983 U.S. Customs report, the Honduran cargo firm, Setco Air, was headed by Juan Ramon Mata Ballesteros, a class idea violator, in partnership with American businessmen who are smuggling narcotics into the United States. 6 years later, the U.S. Senate Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics, and Operations, headed by then Democratic Senator from Massachusetts, John Kerry, issued a multi-volume report entitled, Drugs, Law Enforcement and Foreign Policy. Among its sensational findings, the report revealed that CETCO was the principal company used by the Contras in Honduras to transport supplies and personnel for the FDM, Spanish acronym for Nicaraguan Democratic Force, carrying at least 1 million rounds of ammunition, food, and other military supplies for the Contras from 1983 to 1985. In other words, unfazed by the 1983 customs report identifying Mata Ballesteros as a Class I violator, meaning kingpin, top of the heap, the Reagan administration retained his airline another 2 years as the Contras' chief mover of supplies. That is hardly the only thing that makes Mata's case special. Another is how far Washington was willing to go to keep him in business. Mata marked himself as a big-time trafficker in 1970 when he was arrested at Dulles Airport for importing 54 pounds of cocaine. He was sentenced to 5 years at a minimum security prison. 1 year into his sentence, he tiptoed out the prison door and never returned. By 1973, the DEA considered Mata important enough to entrap him in a sting operation. Either the narcs blew it or someone told them not to try. 2 years later, the DEA learned that Mata had teamed up with Mexican drug kingpin, Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo, a tonnage-level supplier of cocaine to the United States with Colombian and Peruvian connections. The partnership would make Mata a billionaire. A 1978 DEA intelligence report cited by author James Mills in his penetrating study of the narcotics netherworld, The Underground Empire, noted that Mata had financed a coup d'état in his native Honduras spearheaded by his business partner, Gen. Policarpo Paz Garcia, who then appointed himself president. 61. Even before Paz Garcia's coup, Honduras had been a transfer point for $500 million worth of northbound drugs annually. In the 3 years following the coup, Mata and President Paz Garcia made Honduras an even bigger hub for cocaine trafficking. As Peter Dale Scott and Jonathan Marshall noted in their similarly penetrating book, Cocaine Politics, when these events unfolded, Jimmy Carter was in the White House and it was his administration that overlooked Mata's behind-the-scenes role in Honduran politics. However, unlike the Carter administration, the Reagan team did not turn a blind eye. Instead, it rated Honduras' profound corruption an ideal environment for nourishing the Contra counter-revolution. Mata's number one Honduran government enabler after President Paz Garcia was Col. Leonidas Torres Arias, who headed military intelligence. Torres Arias would play a key role by making the necessary arrangements for opening the Contra training camps. It thus came to pass that Col. Torres in August 1981 met secretly in Guatemala City with Argentine intelligence officer Mario Davico, the CIA's Duane Dewey Claridge, the redoubtable Honduran general, Gustavo Alvarez Martinez, and President Policarpo Paz Garcia. Out of this meeting emerged a tripartite agreement for waging the Contra War on Sandinista Nicaragua. Argentine intelligence would handle organization, administration, and training. The CIA would supply the funds. And Honduras would provide the territory for the Contra's operational bases. Davico, at that point in time, was second in command of Argentine Army intelligence and, like his Honduran counterpart, Gen. Alvarez, a graduate of the U.S. Army's School of the Americas. Davico would soon relocate to Honduras to teach Alvarez's Grupo 14 Goon Squad Argentine dirty war techniques, including arbitrary detention, torture, extrajudicial executions and disposal of cadavers. All three Hondurans at the meeting, Torres Arias, Alvarez Martinez, and Paz Garcia, were in the pockets of the drug lords. 62 But that did not stop the Reagan administration from teaming up with them, which meant that the CIA and Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, would be operating at loggerheads. In fact, the DEA agent in charge of its recently opened Tegucigalpa office, Thomas Zapata, had documented the complicity of Col. Torres Arias and other high-ranking Honduran officers in Mata Ballesteros narcotics operations. but the DIA needed the cooperation of Honduran military officers to arrest Torres and his cronies, and the CIA needed them to support the Contras. To avoid a showdown with the CIA, DIA agent Zepeda proposed the empanelment of a grand jury to investigate corruption in the Honduran armed forces. The CIA nixed the idea, no doubt to protect its collaborators. As one high-level diplomat noted, without the support of the Honduran military there would have been no such thing as the Contras. It's that simple. So they got rid of the DIA station. They must have included CIA Director William Casey. In 1998 testimony before the House Intelligence Committee, CIA Inspector General Frederick Hitz disclosed a 1982 CIA/Justice Department agreement releasing Casey's agency from its obligation to inform enforcement authorities of allegations of drug trafficking with respect to agents and assets. 63. The DIA Tegucigalpa station was shut down, in June 1983, just as the CIA station was doubling its size, in a naked move to preclude a serious drug investigation. That very same month, Customs asked Zepeda to investigate Mata's airline Setco, which was about to start supplying the Contras. The worst was still to come. Shortly after noon on February 7, 1985, DIA undercover agent Enrique Kiki Camarena walked out of the U.S. consulate in Guadalajara, Mexico for a lunch date with his wife. Two Jalisco state policemen, two hired killers and a drug lord's right-hand man drove alongside, told Camarena the Comandante wants to see you, shoved him into their car and sped off to a house owned by the drug kingpin, Rafael Caro Quintero. For the next 30 hours, Camarena was alternately tortured and questioned. His interrogator, a captured tape would later reveal, was a commander in the Federal Security Directorate, DFS, Mexico's FBI. 1 month later, Camarena's mutilated body was discovered next to that of his Mexican pilot. It was initially assumed that the motive for the murders had been raids Camarena had been leading on vast marijuana plantations, which cost Caro Quintero and his partners an estimated $5 billion. But the interrogations, it turned out, focused on what the American DIA agent knew about corruption in Mexico's political hierarchy. Camarena had begun to expose connections between drug traffickers, Mexican law enforcement, and high-ranking government officials who belonged to Mexico's Conservative Party. That would explain why the men who attended the meeting at which Camarena's abduction was planned reportedly included Mexico City's future police chief, Javier Garcia Paniagua, and the former head of Mexico's Federal Judicial Police, Manuel Ibarra Herrera. That same year, Newsweek would describe another attendee as the boss of bosses of Mexico's cocaine industry, a man whose organization was believed to supply 1/3 of all the cocaine consumed in the United States. A DIA agent described that same man as the kind of individual who would be a decision-maker of last resort, at the same level as the rulers of the Medellin and Cali cartels. That man was Juan Ramon Mata Ballesteros, and at the planning meeting he reportedly announced that we will soon have the identity of the DIA agent and he will be silenced. Mata Ballesteros kept his promise. Camarena was silenced. The method, a forensic specialist later determined, was the application of a Phillips head screwdriver to the skull. Hair sample analysis would establish Mata's presence at the silencing. But it would take until 1990 for federal prosecutors to put Mata away for life for cocaine trafficking, racketeering, and conspiracy. Significantly, a witness in the Camarena case told the DIA that the CIA had trained Nicaraguan Contras on a ranch near Veracruz owned by drug kingpin, Caro Quintero, in whose house outside of Guadalajara Camarena was tortured and murdered. Mata was arrested in 1986 in Colombia, but bought his way out of jail with a $2 million bribe and made his way back home to Honduras. That same year, 3 years after Customs had identified Mata as both a Class I DIA violator and the owner of Setco, and after Mata became a prime suspect in the Camarena murder, the U.S. State Department renewed Setco's contract to supply the Contras. For 2 more years, Mata would live in luxury in Honduras, seemingly oblivious to the prospect of arrest since he still had friends in high places. But in March 1988, After the Iran-Contra scandal had eviscerated political support in Washington for the Contra War, a truce was declared in Nicaragua. That eliminated Washington's use for Honduras, and its need for drug kingpins like Mata and his partner, the Mexican kingpin, Felix Gallardo, who once told a DEA informant that he was protected because his drug profits were bankrolling the Contras. Only then were Felix Gallardo and Mata Ballesteros arrested. Felix Gallardo was sentenced in Mexico to 40 years in prison for his role in the Camarena murder, as was his fellow Guadalajara cartel kingpin, Rafael Caro Quintero. In August 2013, Mexican authorities released Caro Quintero on a technicality without informing U.S. enforcement authorities and ignoring a U.S. extradition request, claiming he had been improperly tried in a federal court for what was a state offense. In December 2014, Mexican authorities approved Felix Gallardo's request for transfer, for health reasons, to a medium-security prison. Mata Ballesteros is serving multiple life sentences in the United States. Ronald Reagan's March 1981 guest, Gen. Robert Viola, was sentenced to 17 years in prison for his leading role in Argentina's dirty war. Gustavo Alvarez Martinez, the Honduran general who took refuge in the U.S. to avoid prosecution for his role in a drug-financed assassination plot, returned to Honduras in 1987 and was himself assassinated there 2 years later. CIA Inspector General Frederick Hitz belatedly investigated the Contra/cocaine connection in response to journalist Gary Webb's blockbusting 1996 Dark Alliance series in the San Jose Mercury News, which Webb followed with a book of the same title. 64 In stark contrast with malicious attacks on Webb's credibility that the editors of the Los Angeles Times, New York Times and Washington Post published, Hitz's 1998 report substantiated many of Webb's allegations. 65. But the Inspector General's report saved neither Webb's career nor his marriage. He committed suicide in December 2004. 25. Traveling terrorists. Nothing so frightens the U.S. establishment as democratically elected, nonviolent communism or socialism, independent of Moscow, consequently resistant to demonization and with broad popular appeal. Hence the panic in 1971 when Chileans elected as their president the socialist Salvador Allende. Lest other Latin American countries follow suit, Washington engineered Allende's violent overthrow 2 years later. 1. In that same era, moderate Eurocommunism was gaining traction under the leadership of Enrico Berlinguer in Italy, Santiago Carrillo in Spain, and Georges Marchais in France. By the mid-70s, the Italian Communist Party, PCI, was garnering more than 35% of the popular vote, and Spain and France were heading in the same direction. Seeing red, Washington considered activating the European stay-behind forces that CIA Deputy Director Frank Wisner had organized in the wake of World War II to confront communist guerrillas using surviving Nazi terrorist cadres known as werewolves. But the aging werewolves were ill-equipped to execute the extreme measures that ultra-conservative politicians in the US and other NATO countries clamored for. Instead, Western intelligence services got into bed with a new generation of hardcore anti-communists, and forged unholy alliances with neo-Nazi and neo-fascist terrorists. Having followed the so-called strategy of tension since the 60s, Italian right-wing extremist groups such as Stefano Del Ce's Avanguardia Nazionale and Pino Rotti's Ordine Nuovo, and later Ordine Nero, were already terrorizing society with bombings and murders. In the words of one contemporary fascist tract, "Our belief is that the first phase of political activity ought to be to create conditions favoring the installation of chaos in all the regime's structures. The first move we should make is to destroy the structure of the democratic state under the cover of communist activities." 2. No sooner had the secret battle against Eurocommunism begun, bankrolled and coordinated by Italian intelligence agency SISMI and the CIA, than, overnight, the actions of these far-right groups became more effective and precise. It was not until 1990 that NATO's master scheme to coordinate terrorist acts across Western Europe, Operation Gladio, would be exposed, though it should have become public knowledge long before that. In 1975, a Turkish intelligence officer leaked classified NATO field manual FM 30-31, including appendices authored by Pentagon counter-terrorism experts. FM 30-31 provided prospective Gladio terrorists explicit guidance on acts of terrorism, including bombing, assassination, and torture, together with instructions on how to shatter Eurocommunism's law-abiding image by pinning the blame on communists. 3. Disavowing knowledge of the field manual, NATO called it Soviet disinformation. The mainstream media essentially ignored it. The silence ended suddenly in 1992, when independent filmmaker Alan Frankovic produced a 3-part Gladio documentary for BBC TV. In it, Frankovic interviews key role players such as CIA Deputy Director Ray S. Klein, who calls FM 30-31 an authentic document. Referring to FM 31, Licio Gelli, the head of the Masonic Lodge P2 that conspired to overthrow the Italian government, confides, "The CIA gave it to me." 4. Right-wing terrorists made it their Bible, judging from the onslaught of train and bank bombings that claimed hundreds of lives and were blamed on the left. Gladio terror spread like a virus from Italy to Spain, Portugal, France, Belgium, Greece, and Turkey, with the apparent protection of intelligence agencies. Terrorists seemed to be everywhere, crossing borders freely. They included the Italians Stefano Delce, Elio Masagranda, Pierluigi Concutelli, Clemente Graziani, Salvatore Francia, and Marco Pazzan, Yves Garin-Sirac of France and Aginter Press, former agents of Portugal's dreaded secret police, the PIDE, Guy Amadras of Switzerland, the Turkish Grey Wolf, Abdullah Kadli, Germans from the Paladin Group, and Belgians from the Brabant Gang. It is now obvious that what had long been known as International Fascista and Eurodroit were covers for Gladio's army of terrorists, and that powerful organizations had assisted and protected them, the most important on an international level being Italy's P2 Lodge and the World Anti-Communist League, WACL. The financing came from bank robberies and a Milan and Trento-based guns for drugs operation known as Stibam International Ltd, which was run by Henry Arsen, a Syrian native who lived in Italy for 20 years. Stibam smuggled advanced weapons, including helicopters, missiles, and tanks, primarily to the Middle East and Pakistan. Heroin and hashish were the currencies of choice. Sicilian mafiosi, like the Alberti family and the so-called Pizza Connection, transported heroin to the United States. Lebanese drug traffickers brought the heroin and hashish to Scandinavia and West Germany. 5. The long list of Stibam's operators and partners included the Vatican's banker, Roberto Calvi, of Milan's Banco Ambrosiano, who handled the finances, the Turkish Grey Wolves and Gladio terrorists Abdullah Kadli and Bekir Salenk, who managed the shipment of heroin from Asia to Italy via Turkey and Bulgaria, and an army of weapons dealers and gun runners. 6. Stibam apparently enjoyed the protection of both the CIA and the DIA. 7. But its operations were exposed in 1983 when Arsen was arrested and confessed to Judge Carlo Palermo in Trento that he had been handling drug and weapons deals worth billions of dollars. Palermo issued 37 subpoenas. But before he could complete his investigation, he was transferred to Sicily. And key figures in the Stibam affair died mysteriously, most notably Roberto Calvi, whose body was found hanging under London's Blackfriar Bridge. ****. A terrorism trial in 2001 made it clear that Gladio's ultimate puppet master was the CIA. The former head of Italian counterintelligence, General Giandailio Malati, testified that Italian intelligence services, the CIA, and the White House had financed and orchestrated the violence. 8. Terrorists were recruited in Europe as well as Argentina, Chile, Costa Rica, and South Florida, the home to many anti-Castro Cuban exiles. In the turbulent years following the death of Spanish dictator Francisco Franco, Spain became a magnet for Gladio enlistees, as though someone had simply pushed a button. The man who stood out above the rest was Stefano Delce. In 1970, after participating in an aborted coup attempt spearheaded by the fascist Prince Junio Valerio Borghese, Delce fled from Italy to Spain. but he continued to slip in and out of Italy to implement the strategy of tension. 9. In Spain, Del Che forged connections to influential fascists like José López Rega, the Argentine mystic known as El Brujo for his grip on his country's exiled dictator, Juan Domingo Perón. On June 20, 1973, Perón returned to Argentina. In a cold-blooded ploy to bolster the Peronist party's far-right wing, López Rega had arranged for Del Che and other neo-fascist thugs to massacre the left-wing demonstrators awaiting Perón at the airport. Afterward, Del Che reappeared in Spain, then Turkey, Greece, Argentina, Chile, and Italy again, before hunkering down in Latin America at mid-decade, for another war of terror. ******* At WACL's annual conference in Brazil in April 1975, its younger members including neo-Nazi and neo-fascist terrorists criticized what they considered WACL's tepid response to the social upheavals taking place all over the world, ignoring WACL's hand in European gladio terrorism, and Latin American death squads, repression, and torture. 10. A stronger response was already brewing. Behind closed doors at the 1975 conference, WACL's Latin American section, Confederación Anticomunista Latinoamericana, CAL, debated a Chilean proposal whereby the region's dictators could coordinate their attacks on political enemies at home and in exile. There was also discussion of a second proposal, from Bolivia's Interior Ministry and named for its president, Hugo Banzer, which called for a brass-knuckled response to liberation theology. 11. 7 months later, in November 1975, the 6 Southern Cone countries, Argentina, Brazil, Bolivia, Chile, Paraguay, and Uruguay, ratified the first of the 2 proposed vendettas, Operation Condor. As Col. Manuel Contreras, the head of Chile's secret police, DINA, described Condor, it was a secret intelligence operation entailing mutual assistance in hunting down political dissidents, meaning leftists and other designated state enemies, who would be arrested or kidnapped, then tortured, and either murdered or disappeared. There are no precise figures for how many were killed in the Condor years, 1976 to 1982, estimates run as high as 60,000. 12. Operation Condor was supported by the CIA, WACL, Italy's P2 Lodge and Sun Myung Moon's WACL-linked Unification Church. 13. Its timing was serendipitous for gladio terrorists on the run from the police in Italy, France, Spain, and West Germany. Many, including Stefano Del Che, became Condor agents. In Condor, Del Che again found himself under the wings of Perón's guru, José López Rega, who was now the godfather of the AAA, Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance, Death Squad. Del Che's first Condor assignment was the October 1975 execution of Chilean dissident Bernardo Leighton in Rome. Leighton and his wife suffered serious gunshot wounds, but survived. The setback didn't keep Del Che from catching the eye of Argentine General Carlos Guillermo Suárez Mason, a member of the P2 and the chairman of the CAL, or of Col. Manuel Contreras Sepulveda, the head of Chilean intelligence agency DINA. Among Condor's long list of victims are numerous respected politicians and military officers who were hunted down like animals while living in exile. They include former Chilean Foreign Minister Orlando Letelier, killed in a Washington, D.C. car bombing, Chilean General Carlos Prats, former Bolivian President Gen. Juan José Torres, and Uruguayan politicians Héctor Gutiérrez Ruiz and Zelmer Michelini, all of whom were murdered in Argentina, plus Bolivian Gen. Joaquín Zentino Anaya and Uruguayan Col. Ramón Trabal, who were assassinated in Paris. Many of the European neo-fascist terrorists were only deployed in Condor during its hectic first 6 months. A 1976 military coup d'état in Argentina deposed Perón's widow, Isabel, and persuaded Del Che and many others to follow López Rega back to Spain. They returned to Latin America in 1978, this time without López Rega, though his AAA death squad and Operation Condor continued to wreak havoc. And there was plenty of killing left to do. 7 countries had adopted both the Banzer Plan for eviscerating liberation theology, which had been approved at the 1975 calories meeting in Brazil, and a priest tracking resolution endorsed by the WACL. The aim of both was to smear, arrest, expel or murder dissident people of the Church. The operative motto became "Be a Patriot. Kill a Priest." More than 90 bishops, priests, nuns, and members of other religious orders were murdered. Many others were arrested and tortured for the crime of supporting the poor and disenfranchised against the juntas and the dictators. 14. Upon his return from Europe, Stefano Del Che resumed his Condor savagery and took up priest tracking for good measure. In early 1979 he headed to Central America to introduce the latest priest pursuit and assassination techniques to confirmed hatchet men such as the organizer of El Salvador's death squads, COL. Roberto Dogwison, a.k.a. Major Blowtorch. 15. In so doing, Del Che got to know members of Omega 7, Alpha 66, and other anti-Castro Cuban exiles who were fighting alongside the CIA-supported Nicaraguan Contras against that nation's leftist Sandinista government. 16. In late 1979, Del Che returned to Argentina where, together with a Unification Church-connected intelligence officer, Maj. Hugo Raúl Mauri Pereira, he recruited mercenaries, who would be paid in Bolivian drug money, for the Nicaraguan Contras War of Terror. 17. ******. The Banzer Plan violence peaked in 1980 with the assassination of Salvadoran Archbishop Oscar Arnulfo Romero, which was followed that same year by the murder of 4 American Jesuit nuns, Maura Clark, Ida Ford, Dorothy Cazell, and Jean Donovan, who had supported the struggle of Salvadoran peasants against Major Blowtorch and the rest of El Salvador's blood-stained military junta. It was around this time that Stefano Del Che figured into Argentine intelligence plans for a coup d'état in Bolivia. It was aimed at forestalling the electoral victory of a popular, moderate leftist, Hernan Siles Ziuizo, and catapulting the corrupt Gen. Luis Garcia Meza into power. Behind the coup plans lurked 2 Argentine flag officers, Lt. Gen. Leopoldo Galtieri and the aforementioned Gen. Suarez Mason. Del Che, Italian terrorist friends of his, and Argentine intelligence agents were sent to Bolivia to assist Col. Luis Arce Gomez, the cousin of Bolivian cocaine king, Roberto Suarez, as he set the stage for the coup. At a key meeting on June 17, 1980, the soon-to-be installed military junta promised protection to Bolivia's 6 leading cocaine producers and traffickers. The protection would be arranged by Del Che and one of his mentors, the Nazi war criminal SSCOL. Klaus Barbie, aka the Butcher of Leon. The protectors would be a regiment of international fascist thugs calling themselves the Phoenix Commando, and a neo-Nazi death squad, which Barbie had assembled and instructed, calling itself the Fiancés of Death. 18. Del Che was indeed a busy man. Shortly after the cocaine coup planning meeting, he headed to Paris and from there to Cannes, reportedly to make final arrangements for another catastrophe, the Bologna train station bombing, Europe's deadliest act of terror in the Gladio era. On June 26, 1980, 2 of Del Che's cohorts from Bolivia, Pierluigi Paglia and Maurizio Giorgi, landed in Rome's Fiumicino airport, where they hooked up with a Frenchman, Olivier Danes, and 2 Germans, Joachim Fiebelkorn and Karl-Heinz Hoffmann. 19. On August 2, a powerful bomb hidden in a suitcase exploded in Bologna's central station, 85 people were killed, over 200 were wounded. The terrorist Elio Cialina, a P2 member and Italian intelligence operative, later placed the conflagration in context. According to Cialina, that April, a huge financial fraud involving 50 billion lire and the ENI Industrial Group was discussed at a P2 meeting in Monte Carlo. It was decided there that the head of the P2, Licio Gelli, would ask Stefano Del Che to arrange an action of sufficient magnitude to divert attention from the financial chicanery. Jelly, again according to Cialina, flew off to Buenos Aires, where he met with Del Che at the Sheraton Hotel. 20. Needless to say, Cialina was not the most reliable of information sources. Del Che could also have traveled to Europe for another reason, one perhaps related to his having been the original intermediary between Bolivia's cocaine barons and the Sicilian mafia. 21. In 1982, Italian investigating Judge Aldo Gentile issued an international warrant for the arrests as perpetrators of the Bologna bombing, of Del Che, Puglie, Fibelcorn, Giorgi, and Danes. ******* Bolivia's bloody cocaine coup was carried out as planned on July 17, 1980. Gen. Luis Garcia Meza assumed the presidency. Col. Luis Arce Gomez became Minister of the Interior. By mid-August, Del Che was back in Latin America. That September he attended the annual CAL conference in Buenos Aires, where Central America and the Caribbean were represented by Guatemalan Death Squad founder and Reagan inauguration invitee Mario Sandoval Alarcon, Salvador Death Squad chief Roberto D'Aubuisson and a member of the Cuban exile terrorist group Alpha 66. A decision was made by the attendees to apply proceeds from the sale of Bolivian cocaine to ongoing repression of rebel forces in Central America. Roberto Suarez, Del Che, Mauri Pereira, and Roberto D'Aubuisson agreed to arrange the necessary drug and money transfers. Mauri was put in charge of shipments of cocaine to Salvadoran Air Force bases, from which the drug would be smuggled along well-established routes into the U.S. 22. Bolivian cocaine did inundate America's cities, which led the Reagan administration in 1982 to put pressure on La Paz. Democratic elections were held and Siles Ziuazo finally won the presidency. When Italian enforcement authorities issued warrants for their arrest for the Bologna train station bombing, Del Che, Fibelcorn, Puglie, Giorgio, and Danes were in Bolivia doing the dirty work for Garcia Meza and Arce Gomez. 23. When the Reagan White House acted, the U.S. ambassador to Bolivia, Edwin Corr, arranged for a top-secret joint Italian-American action to kidnap the Italian terrorists and fly them back to Italy. On October 10, 1982, the day of Siles Ziuazo's inauguration, Italian and American agents made their move, but caught only Puglie, who was seriously wounded trying to shoot his way out of a torture chamber. He died shortly after landing in Rome. Del Che escaped to Argentina just as Operation Condor was in its final days. With his collection of aliases, he maintained a low profile until 1989, when he was captured in Venezuela, extradited to Italy and put on trial multiple times. PAR for the course for right-wing terrorists used by Western intelligence agencies, Del Che kept mum about his employers and, in return, was never convicted. Cover UPS and lies have ensured that the Bologna train station bombing has never been solved. 24. Yet another remarkable and disturbing Condor saga is that of Miro Bersic, a Croatian Ustaša terrorist who became both the chief of Paraguay's Battalion Escolta Death Squad and the right-hand man of Pastor Coronel, the WACL delegate and heroin trafficker in charge of the country's secret police. 25. On April 7, 1971, Bersic and fellow Ustaša terrorist Anđelko Brajković forced their way into Yugoslavia's embassy in Stockholm. They took Ambassador Vladimir Rolović hostage and demanded the release of Ustaša comrades from prisons in Yugoslavia and West Germany. When their demand went unmet, they tortured Rolović for hours before shooting him to death. Swedish police captured Bersic and Brajković, and they were eventually sentenced to life in prison. Bersic threatened in court to kill Sweden's Prime Minister, Olof Palme. On September 15, 1972, Ustaša terrorists hijacked an SAS passenger jet en route from Göteborg to Stockholm. Holding 86 passengers hostage at a small airport in Bulltoft, Sweden, they demanded that Bersic and Brajković be released from prison and brought to the airplane. The Swedish government complied. The murderers were flown to Spain, and from there to Paraguay. Pastor Coronel made Bersic, who was very strong, a karate master, a sharpshooter, a rabid anti-communist, and totally ruthless, a captain in Paraguay's secret police force, responsible for death squad operations and torture of political prisoners, some of that in connection with Operation Condor. 26. In 1978, Bersic was sent to Washington, D.C. to become the security chief at the Paraguayan embassy and the bodyguard for Ambassador Mario Lopez Escobar. Aware of his presence on Interpol's arrest list, Bersic carried a false diplomatic passport in the name of Tony Sarek. At WACL's 11th annual conference, which was held that year in Washington, D.C., Tony Sarek represented Croatia. 27. The era's rash of Ustaša terrorist actions was ushered in when Yugoslavian immigrants were murdered in New York, Washington and Los Angeles, and Yugoslavia's ambassador to the UN, Radomir Medic, was grievously wounded in an assassination attempt. FBI agents searching for the hitmen in 1980 spotted a man waving a Ustaša flag at the close of a karate competition in Chicago. When they moved in for a closer look, the man flashed a diplomatic passport in the name of Tony Sarek. When they discovered his true identity, and the reason Bersic was wanted by the Swedish police, the astonished agents arrested him. He was extradited to Sweden in 1981. The Swedes sent him back to prison to serve out his life sentence. While in jail he married a Swedish woman. At their wedding, intelligence agents and politicians from several nations offered congratulations. When Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme was assassinated, Bersic was a prime suspect. According to the detective who headed the investigation, Hans Holmer, an unidentified criminal had smuggled a gun identical to the murder weapon into the cell that Bersic had been sharing with a Kurd named Naif Duruk. 28. Rumors abounded that on the day of the assassination, Bersic had been on a 24-hour guarded furlough, and had shaken off the guard who had been assigned to tail him. One day in 1987, only a year after Palme's murder, Bersic, having served only 7 years of his life sentence, was ushered into one of the Swedish military's Hercules transport planes. Inside, his wife and 2 children awaited him, accompanied by 3 nurses and 25 policemen. 29. The plane took off for Paraguay. 30. When it landed in Asunción 28 hours later, Pastor Coronel was on the tarmac to greet with open arms his friend and former enforcer. As the plane flew back to Sweden, Bersic and his family embarked on a luxurious vacation in southern Paraguay, courtesy of the corrupt dictator, Gen. Alfredo Stroessner, who was in his 8th successive term as president. Stroessner was finally overthrown in 1989, at which point Bersic and his family got the feeling that they had outlived their welcome. When Croatia triggered a war of independence from Serbia, Bersic went home to join the fight. On July 31, 1991, he was killed near the village of Maranje. 31. As so often has been the case with right-wing extremists, Croatian President Franjo Tuđman knighted Bersic and declared him a national hero. Streets, soccer tournaments, and music festivals were soon named after him. Back in 1982, while on the run because of his involvement in the 1981 attempted assassination of Pope John II, the Turkish Gladio terrorist and drug trafficker Abdullah Kadli managed to sneak into Miami in the company of none other than Stefano Dalce. It was Kadli who had provided a fake ID and a gun to his fellow fascist Grey Wolf, Mehmet Ali Aksa, the Pope's would-be assassin. As the Grey Wolves' ringleader, Kadli had long since established himself as one of Gladio's most prominent and important terrorists. With over 5,000 killings, more blood was spilled in Turkey in the Gladio era than anywhere else in Europe. In 1978, 3,319 Gladio attacks left 831 dead and another 3,121 wounded. 32. At the core of Turkey's Gladio forces were 200,000 Grey Wolves who were backed by the CIA and its protégés in the Turkish intelligence agency MIT. Paul Henze, the CIA's Ankara station chief from 1974 to 1977, and his successor, Duane Dewey Claridge, Each worked closely with the Gladio terrorists. 33. In 1978, in the wake of a string of Gladio massacres, the well-known Turkish newspaper editor Abdi İpekçi urged Hense to put a halt to the right-wing violence. 34. İpekçi was murdered on February 1, 1979. Kadli and Aksu were implicated. Only Aksu was jailed. After the attempt on the Pope's life, Hense, a master of propaganda, withheld the fact that he himself had supported many of the suspects, and instead peddled a story that the KGB and Bulgaria intelligence had been behind it. Following his junket to Miami in 1982 in Stefano Del Ce's company, Kadli relocated to France and assumed a new identity as Hasan Kurtoglu. Protected by Turkish intelligence, he traveled in and out of his homeland to continue terrorizing Turkey's Kurdish minority, and was paid in heroin. Kadli was arrested in Paris in October 1984 and sentenced to 7 years in prison for heroin trafficking. 4 years later, he was extradited to Switzerland and slapped with another 7-year sentence. With the help of unidentified benefactors, Kadli escaped in March 1990 and returned to Turkey. Still wanted for his role in an October 1978 massacre, Kadli disappeared for 6 years into the netherworld of the government death squads that are believed to have been responsible during that period for 4,500 unsolved murders. 35. On November 3, 1996, 3 bodies were found in a Mercedes that had crashed into a tractor near Susurluk, Turkey. The dead were identified as Abdullah Kadli, his girlfriend, the former beauty queen Gonca Us, and the chief of the Turkish police's counterinsurgency troops, Hüseyin Kokadak. The lone survivor, Sedat Bukak, was a Kurdish warlord whose militia had served in death squads which terrorized his own people. Evidence uncovered at the crash site revealed that Turkish authorities had been providing diplomatic cover to Kadli, despite the fact that, more likely, because he was a fugitive from murder and drug trafficking charges. It later came out that Kadli had been closely connected to Turkey's Deputy Prime Minister Tansu Çiller. She called him a national hero. 36. The operative head of a special operations bureau involved in death squad killings, turned out to have been Abdullah Kadli. 37. An official Turkish government report issued in January 1997 revealed that clandestine army and police death squads operating in southeastern Turkey had been engaged in criminal activities including heroin trafficking. 38. Secret wars and death squads financed by drugs. No surprises here. 26. Off-the-books intelligence operations and outlaw banks. The secret team behind Iran-Contra. Lt. Col. Oliver North, CIA Director William Casey's man at the National Security Council, turned to a network of former intelligence and military officers to implement what became known as the Iran-Contra affair. The key actors were Air Force Maj. Gen. Richard V. Secord, Palestinian-born Iranian businessman and arms dealer, Albert Hakim. 1. And senior CIA officials, Theodore Shackley and Thomas G. Kleins. 2. Despite run-ins with the law, some quite scandalous, the network demonstrated a remarkable capacity to survive, thanks to their friends in high places. They had many such friends in the Reagan administration. Before Reagan entered the Oval Office, Justice Department officials had targeted the network in one major investigation and been asked by Australian authorities to cooperate in another. But the Justice Department narrowed the scope of its investigation and stonewalled the Australians. This enabled the network not only to survive the Reagan years, but to engineer and profit from the illicit supply of arms to both Iran and the Nicaraguan Contras. In the late 1960s, CIA covered Operations Chief Shackley, his deputy, Kleins, and Secord, who was on loan from the Air Force, ran the agency's secret war in Laos. Kleins was also the case officer for the CIA operative, Edwin P. Wilson, who would later serve time for shipping explosives to Libya. In those days, Wilson's specialty was setting up commercial fronts around the world for the CIA and making his fortune by turning the intelligence operations into money machines. After Shackley, Secord, and Klein's returned from Indochina, they were frequently guests at Wilson's sprawling Virginia estate, where they mingled with senators, congressmen, generals, and admirals. At one point, Klein sold Secord real estate. When that turned out to be a bad investment, Wilson bailed Secord out. When Wilson's employment was abruptly terminated in 1976 because of his proclivity to self-enrichment, Shackley reportedly appealed, unsuccessfully, to Wilson's boss at the time, the National Security Agency, NSA, Director, ATM. Bobby Ray Inman. Dealing with Iran. But Wilson continued to ply his trade, which in the mid-1970s centered on weapons trafficking in the Middle East. Frank Turpil, another ex-CIA employee who would be convicted of arms trafficking violations, introduced Wilson to Albert Hakim, who was making his first million selling American-made surveillance equipment to the arms-hungry, oil-rich Shah of Iran. 3. The Shah was offered an ever-expanding menu of gadgetry and arms by U.S. corporations that, according to federal court documents, relied on middlemen like Hakim to stuff the right pockets and on CIA and Pentagon representatives to authorize the weapons transfers. From 1975 to 1978, Richard Secord was the person who signed off for the Air Force. Secord worked directly under Eric von Marbod, who headed the Pentagon's Military Assistance Advisory Group, MAAG. The billions the Shah spent, and the payoffs to and through the middlemen, made Tehran a breeding ground for corruption. Convinced that the Pentagon's representatives were in cahoots with the contractors, the Shah reportedly asked Gerald Ford's Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, to fire MAAG Chief von Marbod, whom Rumsfeld's predecessor, James R. Schlesinger, had already reprimanded for spending weekends at a hunting lodge owned by weapons contractors. The U.S. ambassador to Iran, the former CIA director, Richard Helms, had reportedly told a visitor that he had never seen so many people out of control in the Pentagon. In July 1976, Helms asked the then CIA director and future 41st President, George H.W. Bush, to send CIA officials to Iran to hear the Shah's corruption charges firsthand. What CIA Director Bush did, if anything, remains unclear. In any event, Rumsfeld, who would reprise his defense secretary role under Bush's son, the 43rd President, George W. Bush, did not fire Eric von Marbod. But by the time the 1970s drew to a close, enforcement authorities were zeroing in on the network. Their principal target was Wilson, whom Turpil had introduced to Libyan insiders. Wilson was indicted in 1980 on charges that he had sold explosives to Col. Momer codifies armed forces. Wilson's sole defense was that he had been authorized by the CIA. He was also later charged with hiring a fellow inmate, who happened to be a federal informer, to murder 2 prosecutors, 6 witnesses, and his own wife, at $50,000 a shot. The CIA submitted an affidavit denying Wilson's claim that the agency had authorized him to sell Libya explosives, and he was sentenced to a total of 52 years in prison. However, when an appeals judge determined that officials within the CIA had doubted the truth of the agency's own affidavit, which had incriminated Wilson, he was released after serving 22 years. Meanwhile, between Wilson's arrest and his conviction, Australian enforcement authorities had been feverishly investigating another of his shady ventures, in which he apparently received his marching orders directly from Theodore Shackley. This particular scheme involved a mysterious bank that had been financing U.S. intelligence operations, including the subversion of the government of Australia, a particularly sensitive matter, since Australia was a close American ally. The Nugan Hand Bank. The investigation began on January 27, 1980, when 2 Australian police officers, who had been patrolling a backcountry road 100 miles from Sydney, discovered the body of their compatriot, the 37-year-old, Frank Nugan, who had been fatally shot through the head. By stumbling upon Nugan's body, the constables inadvertently unlocked a Pandora's box of bank fraud, the laundering of heroin revenues, and the secret operations of some of the U.S. military and intelligence officers who would become the nucleus of Reagan CIA Director William Casey's secret team. On Nguyen's slumped-over body, the Australian policeman discovered the business card of the former CIA director, 1973 to 1976, William Colby, who had performed legal services for the now-defunct Nguyen Hand Bank. Colby had billed the bank $46,000 and was never paid. A check for his $10,000 retainer had never been cashed. 4. Nguyen's partner, Michael Hand, an American former Green Beret, had served under CIA agent Theodore Shackley in Indochina. For rescuing his Green Beret commanding officer and almost single-handedly holding off a 14-hour June 1965 Viet Cong attack in the central highlands of South Vietnam, Hand received the Silver Star, the Purple Heart, and the U.S. Armed Forces' second highest decoration, the Distinguished Service Cross. According to investigative reporter Joseph H. Trento, by 1966, Hand was working for the CIA, helping opium harvesting Laotian tribesmen ship their product via the agency's proprietary airline, Air America. By the following year, Trento writes, Hand was the bagman between the opium warlords and a banking conduit set up to launder drug profits. He used Air America pilots to move the drugs and money and then, working with U.S. intelligence operative Bernard Houghton, Theodore Shackley and William Colby, used the Royal Thai Military Bank, to launder the profits. 5. In retrospect, it should have seemed fishy, so to speak, when Michael Hand in 1969 founded Australian and Pacific Holdings in Sydney with the stated goal of developing a resort along the Great Barrier Reef. Of the 37 stockholders he listed, 4 worked for Air America, 1 for Continental Air Services and 5 for the U.S. Agency for International Development, employers that had at least one thing in common, providing CIA agents cover in Indochina. 6. In reality, Australian and Pacific did little other than issue Frank Nguyen, a UCAL, Berkeley-trained Australian lawyer, successive loans of $16,000, $3,500 and $8,500, which roughly added up to the initial stockholder investment, which apparently never was repaid. Still, it was small potatoes. That changed when Paul Helliwell's banking empire in the Bahamas 7. Collapsed after the Internal Revenue Service, IRS, exposed its links to the CIA. So, by the 1970s, according to author Trento, when the CIA needed another bank, Shackley and Colby turned to 2 of their Laos colleagues, Houghton and Hand. That was the period in which the Nguyen Hand Bank got increasingly involved in the financing of narcotics deals and laundering of the profits. The bank's clients in this line of business included the Australian Olympic sculling gold medalist, and former police detective, Murray Riley. The police in 1978 collared Riley and 9 accomplices for shipping 1.5 tons of Thai Buddha sticks, a potent brand of marijuana, from Hong Kong. They also established that Riley had been exporting 100 pounds of heroin a year to the U.S. via Australia. In 1980, having begun serving a 10-year jail sentence, Riley appeared before an Australian Commission of Inquiry into the Nguyen Hand Bank, which had gone belly up just around the time of Nguyen's death. Riley testified that the bank had moved his drug money around the Far East. Moving drug money did not distinguish Nguyen Hand from countless other banks worldwide. But Nguyen Hand went one step further. In 1976, it opened an office in Chiang Mai, Thailand, the gateway to Indochina's Golden Triangle, which at the time was the world's leading source of the opium from which heroin is derived. According to Volume 2 of the June 1982 report of the Commonwealth, New South Wales Joint Task Force on Drug Trafficking. 8. All 512 pages of which are devoted to Nguyen Hand, it was Michael Hand's drug trafficking client, Murray Riley, who in 1976 encouraged him to open up an office in Chiang Mai. The office was located in the same building, and on the same floor, as the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA. It was an interesting arrangement, considering the following statement of the bank's Chiang Mai branch manager, Neil Evans, to Australia's Drug Trafficking Task Force: "I was never under any illusion that I was to go over there for any other purpose, but to seek out drug money." Australian TV later interviewed Evans and sold the videotape to the American network, CBS, which aired the interview in a September 1982 CBS evening news broadcast with Dan Rather. In it, Evans states, "We were to become the paymasters for the CIA around the world." Apparently, then, it was no mere coincidence that by 1977, 4 years after it was founded and the year after it opened shop in the Golden Triangle, Nguyen Han's turnover would exceed $1 billion. Of course, none of that was public knowledge when Frank Nguyen's lifeless body was found in his Mercedes 3 years later. Even if it had been public knowledge, it's likely that Australian investigators still would have been taken aback, as indeed they were, when they discovered that, among other interesting bank personnel, Nguyen Han's president, ATM Buddy Yates, RET, had been the chief of staff for plans and policies of the U.S. Pacific Command. One of its branch managers, Gen. Ed Black, RET, had been the Army Chief of Staff, also in the Pacific Theater, and the consulting firm of Army Gen. Oral Koch, RET, housed the bank's office in Washington, D.C. Not surprisingly, then, no sooner did word of the corpse in the car reach London than Michael Hand hopped a plane to Sydney, where he was joined by ATM Yates for a shredding marathon at bank headquarters. Edwin Wilson's CIA case officer, Thomas Clines, who by then had left the agency, arranged the getaway from Australia of the bank's number 3 man, Bernard Houghton. According to the Wall Street Journal reporter, Jonathan Whitney, the man who had introduced Houghton to Clines was Richard Secord. 9. Clines and Rafael Chichi Quintero, a CIA-trained assassin who would later help Secord and Clines run the Contra supply operation in Central America, reportedly dashed off to Nguyen Han's Geneva, Switzerland office to retrieve Houghton's belongings. After removing a particular document, Clines reportedly declared, "We've got to keep Dick's name out of this," which Australian investigators took to mean Richard Secord. Stonewalling the Australians. When the Australians requested the assistance of the CIA and Justice Department, they drew a blank. Despite the fact that the feds in the early 1980s, like their Australian counterparts, were hot on the trails of Secord, Shackley, and Clines, Justice's stonewalling was understandable. The shady American threesome was too tied into the Reagan administration's covert Iran-Contra operations for the Justice Department, under the Reagan crony, Attorney General Edwin Meese, to cooperate with an Australian investigation likely to blow the lid off the White House's law-bending secret operations. The Justice Department, for the same reason, narrowed its own investigation into Edwin Wilson's allegation that Theodore Shackley, Richard Secord, Thomas Clines, and Eric von Marbod had been Wilson's silent partners in a shady arms shipping venture. Wilson in 1979 had lent Clines $500,000 to start up Egyptian American Transport Services Incorporated. A claim that Clines did not dispute. ETSCO was then awarded $71 million in federal funds to ship arms to Egypt. 10. A contract that Wilson and Clines reportedly secured with a multimillion-dollar bribe of Egyptian President Anwar Sadat, via his bagman and successor, when Sadat was assassinated in 1981, Hosni Mubarak. 11. The deal was approved by Eric von Marbod, Secord's immediate superior at the Pentagon then, as he earlier had been in Indochina and Iran. ETSCO was later charged with bilking the Pentagon for several $1 million. The company repaid $3 million. Thomas Clines, who made $1 million on the contract, paid a wrist-slap fine of $110,000. The more sinister angle remained Wilson's insistence that Clines's silent partners, in addition to himself, had been Shackley, Secord, and von Marbod, the last two of whom were still government employees. All four vehemently denied Wilson's claim. Secord did send Clines a check for $30,000 just after Clines paid the fines. Secord claimed it covered an old loan. Be that as it may, Secord was relieved of his Pentagon duties pending investigation of Wilson's allegations. The Friends of Frank Carlucci. Fortunately for Richard Secord, he was spared the insult of a Justice Department lie detector test, and was reinstated, without prior consultation with the Justice Department. 12. By the former Deputy Director of the CIA, Frank C. Carlucci, who was then the Assistant Secretary of Defense. Carlucci would soon become Ronald Reagan's last Secretary of Defense when Carlucci's boss, Caspar Weinberger, who was facing indictment for perjuring himself before the Iran-Contra prosecution team, resigned. President George H.W. Bush would later pardon Weinberger, who had been expected to seek immunity from prosecution in return for testimony that was likely to incriminate Bush. As to Erich von Marbod, he retired in 1981 when he became a target of the Justice Department's investigation of Wilson. PAR for the course, he landed on his feet. He was hired as a $200,000 a year consultant by his pal, Carlucci, who, between Washington appointments, had assumed the presidency of a Sears, Roebuck & Co. affiliate known as Sears World Trade, SWT. In his eye-opening book, Prelude to Terror, Joseph J. Trento reports the claim of SWT's then chairman, Roderick M. Hills, that Carlucci operated the company as a secret team front. Hills, the former head of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission and advisor to President Gerald Ford, told Trento, "I was shocked to see that Carlucci hired von Marbod when we all knew he was under criminal investigation. When I went down to the SWT Washington office, the place looked like Spook Central. I was supposed to be Carlucci's boss, but I soon found out who was boss. Carlucci was answering to a higher authority, and I don't think it had anything to do with World Trade for Profit." 13. Besides Carlucci, the secret team had another good friend in Michael Ledeen, a State Department terrorism consultant who in 1980 penned a scathing New York Magazine attack on Jimmy Carter's CIA director, ADM Stansfield Turner, after Turner forced Theodore Shackley out of the agency. Ledeen told Lawrence Barcella, who was prosecuting the Eatzko case, that von Marbod was a man above reproach. Ledeen, who had bought the first house that Barcella and his wife had owned, went on to warn the federal prosecutor that the overbilling might have been financing a covert operation. Soon thereafter, the Reagan Justice Department took Barcella off the case. 14. The covert operation that Ledeen had alluded to was most probably the fledgling Iran-Contra affair. Reagan's CIA director, William Casey, and his protégé, the National Security Aide, Lt. Col. Oliver North, both of whom looked down on conventional military and intelligence resources, asked Maj. Gen. Secord to whip up an off-the-books intelligence operation. Secord had officially retired from the Air Force in 1983 with the rank of Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense. He was then hired by the Palestinian-Iranian arms dealer, Albert Hakim, to be a director of Hakim's Stanford Technology Inc. One of Stanford Technology's consultants just happened to be the retired CIA covert operations chief, Theodore Shackley. It was just around the time that Shackley jump-started the Reagan administration's arms for hostages deals with Iran. More weapons for Iran. Shackley in November 1984 rendezvoused in Hamburg, West Germany with the Iranian arms dealer, Manikur Ghorbanifar. The same Ghorbanifar had reportedly fabricated a 1981 news story that Libyan hitmen had entered the United States to assassinate President Reagan. Shackley's friend, Michael Ledeen, who at the time was a National Security Council terrorism consultant, vouched for Ghorbaniffar's honesty. The arms for hostages deals with Iran, which would free few of the hostages taken by terrorists in Lebanon, but earn millions for Secord and Hakim, were about to be consummated. Casey and North put Secord in charge of the Contra resupply operation, and Secord recruited his friend, Thomas Kleins. According to Hakim, Secord and Kleins were his partners on the supply deals. Secord and Hakim's enterprise reportedly sold $22 million worth of U.S. weapons to Iran, for its war of survival against Saddam Hussein's Iraq. About $14 million was said to be diverted to the Contras. The remaining $8 million was apparently the profit for Secord and Hakim. The diversion of the $14 million was the principal crime for which North, Secord, and Hakim would later be charged by the Iran-Contra Special Prosecutor, retired Judge Lawrence E. Walsh. North, Casey, and North's bosses at the National Security Council, COL. Robert McFarlane and Rear ADM. John M. Poindexter, must have known that Shackley, Secord, and Klein's had been tainted by connections to Edwin Wilson, connections which had brought early retirements to all three. It should also have been known to the congressional committees that investigated the Iran-Contra affair. The congressmen and senators should have at least read the blockbuster bestseller on the Wilson case, Manhunt, by Peter Moss, which had been published in the summer before the scandal broke. Moss later told U.S. News and World Report that the committee really flubbed it on the Secord-Klein's thing. They were ill-prepared. At one point, Secord, in an angry letter to Manhunt's publisher, threatened to sue the author for libel, labeling as a malicious charge not supported by any evidence Moss's suggestion that the general had been involved in dubious activities with Edwin Wilson. But Moss, a thorough old-school investigator, told the NY Times, "I'm not retracting anything. I have double and triple sources." A former close associate of Thomas Klein's later confided that Klein's had acknowledged having Secord as his silent partner in the Eatsco venture, along with Theodore Shackley, who helped trigger the arms for hostages deal, as well as Wilson and von Marbod, who apparently played no significant role in the Iran-Contra affair. 15. The Congressional Iran-Contra Committee never interrogated Klein's, who refused to testify without immunity and was never granted it. Why Klein's was not subpoenaed, and, unlike Secord and Hakim, was not indicted, will forever remain a mystery. The uncommon skill and dedication of Iran-Contra's Special Prosecutor Lawrence E. Walsh and his team proved to be no match for the ability of President George H.W. Bush to issue silence-buying pardons to his convicted and indicted colleagues. Defense Secretary Carlucci also did his part to stymie Walsh. Carlucci was part of a 6-member panel of Reagan administration appointees that voted unanimously to withhold classified documents from the trial of Lt. Col. Oliver North, the Iran-Contra point man for CIA Director Casey and the Reagan/Bush White House. But Iran-Contra was child's play compared to what Reagan, Bush, and Casey got America into in Afghanistan. And when Nugenhand went belly up, they found an even bigger outlaw piggy bank to tap into. The Bank of Credit and Commerce International, BCCI. In 1972, Agha Hassan Abedi was temporarily under house arrest in his native Pakistan and under investigation for fraud. A year earlier, Prime Minister Zulfikar Ali Bhutto had nationalized his Karachi-based United Bank. Timely multi-million-dollar financing from the ruler of Abu Dhabi and the Bank of New York enabled Abedi to capitalize another bank, BCCI, which by 1977 would be the world's fastest-growing bank, with 146 branches in 43 countries and assets of over $2 billion. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, Washington staggered through a streak of domestic scandals and foreign setbacks. In August 1974, Republican President Richard M. Nixon resigned, 10 days after the House of Representatives brought articles of impeachment against him for obstruction of justice. Nixon had refused to release White House tapes pertinent to the Watergate scandal, the catch-all label for the June 1972 break-in at Democratic National Committee headquarters at Washington's Watergate office complex, and the ensuing White House orchestrated cover-up. 1 month after Nixon resigned, his successor, Gerald R. Ford, pardoned the man who appointed him. Nixon had named Ford vice president following the October 1973 resignation of his running mate in 1968 and 1972, Vice President Spiro T. Agnew. After he resigned, Agnew copped a tax evasion and money laundering plea to avoid standing trial for accepting bribes while Maryland's governor. In 1975, the year after Nixon resigned, America's long war in Indochina ended without victory, after 58,000 of its citizens and over 2 million Southeast Asians lost their lives. A large fraction of them might have lived, had Nixon's presidential campaign team not, as is now widely believed, scuttled peace talks which had been underway in Paris in the lead-up to the 1968 election. 16. History would repeat itself a dozen years later when the Reagan campaign team reportedly agreed to provide Iran weapons in return for its guarantee that Americans held hostage in Tehran would not be released until after the 1980 election. 17. The CIA, which had played a major role in leading the United States into its Southeast Asian quagmire, was rocked in the early 1970s by revelations of domestic spying and plots to execute foreign leaders. The latter included Ngo Dinh Diem of South Vietnam, who was assassinated in November 1963 just weeks before JFK, and Fidel Castro of Cuba, who survived numerous CIA murder plots, on several of which the agency collaborated with the mafia. Gerald Ford's chief White House advisor and later Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, Johnny on the spot at the Pentagon a quarter century later, on September 11, 2001, feared that Congress, reacting to the outpouring of press exposés of CIA horrors, would clip the agency's wings. Elsewhere, men with money to burn were likewise alarmed by what they perceived as paralysis in the ranks of U.S. intelligence. The most outspoken among them, Saudi Arabia's Prince Turki bin Nasser bin Abdul Aziz, startled an alumni gathering at Washington's Georgetown University, with the following candid declaration. In 1976, after the Watergate matters took place here, your intelligence community was literally tied up by Congress. It could not do anything. It could not send spies, it could not write reports, and it could not pay money. In order to compensate for that, a group of countries got together in the hope of fighting communism and established what was called the Safari Club, which included France, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, and Iran, and would share information with each other and help each other in countering Soviet influence worldwide. The main concern of everybody was the spread of communism that was taking place while the main country that would oppose communism was tied up. And so the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with these countries, helped in some way, I believe, to keep the world safe, when the United States could not. That, I think, is a secret that many of you don't know. 18. Prince Turki's secret, apparently, was that the Saudi royal family had been bankrolling U.S. intelligence operations. 19. It was, therefore, all the more significant when President Ford in early 1976 chose as his CIA director, George H.W. Bush. 20. As recounted elsewhere in this book, 1976 would prove to be a banner year for CIA-trained anti-Castro Cuban exile extremists who, among other acts of terrorism, pulled off the brazen September car bombing in Washington, D.C., that killed former Chilean Foreign Minister Orlando Letelier and the October explosion of a Cuban airliner that killed all 73 aboard. Determined to restore the CIA's self-confidence, CIA Director Bush simply stonewalled the ensuing investigations. Ostensibly so that his agency could be better informed on terrorism, Bush also strengthened collaborations with Middle Eastern intelligence agencies, specifically with Savak under the Shah of Iran, who would be ousted in the 1979 Islamic Revolution, and with the General Intelligence Department, GID, in Saudi Arabia. At the GID's helm were Abdul Rauf Khalil, the loquacious Prince Turki, and King Faisal's brother-in-law, Kamal Adam. All three were BCCI insiders. Khalil would later be sued for misrepresenting himself as a BCCI outsider. In their definitive study of BCCI, Peter Truell and Larry Gerwin judged it an indication that Bush would favor off-the-books intelligence operations, when he promoted Theodore Shackley to Associate Deputy Director for Operations, despite Shackley's association with rogue agent Edwin Wilson. 21. Truel and Gurwin also underlined Bush's close collaboration with Saudi intelligence chief Adam, to establish covert banking services for CIA operations, and that when the CIA needed an influx of cash in 1976, Bush's Saudi counterpart, Kamal Adam, authorized Bernie Houghton of the Nugan Hand Bank to open a branch in Saudi Arabia. 22. Coincidentally, writer Joseph Trento reports, the Safari Club, the intelligence-sharing network that Prince Turki described to Georgetown alumni, which linked France, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, and Iran, was seeking banks to finance intelligence operations. That, apparently, explains why Adam, with a wink from CIA Director Bush, transformed BCCI, Agha Hassan Abedi's small Pakistani merchant bank, into the biggest clandestine money network in history. When the Democratic Carter administration took over the White House in January 1977, Bush's CIA directorship ended. From there, he glided into the upper echelons of the banking world. For 2.5 years, he served as a director, consultant, and chairman of the executive committee of Texas's largest bank holding company, Dallas-based First International Bank Shares. The former CIA director was also appointed chairman of the board of the Dallas holding company's British merchant bank, First International Bank Shares of London, where BCCI, coincidentally, had only recently moved its head office. Furthermore, according to author Trento, it was through the very same London merchant bank where Bush chaired the board that Kamal Adams' petrodollars and BCCI money flowed for a variety of intelligence operations that would span the next decade. 23. The year 1977 was indeed a busy one for BCCI. A group representing themselves as major BCCI shareholders made a hostile bid for Washington, D.C.'s largest bank, Financial General Bank Shares, later renamed First American Bank Shares. That the self-described shareholders included BCCI frontmen with prior histories of corporate bribery should have disqualified them from coming within arm's length of federally insured deposits. However, BCCI's all-star legal team headed by Lyndon Johnson's defense secretary and Democratic Party grand old man, Clark Clifford, talked the Federal Reserve Board into okaying the takeover, but only if BCCI would not hold a controlling interest in the bank, a condition that BCCI ignored from the get-go. Over the next decade, BCCI also secretly acquired a minority stake in Miami's SunTrust Bank, and controlling interests in the Independence Bank of Encino, California and the National Bank of Georgia, in which Burt Lance, Jimmy Carter's presidential campaign advisor and appointee as director of the Federal Office of Management and Budget, OMB, held a 12% stake. To make regulators think the purchasers were wealthy Arabs, BCCI reportedly shuttled money from one offshore banking haven to another, and used the Saudi businessman, Gaith Rashad Faraone, as a front man. In September 1977, 6 months into his tenure as Carter's OMB director, Lance resigned amidst press reports of mismanagement and corruption while he was chairman of the board of Calhoun First National Bank of Georgia. 14 years later, Lance told the Senate committee conducting the post-mortem investigation of BCCI, that within weeks of his 1977 resignation from OMB, he was advising BCCI founder Abedi to acquire a bank holding company, which Abedi then did, secretly and illegally. Lance told Senate investigators that he had asked Democratic Party stalwart Clark Clifford for the lowdown on Abedi's integrity. After Clifford gave Abedi a clean bill of health, Lance encouraged Abedi to hire Clifford and his junior law partner, Robert Altman, as legal advisors. Abedi did that, too. Abedi, in turn, referred Lance to Saudi millionaire Gaith Faraone as a potential buyer for National Bank of Georgia. Faraone bought the bank. The Federal Reserve Board later accused him of having been a BCCI front man. 3 years after Clifford and Altman became BCCI's legal advisors, and based on Clifford's reputed integrity, federal regulators authorized BCCI to acquire the Washington, D.C. bank holding company, Financial General Bank Shares. BCCI then renamed it First American Bank Shares, and designated Clifford and Altman as its respective chairman and president. When BCCI went belly up in 1991, enforcement authorities around the world seized its records in synchronized lockdowns. Clifford and Altman resigned from First American, while continuing to plead ignorance of the fact that its owner was BCCI. Unlike Clifford and Altman, and despite having personally profited, according to Senate investigator Jack Bloom, from BCCI's global connections, 2 generations of Bushes emerged from BCCI's muck smelling like roses. Bloom told journalist Lucy Commissar that this whole collection of BCCI-connected people was wrapped up in the Bush crowd in Texas. Besides the by now familiar Kamal Adam and Gaith Rashad Faraone, one of the Saudis involved was Khalid bin Mahfouz of Saudi Arabia's National Commercial Bank and BCCI's board of directors. 24. A key American investor was James Bath, the co-owner with bin Mahfouz and Faraone of Houston's main bank, who provided George W. Bush financing which helped him set up a small Midland, Texas oil prospecting company known as Arbusto Energy. Arbusto tanked in 1986. When it did, the fortunate younger Bush was rescued by Harken Energy, a politically connected Texas oil company that appointed him to its board of directors, paid him a consulting fee that peaked at $120,000 a year, and handed him stock to the tune of $500,000. When Harken ran short of cash in 1987, it was bailed out by the Arkansas investment banker, Jackson Stevens, a major Reagan-Bush contributor, as well, to the Clintons. Stevens arranged $25 million in Harken financing from the Union Bank of Switzerland, UBS, the largest Swiss bank and a BCCI partner in another Swiss bank. As part of the $25 million deal, Harken brought in as a director and major investor, Sheikh Abdullah Bakhshir, whose chief banker, reportedly, was the major BCCI shareholder, Khalid bin Mahfouz. The $25 million was a drop in the ocean for UBS. In November 2014, it was one of 5 banks, the others were the Royal Bank of Scotland, Citigroup, HSBC, and JP Morgan, that were fined a total of $4 billion for rigging international currency exchange rates. BCCI serviced not only intelligence agencies, but also money launderers, hitmen, enforcers, gun runners, Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein, and major drug traffickers including the heads of the Medellin cartel, among them, Rodriguez Gacha, the Colombian drug lord whose assassins were trained by the Israeli Special Forces vet, Lt. Col. Yair Klein. The CIA/BCCI nexus, which dated to George H. W. Bush's collaboration, as CIA director in 1976, with Saudi intelligence chief Kamal Adam, intensified when Reagan/Bush CIA Director William Casey chose BCCI to broker the covered supply of weapons to the Contras in Nicaragua and the mullahs in Iran. When it was exposed in October 1986, the dual weapons traffic, both parts of which were in violation of official U.S. policy, triggered the Iran-Contra scandal. Iran-Contra rocked the Reagan/Bush White House and came within 1 or 2 presidential pardons of poisoning George H.W.'s legacy, which would have nipped George W.'s, and current aspirant Jeb's, presidential prospects in the bud. In fact, Iran-Contra's actual genesis is believed to have been the treasonous deal that the Casey-led Reagan/Bush campaign team reportedly made, whereby Iran, in return for badly needed American weapons, agreed not to release the American hostages held at the Tehran U.S. Embassy before the November 1980 presidential election. If they had released the hostages in time, the October surprise that the Republicans feared, Jimmy Carter would likely have won re-election. Pakistani Dr. Hamid Hussain later traced the contemporaneous, and even more catastrophic, American meddling in Afghanistan, which Carter initiated and Reagan greatly expanded. 25. CIA Director Casey emerged as the prime mover in the Reagan/Bush Afghan policy team. That the U.S. was sinking deeper into the quagmire of Middle East politics became tragically apparent on October 23, 1983, when 2 truck bombs gutted military barracks in Beirut, killing 241 Americans, most of them Marines. In the preceding 12 months, Casey had met in Pakistan with CIA officials, the head of Pakistani intelligence agency ISI, and Pakistan's dictator, General Zia-ul-Haq, the same Gen. Zia who in 1977 ousted and later hanged President Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, a rare Pakistani civilian head of state. The two nations' representatives defined the nature and goals of their operations in Afghanistan. The objective was to tie up and bleed white the Soviet forces that had invaded Afghanistan in late 1979. There was little interest in a negotiated settlement. The CIA and ISI agreed on a two-track approach, recruiting the most extreme Islamists to counter Soviet ideology and supplying them with maximum firepower. Billions of dollars flowed through the CIA's and ISI's BCCI accounts. Pocketing more than its share, the corrupt ISI became the principal power broker in Pakistani politics. The region overflowed with weapons, as the most radical Muslims from Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Algeria, and elsewhere flocked to Pakistan's ISI-run training camps, where they were taught guerrilla tactics including sabotage and the proper use of explosives, and were inspired to wage jihad, holy war. The region would also overflow with heroin and its precursor, the opium harvested from the poppy fields along the Afghanistan/Pakistan border. According to noted historian Al McCoy, that area had zero heroin production in the mid-1970s, until the CIA's covert war served as the catalyst that transformed it into the world's largest heroin-producing region. Once the Afghan guerrillas brought the opium across the border, they sold it to hundreds of Pakistani heroin labs operating under the ISI's protection. Between 1981 and 1990, Afghanistan's annual opium production grew tenfold, from 250 to 2,000 tons. After just 2 years of CIA support for the Afghan guerrillas. In 1981 Pakistan was already the source of 60% of the American heroin supply. In May 1984, Vice President George H.W. Bush visited Gen. Zia-ul-Haq in Islamabad. Bush was then chairman of the U.S. National Narcotics Border Interdiction System, and Pakistan was furnishing 70% of the world's supply of high-grade heroin, a drug unavailable in Pakistan a few years earlier when Gen. Zia overthrew and executed his predecessor, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. At a banquet in Bush's honor before he departed, Bush noted, with a straight face, that drug control was a matter of personal interest and praised Pakistan's efforts in that regard. 26. 3 decades later, as American troops prepare, for the third time, to leave Afghanistan, the prognosis is, par for the course, grim. The Afghan army remains shaky. The Taliban, long propped up by Washington's ostensible allies in the ISI, have been biding their time. Afghanistan produces 90% of the world's opium. And, like his predecessors, Barack Obama refuses to come clean about the facts on the ground, preferring to indulge in autoerotic demagoguery about American exceptionalism. 27. Another can of worms. H. Maldon served 13 years in federal penitentiaries. Christian Beauserge David in 1985 was extradited to France to stand trial for the 1965 murder of Police Lieutenant Maurice Galli-Bird. Prior to his departure, he pulled more or less the same stunt as he had in Brazil in 1972 when he swallowed a crushed light bulb in a vain attempt to dodge extradition to the U.S. This time, he scarfed down a knife, spoons and a can opener. When his trial opened in 1989, the ex-kingpin of the Brazil-based French connection needed a crutch to hobble into Paris Assize Court. Balding and sporting a 15-inch beard, the 58-year-old David looked much older and worn. There was nothing especially beau about him, in contrast with Elita Schwarward, the Latin American beauty who had traveled thousands of miles to show her support for her former lover. On September 14, 1989, David was handed a 15-year sentence and transferred to Fresnes prison outside Paris. 1. It was by no means the last installment in his saga. Prior to his release from Leavenworth Prison in Kansas, and extradition back to France, David had opened up a can of worms. He confided to the American writer Stephen Rivell that he had been offered the contract to assassinate John F. Kennedy, but declined because it was too dangerous. However, he offered to reveal who did gun down the American president if Rivell would help him avoid deportation. In the course of a series of interviews with Rivell that began in Leavenworth and continued inside the French prison system, David described meeting with Corsican gangster Antoine Guérini in Marseilles, France sometime in May or June of 1963. Guérini told him that he had been hired to arrange the murder of an American politician who was no mere congressman or senator, but the top dog. When Guérini asked David if he was interested, he replied that it was too dangerous. David told Rivell that Lucien Sardy had been given the contract, and Sardy had recruited 2 other French assassins to join him. 2. The 3 killers flew from Marseilles to Mexico City that fall of 1963, and holed up for 3 or 4 weeks at an associate's home. Then, carrying Italian passports, they crossed the border at Brownsville, Texas and were picked up by a Chicago mafioso who drove them to a Dallas safe house. There, using photographs of Dealey Plaza, they meticulously planned the assassination. That fateful 22nd of November, it was Lucien Sardy, according to David, who fired the infamous shot from the grassy knoll, while the other 2 French hitmen were perched in buildings behind the presidential limousine. Of the 4 shots that were fired, 2 hit Kennedy, 1 missed and 1 wounded Texas Governor John Connally. The Frenchmen flew off to Montreal, where they were paid in heroin. 3. According to David, it was in a Buenos Aires bar in 1966 that Sardy had related the details to Michel Nicoli, 2 other hoods and himself. 22 years later, Steve Rivell recounted David's story in Nigel Turner's British made-for-TV documentary, The Men Who Killed Kennedy, which featured on-screen corroboration by Michel Nicoli, whom Rivell had managed to locate inside the D's Witness Protection Program. Nicoli claimed that Sardy's murderous partners had been François Caillape and Jean-Paul Angeletri, sidekicks of David, Sardy, and Nicoli in Augusta Records' Paraguay-based heroin network, and later in the Brazilian connection. Sardy was gunned down in Mexico in 1972. 4. After the History Channel acquired the rights to Turner's documentary, it added 7 new segments, including an interview with Christian David by Anthony Summers, the author of the book Conspiracy about the JFK assassination. Threatened lawsuits persuaded the History Channel to withdraw the series. David never mentioned Caillape and Angeletti, who backed their claims of innocence with alibis. Researchers still believe that David had been correct about Sardy. But his close ties to intelligence agencies suggest that while he was incarcerated in the U.S., Cloak and Dagger boys spoon-fed David the story. Steve Rivell's knack for locating Michel Nicoli within the bowels of the D's Witness Protection Program, and Nicoli's recollection of the same details as David, suggest that they, too, might have been led by the nose by intelligence operatives. Rivell, for his part, apparently believes that Mafia capos Santos Traficante, Carlos Marcello and Sam Giancana handed Antoine Guérini the contract on JFK's life, without the complicity of the CIA. The notion that French hitmen knocked off JFK was revived in 1981, when attorney Bernard Fensterwald's committee to investigate assassinations sent journalist John Cummings to France to find OAS veteran Jean-René Suéter. 5. Cummings found him in Devon-les-Bains near the Swiss border, running a casino. The shaken Suéter denied involvement in the assassination, but he fingered as the assassin the narcotics trafficking gangster Michel Victor Mertz, who had served in the SAC fighting the OAS in Algeria, perhaps unsurprisingly, together with David and Nicoli. Fensterwald's clients, it's worth noting, have included James McCord, Mitch W. Bell, and the Association of Former Intelligence Officers, AFIO, whose founding head was David Adley Phillips. Then again, since many of its details mesh with recent JFK assassination research findings, David's story could actually be true. After all, William Harvey's preference for hiring seasoned French killers for the CIA's ZR/rifle assassination team, could easily have led him to Lucien Sardy. On his deathbed, Howard Hunt told his son, St. John Hunt, there was a French gunman at the grassy knoll. 6. Maybe it wasn't merely a last breath of disinformation from the master of misdirection. As these words are written, Christian Beauserge David remains alive and free at 85, younger looking than he appeared in court 25 years ago, a mainstay of TV documentaries about legendary French gangsters. 7. Last words. The United States war on drugs is a ghost war. You see it in the newspapers and on TV, and you hear about it from politicians, but it is not really there. If you look for long-term results, they don't exist. Still, there are a lot of people involved in it, some of them invisible and some only visible when the smoke clears. The visible people, the real warriors of the drug war, are the DEA agents, or at least most of them. They are busy trying to roll the giant Sisyphus stone up the mountain, and the CIA and the money men make sure that it rolls back down again to refill veins and noses, generating fortunes for gangsters, banksters and corrupt politicians, and funding for secret and dirty wars. Unfortunately, narcotics are a very important part of the world economy. If they were removed, the economy would probably crash, many banking systems certainly would. So the show must go on, and it does. Nobody gives a sh when the ghost goes, boo. We all know it's an empty threat. Instead of fighting drugs in an honest way, the war on drugs has been used as an instrument to suppress poor and indigenous people, workers and farmers, rebellious students and leftists in many parts of the world, especially Latin America. It has been used as a cover for U.S. agents sent to Brazil, Uruguay, Bolivia and other countries as torture consultants, and for many years it has been feeding money and weapons to brutal dictatorships. It must have been a groggy and ghost-ridden government, which in 2012 outsourced the war on drugs in Latin America to the soldiers of fortune of Academy, formerly known as Blackwater and XE, which has been deeply compromised by murder and manslaughter convictions of some of its employees in Iraq. On Academy's board of directors one finds retired Admiral Bobby Ray Inman, the former deputy director of the CIA and director of the NSA. So, intelligence manipulation of the war on drugs in Latin America seems to be in experienced hands for the immediate future. The same goes for the hypocritical worldwide war on terrorism. It, too, cannot be taken seriously, as long as right-wing terrorists like Luis Posada Carriles and Stefano Del Che, and hundreds of Gladio and Condor torturers and cutthroats go free because they are terrorists all right, but they are our terrorists. When Inman left the CIA in 1982, he joined the proxy board of directors of the Lancaster, Pennsylvania-based International Signal and Control Company, ISC. Since ISC was a Pentagon contractor and British investors were its majority stockholders, U.S. law required that the board review its contracts to safeguard classified information. According to Spider's Web by journalist Alan Friedman, ISC in 1984 made a deal with Chilean weapons manufacturer Carlos Cardo and to divide the global cluster bomb market and help Cardo and staff upgrade their bombs. Cardo and became Saddam Hussein's cluster bomb supplier. That would have required Washington to waive its restrictions on the export of cluster bomb technology, its embargo on arms shipments to Gen. Pinochet's Chile, and its neutrality in the Iran-Iraq War. Pinochet and Saddam got their cluster bombs. Inman must have kept his mouth shut.